Chapter 1, Golden Slumber. Bella awoke to the sensation of sweet-smelling breath cooling her face. With her eyes still closed, she smiled. As she opened her eyes and blinked, the darkness of the room and the disorientation of sleep confused her. For a moment, she thought she was back with Edward in Forks. However, the delicate arm thrown across her waist and the petite body behind her registered, and Bella realized it was not Edward holding her but Alice, her other dashing protector. "You're awake," Alice said. Her voice was a psalm that Bella could not resist. Even though she was surprised to find herself curled up in bed with Alice, Bella relaxed into Alice's gentle hold. Her back faced Alice, but after spending so much time with the pixie-ish vampire over the past few days, Bella began to understand the different shifts and timbres of Alice's voice. She was certain that the lovely brunette was amused. "How did you?" Bella began to ask, pausing when she felt Alice's body vibrate with silent mirth. "Your breathing changed," Alice said, shifting a little. Her slim legs moved against Bella's in a way that made Bella acutely aware of Alice's presence and how it felt moving against her. "I think I scared you," the petite brunette continued a moment later. "Just for a second," she finished playfully. "Not scared, really," Bella replied lightly, staring into the darkness as she thought about how strange it was to feel Alice all around her, yet not the warmth that usually accompanied another body so close. "Maybe a little surprised," she added. "Speaking of which, I thought you all didn't need to sleep." "We don't," Alice confirmed softly, her voice melodious and lilting, as if their conversation were the most natural thing in the world. "I wasn't asleep. Just lying down," Alice replied. "Oh," Bella breathed out, her eyebrows crinkling at the brevity and lack of clarity in Alice's response. "Why here?" Bella asked a few seconds later, deciding she needed to be more direct to understand why she and Alice were snuggling. "You had a nightmare," Alice said, a hint of worry creeping into her usually light tone. "I came in to try to calm you down. When I was about to leave, you grabbed my hand, so I sat down. Then I lay down. I've been here since," she finished. "Oh," Bella said again, making a mental note to avoid repeating that for a while. She didn't want Alice to think she was mentally deficient. "Thanks," she continued, feeling more than a little embarrassed by her nocturnal meatiness. "Sorry," she added, becoming increasingly mortified. "Don't be sorry," Alice said quickly, sensing Bella's self-reproach. "You've had quite a shock and are under an incredible amount of stress. It's only natural that it would disturb your sleep, or so I hear," she added, that playful note returning to her voice for a moment. "I'm glad I could help," she went on, moving her hand to cover Bella's own. "Besides, this is kind of nice," she finished, shifting closer to Bella for a moment before relaxing behind her again. "What? Snuggling?" Bella asked, confused by Alice's statement and by how her heart raced when Alice briefed. Chapter 2, Skating the Edge. Bella sighed heavily and closed her eyes. She was so bored. Dropping her head onto the pages of the open book in front of her, she moaned pitifully. She felt utterly, completely, mind-numbingly bored. Shaking her head back and forth, Bella released another pained groan. She was bored. With her face still planted firmly in her book, Bella decided she needed a hobby. It was simply too hard to find something to do to occupy her time when Edward was out hunting, without one. Of course, it would have to be a hobby that didn't require much physicality or coordination, or else she would end up spending her free time in the emergency room. But a hobby would be perfect. She thought for a moment. Maybe knitting or crocheting, she wasn't sure which one, probably the one that posed the least threat of allowing her to stab herself. Painting could be good for her, and even scrapbooking was worth considering. Really, anything that wouldn't land her in the hospital and would give her something to do on these dull, boring, Edward-free evenings would work. Hobby, Bella thought to herself, what a good idea. In fact, if she hadn't been so bored that she was incapable of movement, she would have patted herself on the back. Bella's eyebrow lifted thoughtfully. Trying to actually pat herself on the back would probably give her something to do, at least for a few minutes. She shifted on the floor, preparing to take on the arduous task. What a strange way to read a book. Bella lifted her head as the soft, lilting voice registered with her. Her heartbeat picked up, and her lips curved into a smile as she turned toward her window. She knew it had been a good idea to leave it open. "You really are the oddest girl," Alice said, smiling widely as she stepped lightly onto the carpet of Bella's room and pranced over towards her. "Oddly wonderful," Bella replied, grinning happily as Alice approached. Had to look into Alice's bright eyes. Bella had been hoping for a nighttime visitor when she left the window open, and seeing Alice filled her with joy. Just the sight of Alice brought laughter and a light, airy feeling, almost making Bella feel as if she could float away into the clouds. She had realized a month ago that she was quite smitten with the petite vampire. On some strange nights, when she had cheese before bed, she thought it was lucky for Edward that she had met him first. Alice could have easily swept her off her feet. Alice's laughter filled the room, warming Bella until she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. Bella leaned back on her hands, watching as Alice gracefully lowered herself to the ground, her expression almost dazed. She was absolutely intoxicated by Alice, as usual. "This is wonderful," Alice said, laughing lightly. There was a touch of surprise in her voice as Bella flung herself toward her the moment she was seated. Despite Bella's sudden movement, Alice caught her easily, wrapping her in a hug with just as much enthusiasm. "'Cause I'm warm," Bella murmured against Alice's cool shoulder, where her face was pressed. "Delightfully so," Alice replied, her voice dreamy as she pressed her hand to the small of Bella's back. A contented purr vibrated from her chest as Bella's warmth soaked into her. They sat like that for a few minutes, breathing softly while Bella rested in Alice's lap. However, as Bella felt her eyes beginning to flutter shut, she realized she needed to move or risk falling asleep in Alice's arms. While falling asleep there was delightful, she wanted to talk to her friend and enjoy her company for a little longer. "Alice," Bella said seriously, pulling back just enough to look into Alice's bright eyes. Face lit up with a soft smile. "What is it?" Alice asked gently, reaching out to touch Bella's face, her eyebrows knitting together in concern. "You," Bella began, concentrating very hard to keep her voice serious as she gazed at the lovely creature before her. "You love me for more than my body heat, don't you?" She forced a curious and vulnerable tone into her voice. Alice narrowed her eyes at Bella, realizing she was being teased. Bella bit down on her bottom lip to prevent herself from breaking into a wide grin. Alice was adorable when she was disgruntled. It should have been illegal for someone to look so cute while being disagreeable. "Not at this moment, I don't," Alice grumbled playfully, a smile creeping onto her lips as she placed both hands on Bella's torso, deliberately warming them. "But I'll forgive you because you're adorable and smell really, really good," she added, inhaling discreetly. "I'm not adorable," Bella protested, pouting in the most endearing way. Alice was adorable, she was just Bella, plain and ordinary. "You are," Alice exclaimed happily, pointing an elegant finger at Bella. "That," she declared, "was extremely adorable." "Really," Alice continued, her voice lowering as she became more serious, "you're cute as a button." She extended her hand until her cool fingers brushed against Bella's cheek. She let them rest there for a moment, savoring the feel of Bella's soft skin. Then her fingers moved, lightly pinching the delicate flesh, a smile spreading across her face. Bella flushed and lifted her hand, wrapping her fingers around Alice's wrist in an attempt to pull her hand away. But Alice's arm was steady and solid, like a brick wall. Even after realizing this, Bella continued to struggle, and soon Alice began to giggle at her futile attempts. Bella removed her hand and pouted again, giving Alice a disgruntled look. Alice's smile only widened in response. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Bella could only describe the sound that escaped Alice's throat as cooing. Bella sighed, realizing that Alice found this display precious. She felt like she could never win. "Okay, stop teasing," Bella finally said, feeling a bit pleased when Alice lowered her hand. "We both know I'm the human equivalent of beige, so we can stop with the adorable talk." She shifted uncomfortably, looking down at her lap, fairly certain that Alice wouldn't find sulkiness adorable. "Bella," Alice said softly, "look at me, please." When Bella continued to stare at her lap, Alice continued, "I said look at me." Bella found herself powerless to resist Alice's sweet, melodic voice. Reluctantly, she raised her head. "There is absolutely nothing beige about you," Alice said, taking Bella's hands in hers. "You are lovely," she breathed out. "So lovely," she added almost as an afterthought, her voice hitching slightly. "Utterly and completely alluring. Never think otherwise." Bella inhaled, the emotion in Alice's voice touching her deeply. She knew it was utter hogwash. Compared to Alice, Edward, Carlyle, and especially Rosalie, she felt like a troll. Yet, it warmed her heart to hear Alice say otherwise with such conviction. In fact, with Alice holding her hand so sweetly and speaking in that soft, quivering voice, Bella felt beautiful and almost believed it for a moment. "You're sweet," Bella whispered, smiling at Alice as her thumb stroked the chilly back of Alice's hand. "But you're my friend. You have to say that." Alice sighed and glared at her for a moment. Bella would have worried that she had offended Alice, but the vampire allowed her to continue holding her hand. Bella figured Alice couldn't have been too upset. "I am your friend," Alice began carefully, her words silken and musical as usual, but I do not have to say anything," she continued. Her eyes shifted from their usual warm honey color to amber, then almost mahogany, before returning to honey once more. "I said it because it's true, and I'll say it again and again until you believe me, you stubborn girl." The fondness in her voice took away any sting that might have been in her words. Bella was silent for a moment. She felt ashamed and embarrassed by her childish lack of self-confidence. Of course, Alice wouldn't lie to her, not intentionally at least. Bella could tell that Alice meant what she said, no matter how much it confused her, and she should have respected that. Whether it was Alice being such a good friend and seeing the best in her, or perhaps the warmth and scent that Alice exuded, the petite brunette really did seem to think she was beautiful, and Bella should have accepted the compliment. "Two stubborns?" Bella asked, lifting her eyebrow. A tentative smile came to her lips as she tried to steer the conversation in a lighter direction. "Be grateful it wasn't three," Alice responded, smiling that wide, playful smile that Bella loved so much. Bella knew they were fine. "So," Bella said, smiling openly now, "what brings a girl like you to a place like this?" she asked, remembering that while Alice's visit was a very pleasant surprise, it was still a surprise. "Oh, I don't know," Alice began thoughtfully, turning her head toward the window. "It's just such a lovely night out, warm but not too much so. Perfect weather for despoiling virgins," Alice continued, grinning and lifting her hands in front of her, curling her fingers into a hideous caricature of claws. Bella laughed, and for a second, Alice did too before remembering that she was supposed to be in character. "I'll get you, my pretty," she cackled once she had recovered. Before Bella could react, Alice was on top of her, pretending to claw at her with her fingers. Bella laughed and struggled beneath her, playfully trying to escape Alice's tyrannical grasp. They rolled around on the floor like that for several minutes until Bella finally became winded and lay still, surrendering to Alice's fake claws. Alice continued to claw at her for a few seconds, but with Bella lying still beneath her, it lost its charm, and she stopped. "That was," Bella said, panting as she tried to catch her breath. "Without a doubt, the worst Wicked Witch of the West impression I have ever heard," she added, smiling as Alice straddled her, looking down with a smug expression. Alice's grin quickly transformed into a pout. "Says you," Alice grumbled, scrunching her nose. She thought her impression was pretty good. Bella laughed at the schoolyard retort and wondered how long "says you" had been in use. "Are you going to tell me that my father's a garbage man next?" Bella asked, smiling up at Alice, her heart tightening as her gaze took in the goddess sitting astride her. Alice shook her head seriously. "I was going to say, I'm rubber and you're glue, whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you." Bella laughed again, the sound light and joyful. "So, what would that mean in this case?" "That your impression of the Wicked Witch of the West was the worst I have ever heard," Alice said, poking a finger against Bella's chest. "But that doesn't make sense, Alice," Bella replied with mock patience. as if speaking to a very small child. "I didn't do a Wicked Witch of the West impersonation." "You will, one day," Alice said seriously, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. "And when you do, it's going to be terrible. Laughably bad. Fruits and assorted vegetables will be thrown. Criminal charges may even be laid." "You're so full of it," Bella said, her voice softer than she intended as Alice's fingers trailed lightly across her sides. Bella thought she might have wanted to say more, but the words escaped her at that moment. "Full of wonderful," Alice murmured softly, smiling a little as she echoed Bella's earlier retort. Bella rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling a bit, and then they fell into silence. Bella's room was quiet for the first time in almost an hour. With no conversation to focus on, Alice's senses began to sharpen. She realized far too late that this was a terrible idea and quickly closed her eyes, holding her breath. It became painfully clear to her that despite how much she had wanted this and how much fun it had been, she shouldn't have wrestled with Bella. She shouldn't have gotten so close. It was stupid. A very, very stupid thing to do. It was true that throughout the summer, they had enjoyed physical contact, and Bella had enjoyed it too. But this felt different from snuggling on the couch, resting their heads on each other's shoulders. Now, Bella was beneath her, sweating, her scent stronger than before, while her heart raced and blood surged through her veins. "Move," Alice thought, willing herself to pull away from Bella. "Go to the window, inhale deeply, and try not to be a complete moron. Go." Alice lifted a hand to tug at her pixie-like hair. Her brain was giving her sound advice, but her body was traitorous, decadent, and disobedient. It didn't want to move away from Bella's warmth. In fact, her body wanted to get closer, to stretch out beside Bella, and to rub against her. Against the length of her like a spoiled cat. "You know," Alice said softly, breaking the silence in the room. "You should be nicer to me." Her voice was rich and alluring, more captivating than Bella had ever heard before. Chapter 3, My Favorite Mistake. Alice stood by the side of Bella's bed, watching her sleep. She had no memories of sleep, having no recollection of her human life. Now, as a vampire, she was incapable of it. This was probably why sleeping humans had always fascinated her. She hadn't had many opportunities to observe humans in slumber, but she understood enough to know that Bella shifting restlessly, muttering into her pillow, and frowning meant that her sleep was troubled. Alice sighed deeply, wondering if she was the cause of Bella's restlessness. Were Bella's dreams filled with images of her, teeth glinting and eyes as black as coal, gleefully ripping her throat out? Alice looked away from Bella's sleeping form. She knew she shouldn't have come back to Bella's room. But as she had fled from the younger woman earlier, Bella's question had reached her ears, even though she had disappeared from sight. Alice felt she owed it to Bella to return and talk about what had happened between them, if that was what Bella wished. Now that she was back in the room, however, it felt like a spectacularly bad idea. All she wanted was to go to Bella, to hold her as she had in Phoenix. Her instinct was to wrap Bella in her arms and hold her tightly, kissing her cheeks softly as she had done many times before. But her instincts were not to be trusted. They had almost led her to make a mistake so grave that just the thought of it would have brought tears to her eyes if she were capable of crying. When it came to Bella, her instincts were dangerous. She should go. She should leave. Bella wasn't even hers to be tempted by. One Cullen struggling against her powerful allure was enough for any human to deal with, more than enough, really. Bella didn't need her obsessing over her in addition to Edward. Alice knew she should go. She knew she should leave. But she continued to watch. "Alice?" Bella murmured. "Who is it?" Bella questioned a few minutes later. Her voice was groggy with sleep, and her eyes were unfocused as she stared at the small, blurry figure beside her bed. "It's me," Alice said softly, instinctively moving to sit on the edge of the bed. "I'm glad you came back," Bella said, struggling to clear the haze clouding her mind. "I was worried you wouldn't." She sat up and added, "Thank you for coming back," placing a warm hand on Alice's shoulder. "I don't know if you should thank me for that," Alice replied, looking down at her lap. It's probably the worst thing I could have done. Don't say that, Bella whispered, her voice pained. Please, don't say that. But it's true, Alice insisted, sounding utterly ashamed. I'm a menace. I had no business coming back here. I nearly bit you, Bella, she finished, her voice now barely a whisper. But you didn't, Bella said, moving closer until she was sitting behind Alice. You didn't, she repeated softly, tentatively wrapping her arm around Alice's waist, hugging her from behind. It's okay. You're far too understanding, Bella, Alice sighed, relaxing back into Bella's embrace. No, Bella disagreed. I just know you, she continued, resting her chin on Alice's shoulder. Maybe you shouldn't, Alice responded softly, her tone sad. I don't seem to have much control around you. When she had climbed through Bella's window for the second time that night, she had promised herself to stay at least a meter away from Bella at all times. But the moment she heard Bella's voice, she moved closer, and now she was nestled in Bella's arms, surrounded by her scent and warmth. What? Bella exclaimed, sounding absolutely flabbergasted. The only person with more control than you is Carlisle. From the moment we were introduced, you've been able to be near me. It even took Edward longer than that. It took him a month before he could stand to sit beside me without shaking with hunger, Bella continued, her voice thick with emotion. You're amazing. Alice sighed again, feeling as though all she was doing was sighing. Bella, I have to tell you, it's getting harder for me to be around you, Alice admitted, her head hanging down as she spoke. The more time we spend together, the harder it gets. I don't understand, Bella said softly, a hint of a whine in her tone. It would have charmed Alice at any other time, but Alice was trying very hard not to be charmed by Bella at the moment. It's supposed to get easier with time, isn't it? Edward says it's easier now. And time is how Carlisle was able to become a doctor. How can it be harder now that you're used to me? Because, Alice said, I feel so much more for you now than I did at the beginning. I always liked you. I liked you from the moment I saw you. She smiled, turning her head a little to the side so she could see Bella's face. In Phoenix, I knew we would be great friends, and I would forever be grateful to Edward for bringing you to us. But I've come to care about you so much more than I thought I would. Isn't that a good thing? Bella asked, pressing her cheek against Alice's, scared at the direction the conversation was heading. Not when it makes me want to bite you, Alice said, her body going absolutely still for a moment before she moved out of the circle of Bella's arms and stood up. She started to pace. But you all want to bite me, Bella said, somewhat exasperated. Well, not so much Carlisle, but still. I mean, you've always kind of wanted to bite me, right? I just don't understand why it's so hard for you to resist now. Alice shivered and looked out the window. She had hoped that Bella would catch her drift, that what had happened between them before she fled earlier would have given Bella an indication of what the problem was. She didn't want to say it out loud. Alice knew she had to say it, even if it was loud. Arousal. Bella blinked in confusion. What? Arousal, Alice whispered again, forcing herself to meet Bella's gaze. I don't just want to bite you. She took a breath and continued. I knew I shouldn't have started wrestling or tickling you, but I had to touch you. Then, you were lying beneath me, sweating, your heart pounding, blood rushing through your veins. I knew I should run away, but I just couldn't. Alice paused, her voice softening. I wanted to bite you, Bella, but I wanted to kiss you too. The memory of her tongue licking Bella's throat made her turn her head away to regain her composure. I wanted you naked, sweating, twisting underneath me, wet and desperate as your blood flowed into my mouth. Bella sat on her bed, staring at Alice, her mouth agape. Alice, she finally whispered. Her voice was almost inaudible, and she felt scandalized and vaguely horrified, though she wasn't truly any of those things. Alice's words surprised her, their rawness and eroticism caught her off guard. She had never heard anything like that directed at her before, or at anyone, for that matter. Edward had never said anything remotely similar, and she struggled to imagine him ever doing so. Sometimes, Bella felt like she was overly eager when she touched his chest or tangled her fingers in his hair during kisses. So, hearing Alice admit to thoughts of her naked, sweating, and wet was almost overwhelming. Bella shivered. If Alice wanted her wet, she would be very pleased with what was happening in her pants at that moment. "I know," Alice exclaimed, dropping her head into her hands. "I'm horrible." Her voice turned into a pained moan. "I'll leave. I won't come around again. I wanted to explain," she continued, speaking quickly now, her eyes darting to the window again. "I just wanted you to know that you didn't do anything wrong." "Neither did you," Bella called out. Her voice stopped Alice as she prepared to climb out of the window. "What?" Alice asked, sounding a little dazed as she turned to face Bella again, though she remained close to the window. You didn't do anything wrong either, Alice," Bella said softly. "You're just. I think you might be more honest." "Honest?" Alice asked, genuinely perplexed. "I let you," Bella whispered, her eyes focused intently on Alice. "I saw your eyes, and I knew it was dangerous, but I wanted you to keep touching me. And when you were licking my neck," Bella continued, blushing, "I knew I should have said something, that I should have tried to stop you, but I just tilted my head back and made it easier for you." She licked her lips. "And just now, what you said you wanted to do, it..." Bella looked down at her lap and unconsciously shifted her legs. "It made me," she said, blushing even more severely than before. She wasn't sure she could get the words out. It was so embarrassing. "It made me really hot," she whispered, knowing Alice's superhuman ears would pick it up. Alice didn't say anything right away. Bella looked up at her again, only to find her shaking like she had before she went hunting. Alice's eyes were their usual honey color, so Bella wasn't worried about tempting her resolve again. No, she was concerned by Alice's silence and was about to ask if Alice planned on saying anything when suddenly Alice was beside her on the bed. "This is such a monumentally bad idea," Alice breathed out, angling her head toward Bella and breathing in. "Such a monumentally bad idea that it just..." "Do you think it might work?" Bella asked breathlessly. A smile spread across her lips as her body relaxed when Alice began to chuckle. "You're so weird," Alice murmured, her voice filled with affection. "Weirdly wonderful," Bella replied, smiling as she leaned back against her mattress. Alice moved closer to her. "Is this going to be your new thing?" Alice asked, curiosity lacing her voice. A touch of amusement danced in her eyes as they traced the contours of Bella's face, her expression intent as if she were trying to memorize every detail. "Maybe," Bella said softly, her voice light, though her heart began to race. "If you still think it's cute." "I do," Alice said quietly, her lips curving into a tender smile. A moment later, Bella gasped as Alice's cool lips pressed against her own. Bella moaned, instinctively curling toward Alice, her hands wrapping around the vampire's waist, holding her tightly as they kissed. Alice growled softly against Bella's lips, her tongue peeking out, seeking entrance into Bella's mouth. Bella clutched at Alice and parted her lips, eagerly accepting the raven-haired beauty's tongue. Her hand roamed up and down Alice's back, boldly moving over her backside as Alice deepened the kiss. No," Bella moaned when Alice pulled away. She reached out for Alice's retreating form, but her hands came up empty. "Edward's right, you have absolutely no sense of self-preservation," Alice murmured, gazing down at Bella with dark, hungry eyes. All she wanted was to get back on the bed and place her hands and lips on Bella again. But for possibly the first time that evening, she was in control of her actions instead of letting her hormones dictate her. She resisted the temptation. Bella flopped back against the mattress, looking up at Alice. Bella looked closely at Alice. As much as she wanted to continue, she could see that Alice was right. It would be a bad idea to test her self-control any further that night. Alice appeared absolutely ravenous. If they indulged in each other's lips any longer, kissing Alice might have been the last thing Bella ever did. No snuggles, either. Bella asked, barely suppressing the urge to pout. During her recovery, Alice had spent many nights in her bed watching over her. They had even had sleepovers on a few occasions when Edward was forced to be away. Edward. Bella's face fell. Oh God, Edward. She had just, with Alice, with his sister, she had. Bella squeezed her eyes tightly shut. Alice noticed the panic in Bella's eyes. When Bella squeezed her eyes shut, Alice knew exactly what was causing it. Bella was remembering that there were more obstacles to them being together than just Bella's scent and Alice's hunger. No snuggles, Alice sighed, drawing Bella's attention back to her. I should go, she said, taking a deep, fortifying breath. You need to think. We both do, she added, her thoughts turning to Jasper and the complications that her evening with Bella had just created. I just had to kiss you, at least once, she finished softly. I'm glad you did, Bella replied, meaning it even as anxiety and worry began to crash over her. Alice smiled sadly. We'll see how you feel about that in the morning, Alice murmured, taking one last longing look at Bella. Good night, she said. Good, Bella whispered, knowing even as she started speaking that Alice would be gone before she finished the word, night. Chapter 4, The Rules of Attraction. A week later. Bella, Mike Newton whispered urgently. Bella looked up from the pair of boots she was pricing, a mildly curious expression on her face. What? She asked. Did I miss a memo about hell freezing over? Mike lifted a questioning eyebrow at her. Bella stared at him for a moment, confusion washing over her face. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said, turning back to the boots in front of her. She wasn't sure she cared either. It was probably just some girl he liked. She had enough problems of her own without having to counsel Mike Newton. Mike cocked his head to the side and lowered his voice. Look who just walked in, he continued, either immune to Bella's indifference or choosing to ignore it. Based on what she knew of Mike, Bella suspected he was choosing to ignore it. However, the boots she was occupied with were hardly captivating, so her mild curiosity encouraged her to turn her head in the direction Mike was looking. Fully expecting to see nothing of interest, Bella was surprised when her heart spasmed painfully in her chest. She had not anticipated looking at the singularly most exquisite face she had ever seen. But there, right in front of her, was a sight so heartbreakingly beautiful that just looking at her almost brought tears to Bella's eyes. Alice, Bella breathed, not even aware she had spoken until Alice's head turned in her direction. A blissful smile spread across Alice's lips when their eyes met. Did she hear you? Mike asked, squinting at Alice as she began to make her way over to them. They were near the back of the store pricing some items, so Alice was quite a distance away when she entered. More than far enough that Bella's whispered words should not have registered with her. How did she? Nah, she couldn't have. But she turned, he continued, what Bella assumed was to himself, since she certainly wasn't going to answer. Bella wasn't participating in the conversation. Could she have? Did she hear you? Mike asked. Of course she didn't, Bella replied, deciding to put an end to Mike's ramblings. Her eyes focused on Alice as she spoke, watching the pixie-like beauty dance towards them. She probably just has a question, Bella continued. She felt like she was staring, possibly with her mouth open, and tried to keep Mike from noticing how enthralled she was. Mike seemed unusually observant that day, and she didn't want him to wonder why she was getting all moony-eyed and breathless because Alice Cullen had walked into the store. So, I guess you got this one? Mike said, sounding a little disappointed, his eyes still on Alice, just as Bella's were. Even though the other students at school gave the Cullens a wide berth, they weren't immune to their beauty. Often, tentative overtures of friendship were made when they encountered a Cullen alone outside of school. It was painfully obvious to Bella that Mike wouldn't have minded getting to know Alice better. But she thought, with minimal remorse, that was just too bad for him because Alice was hers. Yeah, I got her, Bella said, already putting Mike out of her mind as Alice finally reached them. Hey Bella, Alice greeted cheerfully. Without another word, she placed her hands lightly on Bella's arms, leaned forward, and pressed her lips softly against Bella's cheek. Pulling back, she wrapped her arms around Bella, hugging her like they were old college roommates who hadn't seen each other in years. Mike smiled a little at the affectionate display, and Bella blushed, knowing exactly what kind of thoughts were going through his head. With a mental smirk, she wondered what he would think if he knew just how much they had really gotten up to together. He probably would have had to walk around with a clipboard in front of his pants for the rest of the afternoon if he knew that a week before, she and Alice had been rolling around on her bedroom floor. "Hey," Bella greeted softly, hugging Alice back enthusiastically. She smiled into the curtain of Alice's hair, even as her thoughts made her cheeks blaze red. "What's up?" "Nothing much, just browsing," Alice said, pulling away and settling into a casual, elegant pose in front of them. She scanned the shelves around them for a few seconds before returning her gaze to Bella. "I remembered you were working today and thought I'd stop by to say, hey. It's been a while," she continued, her tone relentlessly pleasant. Her eyes drifted over to Mike. Another breathtakingly beautiful smile appeared on her face. "Hi, Mike," she said warmly, as if they were old friends. Mike's lips curved into a smile. Obviously, Alice Cullen talking to him had made his day. However, despite his excitement, his eyes looked panicked. Bella sighed. Mike was smitten. Bella couldn't blame him. Alice was wonderful, amazing, and a dictionary's worth of other complimentary adjectives. But Bella had seen that expression on other boys' faces before. She knew, without a doubt, that whatever came out of Mike's mouth would be awkward and possibly horrifying. "Wag," Mike choked out, smiling dopily at Alice as that sound exited his mouth. Bella scrunched up her face. She knew this was going to be tragic. Mike seemed to realize it too. Trying to recover from his embarrassing first attempt at conversation, he straightened up and cleared his throat. "I mean, hey," Mike began again, his voice oddly deep. "Hi," he continued, clearing his throat once more. "Sup, Alice," he ended, tilting his head up while looking in her direction. He looked like a drug dealer trying to signal a potential customer from across the street. Bella winced and turned away from him. He was too sad to be. Bella found Mike's nervousness amusing. She was sure that if he stayed near Alice for much longer, things would become even more awkward. "Mike," Bella said, trying to draw his attention before Alice felt the need to respond. He looked at her with a hint of gratitude. "I'm going to take my lunch break now. I'll be back in an hour." With that, Bella stepped closer to Alice until they stood side by side. "Friends?" Bella asked casually, aware that they wouldn't be going to the diner. "Sounds great," Alice replied. "See you, Mike." She offered him another breathtaking smile. Then Bella linked her arm with Alice's and began to lead her toward the door. As they walked outside, Bella remained silent, feeling an unusual awkwardness in Alice's presence. They hadn't spent more than a few seconds together since the night they had kissed in Bella's room. She began to worry that Alice might not come near her for a long time again. She suspected her thoughts were a bit melodramatic. After all, Alice had said they both needed time to think. But Bella hadn't realized that thinking meant no contact at all, and she couldn't help but fret. Alice had become essential to her life, and she didn't want to lose her over a moment of teenage uncertainty. "Feel like going for a little drive?" Alice asked as they rounded the corner to Trillium Avenue. Bella blinked, Alice's sweet voice breaking her out of her thoughts. She noticed the Cullen silver S60 are parked a short distance down the road and turned to the petite brunette with a smile. "Sure, that sounds nice. Where are we going?" Bella asked as Alice sped away from the curb, her eyes focused ahead. Alice drove with purpose, clearly having a destination in mind. Bella thought that was good, at least one of them had a plan. "A little spot I know," Alice murmured, turning in her seat to smile reassuringly at Bella before focusing back on the road. "Don't worry, I'll get you back in time." "I don't doubt that the way you drive," Bella muttered, prompting a burst of twinkling laughter from Alice. Bella closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. She had missed Alice's laughter over the past week. In fact, she had missed everything about Alice during that time. "You don't mind, do you?" Alice asked a few moments later, breaking the silence that had settled after her laughter faded. Mind what? Bella replied, glancing at Alice's perfect profile, tracing the planes of her face with her eyes. She wanted to remember every detail in case she faced another prolonged absence from the raven-haired beauty. My stealing you away, Alice said with a playful smile, turning her head to wink at Bella. I mean, those boots didn't have to be on the shelf 10 minutes ago, or anything, did they? First of all, haha, Bella said, making a face at Alice, which only made the vampire laugh again. Secondly, you didn't steal me away. I volunteered. So it would be very rude of me to mind now, wouldn't it? I suppose it would, Alice murmured as the car began to slow down. Please do forgive my faux pas, she added with a smile, turning off the ignition. Bella smiled a little, charmed by Alice's antiquated phrasing. Alice leaned her head against the back of her seat, turning lazily to watch Bella's smile. A soft smile spread across her own lips as they gazed adoringly at each other. After a few moments, Bella blushed, prompting Alice to straighten up in her seat and open her door. In the time it took Bella to blink, Alice was outside the car, pulling open the passenger side door. She extended her hand to Bella. Shall we? Bella looked around, smiling happily. She wished she had been paying closer attention to the road so she could remember the route Alice took to get to this place. They were on the beach, but it was a quiet, secluded section that Bella had never visited before. It was beautiful, magnificent even, like something out of a romance novel. It's beautiful out here, Bella said softly, crossing her arms and rubbing them as she gazed around. I've always thought so, Alice replied, her eyes focused on Bella, watching her movements. You're cold, Alice said a moment later, a frown crossing her lovely features as she noticed Bella's goosebumps. It's okay, Bella replied, sensing the concern in Alice's voice. I'm fine. It's just the breeze off the water. Don't worry about it. But I will, Alice insisted. I should have brought a sweater or something for you. Her expression as she gazed at Bella was unreadable. Then she sighed. I can't even wrap my arms around you. Sure you can, Bella said, trying not to sound too eager for Alice's embrace. She had missed the feel of Alice's marble body pressed against her own while they snuggled up listening to music or watching movies. Alice looked over at her and smiled. Quite right, she agreed pleasantly, but it wouldn't warm you up. I still wouldn't mind, Bella said softly, glancing at Alice with uncertainty about how her comment would be received. Alice stopped walking and turned to stare at her. She held Bella's gaze for a long moment, then murmured, okay, and gracefully lowered herself onto the sand, motioning for Bella to sit in front of her a second later. Bella wasted no time complying. Bella quickly scrambled into Alice's open arms, feeling a slight shiver as Alice's cool body wrapped around her. The chill was noticeable, but she didn't mind. She wouldn't trade the warmth of Alice against her for anything in the world. Chilly or not, it was worth it to feel Alice close again. I'm glad you stopped by, Bella said, her gaze fixed on the waves gently lapping at the shore. The rhythm of Alice's chest rising and falling behind her helped soothe her nerves. Bella laughed lightly, as if her next words were absurd. I was beginning to think you were avoiding me, she continued, chuckling again. Alice tightened her embrace. I was, she admitted softly, resting her chin on Bella's shoulder. The gesture felt comforting, as if she were trying to soften the impact of her words. Oh, Bella breathed out. Despite Alice's reassuring hold, a hint of hurt crept into her voice at the revelation. Alice made a soft sound and pressed her lips against Bella's shoulder, kissing her through the fabric of her shirt. I didn't want to avoid you, Alice said a few moments later, sighing as she rested her chin on Bella's shoulder again. But I needed to think, and that's very hard for me with you around. What were you thinking about? Bella asked, aware that the reason Alice had come was to have this conversation. You already know, Alice replied gently, playfully poking Bella in the ribs while her chin remained comfortably resting on her shoulder. I do, Bella said, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. I'm trying to stall. I don't want to have this conversation, she admitted, knowing it wouldn't end well. No matter what happened, there would be loss. Bella knew her life was about to change. Everything had been going so wonderfully since Phoenix, and she didn't want to lose any of it. She didn't want things to change, not even a little bit. Alice released a sound that was a mix of a laugh and a sigh. How wonderful it would be if ignoring things we didn't like could make them go away, she said wistfully. No more reality TV. Bella suggested with a smile. No more Bluetooths. Alice declared. No more calculus. Bella added happily. No more school. Alice exclaimed with excitement. Alice chuckled. You like school, she said, nuzzling her face against Bella's. Yeah, Bella admitted with a shrug. I do. I guess I got a little carried away. Alice laughed again, then pressed her lips against Bella's cheek. After a moment of silence, her voice turned serious. Have you been thinking too? Alice asked, bringing them back to the important conversation. Yes, Bella replied. Her earlier light mood faded, replaced by somber thoughts. Between work, spending time with Edward, and missing Alice, she had done nothing but think. I don't want to lose you, Bella said, reaching for Alice's hand and squeezing tightly. She knew it wouldn't hurt Alice, she was more likely to bruise herself, but she didn't care. I don't want to lose you either, Alice said softly. The passage of time is so different for us. A year is nothing. Her voice was a whisper. It feels like I just met you yesterday, and 2 days is far too short a time to spend with someone like you. Oh, Alice, Bella exclaimed, struggling in Alice's arms until the vampire loosened her hold. This gave Bella enough space to turn around and see Alice's face. She brought her hand up to Alice's cheek, cupping it tenderly. Alice, she repeated, stroking her thumb across the smooth, marble surface. Alice sighed softly as Bella pressed her lips against her. Own thoughts, Alice continued, her hand moving to cup Bella's neck as the kiss deepened. Bella's warm lips and tongue made Alice purr with pleasure. Alice moved her hand to the back of Bella's neck, holding her gently as she leaned forward, their lips meeting with equal anxiety and desperation. Alice shivered as Bella's hand began to rub along her ribcage. This was exactly what she had tried to avoid. Bella, she said softly, gently pulling her lips away. Her hand rested lightly on Bella's shoulder, holding her in place as she looked into Bella's dark eyes. We can't, Alice continued, shaking her head and closing her eyes. What happened in your room, what just happened, can't happen again. I know, Bella replied, dropping her gaze from Alice's and looking down between them. I'm sorry, she added, blinking rapidly to control the urge to cry. Don't apologize, Alice said, placing a finger under Bella's chin to lift her face back up. Not to me at least. I kissed you back, she continued with a soft sigh. Please don't cry. Bella sniffled and rested her head on Alice's shoulder, sighing deeply. What are we going to do? Bella asked despondently after a few moments. I love Edward, but I love you too, Alice. I do. I don't want to lose either of you. I understand, Alice said softly, gently stroking Bella's hair as she thought about how to respond. Being away from you this past week was very difficult for me. Much more so than I thought it would be. She paused for a moment before chuckling darkly. I've been avoiding Edward all week as well, she said sadly. My thoughts turned to you so often, and my mind would sing at the memory of your lips and the feel of your body against mine. I couldn't risk him picking up on my thoughts. I suppose I'm lucky that he can't read my thoughts, Bella said softly. You're always on my mind, Bella said, recalling all the times Alice had crossed her thoughts while she was with Edward. If her thoughts weren't shielded, she would have had to avoid Edward too. I love you too, Bella. I want you to know that, Alice said, her voice soft and serious. But I can't lose Jasper, she added sadly. I need him, and I love him fiercely. And vampires, Bella, were no better at sharing mates than humans are. We can't continue what happened the other night and expect to keep them. Bella shivered in Alice's arms and pressed her face more tightly against Alice's neck. "Don't leave me," Bella said softly. Her warm breath caressed Alice's cool skin, making the vampire shudder. "I don't want to," Alice replied ardently. "But we can only be together as friends," she continued, "only friends." Bella nodded against Alice's chest, though the knot in her stomach remained. "We must continue on like before, as if that night never happened," Alice said when Bella offered no resistance. "No more kissing on the lips, and no more sleepovers." Alice knew she couldn't handle lying next to Bella anymore. She was amazed that Edward had been able to control himself for so long, lying in bed with Bella night after night. She would have gone insane with desire long ago. "But we can still touch, right?" Bella asked, a trace of panic in her voice. "I can still hold your hand, and we can still snuggle during, so you think you can dance," she added, knowing she wouldn't be able to abstain from touching Alice altogether. "Yes," Alice said, understanding that placing any further restrictions on their interactions would mean they could not interact at all. "But we mustn't cross the line." Bella smiled and relaxed against Alice's frame, gratefully curling herself around her body. "I can live with that," she breathed softly. "I can totally live with that," she repeated contentedly. "Good," Alice said, breathing in deeply and releasing a relieved sigh. A few seconds later, Alice chirped, forcing a lighter note into her voice. "So, now that that's sorted," she continued, smiling down at Bella. "What do you want for your birthday?" "Birthday," Bella whined. "Ugh, nothing. Don't remind me." She shook her head petulantly from side to side. "You don't mean that," Alice gasped, pulling back from Bella so she could see her face. "Humans love birthdays." "Well, this human doesn't." "Not this year, or any after," Bella responded. A terrible nightmare image of herself as an old lady, flanked on both sides by Alice and Edward looking just as young and perfect as the day she had met them, came into her head, making her shudder. "But why?" Alice asked, frowning as she thought about the plans she had to run up her credit card buying gifts for Bella. "I just don't want to celebrate getting a year older," Bella said softly, shifting a little to look out at the gently rippling water once more. "I'll be older than you and Edward soon. And I'm just going to keep getting older until I die, while the two of you stay teenagers forever." Her voice was a pained whisper. "I don't want to celebrate that. I don't want to celebrate being a year closer to death." "Bella," Alice said, approximating a tone Bella had heard Esme use from time to time when one of the children was being unreasonable or difficult. "Birthdays are meant to be a celebration of life, not a reminder that you're a year closer to death. I want to get you something to show you how glad I am that you're alive and that you're in my life." "Oh, Alice, I already know that," Bella said, taking Alice's hand in her own and squeezing it. "You don't need to get me anything. Just being around you is more than enough." "Please," she said beseechingly. "Please, please, please, don't make a big deal out of my birthday. It's just another day of the year. You really don't want me to buy you something?" Alice asked sadly. Bella shook her head. Alice sighed and stared out. Alice stared at the water for a moment, feeling down. Then, carefully choosing her words, she muttered, "Fine. I won't buy you anything." "Good," Bella replied, relieved to have the issue settled. "Thank you," she added, squeezing Alice's hand in an effort to lift her spirits. Alice smiled and kissed Bella on the cheek. She had promised not to buy her anything, but that didn't mean she would do nothing for Bella's birthday. They still had some time left to enjoy the beach, but as soon as she dropped Bella off at Newton's, she planned to visit the bookstore to get some cookbooks and then head to the art supply store. Expensive gifts might be off the table, but Bella hadn't said anything about throwing her a party or making her a gift. Chapter 5, Shattered. Bella closed her eyes, letting the happiness and contentment wash over her in pleasant, all-consuming waves. She hadn't really wanted a birthday party, and she still didn't want to celebrate getting a year older. However, she couldn't deny the warmth she felt from the love and consideration shown to her by the Cullens. Learning that Alice was responsible for organizing the party, decorating, and cooking for her made Bella feel especially warm inside. After their talk on the beach, Bella had seen more of Alice. Yet, things between them hadn't quite returned to how they had been before they gave in to their attraction in Bella's room the week before. They still held hands, and Bella rested her head on Alice's shoulder as Alice wrapped her arm around her waist. However, their actions were now marked by a self-consciousness that hadn't been there before. They were tentative, cautious in a way they hadn't been in the past. They were constantly vigilant around each other, trying to guard against any slip-ups like those that had happened in her room and on the beach. They feared that they might say something or touch each other in a way that would ruin everything. Over the past few days, Bella began to worry that things would remain awkward between them. However, the party, the way Alice had hugged her warmly upon her arrival, and the moments when their eyes would catch and Alice would wink at her, gave Bella hope that things would eventually return to normal. She believed that while it was difficult now, there would come a time when they could look at each other and hold each other without the painful longing that overshadowed their current interactions. "Open mine and Edward's next," Alice exclaimed. Bella opened her eyes, a smile spreading across her face as she looked into Alice's eyes. Alice's voice was an excited, high-pitched trill as she held a medium-sized square box in her hand. She was practically jittering with anticipation. As Bella approached her, Alice's excitement grew. Made Bella smile even more brightly. "You promised," Bella said, though she couldn't quite manage to whine as she stopped in front of Alice. "You both did," she added, turning to look at Edward as she reached out to take the present from Alice's delicate hands. "I promised not to buy you a present," Alice said, her voice sparkling with mirth. "And I didn't buy you anything. I kept my promise. I don't know about him," she continued, jerking her thumb in Edward's direction before turning to grin at him. "It's as Alice says," Edward replied, smiling serenely. "I didn't buy you a thing." "Oh, aren't you too clever?" Bella murmured sarcastically, eyeing them warily as she weighed the box in her hands. However, despite her words, a smile crept up at the corner of her lips, revealing her true feelings on the matter. "That's what Mother says," Alice chimed in, smiling over at Esme with a winsome look as Edward chuckled beside her. "And I think she means it about as much as Bella did," Edward responded, looking at Alice with a smile. "Maybe when they're talking about you," Alice shot back, grinning. "I'm brilliant," she added smugly, her smile growing wider as Edward rolled his eyes at her. "Children, please," Esme interjected, a lovely smile on her face as she looked between Edward and Alice, her eyes filled with adoration. "You're both absolutely perfect. Now let's give Bella a chance to open her present." Bella smiled at Esme before turning her attention to the package in her hand. She stuck her finger under the edge of the paper and slid it to the side to break the tape. "Damn!" Bella exclaimed a moment later, looking down at her finger to see a pinprick of blood dotting the pale pad of her index finger. The spot of blood grew in size as she observed her wounded finger. Bella shook her finger rapidly, wincing. She didn't understand how paper cuts could hurt so much. "No!" Edward yelled. Bella looked up, her head snapping towards him. Bella began to turn in Edward's direction, but before she could see what was happening, she found herself flying through the air. Her body scattered the cake, presents, flowers, and plates as she landed roughly in a mess of shattered crystal. In a foggy corner of her mind, she realized that she had been cut again. Blinking dazedly, Bella tried to figure out what had just happened. Before she could focus her vision, Alice was beside her, wrapping her arms around her waist and picking her up, cradling her in her arms. "What?" Bella managed to utter, but before she could say more, Alice's arms tightened around her and the room began to blur. As Alice ran with her, Bella just registered Edward and Jasper crashing into each other, snarling furiously. Then, the sitting room and the rest of the Cullen family disappeared from sight as Alice continued to run. When the disorientation from running with a vampire faded, Bella became aware that wherever Alice had taken them was dark. The second thing she noticed was that Alice was standing a few inches away, shaking faintly and breathing very hard. "I didn't think that vampires could get winded," Bella said, her words coming out as she thought them. Her brain was still not quite operating at maximum capacity. "I'm not winded," Alice replied. Her voice was a low grumble, and she seemed to be struggling to speak. "Alice, are you okay?" Bella asked, reaching out for Alice with her wounded arm and placing her hand on Alice's shoulder. A moment later, she felt Alice's body go still beneath her hand. Though her eyes were still adjusting to the dark, Bella was certain that Alice had stopped breathing. "Oh," Bella gasped, suddenly realizing what the problem was. Her eyes darted to her bleeding arm. She hadn't realized she had been wounded so badly and was bleeding so much. The shock of everything that had happened after Edward had yelled hit her all at once. Bella's confusion had dulled the pain in her arm. She quickly realized she needed to move it. However, before she could act on that thought, Alice's hand was on hers. Alice's fingers wrapped around her wrist in a grip that was firm and almost painful. They stood still for a moment, gazing at each other, their hands connected, surrounded by silence. Bella blinked as a horrible wailing filled the air. It sounded like an animal in distress. Tears welled in Bella's eyes at the sound of suffering. It wasn't until she heard the wail again that she understood it wasn't an animal making those sounds. It was Alice. Bella opened her mouth to comfort her, but before she could speak, Alice moved her hand slowly to her lips. Bella gasped softly as she felt Alice's cool lips wrap around her wounded finger. A wave of pleasure coursed through her as Alice's tongue swirled over the cut. Alice purred and wrapped her arm around Bella's waist, pulling her closer. She sucked on Bella's finger more urgently, her lips and tongue caressing the flesh, trying to coax more blood from a shallow wound. But there was no more blood to be drawn. Alice's lips moved from Bella's finger with a soft pop and began to lick at Bella's wrist and along her arm. Her tongue gently caressed Bella's skin, cleaning away the blood that had trickled down from where the shards of crystal had cut her. Bella found herself staring into a pair of impenetrably black eyes, smoldering just inches from her own. Alice growled softly, blinking slowly as she focused on Bella. Her head tilted to the side, almost quizzically, and she licked her lips. Bella shivered. In an instant, Alice's lips pressed against her own, kissing her hungrily and urgently. Alice's body pressed against Bella's, forcing her to move backward until her back collided with a wall. Bella sighed into the kiss as Alice pinned her with her hips, continuing to kiss her while her hands began to trail up Bella's body. Bella brought her hands up to Alice's shoulders, trying to push her away. Alice didn't budge. She didn't even seem to notice Bella's touch. Bella realized, with a start, that Alice was too far gone to respond. The combination of Bella's blood, her scent, and her body had clouded Alice's mind. Bella arched, a low groan escaping her throat as Alice's cool hand pressed against her overheated skin, crawling upwards until it rested on Bella's bra-clad breast. Automatically, one of Bella's hands moved to cover Alice's, pressing the vampire's hand more firmly against her breast, encouraging her to squeeze. Alice whimpered and kissed her again, her hips rocking against Bella as her hand roughly manipulated Bella's breast. They had to stop. Bella knew they had to stop. Alice might have been beyond conscious thought, but she wasn't lost yet. They had promised each other not to touch like this again. Alice was operating entirely on instinct, which could be dangerous, especially since she had mentioned wanting to feed when aroused. Bella took a deep breath, fortifying herself. Then she withdrew her good hand from covering Alice's. She had to regain control. Bella took a deep breath and released the air she had just inhaled. She drew her hand back and slapped Alice across the face with all her strength. Immediately, Bella winced. She had known it would hurt to hit Alice's marble skin, but she didn't expect it to hurt that much. Shifting her focus from her pain, Bella looked at Alice. Alice stared back, her dark eyes blinking in confusion as if she couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Then, Alice growled, and Bella realized she might have made a very big mistake. Alice growled again, and Bella was certain she had crossed a line. When Alice growled once more, Bella blinked in surprise as she watched Alice step back and begin to stumble away from her. Bella frowned, unable to believe her eyes. Alice, who embodied grace, was now tripping over her own feet as she scrambled backward. Finally, Alice came to a stop a few meters away, swaying slightly in place. Without warning, she doubled over. In that position, Bella could see Alice's back rising and falling rapidly as she took deep, quick breaths. Then, she was still. Alice remained hunched over for a few seconds before tilting her head back and screaming. Bella flinched at the sound, pressing herself against the wall, which she now realized was the outside wall of the Cullens' garage. Alice screamed again, and again, and again. Just when Bella thought the pain in Alice's voice would shatter her heart into 1,000 pieces, Alice stopped. Bella took a cautious step forward, her gaze fixed on Alice, who stood still, staring intensely at her. Alice's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of gleaming white teeth. "Don't," Bella began, turning to the. Bella blinked rapidly as she saw Edward standing beside her. She stared at him for a moment, then looked over at Alice. Esme was now standing next to Alice, her arm wrapped lovingly around Alice's shoulder. Esme pressed her forehead against Alice's and whispered in her ear. Bella looked around and noticed that Emmett and Rosalie were outside too. They were the farthest away from her, close to the house. Carlisle was approaching from the other side, only an arm's length away when she spotted him. As Carlisle settled in beside her, Bella realized that Alice's screams had drawn the Cullens to their location. All but one, she noted, remembering that she hadn't seen Jasper on the lawn. Bella shivered when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned sharply and relaxed a little when she saw Carlisle smiling at her reassuringly. "It's okay," he said softly, rubbing her shoulder lightly. Absently, Bella nodded. Her mind was still spinning. "Stay out here for a while," Carlisle said in a calm voice, looking away from Bella to address the rest of his family while keeping his arms securely around her. "I'll take care of Bella inside," he explained, his tone clear and steady, as if he were trying to reassure everyone. It was then that Bella noticed Esme had her hand covering her nose and mouth. Looking closely at the others, she saw that Emmett and Rosalie had their faces angled away from her, downwind. Edward was shaking faintly beside her and was not breathing. Bella's gaze fell on Alice. The petite brunette had her head bowed and was staring at her feet. Her shoulders were slumped in a pose of utter defeat. Bella had never seen anyone look so cowed and beaten before. Without thinking, Bella tried to take a step toward her, but Carlisle's gentle hold restrained her. "She needs some time," Carlisle said softly. "Don't worry," he continued in a soft, soothing voice. "Esme will take care of her. She'll be fine." Bella nodded vaguely, her eyes scanning the grassy area around her. She catalogued the destruction she had caused to the Cullen household in just a few minutes, all because of a paper cut. She had forced Edward to fight his brother, who had now disappeared, God only knows where. Rosalie glared at her with such hostility that Bella was almost surprised she hadn't dropped dead from it. Esme looked embarrassed and ashamed, keeping her hand in front of her face. Emmett had his hands tightly fisted at his sides, his body so tense it seemed like he was about to snap. Edward could barely look at her, and Alice appeared as if she might fall apart at any moment. "Come along," Carlisle said, taking Bella's good hand. Bella blinked rapidly and automatically began to follow him as he led them toward the house. "No, Edward. Stay here," Carlisle said gently a moment later. Looking back, Bella saw that Edward had started to trail behind them, his chest still motionless as stone. "It's okay," Bella whispered, her voice so soft she could barely hear it. "Stay here. Please." She knew she couldn't bear it if being around her blood affected him the same way it had affected Alice. She couldn't stand to have her heart break twice in one night. Edward looked as if he was about to protest, but after a moment of indecision, he reluctantly nodded and took a step back. Carlisle nodded at him, their eyes locking for a moment, and then he and Bella continued on toward the house. Chapter 6, Breaking All the Rules. Later that night, Bella tossed her hacky sack ball in the air with her good arm and caught it. She repeated this motion, feeling the rhythm of the ball in her hand. Bella sighed and leaned her head back against her mattress. Her body was exhausted, but sleep eluded her. She replayed the events of the night in her mind, her heart squeezing painfully each time she thought of Alice or Edward. She couldn't comprehend how she had managed to mess everything up so badly in just one night, At the beginning of the party, she had felt so hopeful. Things weren't perfect. There was the awkwardness between her and Alice and the worry about the transformation. Still, it had been as close to perfect as possible, and she had hoped things would improve. Now, it was hard to imagine how they could get any worse. The Cullens were likely furious with her, perhaps even hated her. Edward had barely been able to look at her when he dropped her off at home. By the time she left the Cullens' house, Jasper still hadn't returned, and Alice probably wouldn't want to be anywhere near her after she had acted so foolishly and nearly caused her to lose control. Bella tossed her hacky sack ball again, catching it, but this time, she dropped it. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed movement near her window. Bella turned her head, her heart pounding as she saw the petite figure delicately perched on the sill. "Alice," Bella whispered in disbelief as Alice hopped gracefully onto the floor. Bella quickly stumbled to her feet and moved toward her. Bella, with her raven hair, felt an overwhelming sense of relief at seeing Alice in her room. She paused halfway to her, uncertain about how Alice would feel after everything that had happened at the party. "It's okay," Alice said softly. Her voice was small and subdued, bringing tears to Bella's eyes. "I'm fine now," she continued, her voice cracking. "You can come closer if you want." She hesitated, her eyes darting away from Bella's. "If you're not scared," she added, staring at the ground, her tone filled with pain. Bella immediately stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Alice's waist, hugging her tightly. "Of course I'm not scared." "I'm so glad to see you," Bella whispered, blinking rapidly to hold back the tears. "I was so worried. I was afraid you would hate me." "Hate you?" Alice asked, incredulous. She paused in Bella's embrace, pulling back just enough to meet her gaze. "Why would I possibly hate you?" she continued softly, blinking in confusion. "I'm the one that attacked you. How could I possibly be mad at you?" Regret filled her voice as she averted her gaze from Bella's. "If I hadn't been so careless and so clumsy, none of this would have ever happened," Bella replied, shaking her head in remorse. "Only I could turn opening a birthday present into a UFC main event," she added disparagingly, her eyes drifting away for a moment before they widened. "Oh," she gasped, "how's Jasper?" Alice sighed and led them to the bed, where they sat down. "He's fine," she began softly. "He's terribly embarrassed, as am I, but no real damage was done. Mostly, he's just really ashamed of how he reacted," she continued. Bella could tell from Alice's tone that she understood exactly how Jasper was feeling. "He's hunting now. He just needs some time alone," Alice said. Bella nodded, feeling terrible for putting Jasper, Alice, and the others through all of that. "Bella," Alice said seriously, drawing Bella's attention back to her. "You didn't do anything wrong. You got a paper cut. It's what happens when your skin isn't hard as granite." She paused, looking down at her lap. "Please know that none of this was your fault. You mustn't blame yourself because we're monsters," she finished, the last word coming out as an agonized whisper. "Don't say that," Bella said fiercely, heartbroken by the self-loathing in Alice's voice. "Please, don't say that," she repeated, squeezing Alice's hand. "You are some of the most amazing people I have ever met. And I couldn't ask for a sweeter, more considerate, more loving and giving friend than you. You're not a monster, Alice, not at all. I could never love a monster, and I love you. I love you all." "Bella," Alice sighed, her voice a mix of affection and exasperation. Only Isabella Swan would sit there holding her hand, telling her what a wonderful person she was after she had attacked her, nearly killed her just hours before. Alice closed her eyes. Bella truly had no instinct for self-preservation. Once you got into Bella's heart, you stayed there. Once you got into Bella's heart, she would follow you to hell, holding your hand the whole way so you wouldn't be alone. "Bella," Alice whispered again, shaking her head faintly before resting her head against Bella's. Her hands settled around Bella's waist, holding her loosely as they sat together in silence, Alice's mind whirling. Bella's emotions were reckless and dangerous, often going against natural human instinct. But the honesty with which she lived, the depth of her feelings, was something Alice admired deeply. Feeling Bella's loyalty and courage, no matter how foolhardy it might be, made Alice love her even more. Alice knew she was bad for Bella, but Bella was good for her. Bella brought so much laughter and light into Alice's life that she couldn't resist her, especially when her warm skin and sweet scent were so close, especially when Bella was curled up in her arms. Bella leaned into Alice's body, grateful for the contact and relieved that what had happened earlier hadn't sent Alice running like she had after their first kiss. With Alice's arms wrapped around her, Bella felt safe. She felt like everything would be okay. After the night she had, she really needed that sense of security and love. "I brought your presents," Alice said softly, one of her hands resting on the small of Bella's back as she leaned over to pick up the bag she had left there earlier. "You're more than enough," Bella sighed, snuggling back against Alice's shoulder as Alice leaned toward her again, the bag dangling from her fingers. Alice laughed lightly. The sound was delightfully airy, and Bella thought it was even sweeter given Alice's melancholy when she had arrived. Alice tilted her head to the side and pressed her cool lips to Bella's forehead. "Why, thank you," Alice replied, chuckling. Her tone was immeasurably brighter than it had been only moments before, which cheered Bella up greatly. "What's in the bag is pretty good as well though. Why don't you open them?" she said, pushing the bag in Bella's direction. "I'd rather just sit here with you," Bella said as she took the bag from Alice's hand. Alice gently petted Bella's hair for a few seconds and murmured, "We can do that after," before she shifted away enough to see Bella's whole face. "Promise?" Bella asked, sensing something in Alice's tone that made her stomach clench anxiously, though she couldn't say why. "I promise," Alice said softly, holding Bella's gaze. "I'll stay the night," she added. A second later, Bella was surprised by Alice's response. After all, Alice had been the one to say they shouldn't have sleepovers anymore. However, Bella figured that with all the turmoil of the night, there was little chance of any inappropriate touching happening. Alice staying over wouldn't threaten their other relationships. "Then I'll open the presents," Bella said with a smile. Alice mirrored her expression as Bella reached into the bag to pull out the only wrapped present inside. "What is it?" Bella asked, her fingers tracing the edges of the package. "You'll find out soon enough." "Go on and open it," Alice replied, laughing softly. She rested her hand lightly on Bella's back as she leaned over Bella's shoulder, watching her begin to work on the wrapping paper. Bella carefully peeled back the tape from the edges and then undid the wrapping paper with utmost care. "The CDs are from Edward," Alice said softly, her chin resting on Bella's shoulder as Bella scanned the objects in her lap. "He worked on them for days." Bella touched the CDs lightly, wondering what was on them and hoping for some of his original compositions. She would have to wait to find out. "From you?" Bella asked, smiling as she lifted the CDs to see what was underneath. Her eyes landed on the cover of what looked like a very expensive, leather-bound sketchbook. Alice nodded. "Open it," she said softly, her cool breath tickling Bella's throat. Bella was confused about why Alice would give her a sketchbook when she didn't draw, but the answer would be clear once she opened it. Intrigued, Bella placed the CDs on the bed beside her and knocked the paper that had held the book off her lap onto the floor. She set the book down on her thighs and reached out to slowly open the cover. A small gasp fell from her lips when she saw what was inside. Bella saw a drawing of herself on the first page. "You drew this?" she asked softly, her eyes scanning the impossibly beautiful version of herself on the page in front of her. Alice murmured lightly. "And all the others as well." She continued softly, "I wanted to show you what I see when I look at you. I wanted you to see how beautiful you are." "Alice," Bella breathed out. "Oh, Alice," she repeated, turning to face her. Bella stared at her longingly, her eyes sweeping over Alice's exquisite features. She struggled to control the urge to take Alice's face in her hands and kiss her until she desperately needed air. "It's okay," Alice said softly, looking up into Bella's eyes. Bella stared at her for a moment and somehow knew that Alice understood what she wanted to do and had just given her permission. She didn't know why Alice was breaking so many of the rules they had agreed upon, like sleeping over and now kissing, but the call of Alice's lips was too much to resist. Bella pushed her questions aside and leaned down, pressing her lips warmly to Alice's. Bella sighed as they kissed. It was soft this time, tender, just like it had been on the beach. It was exactly what she needed at that moment, and she knew she would never forget the way Alice's lips brushed gently and lovingly against her own. She would miss kissing Alice when the sun came up and the rules were enforced once more. But she knew that even though her eyes would sometimes linger on Alice's lips, remembering the feel of them against her own, she would be all right. She could cope with the loss as long as Alice was in her life. "It's late," Alice said a long moment later, her voice a silken melody as she pulled away from Bella's lips. "You don't sleep," Bella pointed out, cupping Alice's cheek in her hand and stroking the smooth surface with her thumb. "That's true," Alice said softly, smiling gently. "You'll stay?" Bella asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "I'll stay," Alice confirmed. She pressed her lips briefly against Bella's once more and then stood up. "If I can borrow some pajamas," she continued, smiling as Bella looked up at her with worried eyes. Alice laughed lightly as Bella glared at her. "I don't know," Bella said thoughtfully, standing up as well before meeting Alice's gaze again. "Maybe I should make you not sleep in the nude." Alice arched an eyebrow at her. "This is beginning to feel like a women in prison movie," she smirked, her tone playful. "I feel like you're going to threaten to trade me to Charlie for a pack of cigarettes and a disposable cell phone." Bella laughed and moved closer to Alice, hugging her. "There aren't enough cigarettes or disposable cell phones in the world to make me trade you," Bella said happily, kissing Alice on the cheek. "Now, let's find you some pajamas." She took Alice's hand and led her over to the dresser. Bella sighed contentedly and rested her head on Alice's shoulder, wrapping her arm around Alice's petite waist as she snuggled up beside her. "Comfy?" Alice asked, and Bella could hear the smile in her voice. "Very," Bella replied, smiling as her thumb idly stroked Alice's hip. "Honestly though, aren't I an uncomfortable mattress?" Alice asked, her voice light but genuinely curious. "I guess maybe you should be," Bella responded thoughtfully, "but no. You're a very comfortable mattress," she continued, choosing not to mention that she found Alice even more comfortable than Edward, though it was true. "Especially when it's hot out," Bella added, feeling Alice's chest rise and fall with laughter. "Who needs air conditioning when you have me, is that it?" Alice asked, sounding utterly charmed. "You're just doing your part for the environment. We all have to contribute in our own little ways," Bella replied with a grin. She angled her head slightly so Alice's breath brushed over her face as she inhaled and exhaled. "I'm already doing my part," Alice said, her hand moving gently against the small of Bella's back. "I only eat organic." "I didn't know they had the blood of mountain lion at Whole Foods," Bella responded, looking up at Alice's face and catching a glimpse of her lips curving into a smile. "It's on sale this week." "We'll probably buy in bulk and freeze some," Alice replied easily. "Esme's a smart shopper. She's even cut back on buying squirrel blood because it's high in cholesterol." Bella propped herself up on her arm and looked down at Alice. "You don't really drink squirrel blood, do you?" she asked, her nose wrinkling at the thought. "What? Is that suddenly too much for you?" Alice asked, amused, her laughter filling the room. "Drinking blood is no problem. Hunting mountain lions and grizzlies makes perfect sense. But squirrel blood is gross and weird." "I didn't say it was gross and weird," Bella responded, narrowing her eyes at Alice and giving her a playful glare. "I was just surprised. Mountain lions and grizzlies and elk seem kind of classy. Squirrel just seems so, I don't know, white trash or something." She made a face as she imagined Alice in a Cheeto-stained tank top, lounging on pastel-striped plastic furniture. Alice smiled widely at that. "Some folk'll never eat a squirrel, but then again, some folk like Alice the slack-jawed yokel," she sang, the words coming out slightly muffled through her laughter. "Can I start calling you Brandine?" she asked a few seconds later, exaggerating the name with a southern drawl as she began to laugh again. "No," Bella replied seriously, managing to keep a straight face. for almost 3 seconds before she broke into a grin and added, "Not unless you want me to sick my smellhound on you." "Silly goose," Alice declared happily, tapping Bella on the nose. Bella beamed down at her. "In all seriousness though," Alice said a few moments later, "we don't drink squirrel blood. They're much too tiny." She smirked at Bella. "It'd be like having one piece of popcorn chicken for dinner." Bella laughed and bent over, pressing her lips against Alice's. Alice sighed contentedly and leaned back, allowing Bella's body to press against her as Bella's tongue slipped into her mouth, deepening the kiss. Alice moved her hand to Bella's back, sliding it up and down restlessly as Bella continued to kiss her, the younger girl's chest pressing against hers, creating delightful friction. Bella felt Alice's hand cup her cheek, the raven-haired beauty's thumb stroking her skin softly, urging her back. Bella pressed her lips against Alice's once more, then acquiesced to Alice's silent request and created some space between them. "Doesn't," Alice began hesitantly a moment later, still stroking Bella's cheek, "tell me honestly," she continued, changing tracks. "Doesn't it bother you a little bit, lying here with me? Kissing me? Making jokes about drinking blood? Aren't you the least bit apprehensive, especially after what happened tonight?" "No," Bella said, with no hint of doubt in her voice. "I like kissing you, and you have to drink blood to survive. You can't help that. Besides, you didn't hurt me tonight, Alice." Bella continued, "You surprised me a little, but you didn't hurt me. And I know you never will. I trust you, Alice. I trust you with my life." Her voice was low, vibrating with conviction, and her eyes were as serious as Alice had ever seen them. Alice stroked Bella's cheek again, then lifted her head, pressing her lips against the corner of Bella's mouth, wishing that. Alice felt she had only half the confidence in herself that Bella had in her. Gently, she guided Bella's head back to her shoulder. "You really should get some sleep," she said softly. "You'll have to be up in a few hours." She glanced at the bedside clock. It was past 3 in the morning. "Yeah," Bella replied, yawning. She wrapped her arm around Alice's waist again, holding her tightly. Alice relaxed into the embrace and kissed the top of Bella's head tenderly. Yet, her thoughts were once again plagued by the events of the party as Bella sighed contentedly beside her. Bella trusted her, and Alice wanted to trust herself. But she knew better than to believe Bella's unwavering faith in her, no matter how much she wished to. Control only went so far. A person could only be tested so much before they broke. She had managed to rein herself in this time, and she thought she could do it again. But how long could her luck hold? How long could her control last? How many close calls could they have before her instincts took over? She could tell Bella about how hard it had been for her to stop when she had Bella pressed against the wall earlier. She could explain how, even after Bella slapped her and she realized what was happening, it had been a struggle to back away and stay in one place. Alice could try to make Bella understand that she had fought with everything she had, gathering every ounce of willpower to keep herself rooted in that spot. She could express how her love for Bella had been at war with her instinct to kill, tearing at her until she felt half crazy with fear and frustration, screaming into the night for some kind of release. But she knew it wouldn't work. Bella wouldn't, or couldn't, believe her. She would say something like, "See how strong you are? This is why I trust you. This is why I'm not afraid," and then she would hug her, kiss her, and tell her how wonderful she was. Alice was certain that Bella's trust in her would never waver. Her forehead on her knees, trying to process the emptiness beside her. The warmth where Alice had lain was fading, and the realization hit her hard. Bella took a deep breath, her heart racing with worry. "Alice," she whispered, hoping for a response that wouldn't come. The silence only deepened her sense of loss. She could feel the tears spilling over, and she pressed her palms against her eyes, wishing to block out the pain. The memories of the night before flooded her mind. Bella remembered Alice's presence, the way she had felt so safe and secure. Now, that safety was gone, leaving behind an aching void. Bella sat up slowly, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. She looked around the room, searching for any sign of Alice. "Alice," she called out again, her voice trembling. Nothing but silence answered her. Bella's chest tightened as she fought against the rising panic. She needed to find her, to know that she was okay. Bella swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up, determination replacing her despair. She would search for Alice until she found her, no matter how long it took. Bella pressed her forehead against her knees. She sat still for a moment, breathing deeply and blinking repeatedly. After a few seconds, a choked sob escaped her throat. With that sound, her pain poured out, and she began to cry. She cried because, deep inside, she felt it. In that ancient part of her that trembled at the sound of thunder, Bella knew she wouldn't see Alice again for a very long time. Chapter 7, Good World Gone Bad. When Bella arrived at school, she forced herself to stay calm and breathe. She put one foot in front of the other, repeating to herself that everything was fine as she made her way to Edward. When she reached the Cullens' Volvo, she noticed Alice was nowhere to be seen. That didn't mean anything, she told herself. It was perfectly normal. Alice rarely waited for her with Edward in the mornings. That was his routine, not hers. There was no reason to worry about Alice not being there, just like there was no reason to worry that Alice had left before Bella woke up. Her crying that morning meant nothing. She wasn't Alice, she wasn't prescient. She didn't know anything. Her fear and her tears were just due to lack of sleep. There was nothing to worry about. Nothing. Alice had probably just gone home to hunt or to tell Esme and Carlisle where she had been. Unlike Edward, Alice didn't spend most of her nights away from the house. After the events of the party, her extended absence might have worried them. There was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. Everything was fine. Morning, Bella said, forcing a smile as she reached Edward. The smile wavered as she took in his straight back and stoic features. Good morning, Edward replied. The timbre of his voice was as sweet as ever, but his posture remained rigid, and his tone was formal. There is nothing to worry about, nothing, Bella chanted in her mind. Is Alice around? Bella asked, trying to keep her voice casual. I was hoping to talk to her before class. She continued to think, everything is fine, everything is fine. Edward looked down at her, staring for a moment before reaching into his jacket and removing an envelope from its inner pocket. He held the envelope in his hand, stroking the paper thoughtfully for a second before handing it to Bella. She looked down at it curiously. Her name was written on the envelope in Alice's beautiful, antiquated handwriting. No, Bella said automatically. She pushed the envelope into Edward's chest and shook her head. No, she repeated, pressing the envelope against his granite chest, trying to get him to take it away. She wasn't going to read it. She wasn't even going to open it. She didn't want it in her possession or even in her sight. It doesn't exist, Bella thought, squeezing her eyes shut. It doesn't exist. Bella, Edward said softly, pressing the envelope back into her hand and curling her fingers around it. He started to say, but Bella continued to shake her head back and forth. Edward stopped speaking. He knew she wasn't listening to him. I don't accept it, Bella said, finally looking at him. You tell her that I don't accept it, she continued, tears beginning to form in her eyes. You tell her that I want to talk to her. You tell her. Bella's voice rose as the first few tears fell, her tone becoming so frantic that passers-by began to look at her. I can't, Edward interjected regretfully, placing a hand on her shoulder to try to calm her. He glanced around at the curious onlookers, nodding at a few, willing them to move on. A few seconds later, he turned his gaze back to Bella, watching her closely, surprised by the panic in her eyes. He rubbed her shoulder gently, trying to soothe her. He had expected her to react badly, but not like this. He knew she and Alice had become close, spending nearly every minute together when Bella wasn't with him, but he hadn't realized just how emotionally attached they had become. Bella trembled beneath his hand. Her skin was even paler than usual, dotted with sweat, and he could hear her heart racing, beating erratically in her chest. She was on the verge of a breakdown. "They're gone," Edward said softly, trying to keep his voice soothing. He hoped his words would reach Bella and provide her some comfort. He didn't understand the strength of her reaction, but he couldn't deny its severity. He needed to help her calm down. "They left this morning," he continued, stroking her shoulder gently with his thumb. Bella blinked, stunned. "They?" She began to ask, realizing Edward meant Jasper had left with Alice. "Left for where?" she choked out. Edward shook his head, relieved that she was speaking again. "I don't know," he admitted. "I couldn't read Alice. I wasn't around her for long, but when I was, her thoughts were jumbled and disorderly. She was very disturbed. I think how she reacted to your blood yesterday really scared her. As for Jasper, he just seemed to be following her lead." "Honestly," Edward sighed, "I don't think they knew where they were going when they left." Bella clutched the letter in her hand, letting her arm drop to her side as Edward's words hit her like waves. She felt like a tugboat in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and her knees buckled. Edward quickly reached out to support her. "We should get to class," Bella said, steadying herself and stepping away from him. She couldn't bear his cool arms around her, his sweet breath tickling her throat. It reminded her too much of Alice. Her voice was flat and monotone. She felt lightheaded, and the world around her seemed to slow down and blur. She felt cold, so cold, and her ears rang faintly as her mind repeated, Alice was gone. Alice had left. Bella began to walk towards the school building. She was barely aware of her actions and didn't even notice Edward reaching out for her. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, steadying her unsteady movements. His hold kept her on her feet and moving in the right direction. As she walked, Bella's mind kept repeating, Alice was gone. Alice had left. With every step, a bit more of her heart shattered, and by the time she entered the school building, it felt like a gaping wound had opened in her chest. The emptiness crushed her lungs and made it difficult to breathe. Alice was gone. Alice had left. A week later, Edward left too, and the void in Bella's chest deepened. She did not eat. She did not sleep. She barely saw or heard anything. She was a shadow of her former self, moving through her days on autopilot. The constant ache in her chest reminded her that she was alive while the world continued around her, out of time and out of sync. Bella moved, Bella acted, but she didn't feel. As time passed, the emptiness continued to ache, and Bella began to fear that she would never laugh, smile, or feel again. In October, November, December, and January, Bella felt as if a light had been turned on in her life. It was a dim light, but a light nonetheless. Sometimes, when she woke up in the morning, she was not covered in sweat, and her heart was not racing as the early morning sun chased away her nightmares. She still couldn't bear the sound of music, as it reminded her of Edward's sweet voice at the piano and the way Alice danced through life. It was as if a soundtrack played in the background just for her, one that the rest of the world could not hear. She still couldn't bear to think of either Alice or Edward, nor could she hear their names spoken aloud without a terrible ache gnawing at her heart. The sight of a silver Volvo could bring tears to her eyes, and her television sat collecting dust. Almost anything she considered watching reminded her of moments spent curled up with Alice, laughing, happy, and content. But there was some light. There was Jacob. Jake. Her best friend. When she thought of Jacob, or when she was with him, her chest didn't ache as it did when she was alone. Talking to Jacob allowed her to smile, to engage, to laugh, and to mean it. She wasn't better, though. She still raced too quickly on her motorcycle, hoping to hear Alice's laughter in the wind. She sought opportunities to be reckless, wanting to hear Edward's soft, serene voice warning her not to take unnecessary risks. At night, she was still haunted by thoughts of them. She wondered where they were, what they were doing, and if they thought about her at all, their abandoned human pet, rotting away in Forks, half person, half zombie, completely devastated by their departure. She felt half crazy from losing them both in such a short time. Yet, there was light. There was Jacob. Jake. Her best friend. Jacob offered her a glimmer of hope. In his presence, she felt as if there might still be a person within the shell her body had become over the past few months. She clung to that hope desperately. There was light. There was Jacob. There was hope that one day she might be okay again. Chapter 8, Splainen. Bella entered the house, letting out a weary sigh. She closed the door behind her and took a deep breath, worriedly biting her bottom lip. She still couldn't believe that Victoria had been so close to her without her knowing. Of course, she had been busy almost drowning at the time, but the thought sent a fresh wave of shivers through her body. Combing her fingers through her hair, Bella reached for the light switch. Before she could touch it, the lights in the hallway flickered on. Bella saw someone waiting for her. She froze, her eyes locked on the impossibly perfect figure standing in front of her. As the figure remained motionless, Bella couldn't help but stare at the face, so beautiful it was almost painful, almost beyond imagining. Her knees trembled, and she nearly fell. But then the shock wore off, and Bella straightened, glaring at the lovely statue in front of her. Bella, the word fell softly from Alice's lips, her tone fragile, hopeful, yet disbelieving. Bella, she repeated, her voice stronger this time, as if she were beginning to realize that Bella was indeed standing in front of her. Bella, she sighed once more. A moment later, Bella found herself wrapped in strong, cool arms. Alice pressed her lips to Bella's cheek, drawing her limp body against her own and hugging her desperately. "Oh, thank God," Alice whispered, pulling back from Bella. Her hands moved from Bella's waist to cup her face. "Thank God," she said, staring at Bella's face for a second before pulling her back into another hug. "Let go," Bella said, her voice shaking as her body shivered. "Now." The word came out as close to a growl as her human voice could manage. Alice released her immediately and stepped back, watching Bella's face intently. "Bella," Alice started, her voice slow and cautious, replacing her earlier excitement. "No," Bella interrupted, shaking her head. She pushed past Alice and moved into the family room, beginning to pace. "What are you?" Bella began, then stopped mid-sentence. After a moment, she tried again. What are you doing here?" she finally managed, turning to Alice with watery, fierce eyes. It had been 5 months since she had woken up to an empty bed. In all that time, she had not heard a word from Alice. Sure, there had been the letter that Edward had given her that morning at school. In that letter, Alice explained how the party had made her realize her own weakness. She had said that no matter her good intentions, Bella would always be a temptation to her, and she was a danger to Bella. There was that letter where Alice mentioned Jasper needing her more than ever and how she couldn't risk hurting him or Bella by giving in to her feelings again. There had been a letter where Alice said goodbye. But after that, there had been nothing. Absolutely nothing for 5 months. And now Alice was back in her house, hugging her, kissing her cheek, as if she actually cared, as if they were friends. Anne. Bella thought viciously, fuck that. Just, fuck that. Alice began, blinking rapidly before pausing as her words failed her. "I saw you die," she finally breathed out. "I saw you jump." She took a tentative step toward Bella, her eyes shimmering in that way Bella knew meant Alice would have been crying if she could. "The water pulled you under. You were so small," Alice continued, moving closer. "How are you alive?" she finished, blinking as her hand twitched at her side. "What do you care?" Bella asked, looking away from Alice's dark, concerned eyes. She could see that Alice was worried, scared, and struggling. Bella forced herself to look away because she did not want to comfort Alice. Alice had left her, abandoned her, and left a void in her heart. Bella was furious. She was angry as hell at Alice. Her anger was the only thing keeping her together, preventing her from collapsing into a quivering mass of tears. She had to hold on to her anger, or she would never stop crying. She had cried enough over Alice Cullen, Edward Cullen, and all the rest of them. Bella leveled Alice with a lethal glare. "Alive or dead," she began hostilely, "what does it matter to you?" It's not like you've been around to miss me. It's not like you give a damn. It's not like you care. Bella, please, Alice said, her hand twitching as if to reach out before she dropped it to her side again. Don't be like this, she whispered, her voice soft and pleading. You left, Bella said, turning her fiery eyes toward Alice. You left, and now you're here, in my house, making demands of me, telling me not to be like this. The last 5 words came out with mocking derision. Bella paced, tugging at her hair. A letter, Bella said, rounding on Alice and staring at her for a moment until her expression fell. She turned away, squeezing her eyes shut. I thought you cared about me, and the best you could do was a letter. Her voice was strained, and her eyes remained closed as she kept her head angled to the side, trying to hold back the tears. The only way it could have hurt more is if you sent me an email or texted, she spat. Bella glanced at Alice before looking away again. At least Edward had the guts to say goodbye in person. At least he had enough character and common decency to look at me as he shattered my heart. Not that there had been much left for him to destroy, Bella thought bitterly. He had settled for breaking the remnants, the foundations, and the pieces of the wall that had been left standing after Alice's attack. Alice sucked in a sharp breath, then exhaled slowly. She dropped her head and closed her eyes as she took a few more deep breaths. I cared, Alice finally said, looking up at Bella. I care. I never stopped caring. Her voice softened as she continued. After what I had done to you, what I still wanted so badly to do, even as you slept so peacefully in my arms. She squeezed her eyes shut against the memory. When I left, I thought it would be best for everyone. I had only talked to Edward briefly. I couldn't risk letting him read my thoughts, so I was only around him a little. He never mentioned anything about leaving. She looked away, gazing around the room as she took another deep breath. I thought it would be better for you and Edward to be here, Jasper and I somewhere else. No more temptation, no more danger. She sighed, a rueful smile briefly touching her lips. And then Edward showed up, and I wanted so badly to come back, to see you. Her voice hitched. But I couldn't. I couldn't come back. I couldn't leave Jasper. He knew something was wrong, and to leave then, the damage it would have done. She shook her head rapidly from side to side. I couldn't leave. I thought it would be better not to call, not to contact you, not when I couldn't come back. A clean break, Bella muttered darkly. Yes, Alice said, nodding and blinking rapidly before dropping her head. I suppose so. Bella stared at Alice for a long moment, watching her thin frame shake. Alice's big, dark eyes blinked as she tried to contain tears she could no longer cry. Bella averted her gaze, sensing the danger in watching Alice fall apart. She tried to summon the anger she had been holding onto, the anger that had sustained her, but it was gone. With it, her strength had also vanished. Bella collapsed onto the couch, putting her head in her hands. Her breathing became shallow as tears began to well up in her eyes. Alice approached slowly and tentatively, unsure if Bella would look up and yell at her again. Nevertheless, she moved forward until she reached the couch. She sat down beside Bella and wrapped her arm around her shoulder. Bella shuddered slightly at the coolness of Alice's arm. Then, she turned into Alice's body and buried her face in her neck. The tears she had been trying to hold back finally escaped as she began to sob. I'm so sorry, Alice said after a long moment as Bella's sobs began to lessen. I'm so sorry, she repeated, holding Bella tightly as Bella curled up in her lap, clinging to her as if she were the only thing keeping her together. Oh, Bella, Alice sighed, kissing her forehead. Bella had no idea how long she sat in Alice's lap crying while the raven-haired beauty petted her and whispered words of comfort. She only knew that when the sobs stopped and the tears ceased to flow, she felt lighter and freer than she had in months. Despite the pain Alice's well-intentioned departure had caused her, she was glad Alice was back. I missed you, Bella murmured, her voice faint and raw. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Alice told her, her voice fierce and rough with conviction. You were always on my mind and in my heart. A day didn't go by where I didn't long for you. You, Bella sighed. Her sobs had quieted to sniffles. She reached down, took Alice's hand in her own, and squeezed it gently. I'm still mad at you. But I'm glad you're here, she said, snuggling against Alice, letting the vampire scent wash over her. The closeness was comforting. Bella, Alice said softly, stroking Bella's hair lightly. What happened? Why did you jump? Bella breathed in deeply, taking in more of Alice's scent. She felt so tired, so very sleepy. All she wanted to do was close her eyes, but Alice was speaking to her. Alice was asking something important. She wanted to know why Bella jumped. Bella straightened up in Alice's lap, pulling back enough to see the raven-haired beauty's face. Alice looked scared and pained. Bella suddenly realized what Alice must have thought. Alice had been surprised when she saw Bella walk in the door. Clearly, her vision hadn't shown Jacob rescuing her, only Bella jumping off the cliff and the waves taking her under. It's not what you think, Bella said softly, cupping Alice's cheek. I wasn't trying to kill myself. Then what? Alice asked, her tone uncertain, though her eyes were filled with longing. She wanted to believe that Bella hadn't tried to end her life, but she needed an explanation that would make the vision make sense. It was recreational, Bella said, making a face as she spoke and realizing how that sounded. Really, I'd seen some of Jacob's friends diving off the cliff, she continued quickly, explaining what she meant. It looked like fun. It looked exciting, and I was bored. I thought I would, try it out, Bella sighed. It had just been another one of the dangerous pursuits she had undertaken to hear Alice's laughter in her mind and Edward's sweet, warning voice. I didn't give much thought to the storm or the water. I really didn't realize the trouble would be after the jump, Bella said, dropping her eyes. Alice looked distinctly unhappy with what Bella was telling her, but to Bella's intense relief, she didn't try to lecture her. How did you get to shore? Alice asked, her eyebrows knitting together in concern. It didn't make sense that she would see Bella jump and go under, but not see her swimming to shore, or whatever had happened. Jacob, Bella replied, a small smile touching her lips at the mention of his name. He jumped in after me and I guess towed me to shore. I was kind of out of it at that point, but I remember seeing him and then waking up on shore. Alice frowned. Someone pulled you out, she asked, still sounding bewildered. Yes, Bella confirmed, her fingers lightly brushing Alice's furrowed brow. Jacob. He jumped in after me. He saved me. Alice released a puff of air, but her brows remained furrowed, and her eyes looked uncomfortable and perplexed. Then, very slowly, Alice leaned forward and sniffed at Bella's shoulder. As soon as she did, her head jerked back and her nose scrunched. She blinked a few times, then leaned forward and sniffed again. This time, she didn't jerk back in surprise, but she looked unhappy and a little disquieted. What? Bella asked, feeling a bit self-conscious. Alice had always loved the way she smelled before. She remembered the nights when Alice had slept over, when things were better between them. She fondly recalled Alice burying her nose in the spot where her neck met her shoulder, inhaling deeply as she laughed and swatted Bella's hand, pretending she wanted her to stop when really she just enjoyed having her so close. You stink, Alice said, her tone petulant as she frowned. She looked like a toddler who had just had their favorite toy taken away. If Bella hadn't felt insulted by her words, she would have found Alice's tone and expression amusing. Do not, Bella said automatically, her tone indignant as she narrowed her eyes at Alice. You do, Alice insisted, pulling her head a little further back from Bella. You smell awful, she continued, making a face and emphasizing the word awful. You didn't seem to mind earlier when you couldn't stop hugging me, Bella pointed out, watching Alice pout. You couldn't get enough of me then, she added smugly, though she still pouted. Alice smirked at that. I was happy to see you, she said, keeping her head back. I wasn't really paying attention to how you smelled, but now that I am. She paused and wrinkled her nose. Jacob's your friend from La Push? Alice asked a moment later, her lip twitching slightly. Bella nodded, still a bit offended by how Alice was angled away from her. "And he pulled you out of a riptide?" Alice asked, her eyebrows creasing again. Bella nodded again. "He must be strong," Alice commented, her eyes searching Bella's. "Yeah," Bella breathed softly. "He is. He's sort of a werewolf," she continued, watching Alice closely to see if she would react like Jacob did when the Cullens were mentioned. "Ugh," Alice exclaimed, a shudder running through her body. "Well, that certainly explains the smell," she added, making a very uncomplimentary face. "When did you start hanging out with werewolves?" Alice asked, her tone almost accusatory. "When all of my vampires left," Bella replied, a touch of frost in her voice. "Jacob was here for me when no one else was. He saved me. And I don't just mean this afternoon," she continued, her voice softening when Alice looked away, shamefaced. "Sorry," Alice murmured, realizing she had been rude. "Sorry," she repeated contritely. "You just caught me by surprise," she added, looking up at Bella. "I'm a little cranky," Alice admitted sheepishly. "Why?" Bella asked, stroking Alice's cheek. She had already forgiven her. It was hard to stay mad at Alice, especially when she was curled up in Bella's lap. "I liked the way you smelled," Alice said almost petulantly. "I don't like this," she whined, waving her hand in Bella's direction. "I miss your scent." "Oh, Alice," Bella whispered, charmed by Alice's peevishness. Bella leaned forward to kiss her cheek, but Alice drew away, her eyes wide with panic, then apologetic as Bella pulled back. "This is ridiculous," Bella grumbled, frowning at Alice. I know," Alice said, trying to placate Bella, though she still kept her distance. "I'm sorry. It's just a primal instinct." "You're good at controlling your instincts," Bella replied, really wanting to get close to Alice again. "Why can't you just meditate or whatever you guys do and come closer?" "I am controlling it, Bella," Alice said seriously. "If it was anyone but you who smelled like this, I'd be halfway across the room, hissing." "Are you serious?" Bella asked, surprised by the strength of Alice's aversion to Jacob's scent. Alice nodded, rubbing Bella's thigh with her hand, careful not to let her face get any closer. Bella stood up. "Don't leave," Alice said suddenly, reaching out for Bella and pulling her back into her lap. She thought she had lost Bella forever. Now that she knew she was alive and had held her in her arms again, she never wanted to let her go. She never wanted to lose sight of her. "I won't pull away again," Alice added desperately a moment later. "Yes, you will," Bella said, but her tone was light and playful. "Don't worry. I'm just going to take a shower," she continued, her fingers brushing over Alice's, encouraging the vampire to let go. "I want to spend the night curled up with you, and I don't want you rolling away from me whenever I try to hug you." "Oh," Alice murmured as she let go of Bella's wrist. "Okay then," she said softly, smiling tentatively at Bella. "Silly vampire," Bella whispered fondly. She pressed her finger to her lips and then against Alice's cheek. "I'll be back in a jiffy." With that, Bella hopped off Alice's lap and headed for the stairs, feeling genuinely happy for the first time in 6 months. Chapter 9, Sway My Way. An hour later, Bella sighed as Alice rested her head on her shoulder. Her eyelids fluttered contently while her finger danced nimbly along Bella's side. Taking a shower had definitely been a good idea. When Bella returned to her room dressed for bed, Alice was lying on her bed, waiting for her. A small bag that hadn't been there before rested on the floor by Bella's dresser. Bella smiled brightly upon seeing it, knowing Alice intended to stay with her for as long as she was in town. She quickly made her way over to the bed. As soon as Bella settled down on the mattress, Alice shimmied over and breathed in deeply. A beautiful smile spread across her lips as Bella's scent washed over her. Alice embraced her immediately, and since then, she hadn't stopped touching Bella, a development that Bella couldn't have been happier about. "He's how old?" Alice asked softly, a hint of a whine in her voice as her fingers trailed along Bella's ribcage, affectionately exploring. 16, Bella responded, trying to ignore Alice as the vampire pressed against her side and groaned piteously, hiding her head against Bella's shoulder. Ignoring her was easier said than done. With Alice pressed even closer, Bella became absolutely certain that her companion was not wearing a bra. The feel of Alice's breasts pressed against her arm, a hard nipple rubbing against her, separated from her flesh by only a very thin tank top, was very difficult not to concentrate on. Ugh, even worse, Alice mumbled against Bella's shoulder. A baby werewolf, she groaned, propping herself up to shake her head at Bella. You really are a magnet for trouble, aren't you? If there's a well, you'll fall into it. If there's a bear trap, you'll step in it. If there's a banana peel, you'll slip on it. If there's a werewolf, you'll invite it home for lasagna, Alice moaned as she dropped her head back down to Bella's shoulder. Unbelievable, she sighed. Are you done? Bella asked, smiling, more amused than insulted by Alice's little outburst. I suppose so, Alice murmured, rubbing against the length of Bella's body like a spoiled tuxedo cat. I don't imagine you're going to listen to anything I have to say on the subject anyway, she sighed, snuggling against Bella. Besides, she continued, her voice softening, he saved your life. So I can't really be anything but eternally grateful to him. Bella's heart warmed at Alice's words. You're a very smooth operator, Bella said, pressing a kiss to the top of Alice's head. A powerful longing welled up inside her as she held Alice close. I was considering being mad at you, but now all I want to do is rain kisses all over your face, Bella continued, trying not to think about how much she'd like to rain kisses over other parts of Alice's body as well. Well, Alice began slowly, her voice almost timid, you know what they say about resisting temptation. Her sweet-smelling breath tickled Bella's throat in the most delicious way. Bella shifted on the mattress, something in Alice's tone catching her attention. Being careful not to disturb Alice too much, she pushed herself up onto her elbow, looking down at the petite vampire beside her. Alice, whose head was now resting comfortably on one of Bella's pillows, returned her gaze unblinkingly, waiting patiently to see what Bella would say. I think it has something to do with yielding to it, Bella said, her voice barely more than a whisper. She watched Alice keenly, looking for a sign as to what the raven-haired beauty was thinking. She knew what she wanted Alice's comment to mean, what she wanted Alice to be thinking, but she needed to be sure. She didn't want to scare Alice away again. Alice closed her eyes, her body going still. For a moment, Bella lay there, still and quiet, until her eyes opened again. She took a deep breath. Yes, Alice drawled, her voice lower than before. That's what I've heard as well, she purred, locking her eyes on Bella's with intense focus. Bella's heart began to race. The look in Alice's eyes was almost overwhelming. It took her breath away. She had never seen such a mix of raw need and tender affection before. Though she had never made love to anyone, she recognized want and desire, and Alice's eyes were filled with both. Yet, there was something gentle in Alice's expression, a shimmer in her eyes that assured Bella she would hold her tenderly, even as the world fell apart around them. Bella knew that when she fell, it would be into Alice's loving embrace. I want. Bella began softly, a powerful ache coursing through her as she gazed at Alice's perfect face. She longed to press her lips against Alice's, to touch her body, to feel the cool tautness of her stomach and thighs, to hold the gentle weight of Alice's breasts in her hands. She wanted it all. I know, Alice replied softly, her voice trembling slightly with what Bella realized was nervousness. Bella understood then that when Alice had closed her eyes, she had seen Bella's desire. The only question was whether Alice felt the same way. Alice's situation was different. She still had Jasper to think about, while Edward was no longer in the picture for Bella. Bella was free to desire Alice without the risk of hurting someone else. But Alice might not have that freedom and might not be able to consent, no matter how much she wanted to. I want you too, Alice breathed, reaching out her hand to caress Bella. I need you, Alice whispered, her thumb tracing Bella's full bottom lip. Bella released a shuddering breath, her eyes squeezing shut as the realization hit her. She was going to make love to Alice Cullen. The thought overwhelmed her. She trembled and said softly, "I've never done this before." The admission felt less embarrassing than she had expected. She felt comfortable and trusted Alice completely. "I have," Alice replied, propping herself up on her elbow to meet Bella's gaze. "It'll be okay." She reached out, brushing some stray strands of Bella's hair behind her ear. "We'll go slowly." Then she leaned in, pressing her lips against Bella's in the softest, sweetest kiss Bella had ever experienced. "And if at any time you want me to stop," Alice began to pull away. "I won't," Bella interrupted, her voice soft but fierce. "I could never want that." She leaned forward to kiss Alice again, her hand resting on Alice's slight hip. "You may," Alice said, covering Bella's hand with her own and stroking lightly across the back of it. "If you do, I want you to tell me. Don't be shy if you change your mind or if I do something you don't like." Her tone was soft, but her eyes were serious. "Promise me you'll tell me. If I ever did anything against your will, I'd have to turn myself over to your werewolf friend," she added with a smile, though her eyes remained serious. "And I really don't want to have to do that." "I promise," Bella said, grasping Alice's hand and squeezing it. "I won't want you to stop, I know that I won't. But I promise." A small tremble ran through Alice's body. "Okay," she said. Alice leaned forward and pressed her lips against Bella's once more. Bella watched, mesmerized, as Alice gracefully slipped off the bed and moved to stand beside it. Moonlight streamed through the open window, making Alice's skin sparkle. So beautiful, Bella thought, blinking. She felt tears begin to sting her eyes but tried to will them away. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want her vision marred. She didn't want to miss looking at Alice for even a second. Alice placed her hands on Bella's waist, her fingers playing across her abdomen for a moment. Then, she grasped the hem of her spaghetti-strap tank top and pulled it over her head. Bella released a ragged breath as Alice's breasts were revealed to her. The sight of the soft, rose-tipped mound sent an electric tingle throughout her body. They were even more amazing than Bella had imagined. Given the perfection of everything else about Alice, she had expected them to be spectacular. Unconsciously, Bella shifted on the bed, moving closer to the edge and to Alice. Alice's hands returned to her hips, and she hooked her thumbs into the waistband of her tiny shorts. Bella took a deep breath, wondering if Alice was wearing anything underneath. Biting her bottom lip, she watched as Alice flicked her wrists, and the shorts fell down her trim legs, pooling around her ankles. Bella's breath hitched in her chest as Alice daintily stepped out of the fallen shorts. She looked up to find an entirely nude Alice Cullen standing in front of her, gleaming in the moonlight. "Angel," Bella breathed out, crawling to the side of the bed until she was kneeling on the edge, directly in front of Alice. Alice smiled gently at her, reaching out to cup Bella's cheek. "If all in one maybe," she whispered. "Alice." Then Alice leaned down and pressed her lips against Bella's, kissing her passionately. Bella wrapped her arms around Alice's waist, feeling the coolness of her skin beneath her hands. No matter where her fingers trailed, they encountered smooth, soft flesh. It was wonderful. Bella leaned up, one hand tangling in Alice's short hair, kissing her with increasing intensity. Her other hand traveled over Alice's lower back and then further until she was clutching at Alice's backside. Alice moaned into Bella's mouth and grasped Bella around the waist, pulling her roughly into her body. The scrape of Bella's clothes against Alice's bare skin made her shiver and groan. Alice pulled away from Bella's lips but kept her close. She leaned in, breathing deeply, and placed her lips beside Bella's ear. "Can I undress you?" she asked softly, her voice trembling. "God, yes," Bella whispered back. "Do it now." Bella closed her eyes, breathing deeply as Alice pulled her underwear and pajama pants down her legs. She trembled but tried to control it. She didn't want Alice to think she was having second thoughts and stop touching her. The last person to see her naked had been her mother, and that had been when she was 10. She was nervous about revealing herself to someone as perfect as Alice. Bella felt Alice's cool lips press against her thigh, then her stomach. She felt Alice's body draped along hers, cooling the left side of her body while sweet, cool breath caressed her face. Bella opened her eyes, and Alice smiled down at her, her hand moving soothingly across Bella's stomach. "Hello," Alice said softly, her eyes twinkling warmly. "Hey," Bella replied, blushing but unable to look away from Alice. Alice stared at Bella for a moment, her dark eyes focused as her hand trailed over Bella's torso. "You're so beautiful," Alice breathed, her fingers brushing along the underside of Bella's breast, causing her to shiver. "So beautiful," Alice repeated softly, gently cupping Bella's breast. "I never want to stop touching you." "Then don't," Bella replied, her voice light as she held Alice's gaze. Alice took a deep breath and smiled before leaning down again. She pressed her lips against Bella's while her thumb brushed across Bella's nipple. "Oh God," Bella moaned, her hand tangling in Alice's hair again. She kissed Alice back with all her being, arching her back to push her breast into Alice's hand. She never wanted Alice to stop touching her either. Bella forced her eyes open as she felt Alice still above her, her hands and lips no longer moving. "What?" Bella began, blinking rapidly as she tried to understand why Alice had stopped. "I wanted to see your eyes," Alice responded softly, her hand sliding from Bella's breast to her hip. She shifted slightly, her knee nudging against Bella's legs until Bella instinctively spread them further apart. Bella's eyes widened, a ragged breath escaping her as Alice slipped a cool, powerful thigh between her legs, pressing it against her. Instinctively, Bella pressed down, a groan escaping her lips as the heat of her center met the cool firmness of Alice's thigh. Bella's hips jerked once, then again, and again. Alice purred, her eyes closing with pleasure as Bella's wetness began to spread against her thigh. "Alice," Bella said, her tone strained and a little panicked as she continued to move against Alice, her body acting on its own. She wanted to stop, feeling that it was rude to be rubbing against Alice so desperately. But it felt so good. It felt incredibly good that Bella could not stop, no matter how much her mind told her it was wrong. "SSH," Alice murmured, her hand moving soothingly against Bella's side. She leaned down and kissed her softly. "It's okay," Alice said gently, pulling back. "Does it feel good?" Bella nodded, blushing, and Alice smiled. "It feels good for me too," Alice said, pressing her lips to the corner of Bella's mouth, then against her jaw and cheek until her lips were next to Bella's ear. "The way you're moving." "Your warmth," Alice moaned, her own hips twitching in sympathy. "You're so wet," she breathed out, her hand moving to Bella's breast again. "Is that good?" Bella asked quietly. Alice's words embarrassed Bella, but they also made her body tingle even more. "It's good," Alice said, kissing Bella's throat. "It's very good," she continued, kissing her way down to Bella's chest. "You're making me so." Alice paused, struggling to find the right word. She couldn't find one. "So horny," she whispered, pressing her face against Bella's full breasts. Then Alice turned her head to the side and took one of Bella's nipples into her mouth, sucking on it as if her life depended on it. Bella twisted beneath Alice, her body covered in sweat as her head thrashed from side to side. Her hands clawed at Alice, running over her body, squeezing and scratching at whatever she could reach. Her mind felt fuzzy and hot, like a Technicolor dreamscape. Sounds she had never heard before escaped her lips, and her body moved in ways she had no control over. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her hips jerked again and again. She felt like if something didn't happen soon, she would either die, go insane, or maybe both. "Alice," she gasped, Alice's name falling from her lips again and again, a desperate mantra. Alice shifted. Alice drew her leg out from between Bella's thighs and placed a kiss between Bella's breasts. Then she began kissing her way down Bella's stomach. Bella's legs tried to close, seeking some kind of stimulation, but Alice kept them apart with firm yet gentle hands. "Alice," Bella cried out again, hearing a soft murmur in response that she couldn't quite understand. Suddenly, Bella's eyes snapped open. Her heart stopped for a moment as she sat up slightly to look between her legs. She groaned. It was just as she had thought. Alice's head was between her legs, and her tongue was. Bella collapsed back against the mattress, her hand unconsciously tangling in Alice's hair once more as Alice's tongue began to move against her. Bella's hips jumped with the thought, "She's licking me," racing through her mind over and over again. The thrill of the realization that Alice Cullen's mouth was between her legs, licking and sucking, was more than she had ever conceived possible. And then it happened. Bella's breath caught in her throat. Her fingers stiffened in Alice's hair, and her hips jerked up. Pleasure ripped through her body, and her mind exploded in a sea of color and lights. Her hips bucked, her pleasure flooding Alice's lips, which remained pressed against her center, licking and sucking even as Bella's body quaked. Bella collapsed against the mattress, unseeing and unhearing as her muscles twitched. She was only vaguely aware of Alice kissing her way up her body, then wrapping her arms around Bella's waist and drawing her close, holding her tenderly as Bella waited for her mind to re-engage. Bella moaned, tightening her arms around Alice as she buried her face in her neck. "Oh my God," Bella whispered, her voice weak and raw as she clung to Alice's strong frame. "Oh my God," she repeated, unable to find any other words that could express the mind-blowing experience they had just shared. "My God," Bella breathed out. Alice smiled, her chest vibrating pleasantly as she laughed lightly, her fingers soothingly combing through Bella's hair. "I thought I was an angel," Alice murmured softly, chuckling again when Bella weakly hit her on the hip in response. Bella left her hand resting on Alice's hip for a moment, then began to stroke the smooth skin, her lips moving against the column of Alice's throat. Alice caught Bella's hand gently, stilling it. "You can barely keep your eyes open," Alice said, moving Bella's hand and wrapping it around her waist instead. Bella had been running on empty since before she had arrived at the Swan residence. Her near-death experience had taken a toll on her, not to mention the emotional upheaval her appearance had caused. Alice didn't mind Bella touching her, but she knew Bella would likely fall asleep before they could really begin. If Bella got any more excited, Alice would have to leave and hunt. "I want to touch you," Bella said, pushing up onto her hand to look down at Alice. But she struggled to keep her eyes open and could only support her weight for a few seconds before she dropped back onto the mattress, rolling into Alice's open arms. "You can," Alice said gently. "Later, after you've gotten some sleep." "But," Bella objected weakly. "You said." She let the sentence drop off as she blushed. "What?" Alice prompted kindly, genuinely curious about what Bella wanted to say. "Don't you need to, you know," Bella said softly, her face becoming even hotter as she spoke. "You said you were horny," she continued, the last word barely audible as it slipped from her lips. "Oh," Alice breathed out, realizing Bella was concerned about leaving her unsatisfied. "I'm fine," Alice said, kissing the top of Bella's head. "I came with you. It wasn't quite as big as yours, but I think I'll be able to last until you've gotten some sleep." Bella's back felt light. "How?" she began to ask but stopped before she could think better of it. She hadn't touched Alice's center, and she felt both of Alice's hands on her thighs, holding her. Bella knew Alice wasn't touching herself, so she didn't understand how Alice had also reached orgasm. "Your pleasure is my pleasure," Alice said softly, anticipating Bella's question. "Tasting you, hearing you, feeling your body move," she continued, her voice dropping into that purr Bella was growing fond of. "It brought me over." "Really?" Bella asked, a warm tingle spreading through her at the thought. "Really," Alice confirmed. "Is it because of your vampire senses?" Bella asked sleepily. Alice laughed softly. "They certainly don't hurt," she replied. "You taste as good as you smell. But I think touching you would have been enough even if I were human," she added, her eyes fluttering as her hunger flared. "Oh wow," Bella murmured, half awed and half asleep. Alice closed her eyes and released her breath slowly through her nose. She took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. She repeated this 4 more times until the hunger finally passed. Opening her eyes again, Alice focused on Bella, quickly picking up the slow, regular beat of her heart. She knew that rhythm, and she understood that Bella would soon be fast asleep. Alice brought her hand up to stroke Bella's hair, sighing contentedly as Bella murmured something nonsensical against her chest and snuggled in closer. Closing her eyes once more, Alice began to hum softly, a happy smile spreading across her lips as Bella drifted off to sleep. Chapter 10, Fuzzy Wuzzy Wonderland. Bella moaned contentedly and stretched before snuggling back into the solid body behind her. A smile spread across her lips as she breathed in deeply, taking in Alice's wonderful scent. Bella's hand moved to cover the arm Alice had thrown over her waist. She was still smiling and didn't think that she would stop anytime soon. All she could think about was that she had made love with Alice Cullen. It had been incredible, mind-blowing, tender, amazing, and a dozen other things she couldn't quite express. Now, she was waking up in Alice's arms. Life was good. "So, you're finally awake," Alice said softly. Her lips brushed against Bella's shoulder as she wrapped her arm around Bella's waist more firmly, tugging her back into her body. A rumbling purr accompanied the motion, and Bella smiled again, delighting in the joy that Alice seemed to get from holding her. "I don't know about that," Bella murmured softly. "I may still be asleep. This is all too wonderful. I can't quite believe that I'm not dreaming," she continued, enjoying Alice's soft laughter drifting toward her ear, the cool breath tickling her skin. Bella thought that the fact she was happy and smiling should have been enough to tell her that she wasn't dreaming. Over the past 5 months, her dreams had more often than not been nightmares. She had begun to dread climbing into bed at night, knowing that only lonely, desperate, terrifying images would await her. Bella squeezed Alice's hand and closed her eyes again, concentrating on the feel of Alice's body behind her, the sensation of her breath on her neck, and the lovely scent surrounding her. She didn't want to think about nightmares while lying in bed naked with Alice. "I could pinch you," Alice offered playfully, her fingers beginning to tease Bella's stomach. "I'd rather you kiss me," Bella said, shifting in Alice's arms so that she was facing her. "That is a much more sensible course of action," Alice agreed happily. She leaned forward, brushing her lips softly against Bella's at first, then with more pressure as Bella pressed closer. Bella caressed Alice's hip and back, moaning softly. Her hands kneaded Alice's flesh as she pushed her body against the vampire. A pleasant hum escaped her when Alice caught her drift and allowed herself to be pushed back onto the mattress. Bella leaned over the raven-haired beauty, taking control of the kiss. Her hands moved to Alice's front as her tongue slipped between Alice's lips. Bella's fingers ran over Alice's stomach before dancing up her ribcage, finally cupping her breast. Alice purred, her tongue darting out to lick at Bella's chin. The spontaneous, desperate show of affection made Bella shiver. She pressed her mouth back to Alice's, her hips pressing down into Alice's body as the vampire moaned, feeling Bella's thumb move over her nipple. Bella's hips shifted impatiently, a whimper escaping her as her hand palmed Alice's breast, alternating between squeezing and massaging it. She rubbed her thumb over Alice's nipple, rolling the hard nub between her fingers. Alice's small breast fit perfectly in Bella's hand, sending constant shivers through her body. Bella kissed Alice again, her free hand exploring with an almost feverish intensity. She thought briefly that she needed more hands. She wasn't touching enough of Alice, not nearly enough. She wanted more. Alice bit down on her bottom lip, her eyes rolling back as she felt Bella's fingers slip between her legs. Automatically, her thighs fell open, and she heard Bella moan as the girl felt the wetness that lay between Alice's legs. Alice purred roughly, the sound vibrating through her chest. She clenched her hands at her side as a sudden wave of hunger washed over her. Bella's slim fingers began to explore Alice slowly, moving through her wetness as she adjusted to the feel of Alice around her. Alice unclenched one hand and gently touched Bella's wrist, encouraging her to stop. Forcing her eyes open, she saw Bella watching her with an anxious expression. Bella's hand remained between Alice's legs. Alice smiled softly, though her expression was a bit strained. "Sorry," she murmured, keeping her coal black eyes focused on Bella. She began, closing her eyes. Her chest stilled as she stopped breathing. I can hear your blood rushing through your veins, she continued, her gaze dropping momentarily to Bella's neck before she forced her eyes back to Bella's face. I need a second, she breathed out, sounding embarrassed and ashamed, tilting her head away from Bella. Bella shifted slightly, resting her forehead on Alice's shoulder. She began to move her hand away from Alice, but Alice's fingers tightened around her waist, holding her hand in place. Don't. Alice requested softly, her voice trembling. It's nice feeling you there, she explained. Bella nodded against Alice's still chest and relaxed her body against her, waiting. She couldn't tell how long they lay like that, with her face pressed against Alice's chest and Alice holding her hand in place, but she doubted it was more than a minute or two. Sorry, Alice repeated, her tone less strained. Bella could feel Alice's chest rising and falling again, knowing she had regained control of her thirst. If Alice were still tempted to bite her, she would not have started taking in her scent once more. It's okay, Bella said softly, pressing her lips against Alice's breastbone before rising to kiss her gently. No, Alice whispered, her voice pained. We should be able to do this without me wanting to. She trailed off, not wanting to voice her thoughts, knowing they both understood. What urge have I been trying to control? Alice thought. This isn't how I wanted it to be. She sighed sadly. Logically, she knew they would face challenges where she would need to pause and regroup. She was usually very controlled, but she wasn't Carlisle. Being so intimately connected to Bella was bound to affect her. Still, in that part of her that was always 19, she had hoped that because it was Bella, and because she loved her, the hunger would not surface at all. I wanted it to be perfect, Alice whispered. It is, Bella assured her, brushing her lips against Alice's cheek, then her jaw, and finally pressing against her lips again. It's you and me. Nothing could be more wonderful. Alice remained tense for a moment before she sighed, her body relaxing. Bella cautiously began to move her fingers again. Alice's hips rolled, and her hand fell away from Bella's, allowing Bella to explore her once more. Bella hummed happily, relieved that Alice was letting her continue. She began to rub the soft, slippery flesh beneath her fingers. This does feel good, Bella breathed in wonder as her fingers moved between Alice's legs. Alice had said that feeling her wetness excited her the night before, but Bella hadn't fully understood why until now, feeling Alice pulsing around her fingers, evidence of pleasure coating them. So good, Alice sighed, her hips twitching as she groaned softly. Bella looked down at Alice, captivated by her closed eyes and parted lips, her beautiful body arching and twisting beneath her. A wave of panic washed over Bella. She had been eager to touch Alice again, and what she was doing seemed to please her, but she remembered from the night before that she would need to do more to build the feelings to the point where Alice could reach orgasm. And she desperately wanted that to happen, more than anything. Bella wanted to return the pleasure Alice had given her the night before. The challenge was that she didn't really know how to do that. Alice, Bella said softly, her heart racing as Alice's eyelids fluttered open, dark eyes looking at her with tenderness and longing. I've never done this before, Bella admitted, her voice trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. If it had been anyone else but Alice, she doubted she would have been able to say those embarrassing words. But she knew Alice wouldn't tease her or make her feel bad about her lack of experience. I don't know, what should I do? Alice's body trembled as she reached out for Bella, stroking her cheek gently. You're doing very well, Alice replied, her hand shaking a little as she pulled it away from Bella's cheek. She then guided her hand between her legs, covering Bella's. Kiss me, Alice breathed, and follow my lead. Bella inhaled deeply and lowered her head until her lips brushed against Alice's again. The kiss grew more intense as Alice moved their hands, starting to caress her clit. Alice's hips bucked into their hands, a soft purr rumbling through her chest. Bella's lips trailed away from Alice's, kissing down her neck and then further to her chest. Bella enveloped Alice's nipple, taking it into her warm mouth. Alice groaned, the warmth sending shivers of pleasure through her. She had never known such warmth. Carefully, Alice guided their hands down, leading Bella toward her opening until the tips of two of Bella's fingers gently pushed inside her. Alice trembled slightly at the sensation and then let her hand drift away from Bella's. Push inside, Alice breathed out, the words escaping her with great effort as she tried to keep her voice soft and low, suppressing an animalistic growl building in her throat. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Alice had been holding on to her strength, but she knew she would lose all control when her orgasm hit. She balled the sheet up in her hands, using it to anchor herself instead of Bella. Bella sensed a change in Alice's body, feeling something happening that made her chest tighten. She instinctively knew that Alice was about to climax. A soft breath escaped Alice's throat, and then her hips arched up and froze. Her eyes squeezed shut, and her entire body began to tremble. Her hips jerked in quick, frenzied thrusts again and again. Her inner muscles clenched around Bella's fingers as she came, Bella still pumping in and out of her while pleasure surged through Alice's body. Alice's body went limp, her eyes blinking rapidly as she stared at the ceiling. Despite her inexperience, Bella had just given her one of the best orgasms she could recall. Bella settled against her side, resting her head on Alice's shoulder as warm, sticky fingers trailed across her hip. Alice turned her head to the side and breathed in deeply, taking in Bella's scent and the aroma of their arousal. The smell made her purr. She flipped their position so that Bella was flat against the mattress and leaned over her. Reaching down, Alice grasped Bella's hands and brought her fingers up to her lips. Eyes locked on Bella's, Alice drew one of Bella's fingers into her mouth. Her eyes fluttered closed at the taste of her own juices, and a smile curved her lips as Bella moaned at the sensation. Alice winked at Bella, then turned her attention to the other finger that had been inside her, cleaning it as well before leaning down. With her lips just a few centimeters away from Bella's, Alice froze. Bella breathed out, a little frustrated as she tried to understand why Alice's lips weren't pressed against hers. What's wrong? She asked. Charlie's awake, Alice replied. Alice murmured as she pulled back from Bella. She had heard Charlie arrive the night before, after Bella had fallen asleep in her arms. Up until a half hour ago, when Bella decided to give her a memorable good morning, Alice had been listening for him. Bella's eyes widened in surprise. Alice chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, he's still in his room." She closed the distance between them to kiss Bella, the touch much softer and more innocent than she had intended. Still, she continued a moment later, tilting her head to the side and closing her eyes for a moment to concentrate. He's going to make his way here very soon. He got a call last night about your recreational activities. Alice frowned slightly as the last words left her lips. I should probably go. No, Bella whispered fiercely, grabbing Alice's arms. No, 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 she repeated, shaking her head. Alice smiled gently. Bella, I have to, she said softly. Trust me, that lock won't keep him out for long. I doubt you want the first thing he sees this morning to be my naked body on top of you. Bella's expression shifted to one of horror. Besides, Alice added, her gaze dropping sheepishly, I really should hunt. She sighed, knowing that starting anything more with Bella while feeling this way would be pushing her luck. I'll be back as soon as possible. I promise. Bella sighed, her eyes tracing Alice's face sadly. She leaned up to brush her lips against Alice's and whispered, Fine. But hurry. Alice nodded, pressing one last kiss to Bella's lips. Then she moved to Bella's dresser, opening the bag she had dropped there the night before and pulling out clothes. Bella lazily turned her head to watch Alice change, but the raven-haired beauty was a blur of motion. In no time, Alice was dressed and heading toward the window. Alice sat on the windowsill and turned to face Bella. You won't even have a chance to miss me, she said softly. Too late, Bella whispered, knowing Alice would hear her. I already do. Alice smiled, her eyes lingering lovingly on Bella for a few moments before she disappeared. Bella groaned in displeasure and stood up, taking a moment to stretch. She moved to her door and took her bathrobe off the hook. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened for Charlie. Determining that the coast was clear, Bella carefully opened her door and darted for the bathroom. Closing the door behind her, she sighed with relief. She knew she was going to spend the morning facing a lecture for almost getting herself hurt the day before. However, when that moment came, she would be freshly scrubbed and showered, making the lecture, the inevitable grounding, and the day ahead much easier to handle. Chapter 11, The Honeymooners. 3 hours later, Alice asked, Europe or South America? Her fingers trailed lightly through Bella's hair as Bella's head rested comfortably in her lap. Europe, Bella replied without hesitation. Her mind filled with images of museums, vineyards, paintings, ancient streets, churches, and countless other picturesque destinations she had seen in textbooks and movies over the years. Interesting, Alice hummed, tapping her index finger against her chin thoughtfully. Is it? Bella laughed a little. Did my answer unintentionally reveal something fascinating about my psyche? She continued with a smile. Have I unconsciously revealed that I used to be a bedwetter, or that I have a strange aversion to squash and alpacas? Alice's laughter tinkled through the room. Well, she began, if you were a bedwetter, it would explain the aversion to squash and alpacas. Bella stared at her. It would, she asked, dubious about how the three things could possibly be connected. No, Alice said, shaking her head sadly before laughing a second later. She ducked to the side when Bella reached up to slap at her. My turn, Bella said, mock glaring at Alice after all her attempts to hit her had been thwarted by Alice's vampire speed. Dog or cat? Cat, Alice replied, narrowing her eyes at Bella when the younger woman smiled up at her smugly. What? I knew you were going to say that, Bella said, reaching up to trace her fingertip across Alice's cool cheek. You're like a cat, she murmured softly, her tone reflective as her fingers drifted down Alice's delicate yet powerful arms. Is this your gentle way of telling me that I should lick myself less and stop clawing at the houseplants? Alice asked, her eyes wide with faux concern. Her expression made Bella laugh. Because I'm just being hygienic, and they're springy and fun to play with. Bella stared at Alice for a moment. Then, a huge grin broke out across her face. She shook her head from side to side. You're not funny, she mumbled, but her eyes were still dancing with laughter. Alice picked up on the opposite sentiment. I think I may be, Alice replied, taking in Bella's smile with happy eyes. Just a little bit. She held her thumb and index fingers slightly apart as she smiled. Funny looking, Bella responded automatically, making a funny face at Alice. Alice sighed deeply and murmured, now you're just being mean. She rearranged her features into a comically tragic mask of hurt and despair. Meanly wonderful, Bella retorted, smiling as she recalled the conversation in her room months before that had led to their first kiss. Oh, we're back to that, are we? Alice asked, smiling delightedly. Ah, fuzzy memories. She sighed and bent down to press her lips against Bella's forehead. Fuzzily wonderful, Bella breathed out contentedly, her hand drifting behind Alice's neck. She pulled her down for another, slightly longer kiss. Wonderfully wonderful, Alice murmured against Bella's lips, kissing her one more time before pulling back. I hope you're pleased with yourself, Bella said softly as Alice settled against the back of the couch once more. I usually am, Alice responded, seemingly unconcerned with the randomness of Bella's comment. Why? Bella asked, pointing an accusing finger in Alice's direction. You've done it now. Done what now? Alice asked curiously, looking down at Bella's face. She playfully snapped her teeth at Bella's finger, pressing a kiss against the tip of it when Bella continued pointing at her, unbothered by the snapping. Bella smiled and then pulled back her hand. Alice considered her for a moment before reaching out, poking the tip of Bella's nose with her finger. Bella laughed and swatted her hand away. You've turned my clever way of changing sentences around on itself, Bella finally answered Alice's question. She swatted at Alice's hand as the vampire tried to poke her again. Now there's nowhere we can take it. We're just going to go back and forth saying, wonderfully wonderful, until our heads start to turn 360 degrees. Then smoke will begin to come out of our ears and our heads will pop off, like that computer in War Games. Then where will we be, huh, smartass? Where will we be then? Alice was quiet for a moment, considering everything Bella had just said. Her lips twitched, threatening to smile, but she managed to get herself under control. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, pretending to deliberate before focusing her gaze back on Bella. I'm going to pretend like I don't know you right now, Alice declared, looking down at Bella as if she were an unfortunate creature, like a girl in shorts with tattoos of pears on the back of both legs. Oh, shut up, Bella said, smiling warmly up at Alice nonetheless. Why am I like a cat? Alice asked a few seconds later, her eyes soft and curious. You're graceful, Bella replied softly. Every time you move, it's like a dance. I could watch you walk all day. She was surprised and delighted that the revelation did not make her blush. There's something sublime, almost unearthly about the way a cat moves, like they occupy some other world that we can only begin to guess at. It's the same with you. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that you're real, that something as magnificent as you could really exist, Bella whispered. Alice blinked rapidly in response, almost as if tears were forming in her eyes. She stroked Bella's face, her lips parted as if to say something, but no words came from her lips. Then of course, there's your eyes, Bella added, trying to lighten the conversation and return the mood between them to the playful atmosphere they shared. Alice began, sometimes, when I'm around you, I swear I can feel my heart beating wildly in my chest. She shook her head as she spoke. My heart hasn't beaten for a very long time. The phantom thump should be long over. But at times, like now, her voice lowered, it feels so real. It's as if somehow, by loving me, you've brought me back to life. Bella closed her eyes and breathed in and out slowly, trying to control her emotions. Alice's words should have made her heart sing with joy, but instead, it contracted painfully in her chest. She loved Alice, quite madly, and she was sure of that. However, she knew she would never have Alice completely, and it hurt her inside when Alice said such sweet things. Those words made her heart believe, if only for a moment, that she could have Alice forever. What is it? Alice asked softly, stroking Bella's cheek. What did I say? Her voice held a touch of anxiety. She could feel Bella's distress and wanted to help alleviate it, but she didn't know what had caused it in the first place. Alice, Bella said, working hard to force the name past her lips. She was about to bring up a topic she had tried very hard to ignore since curling up in Alice's lap the evening before, and she wasn't looking forward to it. Why did you let this happen? She asked, motioning between them. Last night and in your letter, you said that you left because you didn't want to hurt Jasper. You said you couldn't be with me because of him. But now, Bella sighed, it's like you're not worried about that anymore. Why is that? Alice closed her eyes and took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. Jasper and I have been together for a very long time, Alice finally said, opening her eyes as she spoke. A lifetime, she added softly. Longer than most couples are often married. He knows me very well. She focused her attention on Bella completely. He sensed something was bothering me, that something had changed, and he didn't question me when I suggested we take a break. Her gaze drifted away from Bella's and began to roam around the room. But leaving didn't change anything. I was still distant and distracted, she sighed. I tried not to talk about you. I knew Jasper would pick up on my confusion and distress, but when Carlisle, Esme, and Edward joined us, your name came up quite a bit. Eventually, Jasper was able to decipher the mix of emotions that your name stirred in me. He asked me about it, and I couldn't lie to him. I wouldn't. After all the time we've spent together, he deserved the truth from me, no matter how hurtful it might be. Alice closed her eyes tightly. Bella squeezed her hand encouragingly but said nothing, allowing her the time she needed. Things were rough for a while after I told him, Alice continued a little later. But eventually, he accepted that I hadn't meant to fall in love with you, and once I did, there was nothing I could do to stop those feelings. I think it mattered to him that I tried, that I suggested we leave. Alice sighed deeply, her hand moving to her head, fingers tangling in her hair as she pulled at the short strands anxiously. Despite my revelation, he knew that I still loved him deeply, and so we carried on. I tried very hard not to think of you in his presence, and he ignored it when I did, even when my emotions bled through to him. Alice took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, her eyes finally dropped down to look at Bella, wanting to see how she was coping with the news. Bella's features were slightly tense, but she held Alice's hand warmly. Her eyes were open, encouraging Alice to continue. When I called last night to tell him you were alive, Alice said, what he heard in my voice. I can't even. She murmured softly, almost to herself, shaking her head rapidly from side to side. He told me to follow my heart, and that, she paused, struggling for a moment to continue, no matter where it led me, we'd work through it. She touched Bella's cheek, the backs of her fingers brushing gently against her warm skin. It was as close as he could come to giving me his blessing. Bella closed her eyes, her heart constricting painfully as she thought about Jasper's selflessness and generosity. Bella began, struggling to find the words. Yeah, Alice whispered softly, a small smile forming on her lips. She breathed in deeply and began to blink rapidly once again. Bella knew she would be crying if she could, so she lifted her hand to Alice's cheek, stroking away the imaginary tears. Is it terrible that I want to kiss you very, very badly right now? Bella asked, desperately needing to be closer to Alice, unsure of how Alice would respond after her emotional revelation. No, Alice said softly, shaking her head slightly. In fact, I would like that a lot. Bella sat up and shifted so she was straddling Alice's waist. Taking a moment to pet Alice's hair softly, she leaned forward, bringing their lips together. She quickly lost herself in the kiss, moaning softly as Alice's hands gently explored her back. I don't know what to say, Bella said, slightly out of breath as they separated. I want to apologize over and over again for making such a mess of everything. Alice reached up, brushing some strands of brown hair behind Bella's ears. Then, Alice leaned forward and kissed Bella's cheek softly. You have nothing to apologize for, she said gently, her fingers stroking the shell of Bella's ear. You didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes, in life, things just happen, and we can't control them or stop them, no matter how much we wish we could or think we should. But, Bella began, her voice cracking a little, he must hate me. He must hate me so much. She whispered, her eyes burning as she pictured Jasper's kind, handsome face twisted in loathing as he gazed at her. He doesn't hate you, Alice replied, her voice firm and unwavering. Really, he doesn't. She kissed Bella's cheek once more. Jasper, more than anyone I know, understands people. He sees what is inside of them. Despite what has happened between us, he knows that you're not a cruel person or a callous one, and that you never would have done anything to intentionally hurt him. She dropped her head momentarily, then looked up at Bella again. Things will be okay. There's too much love between us all for them not to be. Love doesn't always conquer all, Bella breathed out, tracing Alice's timelessly beautiful face with her eyes. No, it doesn't, Alice agreed, a sad, faraway look clouding her expression. But we can believe it will in this case and try as hard as we can to make it so. And we can hope. Hope that love, and desire, and effort will be enough. Bella nodded and rested her forehead against Alice's. Do you see anything? She asked, lightly poking Alice's temple with the index finger of her right hand. About us? Alice replied, smiling a little, her tone lighter than before. Yeah, Bella murmured. I saw this, Alice said, taking Bella's hand in her own and bringing it up to her lips. After I talked to Jasper, she continued, tracing the contours of Bella's hand. Alice gently traced the delicate skin on the inside of Bella's wrist with her thumb. I saw us together, making love, she said, the last two words coming out as a gentle sigh. But other than that, there haven't been any visions. Life, even for me, is still mostly a mystery. She smiled gently and kissed the tip of Bella's nose. Good, Bella sighed happily. Why? Alice asked curiously, her large honey-colored eyes peering up at her. Because I want to be able to surprise you, Bella responded. Oh, you do, Alice said, laughing lightly. Constantly. Speaking of which, do you think you could consider taking up some less, shall we say, colorful recreational activities? Bella pouted and then sighed. Don't worry. Cliff jumping is definitely not an experience I want to repeat. That being said, I can't really say that I regret doing it the one time. Hammer and tongs, Bella. Alice exclaimed, practically sputtering as she stared wide-eyed at her lover. You really should. Hammers and tongs? Bella asked, momentarily forgetting her defensiveness. I was born in 1901. What do you want from me? Alice replied with mock aggravation, smiling a little sheepishly. Besides, that's not really the part you should focus on, she continued, her eyes becoming more serious, though her tone remained light. You nearly died, Bella. How could you not regret that? Because it made you come back, Bella said softly. If I hadn't jumped, you wouldn't have had the vision, and you wouldn't have come back. We never would have gotten a chance to talk about things or be together. So, even though I almost died, I'm not sorry. I can't be. Alice stared at her for a long moment before moaning, my God, if I wasn't already deceased, you'd be the death of me. Then she cupped Bella's cheek with both hands and kissed her again and again, until Bella was breathless. You're right. Though, Alice said softly once they pulled apart. No matter how ill-conceived and reckless jumping was, it brought us together again, and I'm not sorry for that either. Bella smiled and took Alice's hand in hers. She leaned forward to kiss her lips lightly once more. However, something Alice had said earlier finally clicked in her mind. Bella pulled back with a gasp, her lips never having reached Alice's. Alice, Bella whispered fiercely, gripping Alice's arms. What? Alice asked, concerned. She couldn't tell whether Bella was excited or terrified. You said you were born in 1901, Bella said, squeezing Alice's arms. Alice nodded, her eyes still questioning. How do you know that? Bella asked anxiously. I thought you didn't remember anything from before you were turned. I don't, Alice said, relaxing now that she understood what had gotten Bella so worked up. She had forgotten how exuberant Bella could be at times. But while I was away, I did some research based on the information you gave me last spring, she continued. What did you find out? Bella asked, practically bouncing in Alice's lap. I mean besides your birthday, of course, she added, still jittering. Alice laughed, the sound light and content. Calm down, Bella, she said gently, freeing her arms from Bella's grasp so she could softly stroke her back. Quite a bit, and not enough, she continued, her tone sobering as she stroked Bella's back until the younger woman stopped vibrating and became still. Let's lie down, Alice suggested, easily picking Bella up. She held Bella securely as she stretched out along the couch before releasing her, allowing Bella to snuggle up to her side. My name was Mary Alice Brandon, Alice began softly, her eyes drifting up to the ceiling, staring at the calming white of it as she spoke. And I had a sister, younger than me, named Cynthia. My family was largely unremarkable. I was only able to find some basic information about them. Microfiche, since they weren't part of the social circle that made the papers. Bella wrapped her arms securely around Alice's waist, listening intently as she spoke. She asked questions occasionally, but mostly, she let Alice share her story, trying to memorize every detail about the woman who held her heart. Later that evening, Charlie walked into the house and stopped in his tracks, staring into the living room. Bella tilted her head back, peering at him around the arm of the couch while her foot tapped in Alice's lap. Hey, Dad, Bella called out, her voice slightly louder to compensate for the music playing in the room. He looked absolutely shell-shocked, and she wasn't sure why. After he had yelled at her and grounded her that morning, she had told him that Alice was in town and would be staying with them until she returned to her family. Then, halfway through breakfast, Alice had come back, and Charlie had managed a civil conversation before leaving for the reservation to help prepare for Harry's funeral. There's music, Charlie said instead of hello. He sounded utterly dumbfounded. After blinking for a few seconds, he glanced at Alice, as if hoping she could explain what was happening. Bella laughed lightly but felt bad when Charlie turned to look at her. She understood now why he looked so confused. During the terrible depression that had followed the Cullens' departure, she had been unable to stand the sound of music. She had winced whenever she heard it, boxed up all her CDs, and moved them to the basement. She even ripped the radio out of her truck. And now, there she was, relaxing on the couch with music playing loudly throughout the room, seemingly without a care in the world. Bella thought it was no wonder Charlie looked confused. He couldn't know that Alice's return had filled the gaping hole in her heart. Her chest and made her heart start beating again. He couldn't know that Alice had filled her with life and hope once more. "It's Alice's," Bella said, loud enough for Charlie to hear, trying to clarify and ease his confusion. "She wouldn't stand for my musical boycott and immediately retrieved her iPod." She turned away from Charlie just long enough to share a grin with Alice. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Alice nodded, confirming that it was true. "It's Astrid Gilberto," Alice said, her eyes on Charlie as he walked tentatively into the room and settled into the armchair next to the couch. "This one's Corcovado," she added after listening to the song for a moment. "Nice, isn't it?" she asked, smiling brightly. "She's practically the only thing I listened to when we were in Rio," she said with a nostalgic sigh. Bella smirked and resisted the urge to poke Alice playfully in the stomach with her big toe. The way Alice phrased it made it sound like she was talking about a recent vacation, but Bella knew Alice was referring to being in Rio when the music was originally recorded in the 1950s. Charlie nodded, still watching them warily, almost as if he expected a Tyrannosaurus Rex to crash through the room before he suddenly woke up and realized it was all a fantastically jazzy dream. "Are you hungry, Dad?" Bella asked, starting to feel guilty about giving him such a shock. Now that she looked closely, she could see that he appeared drawn and impossibly tired. Walking into what could have been an episode of The Twilight Zone had likely finished him off for the night. "I could fix you a plate," she continued, drawing her legs out of Alice's lap and standing. "I cooked it." Alice piped up, her voice coming out alarmingly loud as Bella moved over to the iPod and lowered the volume. Charlie looked at her in surprise. Somehow, he didn't really associate Alice with food. Like her brother, Charlie didn't think of her in that way. The kitchen. Charlie had never seen Alice eat anything. After they had spent a lot of time together following their move from Phoenix, he mentioned it to Bella. He wondered if Alice had some kind of eating disorder. Bella explained that Alice kept odd hours and ate at unusual times. Although it seemed like a strange explanation to him, Alice always appeared full of energy. She never seemed to get sick, and she never lost weight, so he eventually accepted what Bella had said. Still, the thought of her cooking felt odd to him since he had never seen her eat. "Don't worry, Dad, I supervised," Bella said, noticing his expression. "It's completely edible." "Hey!" Alice exclaimed. "I'm vaguely insulted here. I slaved over a hot stove all day, well, at least for a brief part of the afternoon, and disbelief and mockery is the thanks I get? That's not right." She shook her head. "There ought to be a movement," she continued, grinning at Bella. "Let me guess, a women's movement?" Bella laughed lightly, anticipating Alice's joke. "Yes, a movement. A movement to liberate women. A women's liberation movement, if you will," Alice responded, grinning widely. Bella groaned and shook her head as if she were in pain. "Let your dish towels go," Alice sang, lifting her arm in the air. Charlie looked between them, wearing a mildly confused but tentatively happy smile. It was similar to the expression he had when Bella started spending time with Jacob, though it was a bit wearier. He liked Alice, but her connection to Edward made him uncomfortable. More than with Jacob, Bella sensed her father's hesitation to hope that the joy Alice had brought out in her would last. "You're silly," Bella said, grinning at Alice. She glanced over at her father. "I'll be right back," she told him before moving into the kitchen. In the kitchen made him realize just how much she had put her father through over the past 6 months. She swore to make it up to him. Alice watched Bella leave the room, knowing Charlie's eyes were on her instead of his daughter. Once Bella was out of sight, Alice moved to the other end of the couch, closer to Charlie, and turned to face him. "You know how grateful I am to you, don't you?" Charlie asked as soon as Alice's eyes met his. He knew they didn't have much time before Bella returned. When Bella was injured in Phoenix the spring before, he had felt completely overwhelmed and had no idea how to manage. But then Alice had come in like a teenage Mary Poppins, taking care of Bella, and him to a certain degree, as if she were family. After that, he had developed a considerable affection for the small girl. Alice nodded, silent and serious. "But then you hurt her," Charlie said, his voice low and his eyes blazing as he held Alice's gaze. "Everyone thinks it was your brother," he continued, his voice softening, though his eyes remained hard. "But it started before he left. The change was less noticeable, less severe when only you were gone, but it was there. I saw it. I know it started with you." He watched as Alice tilted her head up to the ceiling, her eyes blinking rapidly before she lowered her gaze to her lap. In that moment, she looked impossibly young. Charlie sighed and leaned back slightly, easing off her. No matter what she had done, she was still a child, and he had to remember that. "I don't think you meant to hurt her," he began, his voice gentler now. "I didn't," Alice replied, her voice cracking as she looked at him. "That's the last thing I ever wanted to do. I care about her, so much," she continued, blinking again. "I'm so sorry, Charlie. Really, I am." Charlie took a deep breath, feeling Alice's obvious distress. Alice's actions had affected him deeply. He knew she was a good girl. There was an innate sweetness and warmth to Alice, a kindness and concern that had immediately endeared her to him. She was bubbly and personable, almost the exact opposite of her brother. Charlie had been glad that Bella had such a good friend, which is why it shocked him to see the devastation Alice had caused seemingly overnight. "I don't know what happened between the two of you," Charlie began, his tone bewildered. Just before Alice had left, she and Bella had seemed closer than ever. He couldn't imagine how things had gone so terribly wrong in such a short time. "I've heard that friendships between teenage girls can be intense to a degree that's completely incomprehensible to men, especially old farts like me," he continued, shaking his head again. "I know you care about her, and I can see how badly you feel. But I never want to see my little girl like that again. Do you understand what I mean, Alice?" Alice nodded, still blinking. "Just be gentle with her," Charlie continued, sighing. "Bella's an amazing girl. A strong girl, but she's not indestructible. Understand, Alice, your actions have consequences, so be thoughtful with my girl. You have to look out for her." Alice took a deep breath and nodded. "I will," she promised, looking up and holding Charlie's gaze. "I promise I won't hurt her like that again." "You have my word," she declared, her voice trembling with intensity. Charlie held her gaze for a few seconds and then nodded. "Then it's good to have you back," he said, pausing for a moment before extending his hand toward Alice. She looked at the offered hand and smiled, then reached out and shook it with a firmness that surprised and impressed Charlie. The girl had a strong grip. "All right," he said. She breezed back into the room, holding a plate and a bottle of beer. "Dinner is served," she announced. Chapter 12, Complications. The next day. "She's going out with Scott, maybe," Bella replied. Her voice rose at the end of the sentence, making her answer sound even more doubtful than the word maybe had. Alice looked up at Bella, the tiny nail polish brush she had been about to use hovering just above Bella's big toe as she stared at her. "Bella, did you even go to school while I was gone?" she asked, raising her eyebrow high. All of Alice's simple inquiries about what their classmates had been up to had been met with nothing but ums, maybes, dunnos, and possiblys. "Yes," Bella answered, stretching the word out. "I was just concentrating on my schoolwork. It was really important that I get my grades up after the slight dip they took last spring. I needed to bump my average up 5 points, or community college wouldn't have been one of my options, it would have been my only option. She finished, thinking her response sounded reasonable, even though it was mostly nonsense. I see, Alice murmured. She then dropped her gaze back down to Bella's foot and brought the brush down to finish painting the last toe on Bella's right foot. Bella fought the urge to sigh. Alice could have easily drawn out, right, rolled her eyes dramatically, and muttered, "Give me a break." The petite beauty hadn't bought any of what Bella was selling, and Bella was sure of that. She supposed there was no reason for Alice to be convinced. Alice had seen Bella's mood when she showed up at the house 2 nights before. If her jumping off a cliff for fun hadn't said enough about her mental state, she knew Charlie had been talking to Alice while she was warming his supper the night before. Bella was certain he had given her more information about the zombie-like state she had been in for the past 5 months. Either way, she was sure Alice knew that she had no idea what was happening with the situation. Bella felt disconnected from others at school because she had been largely unaware of the world during her absence. "Are you mad?" she asked as Alice worked silently on her toes. "Mad?" Alice looked up at Bella in surprise. "No, I'm not mad, Bella." She continued by lowering her head to blow gently on Bella's big toe. "Honestly, you never really paid much attention to what was going on before anyway," she said with a small smile, drawing a tiny grin from Bella. "I'm concerned." "More than anything," she finished, leaving Bella's foot cradled in her lap as she capped the nail polish bottle. "It worries me how depressed you got," Alice admitted, setting the nail polish bottle aside. "You know why I was," Bella began to say. Alice nodded, cutting off Bella's words. "I know," she said with a sigh, her fingers absently stroking Bella's instep. She understood, but it still worried her. "That tickles," Bella said, making a face as her foot twitched in Alice's lap. "Does it?" Alice asked, looking down as she repeated the motion. "Hey!" Bella exclaimed, swatting uselessly in Alice's direction. "That tickles is human for, knock it off," she said, pointing a finger at Alice and giving her a disapproving look. "You don't like it?" Alice asked, a touch of surprise in her voice as she looked up at Bella. Bella had always responded to her touches before. Bella opened her mouth to make a joke, but as she looked at Alice more closely, she saw that she was being serious. "I thought tickling made people laugh," Alice continued while Bella stared at her thoughtfully. "It does. But it also makes your body spasm and your voice do weird things," Bella replied, shuddering a little. "Generally, despite the laughter, it's a pretty unpleasant sensation," she added, watching as Alice processed the information. "Are you not ticklish?" Alice shook her head. "None of us are," she said, referring to vampires in general. "And I don't remember being human." "So," Alice began, her voice trailing off. "Well, don't be sad about that," Bella said, lifting her foot out of Alice's lap. She rearranged herself and crawled over toward Alice. "Being tickled is not one of the human experiences you should mourn missing out on," she continued, settling into Alice's lap and kissing her cheek softly. "I don't know," Alice replied doubtfully. "It might have been useful." "How am I supposed to know if I'm tickling you?" Concern laced her voice as her fingers drifted lightly down Bella's arm. "I'll tell you," Bella said softly, touched by Alice's worry. "Or I'll spasm and involuntarily knee you," she added with a smile. "Either way, it'll be pretty apparent." "The kneeing part will hurt you more than me," Alice informed Bella as her fingers slipped underneath Bella's shirt, stroking her warm abdomen. "I know," Bella sighed, allowing Alice to lay her back on the couch. The vampire's cool fingers began to trace designs on her bare stomach. "How unfair is that?" she complained lightly. "Should I answer that on a scale of 1 to 10, or was that rhetorical?" Alice asked, smiling widely. She laughed happily a moment later when Bella looked up and glared at her. "I think your mouth should be doing more kissing and less talking," Bella responded playfully, her eyes sparkling as Alice opened her eyes comically wide and placed her hand over her mouth, giving Bella a scandalized look. "Unless, of course, you want to talk yourself out of getting some," she added, raising an eyebrow. Isn't 2.5 days a little early to start threatening not to put out? Alice asked. Her palm was splayed against Bella's stomach as she spoke. When she finished, she lowered her lips to kiss Bella's neck and jaw. I thought withholding carnal pleasures and abstaining from letting others gain sexual knowledge of you was all the rage in your day, Bella teased. Alice smiled as her hand moved up to Bella's breast and playfully tweaked her nipple. Alice laughed lightly, her lips brushing against Bella's. Yes, but you could only do that if you never put out in the first place, she said, kissing Bella again. Once someone has gained sexual knowledge of you, you can no longer claim chastity. Alice lifted her head to see Bella's face and smirked. You, my dear, are a dairy cow now, and the coupons for free milk have been mailed, she concluded, quickly dipping her head to kiss Bella's jaw. Alice! Bella exclaimed, playfully slapping Alice on the shoulder. That's terrible. That's a horrible thing to say, she continued, slapping Alice at the end of each sentence, even though she began to smile. Alice laughed again and brushed her thumb over Bella's nipple. Bella sighed and arched into her hand. Images of Alice's lips wrapped around her, sucking on her nipple, filled her mind. Bella blushed deeply and moaned, shifting beneath Alice as her nipple hardened between the vampire's expert fingers. Alice hummed, shifting her body just enough to slip her thigh between Bella's. I really want to know what you were just thinking about, she purred, her eyes taking in Bella's flushed cheeks as her chest rumbled. She pressed her lips against the column of Bella's throat, leaning forward with her thigh pressing firmly against the heat between Bella's jean-clad legs. Bella moved against Alice's leg, a moan escaping her lips. Take off your top and I'll show you, Bella said, her eyes burning into Alice's. The images in her mind were now of herself demonstrating exactly what she had been fantasizing about for Alice. Okay, Alice breathed out, her dark eyes watching Bella intently. Okay, she repeated. Alice dragged her hand out from under Bella's shirt and reached for the bottom of her own. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Bella blinked, trying to make sense of the sound through the fog of desire clouding her mind. Alice froze above her. Was that the doorbell? Bella asked, surprise, disbelief, and irritation mixing in her voice. She had pushed away all her friends, Charlie wouldn't be back from the funeral for hours, and they had never had a door-to-door salesman show up in Forks. There was no reason for her doorbell to ring, especially not when Alice Cullen was straddling her and preparing to take off her top. Alice moved her hands away from her shirt and slipped smoothly off Bella, standing beside the couch. Hold on. Bella yelled. Her voice was loud enough for whoever was outside to hear, but she reached for Alice, wrapping her fingers around her waist to stop her from moving any further. Stay put, Bella said softly, just for Alice's ears. I'll get rid of whoever it is. I'll be a minute, tops. Then you can take yours off, she added with a smile. Alice smirked at Bella's last comment but then shook her head. Bella, she began regretfully. I think I can guess who's on the other side of that door, and if I'm right, I really shouldn't be here when you open it, she continued, frustration lacing her words. Jacob, Bella breathed out, realizing why Alice hadn't anticipated the interruption. For some reason, it seemed Alice couldn't see the futures of werewolves in her visions. Alice nodded and placed her hand over Bella's, stroking the back of her hand lightly before slipping it away. You don't have to go, Alice, Bella said softly. I don't want you to leave. I won't go far, Alice replied. It's just not a good idea for Jacob Black and me to be in the same room, no matter how grateful I am to him, she continued, shaking her head. I'll wait in the woods until he leaves. When I get back, we can continue with your fabulous plan to get me topless and ravage me, Alice said sadly. Okay, Bella agreed, knowing it was for the best. Do I get a goodbye kiss? Alice smiled and closed the small distance between them. She wrapped her arm around Bella's waist and drew her close as their lips met in a passionate, lingering embrace. The doorbell rang again, and Bella turned toward the foyer in annoyance. When she looked back, Alice was gone. Bella sighed and muttered to herself, I hate it when she does that, before making her way to the front door. As she opened the door, Jacob brushed past her and moved further into the house. Bella's eyes lingered on his idling rabbit outside before she briefly met the hostile looks of the other teenage boys inside. She shut the door on them and turned to join Jacob, wherever he had gone. "Slumber party?" Jacob asked snidely. He stared at the blanket that she and Alice had curled up in that morning after Charlie left for the funeral, along with the various pillows, sweaters, bottles of nail polish, and other debris scattered around the room from their lounging. His tone was sarcastic and derisive, causing Bella's back to straighten. "Kind of," she responded, struggling to keep her voice casual. She was in a good mood, which helped her manage her annoyance better than she might have otherwise. Jacob rolled his eyes and turned away, scanning the living room and hallway. His head cocked to the side as he listened carefully. "Where's your friend?" he asked a few seconds later, apparently deciding the house was empty except for the two of them. He practically sneered the last word, and Bella realized it was a good thing Alice had insisted on leaving during Jacob's visit. "Errands," Bella replied, breathing deeply to stay calm. She didn't want to fight with Jacob. Despite his natural hostility as a werewolf towards vampires, he was a good person and a good friend. She didn't want their conversation to escalate to a point where they would say things they couldn't take back. Jacob made an unkind sound in his throat and began to pace around the room, sniffing the air and wrinkling his nose. Bella sighed as she watched him. With both Alice and Jacob acting like she smelled terrible, she felt like she could develop a complex. "This place stinks," Jacob muttered, turning his fiery eyes towards Bella. "You stink," he said, his lips curling. "Thank you, Jake. That's a very nice thing to say to someone after you barge into their house unannounced," Bella replied, unable to hide her frustration. "Would you like to insult my mother now, or do you want to tell me why you're here?" "I don't even remember your mom," Jacob muttered darkly, his eyes flicking away from Bella for a moment. "And I don't want to be here." "I have to be," he continued, his voice louder and as hard as it had been when she opened the door. "Okay," Bella said slowly. She tried not to let his words sting her. She knew they came from a place of primal aversion that Jacob couldn't control. Still, she couldn't help but take it personally. "Get it over with then." Jacob began to pace again, moving alongside the couch when he finally spoke. "There's a Cullen staying here," he said, and Bella could see the effort it took for him to say Cullen instead of spitting out bloodsucker. "Yes," Bella began, pausing to watch in fascination as Jacob sniffed the air again and then leaned down to sniff the couch. She observed as he bent his face down to the cushions. Bella felt torn between the urge to exclaim "ew" and laugh. Jacob's large, hulking figure bent over her couch, sniffing the cushions, was a comical sight. However, she noticed his breath becoming more labored, and his back began to rise and fall visibly. Concern started to creep in. "Jacob," she said softly. "Jake," she repeated when he didn't respond. Then Jacob looked over at her, his hands clenched at his sides, his body shaking. His face was a mask of rage and hostility, and Bella instinctively took a step back. He looked angrier than the day he had sided with his werewolf friend Sam over her, and for the first time, she felt a little afraid of him. Jacob began to move, and Bella forced herself to stay still. When he reached her, he bent forward and sniffed her, a pained growl emerging from his throat. He then leaned even closer, sniffing her shoulders and her arm. But when he bent so far that he was level with her pelvis, Bella had enough. She placed her hands on his shoulders and pushed him away. "EW. Jake," she yelled, her voice filled with irritation and disturbance. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" She moved around him, crossing to the other side of the room as he straightened up. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Jacob roared back. "Me?" Bella shouted. "I'm not doing anything, perv. You're the one who was nosing around my crotch like a goddamn golden retriever." Jacob growled, and Bella realized her comment might have been a bit harsh. Still, his face had been too close for comfort, so she didn't feel too guilty about calling him a perv. "Which one is here?" Jacob whispered, his teeth grinding audibly as he spoke. Bella winced, imagining how painful that must have been. Alice, Bella replied. Alice Cullen, Bella said shakily. Jacob stared at her for a long moment, his body vibrating with rage once more. Liar, he said, his voice incongruently soft despite the venom in his words. I am not, Bella replied, her jaw clenching and her nostrils flaring as she struggled to keep her voice down. Bloodsucker stink is all over you, Jacob responded, trembling in what Bella realized was a shudder. Bloodsucker stink and sex, he spat, his eyes involuntarily dropping to Bella's waist. Bella shuddered as she realized what Jacob had smelled on the couch and when he had bent over in front of her. She had been quite aroused before the doorbell rang, and she knew that the evidence of that arousal still lingered between her legs. She didn't think for a moment that Jacob would be able to smell it. If you can. Bella began, her voice shaking. If your sense of smell is that sensitive, then you know I'm telling the truth, she continued, gaining strength as she fought off her mortification. You can differentiate between male and female pheromones. You know it's not Edward's scent, she said, waving her hand around the room. You know it's female. Jacob lifted his hand and rubbed at the short hairs of his buzz cut. He sniffed the air again lightly, and his lips curled. He had been focused on the smell of vampire and hadn't taken the time to analyze the scent more than that. But now that he had, he knew Bella was telling the truth. The scent was definitely female. The other scent he had smelled was unmistakable, though. Young as he was, he knew what that scent meant. Bella had been aroused, and so had the female vampire. The evidence of both of them was all over the couch. They had been on the couch together, aroused. Jacob shuddered and cursed his werewolf senses. Jacob remembered her vampire boyfriend from a year before. At least back then, he had never been able to smell him on Bella. Jacob's hand stilled on top of his head, and he stood motionless for a long moment. Then, overwhelmed, he roared. The sound was so loud that it actually hurt Bella's ears. Are you just spreading for anything without a pulse now? He bellowed, his hands clutching his head desperately, as if he wished he could rip the knowledge from his mind. Get out, Bella whispered, her voice cold as ice. She pointed toward the door. Get out, now, she repeated in a much louder tone, her body shaking faintly with rage. Jacob wasn't the only one with a temper. I can't, he said, looking at her in surprise. He still had news to deliver. Yes, you can, Bella insisted. Start with your right foot, then put your left in front of it and keep moving until you're out of my house. Jacob remained still. Oh man, he moaned. You really are sleeping with her, aren't you? He asked. I thought maybe you two were just watching a porno or something. The room had looked like a movie afternoon had been going on. But, oh man, he moaned again. He sounded impossibly young, pained and surprised. Bella realized that despite his outburst, he hadn't really wanted to believe what he was saying. He was upset and jealous that a vampire was staying with her. He wanted to hurt her, but he hadn't truly wanted to accept his senses. It was only when she took the accusation seriously that it hit home for him. Jake, Bella sighed, really not wanting to talk to him about it, not now. Just tell me what you came here to tell me and go. Please. Jacob stared at her, blinking. His eyelids fluttered rapidly in a way she had come to know so well. Unlike when Alice did it, tears soon sprang to Jacob's eyes, and he quickly averted his gaze. A large, meaty paw lifted to wipe at Jacob's face. All of Bella's anger and frustration vanished at the sight. She took a step toward him, wanting to say something, to ease his distress. She didn't love him the way he loved her, but she did care for him. It hurt her to see him in pain, especially because of her. Jacob held out his hand, and Bella stopped walking. When you're... He paused, taking a deep breath to steady himself. When she comes back, do you think you could tell her about the other one, Victoria? Bella's eyes widened in surprise. She had forgotten all about Victoria over the past few days. She had been so happy to have Alice back, and then everything between them had happened so quickly that Victoria was the last thing on her mind. Yes, Bella replied, nodding. Her voice was almost apologetic. "I'll tell her. I promise, I'll tell her." Jacob nodded, and something in Bella's tone softened his emotions a little. "Make sure you do. Because we can't, with a Cullen back in town, we can only watch our own lands. So unless you want to come to La Push, she'll have to look after you." Bella nodded. Jacob released a shuddering breath and angled his head, staring toward the front door. "I have to ask," he began, clearly wanting to be anywhere but in that house talking to her. "Are the others coming back too?" Bella shook her head, then realized he wasn't looking at her. "No. No, they aren't," she said aloud. "Okay," he murmured, the little boy voice she once knew so well returning. "I've got to get back to the funeral." He glanced at her, then started toward the door. "I'll see you," Bella called out as he neared the front of the living room. She wished she could sound more certain. "Yeah," Jacob muttered, refusing to meet her gaze. "Eyes." Then he disappeared from view. Chapter 13, Oh. Bella moved over to the couch and slumped down, her head falling into her hands as she fought to hold back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Seeing Jake again had gone horribly, even worse than she had expected. He had barely been able to look at her at the end, and she wondered if irreversible damage had been done. Was this really the end of their friendship? The thought overwhelmed her, and she lost the battle against her tears. Jacob was one of the best friends she had ever had. Other than Alice, he was the only person she could be completely herself around. They had shared their deepest secrets with each other, and now, was it all over? Bella's eyes burned, and more tears fell. "Bella, Bella looked up at the sound of the masculine voice, her heart skipping a beat when she saw Jacob standing by the entrance to the living room. His eyes were wide and pained as he stared at her tear-streaked face. Jacob's fist balled at his side, and he dropped his head until he was staring at his feet. "Oh geez. I'm sorry," he said softly, still looking at his shoes. "I shouldn't have said those things. I should have been calmer." He lifted his hand to hit his temple with the heel of his palm. "It's so hard to control my temper sometimes, but it's you, and I should have been better." He sighed deeply. "I'm sorry about what I said about Alice as well," he continued, correcting himself. His body was taut as a bowstring. "I was just surprised, and," he hesitated for a moment, turning his head to the side. "Jealous. It was hard enough fighting with one of them for your affection, and now you're doing it with this one. I'm sorry, I'm being an ass again." "Jacob," Bella breathed out, already on her feet and moving toward him. He looked up at her. Bella watched Jacob as he approached her. She wrapped her arms around his large frame as best as she could and hugged him tightly. "Jacob," she said softly, pulling away a minute later. Jacob shook his head. "I really can't stay," he said gently. "It's too overwhelming here." Bella knew he meant Alice's scent that lingered all over the house and on her. "We'll talk when she's gone," she replied. "It's more complicated now," Bella said quietly. She wasn't sure how things would work out between her and Alice, but she chose to believe that the petite vampire would be a consistent presence in her life and home. "She's going to be around more," she continued, looking away from Jacob as he stared up at the ceiling, blinking rapidly. "Can't we all? I feel like a cliché here, but can't we all just get along? Can't I be friends with both of you at the same time?" Jacob shook his head slowly. "I don't think so," he said. "It's not her I hate," he continued softly. "I don't know her, but if you care about her, then she must be okay. It's what she is that I can't stand. I exist to kill her kind. We can't just hang out together, going to movies and having poker nights. We just can't." Bella was silent for a moment, absorbing his words. "Are we okay?" she finally asked. "Are we still friends?" Her voice cracked slightly, almost afraid of his answer. "Yes," Jacob breathed out, looking down at her. "Of course," he added. "You're my friend, Bella, and you always will be." no matter who you love. He held her gaze, trying to convey that despite his earlier outburst, he meant what he was saying. He would have preferred if Bella had fallen madly in love with him in Edward's absence, and he wasn't thrilled with the idea of her being with another Cullen. He also had no idea she was even into girls. But he was never arrogant. Bella felt a strong need to express her love for Jacob. He had hoped for more, but he didn't want to pressure her. If friendship was all she could offer, then he would accept that. Bella wrapped her arms around him again, resting her face against his chest as he embraced her. Relief washed over her in that moment. Suddenly, Bella blinked in confusion. She heard a growling sound, but with her head against Jacob's chest, she knew it wasn't him. At least, it hadn't been the first time. When she heard the strange growl again, she felt Jacob's chest rumble too. Pulling back, she understood what was happening when she saw Alice standing motionless in the doorway. Alice's eyes were as black as ink, glaring at Jacob. Bella placed her hand on Jacob's arm, then slowly moved away from him to approach Alice. "I thought you weren't coming back until you saw him leave," Bella said softly, cupping Alice's cheek in her hands, trying to redirect her focus. "I saw him. Come out." "Go back in," Alice replied. Her speech was choppy and simple, almost like a caveman's. This was unlike anything Bella had heard from her before. Normally, Alice spoke with a relaxed elegance, but now her words were strained. "Taking too long. Worried." "Checking," Alice finished, her small frame trembling. "It's okay," Bella reassured her, pressing her hand firmly against Alice's cheek. She felt the shaking of Alice's body beneath her palm. "Calm down. It's okay." "Really," she continued, gently caressing Alice's skin with her thumb. Alice blinked, and the rumbling in her chest stopped, but her eyes remained locked on Jacob, and her body still shook. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bella flinched, shutting her eyes as she instinctively lifted her hand to cover her heart. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Alice and Jacob were still staring at each other with intense hostility. The phone continued to ring in the background. Bella considered answering it, but she didn't want to move. Bella stood between them, aware that neither Jacob nor Alice would intentionally hurt her. However, she feared that without her presence as a buffer, they might clash. The phone kept ringing. Bella glanced at it, then at Jacob, and finally at Alice. She remained where she was. Jacob reached for the phone. "Swan Residence," he said into the receiver, his eyes locked on Alice. A few moments later, he added, "Not here." His tone was sharp and filled with venom. "At the funeral," he hissed. He fell silent for a second before slamming the phone back onto the hook. He was trembling with rage, angrier than he had been upon seeing Alice. Bella wondered who he had spoken to that could provoke such a reaction. "Who was it?" she asked, anxiety creeping in, though she couldn't pinpoint why. "Dr. Carlisle Cullen," Jacob replied, snarling the title as his glare remained fixed on Alice. Bella gasped. Alice growled in response. "Carlisle." Alice shouted, jerking forward toward the phone, as if she believed he might still be on the line. However, Carlisle was no longer there. Jacob stood next to the phone, and Bella didn't want them close to each other. She wrapped her arms around Alice as the vampire moved forward. Bella knew she couldn't physically stop Alice if she truly wanted to reach the phone, but she hoped her presence would help calm her down. "It's okay," Bella whispered, pressing her cheek against Alice's. She hoped her warm breath would soothe her. "You can just call Carlisle back and talk to him. No harm done." Alice's eyes closed, and she leaned against Bella, her body relaxing. Bella turned her head to Jacob. "You should go," she said softly. She felt a flicker of anger toward him for the way he had treated Alice. Bella was focused on Alice rather than Jacob. It was clear to her that both Jacob and Alice were right. They couldn't be around each other for long without it turning into a fight. She just wanted them separated quickly. She didn't have the energy to handle both of their outbursts. "Fine," Jacob muttered, his gaze falling on their close position. His shoulders slumped. "I'll check in," he said, heading out the back door. Bella let out a soft sigh. She wasn't one to show affection publicly. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have touched Alice so much around Jacob, but she needed to calm her down. It was necessary, but she felt guilty about it. She knew how Jacob felt about her, and it seemed like she was flaunting her relationship with Alice, which she didn't want to do. "Hey," Bella said a few seconds later, forcing herself to focus on the situation. She stroked Alice's cheek as the vampire stirred against her. "Edward," Alice whispered, her face twisted in pain and worry. "What about him?" Bella asked, cupping Alice's face in her hands and looking intently at her. "What happened? What's wrong?" Her voice grew more concerned as she realized Alice had slumped against her after having a vision. "I don't know," Alice wailed, shaking her head. "I don't know what he's thinking." Then she sprang into action, reaching for her purse and digging inside it before pulling out her cell phone. She flipped it open, her fingers moving quickly. "I'll call Carlisle," she murmured to Bella. "Good idea," Bella replied with a small smile before Alice put the phone to her ear. "Rose?" Alice asked, frowning slightly. "Rose, I need to talk to Carlisle. Immediately, it's extremely important." Bella watched nervously as Alice continued. Listen to whatever Rosalie was saying on the other end. "That doesn't, okay, whatever, okay," Alice muttered impatiently. "Tell him to call me as soon as he's back." "Is Edward there?" "Let me talk to him." Alice fell silent again as Rosalie began to respond. Bella noticed Alice's eyebrows knitted together the longer she was quiet. Her expression twisted more with each word Rosalie spoke. "What on earth possessed you to do that?" Alice finally exclaimed. "I told you I wasn't sure. I told you." She shook her head and trailed off. After a moment of silence, she shook her head again and then spoke up. "Stop it, just stop it. I can't talk to you right now. I need to go. Yes, she's fine, she's right here beside me. I have to go. Yeah, no, Bella's fine, but Edward may not be. I've got to, goodbye." "Alice," Bella said, fear gripping her as Alice closed her phone. "It was Edward on the phone, not Carlisle," Alice said, looking around the kitchen hopelessly, as if she couldn't figure out what to do. "Rosalie told him about my vision. He was calling to see if you were okay." She shook again. "Jacob," she practically spat the name, "told him that Charlie was at the funeral. Edward thought he meant your funeral, and now he's run off to Italy." Bella gasped. She knew exactly what that meant. Before everything had started to go wrong at the beginning of the school year, Edward had told her that he had considered killing himself when he thought James was going to kill her. He had said that the best idea he could come up with was to go to Italy and provoke the powerful vampire family there, hoping that the Volturi would kill him for his transgressions. "No," Bella said softly. "Yes," Alice responded. "He's planning to do some very stupid things." She continued, rubbing her temple. "Hasn't decided exactly what yet. The vision keeps changing as he changes his mind." "So you don't know what he's going to do?" Bella asked. "No," Alice replied, shaking her head. "But that's a good thing. It means there's time." She continued, her voice low, almost as if speaking to herself. "Bella, I have to go," she said suddenly. Bella gripped Alice's wrist. "You're going after him," she said, knowing instinctively that Alice hoped to reach him before he could make up his mind and get himself killed. "Yes," Alice confirmed. "There may be enough time. I might be able to stop him before he gets himself killed." "I'm coming with you," Bella said immediately. "It's dangerous," Alice warned, looking down at her hand, which still held her cell phone. She was calmer now, and Bella realized that even as they spoke, Alice was working out the details of her plan. "I don't care, I'm coming," Bella insisted. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't jumped off that stupid cliff, then—" "Don't," Alice said sharply, looking up at her. Don't blame yourself for this comedy of errors. Too much has gone wrong in too short a time for anyone to take the blame. She shook her head. Go, pack a bag, she said, her eyes focusing on Bella's. Her voice was steady and calm as she spoke. I'm going to call the airline. You have 10 minutes. We have to hurry. Bella nodded and headed for the stairs, pausing at the bottom to look at Alice, who was busy dialing. Why is he doing this? Bella asked, needing to know. He left me, Alice replied, her voice cracking a little. Why is he trying to kill himself over me if you left? Alice looked over at her, staring intently for a moment, then sighed. I left as well, Bella, but I never stopped loving you. I doubt Edward did either. Like me, he left out of some stupid sense of nobility, not because he stopped caring. Stupid vampires, Bella whispered, her mind a confused soup as she processed everything. Alice tried to gather everything she had learned and make sense of it. That's the stupidest, she agreed sadly. Go, Bella, hurry. We can talk on the plane. Bella nodded and raced up the stairs. Alice brought the phone to her ear. Bella dashed into her room, pulled out a large duffel bag, and began to shove the necessities inside. She forced her body to move, not letting her mind think, knowing that thinking would lead to panic. As Bella put the last item in the bag, Alice appeared in the doorway. She moved over to the bed, grabbed the duffel bag, and flung it over her shoulder with ease. Bella quickly reached for her backpack and slung it over her own shoulder. Alice took Bella's hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Let's go, she said, still holding Bella's hand as she led them out of the room. Chapter 14, All Falls Down. 24 hours later, Bella sighed, fighting back a yawn as her eyes fluttered, attempting to close. She was tired, but she didn't want to sleep. Her body was exhausted, and she could have easily fallen into unconsciousness, but her mind was whirling. She knew that if she closed her eyes, terrible images from their time in the Italian underground would plague her dreams. As she struggled to keep her eyes open, Bella felt Edward's fingers run through her hair. He gently guided her head towards his shoulder, holding her against him as he breathed in deeply. Bella shifted against him, trying to get comfortable. It had been so long since she had felt Edward's body against hers. She had almost forgotten what he felt like. Bella frowned at the thought. She had once known how to situate herself against him exactly, but now his body felt strange to her, too tall, too muscular, too hard. She had grown used to Alice's body, to Alice's curves, to the relative softness of Alice's female form, to Alice. Bella looked towards the front of the car. She could just make out Alice's profile in the moonlight and the light of passing cars. Alice's eyes were focused forward, staring intently out of the windshield. Her jaw was set, her face a mask of stone, utterly unreadable. And she was quiet, so quiet. Bella had never heard her quiet for so long. Alice had barely spoken a word since Arrow had released them. Bella scrunched her eyes together and directed her thoughts to Alice, knowing that would keep her awake. Well, she directed her thoughts to Alice and Edward, really. When she thought about it, she realized that it wasn't just Alice who had been acting strangely since they had been released. Edward had been acting oddly as well. He talked to her and held her, but he had barely acknowledged Alice's presence. Other than the few words exchanged when Alice informed him she was going to steal a car for them, they had been silent. Studiously ignoring each other. Bella tried to understand what was happening, but she was too exhausted to think clearly. She closed her eyes and focused on the rhythm of Edward's chest rising and falling. His breath was cool like Alice's, but she missed the comforting scent of Alice and found it hard to relax. She shifted to get more comfortable and let her thoughts drift to the events in Italy, hoping that understanding why Alice and Edward were acting strangely would help keep her awake. The plane ride had been mostly a blur. She had been too anxious, nervous, scared, and uncertain to take it all in. The few things she remembered were Alice briefly talking on the phone with Jasper, telling him there was nothing he could do and to stay away. She recalled the nosy businessman sitting next to her, trying to eavesdrop on her conversation with Alice. Finally, She remembered curling up against Alice's side as she drifted into a troubled sleep for most of the trip. The ride from Florence to Volterra was even less clear. All she could remember were flashes of green, yellow, and blue rushing by the windows as Alice sped down the highway in the yellow Porsche she had borrowed from the airport parking lot. She had a memory of Alice's sweet, soothing voice talking to her, but the only part she could recall was Alice saying that Edward had made a decision about what he was going to do. They needed to get to the Palazzo dei Priori before noon to stop him. Alice revealed that Edward's plan was to walk out in the middle of the crowded square and reveal himself to everyone around. It was a sunny day, and at high noon, Edward's skin would gleam bright enough to blind. This display would threaten to expose the existence of vampires, and the Volturi would have no choice but to capture him and put him down for such a flagrant disregard of their laws. The rules of the vampire nation. Bella remembered Alice wearing gloves as she reached through the window of the Porsche to bribe the security guard at the entrance to the square. She thought how glamorous Alice looked, like Audrey Hepburn in Roman Holiday. Once the window was closed, Bella reached over to hold Alice's hand. Then she found herself running through the square, bumping into people and screaming at the top of her lungs, trying to get to Edward before he stepped into the sun. Alice had to stick to the shadows, leaving Bella on her own as she ran desperately, hoping Edward would see her and realize she was alive before taking that fatal step. Bella managed to reach him in time, but the Volturi had spotted him just seconds before she crashed into him, dragging him back into the shadows. Even with Edward's eloquence and Alice's charm, they could not convince the guards to let them go. Surrounded by tourists, innocent bystanders, Edward and Alice could not risk fighting their way out. They were dragged underground, into the sewers, to meet Arrow, the head of the Volturi family. The sewers were a nightmare for Bella. She could not understand how Edward, Alice, and the guards with their heightened sense of smell could endure being down there. But the sewer was only the first of the horrors she would witness over the next few hours. Once they reached the council chamber, Bella finally saw Arrow, the much-talked-about and feared leader. He was strange and unsettling. He was not beautiful like the vampires she was used to. His flesh was too pale, almost translucent like onion skin. He looked old and oddly fragile, unlike the young and vibrant Cullens, and even James and his tribe, though she was loath to admit it. As Arrow watched her in that dark chamber, Bella felt certain that she was going to die. When he spoke, she braced herself for what was to come. Bella had almost resigned herself to a terrible end in the catacombs beneath Volterra. However, Arrow's curiosity soon piqued, and that curiosity ended up saving her life. When Arrow discovered that Edward's telepathy didn't work on Bella, he wanted to test his own abilities on her to see if he could penetrate her defenses. When he failed, along with his psychotic, childlike assistant Jane, Arrow became fascinated with Bella. Edward used this interest to his advantage and began to bargain for her life. Eventually, Arrow agreed to let them go, but he had a condition. They would only be spared if Edward promised to turn Bella into a vampire. Arrow didn't particularly want to kill Edward and Alice, but he was eager to know what talents Bella's remarkable mind might produce once she became a vampire. Edward absolutely refused to meet the condition and prepared to fight. Then, Alice stepped forward, offering her hand to Arrow so he could read her thoughts. She guaranteed him that if Edward refused to turn Bella, she would do it herself. Arrow then warned them not to take too long to fulfill the deal and release them. Bella felt a flicker of happiness in her heart at that moment. Not only were they free, but she also had the assurance that she would be turned. However, as she gathered enough energy to make an optimistic comment, they passed a group of unsuspecting tourists being led to the chamber they had just escaped from, destined to meet their end at the hands of the Volturi. A chill washed over Bella. Moments later, the screams and cries of the tourists echoed off the tunnel walls, haunting Bella for hours after the massacre ended. Bella stirred against Edward's side, her eyes drifting to the front of the car to gaze at Alice's profile once more. Bella realized that after Alice made the deal with Arrow, things became strained between Alice and Edward. The silence between them began then. On the way to the tunnels, they had been fine with each other, but now everything felt different. Bella sighed, understanding the situation more clearly than before. It was obvious, even to her tired mind, that she had missed it until now. Edward didn't want her to become a vampire. He was afraid for her soul and had sworn never to change her. Their silence stemmed from Edward's anger at Alice for promising to do something he opposed so strongly. Irritation surged through Bella as she shifted away from Edward, curling her body toward the window and resting her head against the back of the seat. She couldn't believe he was treating Alice so poorly after she had risked her life to save him. Alice had never hesitated to put herself in danger for him, and now Edward was giving her the cold shoulder because she had made a smart choice and taken the Vulturi's deal. The fact that the deal was not a terrible proposition made his behavior even harder to accept. In truth, Bella couldn't have been happier with the arrangement. Not only were they all still alive, but she had been promised something she had longed for desperately for almost a year. Although the circumstances were terrible and not what she would have wished for, her dream was about to be realized. Yet, it seemed that what she hoped for didn't matter much to Edward. Bella gazed out of the window, watching the stars zoom by. She took deep breaths to calm herself, ignoring Edward's hand resting gently on her shoulder. He didn't want her to be turned, but that was too bad for him. She did want to be turned, and now that Alice had promised to make it happen, there was nothing he could do about it. Seattle-Tacoma Airport. 12 hours later. Careful, Alice murmured softly, wrapping her arms around Bella's waist as she swayed slightly. Exhaustion made her even more uncoordinated than usual. The plane had just landed, and Edward was standing in the aisle retrieving her backpack. If Alice hadn't caught her, Bella probably would have fallen to the floor. "Thanks," Bella said softly, her body relaxing against Alice's, molding itself to Alice's familiar curves. She was grateful for the support as a wave of tiredness washed over her. "No problem," Alice whispered, wanting desperately to kiss Bella's forehead but resisting the urge. She could feel Edward's eyes on them and didn't want to provoke him on a plane that was still half full. She plastered a pleasant smile on her face and met his intense gaze. "Switch?" Alice asked as casually as she could, glancing at the backpack in Edward's hand and then back to Bella in her arms. Edward handed the backpack over without a word and gently took Bella into his arms, guiding her carefully along the narrow rows of the airplane without looking back at Alice. Alice sighed, throwing Bella's backpack over her shoulder and pinching the bridge of her nose tiredly. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself to what was coming and followed them off the plane. Bella watched sleepily from Edward's arms as the rest of the Cullen family came into view. The sight of them warmed her heart, even though she had very little energy to greet them. Edward set her down gently, and immediately, Esme's cool arms wrapped around her, followed by Carlisle's. Then Emmett lifted her off the ground, crushing her against him and telling her how happy he was that she was okay. Behind Emmett, Rosalie stood with her head down, avoiding eye contact with everyone. Slightly off to the side, Alice and Jasper held hands, staring deeply into each other's eyes. Bella looked at the others without saying a word. A lump rose in her chest, but she fought it down. She would have to get used to seeing them together without feeling jealousy. If Jasper could accept her new role in Alice's life after all their years together, then she could afford him the same courtesy and not begrudge the reunited couple their happiness. "She's dead on her feet," Esme said, her voice sounding distant. "Let's get her home." The Cullen residence. Later that night. Alice rubbed the back of her neck as she shifted her gaze between the family members, except for Edward, whose stare she tried very hard to ignore, but was constantly aware of. "I think that about covers it," Alice finally said, dropping her hand from her neck as her shoulders slumped slightly. The moment they had all gathered back at their old home, questions had rushed at her from everyone. They were trying to piece together what had happened over the past few days, and how two members of their family, along with Bella, had nearly died in Italy. "Okay," Esme said softly, still looking at Alice with curiosity. "That explains what happened with your vision," she continued, causing Alice to sigh deeply. "What it doesn't explain is what's going on between you and Edward." Alice glanced at Esme and quickly looked away, her eyes skimming around the room before pausing on Jasper for a long moment. She sighed again and stared off into the distance towards their once-used kitchen. Esme turned her attention to Edward. However, he ignored her questioning look and remained silent, his stony gaze fixed on Alice. "Edward," Carlisle began when Esme's plea went unanswered. I hope you don't blame your sister for what happened. We all know that Alice's visions are not absolute, and with the werewolf in the picture, there was no way she could have known that Bella was. Fine. When she left, Edward breathed deeply, his trim, well-muscled figure shaking faintly. He remained silent. That's not why he's mad at me, Alice said softly, her voice cracking as she forced herself to meet the gazes directed at her. Why the hell not? Rosalie asked, a hint of petulance in her tone. That's why he's mad at me. Rose, Jasper said gently before anyone else could respond. Please be quiet and let her talk. Rosalie blinked at the rebuke but said nothing. Jasper rarely spoke to anyone that way, and she sensed he had an idea about what Alice was about to say, that it was serious. Alice looked over at Jasper gratefully, mouthing, "Thank you," before she closed her eyes, trying to gather her courage. She breathed out before stopping, her stomach twisting in knots. He's mad at me because of Bella, she finally said, the words rushing out as her stomach clenched painfully. She knew the truth would come out sooner or later, and that it was better to address it openly, but that didn't make starting the conversation any easier. Is that so? Carlyle asked, looking over at the ever-immobile Edward. Edward shivered again but managed to nod his head. It was, Carlyle began carefully, a dangerous situation for Bella to be in. But she is a strong-minded girl, and I think we all know that once she made up her mind to go to Volterra, she would have found a way there even if she hadn't gone with Alice. At least, in this case, she had a very capable protector with her, he continued, watching Edward closely. Edward remained still and silent. That's not what he's mad about, Alice said, shifting uncomfortably as the eyes in the room turned to her once again. Well then, what is he mad about? Carlyle asked, watching Alice intently. Alice usually spoke quite freely and openly. He wasn't used to having to pull information from her. Alice tried to find the words, her hesitation making Edward more anxious. She began, leaving her mouth open for a moment without speaking. She started again, pausing to take a shaky breath. I had, with Bella, she continued, struggling to express herself. When at the Swans. I slept with Bella, she finally managed to say, her small frame trembling as the words escaped her. The room fell silent after her declaration, a calm before the storm. What the hell? What is it about this girl that makes everyone go insane? Alice. All three voices spoke at once, Emmett's question blending with Rosalie's exclamation and Esme's confused whisper. Alice closed her eyes, feeling foolish and selfish. She had believed Edward when he claimed it was over with Bella. She had searched for visions of them together in the future, but Edward's decision to stay away from her seemed final. All she saw when she envisioned Edward and Bella together was darkness. But if she were honest, she hadn't believed him solely because of his words or her lack of visions. She had believed him because she wanted to. She chose to believe him, even though it contradicted who he truly was, because she wanted to. When Bella climbed into her lap on Charlie's couch and cried against her shoulder, Alice wanted to hold Bella. She wanted to sleep in Bella's bed and hold her close. She wanted to make love to Bella. She desired all of those things desperately, and the only way she could allow herself to want them, let alone act on those feelings, was by convincing herself that Edward no longer loved Bella and had no plans to return to her. So, that was what she chose to believe. And she had been wrong, so wrong to do so. Alice felt wrong, stupid, and selfish. Yet, she couldn't take it back now. Even with her family's disbelief and horror, she couldn't truly regret her actions. She loved Bella. Even though she knew she shouldn't, her feelings were undeniable. No matter the trouble her emotions had caused, she could never regret making love to Bella. All she could do was face the consequences. Why, Carlyle began when everyone had quieted down, why would you do that, Alice? His voice was soft, filled with confusion. Alice brought her hands to her face, rubbing her eyes with the heels of her palms. Her brain hurt, her heart hurt, and her stomach churned. She was fairly certain that if she were human, she would have already vomited from anxiety. But she wasn't human, so her stomach just twisted in discomfort. Because, Alice managed to choke out. Her voice was barely audible as she looked around at them. When she tried to speak again, no sound came out. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words formed. Because they love each other, Jasper interjected into the silence. He could feel Alice's anxiety and knew she wouldn't be able to continue. Alice glanced over at Jasper as his words fell from his lips, her expression filled with love and gratitude. The other members of their family, including Edward, turned to look at them as well. "You knew," Edward breathed out, finally speaking since he had returned from dropping Bella off at home. "Somewhat," Jasper sighed, glancing at Alice for a moment before continuing. "I knew how she felt," he said, staring at a distant spot on the wall. "But not that it had been consummated, not until a moment ago, at least." "And you're okay with this?" Emmett asked incredulously. "More like resigned to accepting the inevitability of it," Jasper responded with a sigh. "I can feel what she feels." Jasper held Alice's gaze warmly for a moment before he spoke. "I know she can't stop feeling it, no matter how hard she tries." "And she did try," he said, glancing over at Edward. "It's why we left so suddenly." He explained that their quick departure had surprised everyone. "But inevitably," Jasper continued, pausing to shrug. "It was, well, inevitable." Edward rolled his head, straining it from side to side as his fists clenched at his sides. "I'm sorry, Edward," Alice said softly, shaking slightly where she stood. "I tried to stay away from her, really I did. I wasn't going to go back. That's why we left, to give you two some space." She sighed gratefully when Jasper took her hand. But the vision came, and it felt so incomplete. "I had to go see, I had to know." "And when I got there," Alice continued, her mind filling with thoughts of Bella. She remembered snuggling with her, looking into her soft, longing eyes, kissing her gently, sighing her name. "Stop!" Edward exclaimed as Alice's images and thoughts flooded his mind. "Stop," he repeated, clutching his head and shutting his eyes, trying to block out her thoughts. Realizing what was happening, Alice immediately stopped talking and began to name different brands of shoes in her head: Manolo Blahnik, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Ferragamo, Roger Vivier, and more, until she could no longer remember the feel of Bella's body against hers. "I'm sorry," Alice breathed out again when her thoughts were under control. Edward removed his hands from his head but remained silent, shaking it from side to side. "I can't be here right now," he said suddenly, looking up and around him, his eyes moving from face to face before settling on Alice's and wincing. "I can't," he began again, and before anyone could respond, he took off running. "I'm going to try to find him," Emmett said a few moments later, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. "He probably shouldn't be alone," he explained before he left. Esme glanced at Carlyle, holding his gaze for a moment until he nodded to her. Slowly, she crossed over to Alice and wrapped her arm around her shoulder. "Come with me," Esme said softly. Alice immediately turned into her, wrapping her arms around Esme and burying her face in her mother's neck. She desperately sought the comfort that Esme was offering and felt indescribably relieved to be comforted, to know she was still loved. "Oh," Esme sighed, tightening her hold on Alice. Alice had always been the most physically affectionate, likely because Esme was the only mother she could remember. But she had never felt Alice cling to her so tightly. "Come on, my darling," Esme murmured a moment later, rubbing Alice's back as she guided her out of the room. "If you wouldn't mind," Carlyle said, drawing Jasper's attention. "I think we should retire to my study for a while," he continued, moving closer to Jasper and placing a hand on his shoulder. "The chairs are comfortable. It's a good place to talk." Jasper nodded gratefully. He was relieved to have the chance to discuss what had been happening. He was managing as best as he could, but it was difficult, and he would appreciate Carlyle's advice. Placing his hand over Carlyle's, Jasper nodded again, and then he and Carlyle headed out of the room. Rosalie watched them until they were out of sight and then sighed. "I'll just find a way to occupy myself then," she said to the empty room, throwing her hands up in the air. Don't worry about me, go on, she continued, waving to the imaginary occupants of the room. I'll be fine, she added as she headed toward the stairs. Just pretend like I'm not even here. Chapter 15, A Fortunate Confluence of Events. The next evening, Alice turned off the car and removed the keys from the ignition. They were warm against her palm, and she closed her fingers around them, trapping the warmth as she leaned heavily against the seat back. Forcing her eyes open, Alice gazed at the Swan residence and tried to will her limbs into motion. Inside the house, she could hear Charlie moving around. He was removing his shoes and gun holster, which meant he must have arrived home not long before she showed up in the driveway. Upstairs, she could hear music playing faintly, but no other sounds, which suggested that Bella was likely immobile, either sitting on the floor or lying on her bed. Alice closed her eyes and focused her senses. Listening carefully, she determined that Bella was enjoying the swinging 60s playlist she had compiled for her on her second day back in Forks. Alice smiled despite the anxiety she was battling. She couldn't believe that at 107 years of age, she had made what was essentially a mixtape for someone. Alice shook her head, still smiling softly. She had it bad, but despite Nina Simone's words to the contrary, it felt good. It was very good. With that thought in mind, Alice reached for the car door and made her way to the Swan's front porch. I was beginning to think you were planning on sleeping out there, Charlie said when he opened the front door. He didn't sound pleased to see her, and she didn't expect him to be. She hadn't spoken to Charlie since the morning of Harry Clearwater's funeral, and she knew he blamed her for Bella taking off with no advance notice, leaving only a hastily scribbled note behind on the table to explain her absence. No, Alice said, smiling ruefully. Just trying to gather my courage, she continued, meeting Charlie's eyes and holding them. I know I'm not your favorite person in the world right now, but I really need to speak to Bella. Charlie stared at Alice for a long moment, his much larger frame blocking the doorway. You promised to look out for her, he said, his eyes holding Alice's unwaveringly. He sounded tired and broken. Alice knew that the events of the past week, along with worrying about Bella for the past 5 months, had worn him down. Charlie was running on empty and had been for a while. He didn't need Bella disappearing for over a day added to his plate. Alice was certain that this situation took even more out of Charlie because she was to blame. She had been, for a brief period, the one person Charlie really trusted to look after Bella. But now, after her long disappearance and leaving with Bella, what must seem to him like an act of casual cruelty, Alice knew she was only slightly better in Charlie's eyes than Edward was. I did, Alice murmured softly. Nothing happened to her, she said, forcing herself to hold his gaze. While it was true that Bella had not been hurt physically, Alice knew many things had happened during the trip that affected Bella emotionally. She hoped the lie didn't show in her eyes. You took her to him, Charlie said, his eyes flashing with anger. It was the result of an unfortunate confluence of events, Alice said, beginning to spin her tale. She had been paying attention, keeping her figurative antennae up for any visions related to what Bella would tell Charlie about their time away. She had picked up nothing and knew that Bella hadn't told Charlie anything yet. Bella had probably still been asleep when he left for work, and now she had interrupted him before he had a chance to speak with her. An unfortunate confluence of events? Charlie repeated, his lips twisting a little. Hearing him, Alice realized where that particular tone of Bella's came from. Well, obviously I've been staying with you, Alice began. Obviously, Charlie cut in, clearly not charmed. And, okay, so I got a call 2 days ago from Rose, our sister Rosalie, Alice clarified, remembering that Charlie had only met Rosalie very briefly at the hospital in Phoenix almost a year ago. She said that Edward had been in an accident and was in serious condition in the hospital. I had a visible reaction to that, and Bella noticed. I wasn't going to tell her anything, but I was really scared, Charlie, and she kept asking. Eventually, I told her what Rose had said. Alice dropped her head in shame. You know how Bella feels about Edward, even now, she continued, looking up again. Once she found out that I was going back to Los Angeles to see him, she wanted to come. I tried to talk her out of it, but Charlie, Alice said pleadingly, forcing a beseeching look into her eyes. I knew that Bella would go to Los Angeles anyway, even if she didn't come with me. She'd probably do something reckless, like use her college money, so I figured it would be better if she just came with me. That way, I could keep an eye on her. She delivered the "I did it for Bella's well-being" point. The last flight out was leaving only a couple of hours after I got the call, and we had to rush to the airport. I told Bella to call, but she thought you would try to stop her, and she didn't want to get into a fight, not with everything going on that day. I swear, Charlie, Alice said, reaching out to touch his covered wrist, I only did what I thought was best. I realize now that there were other things I could have done. I could have called you or made Bella call you once she was in Los Angeles or something, but I didn't think of it at the time. I'm sorry. When Alice looked up again, Charlie's eyes weren't as hostile as they had been before, but he didn't seem happy or even placated. Edward seemed fine when he dropped her off last night, he said. Alice watched Charlie closely, trying to gauge his reaction. Yeah, she said, nodding. Rose got a call from Emmett, who heard from Esme, who was with Carlisle. He got a call from Edward, and somewhere along the way, a few key facts got messed up. Edward was in the hospital, but he wasn't the one who was hurt. He had a car accident with a kid from school, but it was the other guy who was in serious condition. By the time the message reached Rose and she called me, it sounded like Edward was the one who had been badly hurt. An unfortunate confluence of events, Charlie sighed. Alice nodded in agreement. Come in, he said, stepping out of the doorway to let her through into the house. I know. Charlie began, closing the door behind her. I know you were only trying to do what you thought was best. But you really have to. He paused, rubbing his short hair in frustration. You really have to try to be less of a teenager about things. He shook his head as he looked at Alice. I was very worried. Alice nodded eagerly. I know. I'm sorry. I thought I was being responsible, and Bella really was okay. Carlisle sent a car for us at the airport, and the whole time we were in Los Angeles, Esme and Carlisle were there too. They came back with us on the plane as well, so Bella was under adult supervision almost the whole time. I swear. You can call them if you don't believe me, she added, trying to sound as sincere as possible. Charlie brought his hand up to his head and rubbed his hair again, musing it up before his shoulders slumped a little, and he nodded at Alice. Never, ever do anything like that again, he said, pointing a finger at her. I won't, Alice swore, meaning it completely. I promise. Okay, Charlie said, smiling slightly at her. He found it very hard to stay mad at Alice. She was just so cute and earnest, and Bella. Alice was always so happy around Bella. But Bella's grounded, so don't even think about trying to take her out of the house. Alice shook her head. I won't. I won't even think about it, she promised, placing her hand over her heart. Go on, then, Charlie said, waving toward the stairs. He smiled and shook his head as Alice grinned at him gratefully and headed up. Kids, Charlie muttered, making his way into the kitchen to grab a beer. He had more than earned it. Bella turned her head to the side, trying to gather her strength as the door to her room began to open. No doubt Charlie was home from work, and it was time for World War III to commence. Releasing a deep breath, Bella faced the door, ready to meet her fate. Hey there, Alice said, smiling brightly as she burst through the open door, flipping her cell phone closed. She had just called Carlisle and Esme to let them know that they might hear from Charlie and filled them in on what lies they needed to tell to keep their story consistent with hers. Alice. Bella exclaimed, hopping out of bed and bounding over to her, hugging her immediately. Alice laughed and wrapped one arm around Bella, using the other to close the bedroom door before pulling her in closer. You came through the door, Bella said a few moments later, looking at Alice with a puzzled expression. She had thought Charlie would try to make the house a Cullen-free zone and was surprised that he had allowed Alice in and given her permission to come up. Alice smiled and nodded. Yeah, I knew I'd have to face the music sooner or later, so I decided to just get it over with, she said, taking Bella's hand in hers. You talked to Charlie? Bella asked apprehensively. Yep, Alice replied, nodding. I think I managed to smooth things over, for the most part, anyway. You're still going to get grounded, though, she added apologetically. I don't think any amount of fast talk will get you out of that, Alice said. Grounded? Bella asked, though she wasn't really surprised. Yeah, you'll probably be informed when I leave, Alice replied, looking at Bella thoughtfully. She leaned forward and kissed her lightly on the cheek. Bella beamed and pulled Alice over to the bed, gently pushing her back until Alice lay down. So, what's the story? Bella asked, snuggling up next to her. Everything was an unfortunate confluence of events, Alice said, wrapping her arms tightly around Bella's waist to hold her securely. Which means? Bella prompted with a smile. Alice laughed softly, and the sound was music to Bella's ears. Which means, Alice began, that I got a call from Rose. She told me Edward was in the hospital in serious condition. I tried to keep it from you, but you managed to get it out of me in my fragile, vulnerable state. Alice continued, laughing as Bella humphed at the last part. I decided to bring you to LA with me because I knew you'd find a way to get there anyway. Carlisle sent a car for us. You were under adult supervision the whole time we were there after we got off the plane, and Edward was fine. It was actually a friend of his, who had been driving with him, that got hurt and needed to go to the hospital. Rose just mixed it up. You thought of that on the spot? Bella asked, impressed. Yeah, Alice said, smiling a little, pleased that Bella thought she was clever. We get pretty good at lying after a while. It's not exactly an admirable quality, but it's necessary. She sighed and buried her nose in Bella's hair, inhaling deeply. A moment later, Alice jerked her head back, her body remaining absolutely still for 3 seconds before she leaned in again, nuzzling Bella once more. What? Bella asked, angling her head up to look at Alice. She felt Alice's body jerk, which reminded her of when Alice had smelled Jacob on her, though this reaction was much more subdued. Nothing, Alice said, pressing her lips against Bella's forehead. Her chest began to move again as she spoke. I just wasn't expecting to smell Edward on you. Oh, Bella breathed, lightly brushing her thumb against Alice's arm. Are you okay? Alice laughed softly. Yes, I'm fine. I was just surprised. I've gotten used to just you this last week. She shifted on the mattress, moving slightly so that they were face to face. It is a bit strange for me now, she admitted. But I'll have to get used to it. I don't know if you will, Bella said softly, looking away from Alice. A look of surprise crossed her features when she realized that the possibility of her words being true didn't hurt as much as she thought it would. I don't understand, Alice said a few seconds later, her cool fingers brushing against Bella's cheek, encouraging her to look up again. Edward came by this morning, after Charlie left for work, Bella said, reaching for Alice's hand as she looked up. He knew about us. I know, Alice replied, exhaling noisily. It's my fault. She shook her head slightly. When I let Arrow read me, I had to focus my thoughts. I had to let him see everything, let him see my love for you so he would believe my promise to turn you. Edward was scanning me as well, no doubt wondering what I thought I could show Arrow to convince him. And well, he saw everything too. That's why he barely acknowledged you the whole trip back, Bella said. Edward's strange behavior towards Alice during their return from Italy suddenly made sense. His hostility had been very jarring at the time, but now, it clicked. How did it go? Alice asked, drawing Bella back into the present. When he came over this morning? Oh, it was fun, Bella murmured, her voice strained. Bella's tone was tense as she clutched Alice's shirt for a moment before letting go. He was distraught. That's an epic understatement, isn't it? Alice asked, knowing Bella was trying to soften the situation. Bella sighed, releasing a brief puff of air. Yeah. After I confirmed it, he just went very still and quiet. He was like a statue for minutes. Then he started pacing around the room, talking softly under his breath and clutching his hair. Finally, he stopped and looked at me again. The strange thing, the frustrating thing, was that when he did look at me, I don't even think he was that mad at me. Bella sounded confused and a little irritated. He was more upset with himself, and with you, than with me. She shook her head, her eyes wandering around her room for a few seconds. He treats me, sometimes it feels like he thinks I'm a child, she said, annoyance creeping into her voice. I know he means well, but when phrases like, took advantage of your vulnerable state, started coming out of his mouth, I lost it a bit. She shook her head again. She was not naive. Under no circumstances would she ever have fallen into bed with someone just because she was sad. It was also incredibly awful to insinuate that about his sister. Alice was one of the kindest and most considerate people Bella had ever known. If Alice had thought Bella was even the slightest bit uncertain about what she wanted, she would never have made love to her. I didn't want to hurt him, but I corrected him quite forcefully, Bella continued, her eyes fixed on Alice. She noticed Alice flinch when she mentioned Edward's comments about Alice taking advantage of her. And before you start being a silly vampire, Bella added, cupping Alice's cheek, you didn't take advantage. I love you, and I wanted to be with you. I knew exactly what I was doing, and I don't regret any of it. I told Edward as much, she continued, her shoulders slumping slightly. I told him that we didn't mean for things to work out this way. I didn't want to hurt him, but it would be disingenuous of me to say that I could stop it from happening again. I told him I didn't want to lose him, and I would like to work things out, but I couldn't, and I wouldn't stop seeing you. What did he say to that? Alice asked, her voice soft and hesitant. He said he didn't know if he could accept that. He said he needed to think, Bella replied. He left right after that, and I haven't seen him since. Alice nodded and pressed herself against Bella, hugging her tightly. I'll understand if, Alice began softly. Don't finish that sentence, Bella interrupted, knowing exactly what Alice was going to say. She had had quite enough of the Cullens' misguided attempts at self-sacrifice. She knew what she needed more than anyone else, and she was perfectly capable of making her own decisions. She had made her choice, and frankly, it couldn't end up any more disastrous than what Edward and Alice had managed the last time they tried to be altruistic. I meant what I said before. I have absolutely no intention of breaking up with you. No? Alice asked, her tone sweetly hopeful. Bella realized that Alice had prepared herself for leaving her now that Edward was back in the picture. No, Bella confirmed. And I kind of want to smack you for thinking I would. Alice's lips twitched a little at that. Sorry, Alice murmured, placing an apologetic kiss against Bella's collarbone. You should be, Bella whispered softly, stroking Alice's arm tenderly nonetheless. They lay together quietly for a few minutes after that, soaking in the peace of the moment and enjoying holding each other in their arms. Alice, Bella said softly. She hesitated to break the peaceful moment, but other concerns weighed on her now that reality had intruded into their little paradise. Whatever Edward decides, she continued as Alice pulled back slightly, her eyes focused on Bella. How are things going to work between us? I mean, between you and Jasper and between you and me? Well, Alice replied thoughtfully, distancing herself a bit to avoid getting distracted by Bella's closeness. Jasper and I actually talked about it. I think things could continue much like they did before. Only, I'll be climbing through your bedroom window a lot more, if you want, she said, her gaze hopeful. I want, Bella murmured, her cheeks flushing slightly. She forced herself to focus on the beginning of Alice's statement rather than what they might do when Alice came through her window at night. What Alice said made sense. Bella would miss falling asleep in Alice's arms every night. She had grown accustomed to having Alice all to herself during those few days. Still, she realized that having Alice half the time was better than not having her at all. If Jasper could share, then so could she. What about after graduation? Bella asked. We should probably all discuss it together then, Alice began slowly. But I was thinking that, for a while at least, we could continue as we have been. I'm actually kind of sick of school and was planning to take a few years to work on my art. I've just discovered that I have a knack for it, you know, Alice said, her excitement momentarily shining through before she calmed again. It would work out perfectly because I have a flexible schedule and could split my time between you and Jasper at your universities. University, depending, Alice said thoughtfully, tilting her head as she considered the possibilities. When you say, at university, you mean for a semester or two so I can get a taste of the college experience, right? You don't mean actually going through the whole 4 years. You don't mean an entire undergraduate program, Bella replied, panic and displeasure creeping into her voice. Alice licked her lips. Well, she began, but Bella cut her off. Alice, I'll be 22 by then. That's far too long. Far, far too long. Besides, you promised the Volturi that you'd change me. And I will, Alice interjected, her voice low and calm. I haven't changed my mind, Bella. Besides, 22 isn't really that old. It's older than all of you except for Carlisle and Esme, Bella pointed out. Even Emmett was only 20 when he was turned. Bella, Alice said, interrupting her. SSH, she soothed, stroking Bella's cheek to help her calm down. I have no intention of waiting until you're 22, she continued, looking Bella straight in the eye. I shouldn't have been so offhand just now. I'm sorry. The subject was serious, and Bella wasn't in the right frame of mind for Alice's general thoughts on age. But, Alice went on, pausing for a moment. But what? Bella asked, sounding a little calmer but still hesitant. But I am going to need some time before I'm able to turn you, Alice said ruefully. It's not just a matter of me putting my mouth to your neck and biting you. I'll have to take quite a bit of your blood, and I can't do that yet without killing you. But you've tasted my blood, Alice. At my party, you tasted it, and you still managed to control yourself, Bella pleaded. You overestimate how much control I had that night, Alice replied softly. If the others hadn't shown up when they did, things could have gone very, very wrong. Badly. And that was just the taste. It's like... Alice continued, trying to find a human example that would resonate with Bella. It's like if you lick someone's fingers after they had a piece of cake. You'd get a hint of the flavor, but it wouldn't be the same as actually eating the piece of cake yourself. Bella made a face at the analogy, but she understood what Alice was trying to convey. Taking the blood straight from your veins, feeling it pump into my mouth with every beat of your heart, will be a completely different experience. I could barely handle that small step, Bella. I know, even if you don't believe me, I know I couldn't handle turning you now, and I won't try. I won't risk it. Not when training will reduce most of the danger, she finished, her voice strong and smooth. She paused and ran her fingers through her short hair. Alice began, taking a deep breath. Honestly, I hope it won't take too long. My goal would be a year or two at most. As much as she would miss Bella's warmth and the sound of her heart beating gently as she slept in her arms, she wouldn't miss the urges that occasionally overwhelmed her. She wouldn't miss needing to stop in the middle of making love to calm herself or having to leave the comforting circle of Bella's arms to hunt. She was eager to stop being so careful around Bella all the time. She wanted to tangle her fingers in Bella's hair as they came together without worrying about crushing her skull. When Bella softly moaned harder or more, she wanted to comply without the fear of injuring her. She wanted to nip at Bella's neck and not be tempted to pierce an artery. Alice wanted to turn Bella. She did. But she had to make sure she was ready first. I'm really not opposed to you being turned. If... Alice paused, breathing in deeply. If you really want this. I can't wait until I'm ready. Then, I suppose you could have Carlisle turn you. But, Alice said, shivering slightly, I'd like for you to wait. Because you don't think I'm mature enough to make such an important decision? Bella asked a bit morosely, though she didn't attempt to move out of Alice's arms. No, Alice breathed out. Because I'd like to be the one to do it. It can be a very intimate experience, very sensual, very special. Her voice lowered reverently as her hand rubbed Bella's hip. I want to share that with you. I know it sounds strange, but I want my venom to be the one that changes you. I want to bring you into our world." Bella shivered. She was fairly certain that talking about being infected with a fatal toxin shouldn't be romantic, but it was. She wanted to be changed as soon as possible. Despite what Alice said about being a few years older not mattering, she really didn't want to be any older than the rest of them. But Alice's words moved her. She couldn't deny the appeal of having Alice, of having her lover, be the person that changed her. How could I possibly disagree? Bella asked softly, burying her face in Alice's neck as she clutched at the raven-haired beauty's shirt. "All you have to do is say no," Alice replied lightly. But despite the casual nature of her words, her tone was serious. Bella lifted her head and propped herself up on her hands, staring down at Alice intently. "You really want to be the one to turn me?" she asked softly, becoming fonder of the idea herself with every passing second. Alice nodded, her gaze never wavering from Bella's. "Then I'll wait," Bella said, lowering her head until her lips brushed against Alice's. Alice nodded and reached up to stroke Bella's cheek. "Thank you," she breathed out softly. "You'll see, Bella. It'll be so much better this way," she whispered. She stared at Bella for a moment, and then Alice smiled widely, her eyes sparkling. "I'm so happy right now," she said, awestruck. Bella returned her smile, her heart swelling with joy. Impulsively, Bella leaned forward and pressed her lips against Alice's jaw, trailing them up to her mouth. She placed a slow, lingering kiss on her lips. "Do I have you for the rest of the night?" Bella asked softly, her fingers trailing up and down Alice's ribs. "I should probably go later," Alice sighed, tilting her head toward Bella. "Edward may come by to see you, and I probably shouldn't be here if he does." She lifted her hand to rest on Bella's side. "You have me now, though," she finished, a slow, sensuous smile touching her lips as she held Bella's gaze. Bella recognized that look and smiled back. She slipped her hand under Alice's shirt and leaned in again, kissing her forcefully while her fingers explored Alice's cool skin. "I'll take it," Bella murmured against Alice's lips, her fingers dipping beneath the waistband of Alice's pants and grazing the top of her backside. Apparently, Alice whispered, a hint of humor in her voice as she arched her body into Bella's and parted her lips, allowing Bella to control the kiss's force and pace. "Am I being too aggressive?" Bella asked, pulling back to see Alice's face. She suddenly realized she had started to manhandle Alice the moment the raven-haired beauty hinted she was open to intimacy. "Aggressive, yes," Alice replied, smiling at Bella. "But too aggressive?" "I don't think there's such a thing," she continued, stroking Bella's bottom lip with her thumb. "You can't hurt me, yet. You don't need to worry about being gentle." "Well, I know I can't hurt you," Bella said, blushing slightly as a shiver ran through her when Alice's hand stroked her hip lightly. I don't want you to feel like a piece of meat or something. Like I'm just going to try to hump you whenever you come within arm's reach of me." "Oh, I wouldn't mind that at all," Alice drawled slowly, her eyes wandering over Bella's body. "I'm serious," Bella said, feeling a tingle from Alice's gaze. "I respect you." "I know," Alice replied, her eyes softening as she stroked Bella's cheek. "But so do I. I like that you want me," she continued, her voice lowering slightly. "I like that sometimes you can't control yourself and just want to rip my clothes off." She kissed Bella softly, watching her blush deepen. "Don't feel bad for wanting this, Bella," Alice said, brushing her hand over Bella's breast and feeling her shiver. "This is beautiful." She kissed Bella again. "This is wonderful," she sighed, her cool, sweet-smelling breath fluttering across Bella's face. "And honestly, I think about it all the time, too." "You do?" Bella asked, feeling relieved that being around Alice affected her as deeply as it affected Alice. Alice nodded and smiled a little sheepishly. "It's not really romantic," she began. "But if you had started by putting your hand in my pants instead of kissing me, I would have been ready for you." She shifted on the bed, aware of the pressure building between her legs. Bella's lips parted, and she took a deep breath. After a moment of hesitation, Her hands moved to the top of Alice's pants, undoing the button and pulling down the zipper. Once she created enough space, she slipped her hand between Alice's legs, a soft moan escaping her when she felt how damp Alice's panties were. "Were you thinking about?" Bella began, her fingers unconsciously stroking Alice. "Not consciously," Alice replied, the words escaping her as a half-sigh while Bella's fingers moved. "I don't think I'm even aware of how excited just being around you gets me," Alice continued, her lips brushing against Bella's neck briefly. "I've never been so happy to be female," she sighed, licking Bella's neck before pulling away, not wanting to tempt fate. "Why?" Bella asked, pushing aside Alice's underwear to touch her directly. Alice laughed, arching her hips into Bella's hand. "I'd have a hard-on every time you walked into a room," she sighed, her hips stilling as Bella slipped inside her. Then, Alice began to roll as Bella moved. "We couldn't go out in public together. Girl parts are much better, much more discreet," Alice continued, her breath hitching as she rested her head on Bella's shoulder. She rolled on top of Bella, gripping the comforter. "Much better indeed," Bella agreed as Alice shifted, her hips pressing down on Bella's fingers, her movements quickening. "What would you do if you couldn't take me to the mall to play dress-up?" Bella asked. "I don't know," Alice replied, a brief smile touching her lips before her eyes shut again. "I guess I'd..." She started, but stopped halfway through, pumping her hips frantically instead. Sorry," Alice groaned. Then, she came, pressing down onto Bella's fingers one last time. Her inner muscles clutched at Bella, her body shaking and shivering, her head falling onto the pillow beside Bella as the orgasm overtook her. "Shit," Alice muttered a moment later, still too dazed to move. "Oh God," she moaned, mortified. "How long did that take?" 2 minutes. "This is so embarrassing." Bella stroked Alice's back softly, pressing a kiss to her cheek as she removed her fingers. Aftershocks caused Alice's body to tremble again. "I like that sometimes you can't control yourself," Bella said softly, smiling a little as she recalled Alice's words from earlier. "I like. Sometimes you can't wait until I've gotten your clothes off," Bella said, pleased to hear Alice chuckle softly, clearly recalling her earlier words. "Don't feel bad, Alice," she continued gently, her tone shifting to something more serious. "It's embarrassing?" Alice suggested, though her voice lacked the gloom it had before. "Flattering," Bella replied, turning onto her side. She placed her hand on Alice's hip, stroking it for a moment before leaning forward to kiss her. Sex was new to Bella, but knowing that Alice had experienced comforted her. It thrilled Bella to realize that even at 107 years old, Alice still felt excitement for her, reaching her peak in just minutes. "Okay, fine," Alice said, giving in. She still thought that coming so quickly was not ideal for someone her age, but she decided to let it go for now. "Please, allow me to return the compliment," she said with a smile. She moved her hands to Bella's waist, grasped the bottom of her shirt, and pulled it over her head, tossing it carelessly onto the floor. "Well, if you insist," Bella sighed, leaning back against the mattress, a tremor running through her as Alice's cool hand began to stroke her stomach. "I do," Alice murmured, kissing her way between Bella's breasts. "I strongly insist." Of her moods. Chapter 16, A Little More Conversation. The Cullen House. Alice ran the brush through her hair one last time. She brought her hand up to her head, running her fingers through her dark locks, musing up the hair she had just combed and returning some of its usual disarray. Satisfied with the effect, she put the brush down and turned towards the bed. "What do you think she'll want to major in?" Jasper asked as he watched Alice move slowly towards the bed. She placed her right knee on the bottom of the mattress and began to crawl towards him. "I don't know," Alice said, sighing as she reached the headboard and leaned her back against it, mirroring Jasper's pose. "She hasn't made up her mind yet," she continued, frowning a little. "I don't think she's given it much thought. Not lately." She finished softly, knowing that Bella had been focused on being turned as soon as possible. Being a vampire, not a college freshman, had been Bella's plan after high school. Okay, Jasper said, looking down at the array of brochures littering his lap. He focused on them instead of the wave of frustration and worry that had just come from Alice. Even though Alice was more bubbly and talkative than him, she was usually very calm. She was fairly unflappable and tended to take things in stride. He wasn't used to the seemingly random and intense bursts of emotions that now came from her. In over 50 years, Jasper had never known anyone to affect Alice's emotions the way Bella did, and it left him feeling a little off balance. What are her best subjects, then? He asked, turning to look at Alice, trying to keep his mind focused on something practical. Alice met his gaze, staring at him for a moment. She bit her bottom lip and started to blink rapidly, her breath coming out in quick, staccato huffs. Let me guess, Jasper said, knowing that Alice was trying very hard not to laugh. He had been around her long enough to have developed a very good sense of her moods. For her humor, and he instinctively knew what she was thinking. Biology? Jasper guessed, raising a pale eyebrow at her. A small smile began to spread across his lips as Alice's control over her laughter started to slip. She released her bottom lip and laughed, covering her mouth with her hand as she continued to blink. Her body shook with laughter, which vibrated through her. This went on for about 30 seconds, and then she began to regain control, her bottom lip finding its way back beneath her teeth. She looked at Jasper sheepishly, a mildly embarrassed expression on her face. English, Alice said more seriously once she got her fit of giggles under control. Literature, she continued, resting her head on Jasper's shoulder. I don't think she would have studied it before. She probably would have gone with something more practical. But now there's no reason for her not to go with what interests her. Jasper nodded, his thumb idly tracing the slick covers of the brochures on his lap. He could hear the affection in Alice's voice and feel it pouring off her. Again, he wondered how he had ever mistaken it for friendship alone. We don't have to talk about Bella, Alice said softly a few moments later, taking Jasper's hand in hers and holding it tenderly. She didn't share Jasper's talent for reading emotions, but she had been with him for a long time and knew how to tell how he was feeling. He was trying hard to be supportive and appear fine with things, but she sensed that it was much more difficult for him than he wanted her to know. As a subject, she's somewhat hard to avoid, Jasper replied quietly, squeezing Alice's hand gently before tilting his head down to press a kiss to the top of hers. He knew she was trying to ease his discomfort by switching the subject to something less painful, but whether he liked it or not, Bella was now a significant part of their lives. Part of Alice's life was significant for both of them, and they needed to talk about Bella. Jasper had to adjust to hearing Alice mention her. He needed to feel Alice's emotions as she spoke about Bella. This was essential for him to fully accept the situation and to make reality feel real. Jasper took a deep breath, his lips brushing against the top of Alice's head. Her hair was still damp from the shower, and she carried the strong scent of mango and papaya. She had only called out a few words to him when she arrived home before heading straight to the bathroom. He understood that her lingering bath had been to wash away Bella's scent. He inhaled again and sighed. The fragrance of mango and papaya reminded him of how Alice had spent her evening, but he was relieved it was far better than actually smelling Bella on her. Not true, Alice said softly, her voice lacking strength. We could talk about your evening. Jasper interjected, his tone a bit pointed but not unkind. Alice paused for a moment. I made up with Charlie, she finally replied, searching for something from her evening that didn't involve Bella or being intimate with her. Better, Jasper said gently, a slight smile forming on his lips. But still Bella-related, he added, stroking the back of her hand, which rested comfortably in his. I found myself singing along to My Humps in the car this afternoon, Alice shared after a few seconds of thought. Jasper snorted, the sound making Alice smile. That's so sad, he murmured, gently stroking her cheek in a comforting gesture. Alice looked at him and smiled, then leaned in to press her lips against his. I know, she sighed, resting her head on his shoulder again. A decade is ruining me, she continued, sounding pitiful. Suddenly, she straightened up with excitement and grabbed Jasper's arm. We need to go to Seattle and see Shakespeare performed on stage, she declared, squeezing his arm. She emphasized the last words because the thought of Leonardo DiCaprio came to mind when she heard Romeo and Juliet. That thought would have made her cry if she still had working tear ducts. Or at the very least, we need to attend the symphony, Alice continued. Jazz, she squeezed his arm again. The last time I heard Moonlight Sonata, it was a techno remix. I cannot continue on like this, she finished, shuddering. Jasper laughed, his eyes crinkling at the sides in a way Alice loved. Cultural elitist, he accused playfully. I am not, Alice muttered immediately, though she really suspected she was. Not with diction like that, you aren't, Jasper replied, laughing lightly as Alice swatted him in the stomach. Oh, I'm sorry, Alice said with a smile as Jasper's impeccable 19th century schooling showed itself again. I meant to say. WWY, I never, she began in an exaggerated Southern accent. You, sir, have wounded me to the very depths of my soul. How, I say, how do you sleep at night? Jasper laughed again, looking at Alice in mock horror. Who talks like that? He asked, still chuckling. Southern ladies from a certain era, Alice declared, as if the answer should have been obvious. Her accent was perfect. Even though she hadn't lived in the South for a long time, she could still replicate the twang seamlessly. She knew the language was overwrought. Only in badly written romance novels, my dear, Jasper said with a smile. See, that's the problem, Alice said happily. Those are my favorites, she continued, pulling back from him so she could see his face. Jasper grinned at her. Alice smiled back, bending her head forward until their foreheads touched. In that moment, they held each other's gaze and continued to smile. Alice, Jasper said. Alice blinked slowly, as if coming out of a fog. She and Jasper then turned toward the door of their room. Alice already knew who was standing there. Her mind recognized the voice despite the warm haze in her brain. Still, her heart clenched painfully when her eyes landed on Edward, leaning awkwardly against the doorframe. Edward, Alice breathed out, her tone a mix of hopefulness and surprise. It was the first time he had voluntarily spoken to her in 2 days. Do you have a minute? Edward asked. His tone was slightly strained, and he looked everywhere in the room except at her. Yeah, Alice replied, sharing a brief look with Jasper before hopping off the bed. Sure. I'll wait for you downstairs, Edward said, finally turning towards the bed. He didn't look at Alice. Instead, he briefly met Jasper's eyes, nodding once to acknowledge his presence, and then he left the room. Alice moved toward the closet, grabbing a pair of yoga pants to pull on over her boy shorts. Any words of wisdom, soldier? She asked softly, glancing at Jasper from just inside the closet doors. If he wants to duel, make sure you get to choose the weapon, Jasper replied. Thank you, Alice said, making a face at him. She frowned slightly when he smiled back. That helps a lot, she continued, reaching behind her to grab a random shirt, which she then tossed at his head. With that taken care of, Alice made her way toward the bedroom door and Edward. He was leaning against the base of the banister, staring at nothing when Alice reached the main floor of the house. When she came to a stop beside him, he didn't turn around to face her. Alice stood looking out into the darkness of the house, waiting to see what Edward would do. She knew she was in the wrong. As she descended the stairs, she decided to follow his cues and let him set the pace of the discussion. Deep down, she wanted to yell, I'm sorry, over and over again and throw herself at his feet, begging for forgiveness. Feel like a walk? Edward finally asked, still avoiding her gaze as he stared at the front door. Yeah, Alice replied softly. That sounds, yeah. She cut herself off, not wanting to suggest they were going for a pleasant stroll in the woods. Despite the peacefulness of the outdoors, she was sure there would be nothing nice about what was coming and didn't want to aggravate him by implying otherwise. Edward gave a terse nod and headed for the door. Sighing deeply, Alice followed him. You saw Bella today? Edward asked 10 minutes into their walk. Yeah, Alice responded, her eyes focused forward. Edward fell silent for a moment. "Charlie is still fond of you," he said finally, his voice a mix of confusion and irritation. "Charlie doesn't worry about me the same way he worries about you," Alice replied. She knew her bubbly personality, the way she painted Bella's toenails and introduced her to obscure 60s music, was why Charlie was so forgiving with her. She could act like a silly teenage girl at times, but Charlie saw her as relatively harmless. Edward, on the other hand, was a different story. In Charlie's mind, he was a threat to Bella's well-being and the cause of all the disastrous decisions Bella had made in the past year. Charlie thought Edward was bad for Bella, while he considered Alice to be good for her, despite Alice's own youthful mistakes. Edward snorted unkindly, and Alice stayed silent. He was right, after all. Out of the two of them, she was the one Charlie should have worried about. Alice felt anxious about spending the night. Her actions had hurt Bella just as much as Edward's had. She believed she deserved Charlie's mistrust and dislike, but she was able to come and go freely while Edward was likely banned from the house. "You knew I was going to see her?" Edward asked, turning his head slightly towards Alice before looking away again. "I thought you might," Alice replied. Earlier that day, he had been unsure about whether to see Bella. She had even debated staying with Bella until she fell asleep. But when Edward's decision to visit Bella came to her in a vision, she knew she had to leave. "And you still couldn't stay away?" Edward asked, his tone sharper than before, filled with anger and accusation. In that moment, Alice realized that despite the ban Charlie had likely placed on him, Edward had made it into the house and into Bella's bedroom. Even though all evidence of her presence had been erased, her scent would have been detectable to Edward. He understood exactly how she had spent her time there. "Honestly," Alice said softly, keeping her eyes averted. "No, I couldn't." She sighed. Even before the vision, she had known there was a good chance he would go to see Bella again, but she had felt compelled to see Bella herself. Staying away the night before had been hard enough. She couldn't have gone another day without seeing her. Being away from her all those months was torturous, Alice whispered. Now that she's so close, staying away is impossible. Edward heard her words echo in his mind. He closed his eyes, severing the unconscious connection he had formed with her. He didn't want to be in her mind during this conversation. He didn't want to feel her love, affection, and desire for Bella pulsing through him. He didn't want to sympathize with her feelings. He didn't want to acknowledge the hopelessness of trying to ignore the truth of her emotions. Mistake. She knew she was in the wrong. She was the interloper. She should have been the one suffering, not him. "Your hair was wet," Edward said, automatically pushing a branch out of Alice's way. The gesture was instinctive, a sign of brotherly affection, and he wished he could take it back. "I had just gotten out of the shower," Alice replied. She was tempted to thank him but stopped herself, knowing it would not be appreciated. He probably hadn't even meant to do it. "Oh. Afraid Jasper would try to bite you?" Edward asked, his voice casually cruel. "He likes to do that sometimes anyway," Alice replied, not rising to the bait. "So you just didn't want him to smell her on you," Edward said, moving into a small clearing and tilting his head to peer at the moon. "You're very considerate of your cuckold. It's nice one of us was spared the details of your sordid sex life." "Just because I have one, it doesn't mean it's sordid," Alice said, stopping in her tracks to glare at Edward. She parted her lips as if she was going to say something else but thought better of it, remaining silent for a moment. "I know listen, your problem is with me, okay? Leave Jazz out of this," she said finally, her voice edged with steel as she reached the last part of her statement. It was one thing for him to take shots at her, she was fair game. But she would not allow him to abuse Jasper to punish her. "That seems to be easy for you to do these days," Edward responded lowly, his eyes burning into Alice's. "But I can't help but care about how my actions affect others." His words were pointed and cold. Alice's body coiled, and her lip twitched as she fought the urge to bare her fangs. Her chest rumbled. She glanced into the darkness, staring at the shadows of the trees, and began to breathe deeply. It was too soon. Going out there with Edward was a mistake. He wasn't ready to talk to her. He just wanted to vent his frustrations, and she couldn't fault him for that. His anger was justified. But if she stayed and played into it, things would be said or actions taken that couldn't be undone. Their relationship might truly be ruined forever. He was her brother, she loved him, and she didn't want this to be the end for them. "I'm not going to do this, Edward," Alice said, forcing herself into a more relaxed position before turning around. "I'm going back to the house." With that, she turned and began to walk away, moving a few meters from him. She was preparing to run when his voice reached her. "I accepted," Edward said softly, his eyes fluttering closed as he forced the words out. When he had gone to Bella, he had no intention of accepting the offer. The idea of sharing the woman he loved, the woman he wanted to marry, was unthinkable to him. But after he arrived and began to talk to her, he realized how dire the situation really was. He had been away, Bella had been lonely, and she had always been fond of Alice. He thought their relationship was a matter of convenience, that once he pledged himself to Bella again and promised not to leave her, the affair with Alice would end. However, Bella was unwavering in her declaration of love for Alice. She said that while she was lonely, her feelings for Alice had been there for a long time and wouldn't change just because he had come back. When she spoke of Alice, her voice cracked with emotion, and her eyes filled with tears. He couldn't understand how this had happened, how these feelings had arisen between them. But standing in Bella's room, surrounded by Alice's scent, and witnessing Bella's overwhelming emotions at the mere mention of Alice's name, Edward realized that the feelings were very real. Edward realized that if he didn't accept the terms Bella had set, he would actually lose her, and he couldn't risk that. So, he agreed. He hated the situation with every fiber of his being, but he knew not having Bella at all would be worse. "What?" Alice breathed, turning to stare at him. "I accepted her terms," Edward said, finally meeting Alice's eyes for the first time in days. "Bella and I, you and Bella, you and Jasper. That's the arrangement, right? You agreed?" Alice asked, surprise coloring her tone. She had thought he might accept eventually, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She had anticipated more resistance, more conversations like the one they were having. It never crossed her mind that he would be so reasonable. "Yes," Edward said, looking away again. "Being away from her is impossible for me as well. She made it clear that the only way we could be together was if the two of you could be as well, which didn't leave me much of a choice," he continued, speaking slowly through clenched jaws. Edward sighed and ran an agitated hand through his hair. "Do you know what the most difficult thing is?" he asked, turning to look at Alice once more, surprised that he was managing to discuss things so calmly. She shook her head. "When I picked up your thoughts while you were communicating with Arrow, when I realized what had happened between you and Bella, I found that I wasn't surprised," he said, a dark smile twisting his lips. "Hurt?" "Yes, certainly." "Angry?" "Yes, of course." "But shocked?" "No, I can't say that I was at all," he explained, his face twisting in agony as he spoke. "I think a part of me has known since I delivered your letter to her." She was so distant after that, so broken, he continued, his voice soft and far away. In the days after Alice left, before his own departure, Bella hadn't really been with him. She had gone. Edward retreated to a dark, lonely place inside himself. At the time, he hadn't understood why Alice's departure had affected Bella so deeply. But when he looked into Alice's mind, Bella's reaction and many other things began to make sense. "And then there was you, singing songs in your head every time I was around," Edward continued, recalling how confused he had been by Alice's sudden distance. He remembered how hurt he felt by her avoidance, clinging to Jasper with that desperate, beseeching look in your eyes. Every word was a plea for forgiveness, he went on, shaking his head. They had all been confused by Alice's guilty behavior, even though she hadn't done anything that they were aware of. Wincing whenever someone mentioned her name, he finished, looking away. He shook his head at the memories, wondering how it had taken him so long to see the truth. "Edward," Alice said, wanting to reach out to him but holding back. I never meant to. I know, Edward interrupted, holding up his hand. You never meant for it to happen, he said, gazing off into the distance again. I believe you, he sighed. I don't think you intentionally tried to hurt me, but you did, Alice, he continued, meeting her eyes. You've hurt me tremendously, and I don't like you very much right now, he said, staring at her before he could no longer bear the sight of her face. It's going to take me a while to forgive you, he sighed. We were always the closest, he whispered, which makes it all so much more terrible. Alice took a deep breath and squeezed her eyes shut, only opening them again when she felt Edward's hand on her shoulder. I said some nasty things earlier, Edward began as Alice opened her eyes. I shouldn't have. I was being mean. I wanted to hurt your feelings. I wanted to make you feel badly. I do, Alice admitted, looking down at her feet. Yes, I know, Edward said with a sigh. I've been trying to block it out, but your guilt is a potent force, as is your love, he continued. His voice was pained, as if the words were physically harming him. I may have similarly unpleasant lapses for the next little while. Please forgive me if I do. He took a deep breath. Alice nodded, uncertain of what to say. I hate feeling like this, Edward said, stepping away from her and running his hands through his hair again. I hate being mad at my little freak. The nickname fell effortlessly from his lips. Familial love is so strong too, he sighed, gazing at her before looking away again. He had always had a soft spot for Alice. He was particularly charmed by her and felt extremely protective of her. He had let his guard down with her and been open in a way he had never been with his other siblings, even though he loved them dearly as well. There was just a special bond between Alice and him, and being away from her hurt him too. He never would have contemplated a scenario in which the sight of her made him sick. Yet now, he could barely stand to look at her face. You can't stand to look at me, can you? Alice asked softly, her heart breaking as she saw the truth in every tense inch of his body. Edward kept his eyes averted but tilted his head down, as if some part of him wished it weren't true. Is it always going to be like this? Alice asked, biting her bottom lip to keep her voice steady. I should be the one asking you that, shouldn't I? Edward replied, looking up at the twinkling stars. I can only see the outcome of decisions once they've been made, Alice murmured, knowing Edward was already aware of this. Then, at least we know I haven't decided to hate you forever, he said. That's true, Alice said haltingly. She hadn't thought of it that way, but he was right. If there was really no hope for them, if he had decided to, she would have seen the rift between us, instead of the darkness of possibility, he thought. Did you know Jasper's here? He asked, his tone casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. Alice nodded. As soon as he decided to follow us, she replied. She had barely sensed him. He was tracking them from a distance, far enough away that he couldn't hear their conversation, but close enough to reach them within seconds if needed. Does he really think I would hurt you? Edward asked, his voice filled with genuine hurt. No, Alice answered. I think mostly he's been trying to keep us civil, she said with a rueful smile. At the very least, to keep us from dueling. She understood the truth behind Edward's question. Jasper didn't truly believe Edward would hurt her, but he couldn't be completely certain. The 1% chance that their conversation could escalate was enough to compel Jasper to follow and protect her. Edward stared off into the distance, possibly searching for Jasper, or perhaps lost in thought. It's a nice night, he remarked, still gazing ahead. Yes, Alice agreed, feeling much like she did earlier in the foyer, waiting to see where he was headed. I'll leave you two to enjoy it, he said. You can come out now. I'm leaving, he called out, his voice louder for Jasper to hear. A slight breeze rustled the air, and a few seconds later, Jasper stood beside Alice, his eyes calmly assessing Edward. I wouldn't have touched her, Edward said, needing to express that sentiment. He understood that despite Alice's reassurances, Jasper was there partly to protect his mate. It wasn't personal, Jasper replied, holding Edward's gaze. Half of the time, Edward said. The ugly feelings rose up in him before he began to calm down. Jasper's ability was much stronger now that he was closer, and he was no longer trying to hide the fact that he was manipulating their emotions. "She's still my lady," Jasper said softly. Edward nodded, exhaustion washing over him. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to be far away from both of them. "Good night," he said, planning to run as far as he could. He wasn't even sure if he cared about making it back to town for school in the morning. All he knew was that he needed to be alone for a while. "Good night," Jasper said, inclining his head respectfully in Edward's direction. "Night," Alice said softly, her eyes on the mossy forest floor. There was a ruffling of the air, and then Edward was gone. "Nice night for a walk," Jasper commented a few moments later, turning from the spot where Edward had disappeared. Alice stepped closer to him, allowing him to wrap his arms around her shoulders. "Yeah," she breathed out softly. "Shall we?" he asked. "Please," she replied, easing up onto her tiptoes to press her lips against his cheek. Jasper reached for her hand, and they began to head back in the direction of the house, their pace leisurely. "Jazz," Alice said softly, her voice cracking as their feet glided over the ground. "I know," he said, squeezing her hand. "Things will be okay." Alice nodded, reassured, and they continued on their way home. Chapter 17, Song of the Siren. 2 weeks later, Alice asked, "I know I'm supposed to do it, and that you don't like me very much right now, but can you please just do it?" Frustration edged her voice. She never thought she would have to beg Edward to spend time with Bella. "I didn't say I wouldn't do it," Edward replied, his voice calm and almost serene, which only agitated Alice more. "I'm just wondering why you are suddenly so anxious not to spend time with her." Some emotion finally slipped into his voice. "I thought it was unbearable for you to be away from her now that she's so close," he added with a snide tone. "Listen," Alice began, gritting her teeth. "We both know you know what's bothering me, so let's not play this game." She paused, knowing his senses were just as developed as hers, and that he would have picked up on her thoughts. "It's never bothered you like this before," Edward remarked. "Nothing seemed to deter you from spending time with her. I don't see why you're getting so worked up now." "I'm fine," he added, in a tone that made Alice want to kick him in the shins. "I don't know, all right," Alice exclaimed, shaking her head. "Honestly, I don't know what's changed." She had a theory about it, and from the way Edward winced and looked away, she realized he had picked up on her theory as well. "The point is that it has," she said. "So, the question is, can you get over loathing me long enough to just do this for Bella?" Edward looked at Alice sharply, his jaw clenching. "Low blow," he hissed, his tone as cold as his eyes. Alice looked away and sighed. "Will you do it?" she asked, her tone contrite. "Yes," Edward responded, breathing out through his nose. "For Bella." Bella spotted Alice and Edward talking near a thicket of trees. Bella paused at the side of the parking lot, her breath catching as she took in the sight before her. Edward and Alice were talking, a sight she hadn't witnessed since they left Forks months ago. Since returning, they had barely spoken to each other, hardly acknowledging each other's presence. Alice had mentioned to Bella that they had communicated and reached an impasse, which Bella believed was true. Edward no longer glared at Alice as if he were about to lose control, and the last time Bella mentioned Alice's name, he hadn't reacted with a growl or buried his head in his hands. So, she thought things were better. However, Alice had still gotten a car to avoid spending mornings together driving to school. Bella believed they were far from having civil conversations. Given that they were now talking, it either meant something miraculous had happened or something unfortunate. Based on her experiences in Forks, she was leaning toward the latter. Anxiety surged through her as she headed in their direction, hoping she wasn't witnessing the calm before the storm. Alice tensed, turning her head slightly. Edward was momentarily surprised by her reaction, but then Bella's scent reached him, and he turned to watch her approach, frowning at the thought that Alice had sensed Bella before he had. Alice shivered, her golden eyes fluttering closed. When she opened them again, they were black, catching Edward off guard once more. "I know this probably means nothing to you right now, but thank you," Alice said, seizing the moment to hold his gaze. She understood he would look away soon. He rarely maintained eye contact for more than a few seconds. She hoped the sincerity of her words came through. "Really, I owe you," she added, unable to resist glancing longingly at Bella. "Sure," Edward replied. Edward murmured, his frustration evident as Alice glanced at Bella. Alice sighed, realizing their moment of civility had ended. "Right," she said, turning to the trees. "See ya." With that, she vanished into the woods, planning to return for her car later. Bella approached Edward, her gaze fixed on the spot where Alice had disappeared. Her heart raced painfully in her chest. "What's going on?" Bella asked, trying to calm herself as she turned to Edward. She knew he could hear her heartbeat and didn't want to answer a barrage of questions about what was troubling her. Where did Alice go? Alice was supposed to drive Bella to work and pick her up afterward. It was their date night, and Bella had been looking forward to spending time alone with Alice, especially since Alice had seemed tense during their last night together a few days earlier. Bella couldn't understand why Alice had been so high-strung, and she had seen little of her since then. On their off days, Bella typically only saw Alice at school during lunch, but the day before, she hadn't even seen her then. She noticed that she and Jasper were both hesitant around each other, unsure how to act given their relationships with Alice. Concerned, Bella had asked Jasper where Alice was. He looked genuinely confused and shrugged, saying he thought she would be in the lunchroom as usual. Jasper's response deepened Bella's worry. She began to feel that Alice was trying to avoid her. The fact that Alice had disappeared into the woods without even saying hello, just when they were supposed to spend time together, only intensified Bella's fear of being avoided. That feeling alone was terrible, but what made it worse was that she had no idea why. "Something came up that she needed to take care of," Edward said. Edward said smoothly, his voice calm and serene. "I can take you to work now, if you'd like." "Something came up?" Bella questioned as Edward placed his hand at the small of her back and began to lead her toward the Volvo. "What's something?" she asked, narrowing her eyes as she was guided along. Edward shrugged, his face tranquil. "She didn't say," he responded lightly. "We haven't been talking much," he added, grimacing. Bella was confused by his expression for a moment, then realized it was an attempt at a smile, as if he were trying to make a joke. "She just wanted to ask if I could drive you to work," Edward continued. "Is she picking me up?" Bella asked, feeling bothered by his nonchalant attitude. Alice wouldn't have broken their plans for something trivial like picking up dry cleaning. If she had asked Edward to drive her, it meant something was likely important, even serious. If it was serious, Edward surely would have known what it was. He wasn't ignorant of what was going on with Alice, she was sure of it. He just chose not to tell her, as usual. "I couldn't say," Edward replied, opening the door for Bella. He seemed either unaware or unconcerned by the glare she shot him before she slipped inside. "Couldn't or won't?" Bella asked as Edward settled into the driver's seat. "Honestly, Bella," he sighed as he started the car. "There's no reason to be upset with me. I'm not the one who broke your plans." He began backing out of the parking space carefully. "Really, I couldn't tell you what Alice is up to at the moment," he continued as they headed onto the main road. Bella stared at his impossibly beautiful, and at that moment, impossibly irritating, face and sighed. She knew he knew more than he was telling her, but she wasn't going to waste her time asking him about it anymore. She knew how that would end. She would ask and ask until her voice was raw, but he would never budge. No matter how many times she questioned him, he would remain silent, looking beautiful and serene. Frustrated, Bella twisted away from him and gazed out the window, feeling a passive-aggressive irritation. She decided she would just ask Alice about it when she picked her up from work, if she came to pick her up at all. Later that night at the Swan residence, Bella nearly laughed at the surprise and disappointment on Charlie's face when he saw her and Edward coming through the door. Her amusement wasn't malicious, she felt a sense of camaraderie with her father. She suspected she had worn a similar expression just 15 minutes earlier when she exited Newton's to find Edward waiting outside instead of Alice. Edward. What a pleasant surprise, Charlie greeted, not even trying to sound genuine. For once, Bella didn't respond with an annoyed "Dad" or glare at him. She understood where he was coming from. He missed seeing Alice too. Hello, Charlie, Edward replied, a slight smile touching his lips as his eyes drifted to the TV where a Crest commercial was playing. Has the game started? First inning, Charlie said, glancing at Bella, who shrugged helplessly. There was nothing she could do about it. The Mariners are up next. Edward hummed in response, and silence fell over the room. Bella clapped her hands together to draw their attention. I'm going to, she began, pointing toward the kitchen. Dinner should be ready in 30 minutes, she continued as she moved toward the kitchen. So, you guys enjoy the game, and I'll holler when it's time. She waved grandly toward the television, hoping they would sit down, though she doubted they would relax. Edward looked over at her thoughtfully. After Bella finished speaking, she felt a moment of fear that Edward would follow her. Sometimes, he spent time in the kitchen while she cooked, passing her ingredients, chopping vegetables, or just watching her work. Most of the time, she enjoyed the company, especially when preparing a dish she had made many times before. But on this particular night, she needed some time alone and didn't want any company, especially not Edward's. She felt anxious and uneasy, and it had been difficult to pretend she was fine during the short car ride home. Edward had been watching her closely, and she was still tense from trying to maintain a neutral expression when all she wanted to do was frown. She needed time in the kitchen to be alone, to feel uneasy about not seeing Alice without Edward scrutinizing her every breath. Edward glanced at the television and then the couch. Silently, he started to move toward it. Bella's eyes fluttered, but she controlled the urge to sigh in relief, knowing he would hear it. He was her boyfriend, and she felt guilty for wanting to avoid him, but she truly needed time to process her worries about Alice in private. Shaking off her thoughts of being a terrible girlfriend, Bella turned and headed for the kitchen, grateful to be alone. An hour and a half later, Charlie looked at Bella keenly as Edward's car pulled away from the house. So, he asked. So. Bella replied impatiently, frowning at him. What happened to Alice tonight? He asked, ignoring her tone. What makes you think Alice was supposed to come over tonight? Bella asked, glancing longingly at the stairs. She wanted to escape. Charlie could be too perceptive at times, and she didn't want him to ask her a bunch of questions about things she was already stressed over. Because she's over here every other night, Charlie replied. It's like they made a schedule or something. He frowned slightly, wondering if they thought there was a fire code that limited the house to 3 occupants at a time. Tonight was Alice's turn, he said, looking back at Bella. Bella sighed. She hadn't realized Charlie was paying that much attention. Something came up, she said, shrugging and hoping to sound nonchalant. No biggie. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy watching the game with Edward, she added, smiling a little as Charlie glared at her. It was magical, Charlie said in the most deadpan voice Bella had ever heard. She couldn't help but smile, and eventually, her expression made Charlie grin too. I don't think he even likes sports, Charlie grumbled a moment later, turning to glare into the living room. Alice doesn't either, Bella laughed. She just humors you. Oh, I know, Charlie said, turning back to meet Bella's eyes. But at least she tries. At least she speaks, he said, glowering again. It had been a very quiet evening with the 3 of them in the living room. Alice usually got bored pretending to care about whatever sport was on after Charlie finished eating, but then she would start softly chatting with Bella, braiding her hair or painting her nails, while Charlie continued to watch the game. Occasionally, they would exchange a few words with him, but for the most part, they talked softly to each other, keeping their voices down so he could hear the commentary. There wasn't constant communication, but it was pleasant and peaceful. Bella knew Charlie enjoyed just having them in the room, even if they weren't always talking to him. With Edward, there was a lack of conversation, but none of the serenity. She'll be around soon, Bella said, really hoping it was true. Try to contain your sorrow until then, she added, laughing a little as Charlie rolled his eyes at her. She was about to say good night and turned to head upstairs. As she walked up the stairs, Bella noticed a change in Charlie's expression. It softened, and his eyes seemed to shimmer as he looked at her. What? Bella sighed, sensing something emotional coming. Nothing, Charlie said, looking down at his socks. It's good to hear you laughing again. Even though he didn't say it out loud, Bella suspected he was thinking it was almost worth having Edward back in town because it meant Alice was back too, bringing her laughter and joy. It's good to be laughing again, Bella said softly, acknowledging his unspoken sentiment. Over the past weeks, she had been watching him more closely and saw how much he still worried about her. She made a conscious effort to be more open, to share details about her day. There were many things she couldn't tell him, but she tried to fill him in on the customers at the store, what funny thing Pete had said at lunch, and other little tidbits about her day that seemed to please him. She wanted to make up for the stress she had caused him during the Cullens' absence. Charlie looked up and held her gaze. A moment passed between them, and Bella knew he understood the subtext of her words. He knew she was sorry, that she recognized his worries, but that she was better now and everything would be okay. Good night, Dad, Bella said softly, her eyes lighting up as he smiled at her unexpected use of the title. She made a mental note to call him Dad more often, though she realized it would take time to break the habit of calling him Charlie. Night, Bells, he replied, sounding content. Impulsively, Bella stopped in front of him on her way to the stairs. She pressed herself up onto her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. When she pulled away, Charlie's cheeks were bright red, and she smiled at him. Oh, Dad, she muttered affectionately. She playfully slapped him on the arm and headed for the stairs, promising herself to keep this connection alive. Bella promised herself that she would hug Charlie once a week from that moment on. She wanted to make sure he didn't act like it was a miracle when she touched him. Half an hour later, Bella sighed heavily and flopped back against her mattress. Alice still wasn't answering her phone. Bella closed her eyes. Her heart began to pound in her chest again, and she started to feel hot. Worry and concern were turning into panic, and she tried to calm herself down. Alice wasn't going to leave again like she did before. She had promised she wouldn't. Besides, everything was out in the open now, and her life hadn't been in danger for weeks. There was no reason for Alice to leave. Everything was fine. The thought was meant to reassure her, but Bella couldn't help remembering the last time she had repeated those words to herself and how very wrong everything had been back then. She rolled over onto her right side, curling up into a fetal position. Then she shifted to rest on her back. A few minutes later, she moved again, shifting onto her left side and curling up into the fetal position once more. After a couple of minutes, she rolled off the bed altogether and began to pace. She had to go see Alice. Bella's heart began to slow as the thought came to her. Yes, she would go see Alice. She would talk to Alice. Alice would tell her that she had just gone hunting or that Rose had suggested a shopping trip, or that she had been neglecting Esme and wanted some mother-daughter bonding time. Alice would laugh airily, hug Bella, and tell her that everything was fine. Bella would swat Alice's arm and say she had been so scared. Alice would whisper, "Silly human," and kiss her, and everything would be fine. Yes, she would go see Alice. Everything would be okay. Bella sat down on her bed and took a deep breath. She would go see Alice. She just needed to stop shaking first. Bella blinked. She was halfway down the stairs when the doorbell rang. "You're grounded," Charlie reminded her from the living room. Bella stood in the living room, aware that Charlie thought Edward had returned. "I know," she called back, rolling her eyes. She was indeed planning to leave the house after her new curfew, but she was confident Charlie would allow her to see Alice. He often made exceptions for Alice. Bella just hoped it wasn't Edward at the door. If he had come back, by the time he left, it would likely be too late for Charlie to consider letting her go. As she continued down the stairs, her irritation grew with every step. "What?" she asked, flinging the door open. She knew whoever was on the other side didn't deserve her frustration, but she couldn't hold it back. She needed to see Alice, and they were in her way. "I thought," Alice began, blinking in confusion as she looked at Bella. "Alice," Bella whispered, barely able to believe her friend was standing in front of her. "Alice," Bella exclaimed more loudly, immediately wrapping her arms around her. Alice lightly rubbed her back for a moment, then pulled away. Her gaze drifted behind Bella to Charlie, who had likely come out of the other room upon hearing Bella's squeal of delight. "Hey Charlie," Alice said, waving. "Hey there, kiddo," Charlie replied with a smile. "I know it's kind of late," Alice started, flashing Charlie her most charming smile. "But I was hoping to talk to Bella. Mom insisted on bonding time this afternoon, but Lauren told Angela something about Katie, and Katie's saying it's not true. But everybody totally thinks it is, so I don't even know why she's bothering to deny it. And Bella's in class with Rob, who heard from." "Sure, okay," Charlie said, realizing he had lost track of Alice's story sometime after Lauren told Angela. "Come on in, kiddo," he said, clearly not wanting to hear more of Alice's tale. He loved her most of the time, but when she went into excessive teenage girl mode, he found it overwhelming. Bella knew it was best to leave the scene. "I'll be in the living room." "You two have fun," Charlie said. "Thanks, Dad," Bella replied. She grabbed Alice's hand and pulled her up the stairs. "I'm so mad at you," Bella said, pressing Alice against the door and kissing her the moment they were alone in her room. "Feels like it," Alice murmured, pulling back to press a soft kiss to Bella's lips before disentangling herself. She moved further into the room, stopping by the window Bella had left open in case Alice decided to come by. "Why did you come through the front door?" Bella frowned. "You'll just have to sneak back in later." Charlie tended to bend the rules for Alice, but he hadn't quite forgiven either of them enough to allow for slumber parties. "I can't stay," Alice said, her eyes steady on Bella. "I thought it would be better to talk here than at my house." Bella's face fell as she realized what had brought Alice over. Alice must have had a vision when Bella decided to see her. If Bella had left right away, she would have reached the Cullens before Alice could intercept her. But Bella had hesitated, trying to pull herself together, which gave Alice enough time to race over. "Talk about what?" Bella asked, her voice falling into a monotone as she understood Alice hadn't come to see her, but to stop her from going to her house and possibly making a scene. "Why I asked Edward to drive you today," Alice said, perching herself on the windowsill. "Are you really going to sit all the way over there?" Bella asked, confusion and annoyance mixing in her tone as she eyed Alice. "It's for the best," Alice sighed. "Sit down, please," she continued, her voice soft and gentle. "I know you're worried, but there's no reason to be." "Really, there isn't. I'll explain. Everything's fine, mostly," she added, causing Bella to look at her sharply. "Everything doesn't feel fine," Bella replied. Bella murmured softly as she moved to sit in her desk chair. Normally, she would have chosen the bed, but Alice's behavior made her realize that sitting on the bed, while Alice was in the room but not next to her, would only make her feel worse. "I didn't mean to make you worry," Alice said, shaking her head. "I should have realized you would, but I didn't. Not until I saw that you were planning to come see me." She continued in an apologetic tone. "I was hoping to avoid this topic. It's a little embarrassing, but I don't want you worrying, and, well, I suppose it was inevitable." Bella looked at her curiously. She had never known anything to embarrass Alice. "Since when do you get embarrassed?" Bella asked before she could think better of it. "Oh, it happens every few decades," Alice responded, smiling a little at Bella before tilting her head to look out the window. "I really am sorry about today," Alice said, sighing and turning to face Bella again. "It's just really hard for me to be around you at the moment." "Why?" Bella gasped, wondering if this had something to do with Edward and Alice feeling guilty about their relationship. She couldn't think of anything else that would make Alice stay away. "It's not unusual really," Alice began softly, trying to reassure Bella. "It's always harder for me at certain times of the month, she continued. Her speech paused when Bella's eyes widened and her skin flushed deep red. Usually I can handle it. It's just, this time, I don't know, she said, shaking her head. It's just much harder this time. Oh God, Bella groaned, realizing what Alice was saying. Alice was staying away because of her period. Bella felt her cheeks flush but forced herself not to begin hyperventilating. Obviously, Alice didn't want to talk about it any more than she did, but it was out there now, and she supposed they should talk about it. Given the fact that she spent most of her time around vampires, she was surprised that she had never considered how her cycle affected things. Them. But you've been around me before, Bella said, forcing the words out despite her blush. I know, Alice replied, her gaze scanning the floor. But it's just harder this time, she continued, sounding lost and sad. Bella felt tears welling up in sympathy. She stood up and took a step toward Alice but stopped when Alice pressed herself against the window frame. Sorry, Alice said immediately, shame in her eyes as she looked at Bella. Please sit, she added, nodding toward the chair Bella had just vacated. I just can't be excited around you when you're like this. Bella knew she wasn't planning to make any advances when she approached Alice. She likely just wanted to hug her, to offer some comfort. But being that close would stir Alice's emotions, and given her current state, it would be too much for her to handle. It's too much, even for me, Alice admitted. Right now, you have no idea how hard it is, even this far away from you. She sighed deeply. Your blood is singing so loudly, she finished, her voice trailing off into a purr. Bella forced herself not to react to the sound. Alice's purr always filled her with excitement. It was a sound Alice made only when she was thinking about touching Bella or was actually touching her, and Bella had come to associate it with intense pleasure. But even as her body responded to the sound, she knew better than to push things. Alice's eyes were completely black, and Bella could practically feel the hunger radiating from her. Sitting back down, Bella turned her gaze to Alice, only to find that Alice wasn't looking at her directly. Just before she spoke to comfort her, Bella noticed that Alice's coal-black eyes were focused somewhere else. Her legs. Bella took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly. She wasn't certain if it was from embarrassment or excitement, but she suspected it was excitement, which made her shiver again. How long will you have to stay away? Bella stammered, her heart racing with a desire she knew wouldn't be fulfilled. She cursed nature's gift to women with every part of her being as she spoke. Alice blinked, her nostrils flaring as she tried to push away the images flooding her mind. It was difficult, and she lingered in that fantasy world a little longer, imagining Bella beneath her, twisting, her skin stained red, utterly helpless and wanting. Terrified sounds escaped Bella's throat as her blood pulsed into Alice's mouth with each beat of her heart. Alice envisioned Bella's hips thrusting against her as she moved inside of her, her fingers slick with blood and desire. A growl formed in Alice's throat, and she pressed her lips tightly together to contain it. She forced her gaze away from the enticing sight at the apex of Bella's thighs and allowed her eyes to wander around the room instead. It should, Alice began slowly, her voice cracking as she squeezed her eyes shut. It should be okay in a day or two. She continued, her voice still shaky as she opened her eyes again. Bella noticed tiny shivers traveling across Alice's small frame, and her mind flashed back to her birthday party. Right, Bella said, shifting uncomfortably. It unsettled her to think that anyone, even Alice, knew so much about her cycle. Is this going to happen every time I... She trailed off, knowing Alice would finish the sentence. Alice stared at the ground. Probably, for a while at least, she admitted. Probably until you're turned. She understood that by the time she developed enough control to handle Bella, things would be different. Bella thought that Alice would probably have enough control to turn her. She nodded and then looked at Alice curiously. Why is Edward still okay? Bella asked. Unlike Alice, he hadn't been acting strangely around her for the past few days. Everything was business as usual with him. Alice met her gaze, looking genuinely confused. She shook her head. I don't know, she said helplessly. My best guess is that my sensitivity to you has increased because we're lovers. She shrugged a little. I don't really know, though. I haven't exactly wanted to bring it up with Carlyle. Bella shuddered. Please don't, she muttered softly. Alice laughed, and the sound cheered Bella up a bit. I'll come and see you when I feel less monstrous, Alice said, standing. She smiled, but it was pained, and Bella knew she felt terrible about how her body was making her react at the moment. Bella nodded and stood as well, moving toward her closet to give Alice some space as she made her way toward the door. My window is always open, Bella said, returning Alice's smile, trying to reassure her that she didn't hold anything against her. Alice stared at her for a second, and then before Bella could blink, Alice was standing in front of her. I love you, Alice said softly. She leaned forward, pressing her lips gently to Bella's before quickly heading back to the door, moving faster than Bella could see. Love you too, Tink, Bella said, smiling brightly and feeling intensely relieved, even though she wouldn't be wrapped up in Alice's arms that night. Night, Alice said, her voice tender and full of longing, almost bringing tears to Bella's eyes. Night, Bella breathed out, trying to keep her voice cheerful, even though she knew that without Alice beside her, it was going to be a very long night. Chapter 18, Bet on Alice. 3 weeks later, Charlie watched as Bella paced back and forth in front of the living room entrance. She lifted her watch once more, looked down at it, frowned, and continued her pacing. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the television. Bella had been acting jittery since he returned from work. He was surprised she had managed to keep moving for so long without collapsing from exhaustion. The pacing wasn't making time go by any faster. She could have just sat down and waited, but when he suggested that, she shot him a glare that made him think twice about bringing it up again. He would never understand teenage girls. What time do you have? Bella asked suddenly, breaking the silence that had lasted nearly half an hour. She glanced at her watch again, shook it by her ear, and frowned once more. I think there's something wrong with mine. Charlie looked at his watch. He knew there was nothing wrong with Bella's, but it was easier to confirm the time than to convince her otherwise. It's 7:05, he replied, lowering his hand and shaking his head again as Bella sighed deeply and continued to pace. Bells, Charlie sighed, unable to take it anymore. She's probably tired after her trip. She might not even be coming. You should let her rest. Kiddo doesn't look like she gets enough sleep as it is. He frowned, thinking about the dark circles under Alice's eyes. Oh, she's coming, Bella said in response. If she knows what's good for her. She glanced at her watch again. If you say so, Charlie replied, giving up. He resigned himself to endure Bella's frantic pacing until Alice arrived, which he hoped would be soon. A few minutes later, the sound of a car pulling into the driveway broke the tension. Charlie turned his head toward the door just in time to see Bella pacing back and forth. She took a step forward and then back, as if she couldn't decide whether to run to the door and fling it open or play it cool and wait for the doorbell to ring. Confused, he watched her indecision continue until the doorbell finally rang. Bella darted forward, disappearing from sight. Alice laughed delightedly as Bella flew into her arms, wrapping her arms around Bella while kicking the door shut with her foot. Bella inhaled deeply, taking in Alice's scent. She pulled back slightly and pressed her lips against the vampire's, savoring Alice's surprised gasp. Moments later, Alice's arms wrapped around her more securely, and Bella sighed into the kiss as Alice began to kiss her back, her hand moving up and down Bella's back. It's good to see you too, Alice murmured, smiling softly as she cupped Bella's cheek. Bella blushed, knowing her greeting might have been a bit too enthusiastic, but she didn't care. I missed you, Bella breathed, leaning forward to brush her lips against Alice's again, more softly this time, just enjoying their closeness. I missed you too, Alice replied, hugging Bella once more before looking past her into the hallway. I should probably say hi to Charlie before he comes out here to see what's taking so long. She could hear him shifting in his old armchair and knew he was on his way to check on them. Ugh, Bella moaned, molding herself against Alice's side. "Can't we just go?" she asked, only half joking. Alice laughed, the sound music to Bella's ears. "It'll only take a minute, Bugs. Calm down." Bella groaned at the interruption and the nickname. Days before Alice had left for a short vacation with Jasper, she had dubbed Bella Bugs, because she always found a way to get herself into trouble, but like a rascally rabbit, she always seemed to emerge unscathed. "Fine, whatever, Tink," Bella replied morosely, using her own nickname for Alice. Alice laughed again, wrapping her arm around Bella and giving her a squeeze. She actually liked the nickname and seemed to enjoy it whenever Bella used it, which encouraged Bella to use it as much as possible. "Don't be grouchy," Alice said, pressing her lips to Bella's forehead. "We'll be alone soon, so just be a brave little engine for a few minutes longer." She then took Bella's hand and began to lead them into the living room. An hour later. That was longer than a few minutes, Bella grumbled as Alice carried her bags toward the car. Charlie, always charmed by Alice, had been in one of his talkative moods. He had started asking her all sorts of questions about her plans after graduation, if she had looked into any universities, and many other passive-aggressive questions aimed at Bella. Alice, being a talker herself, had been more than happy to indulge him. She even sat on the arm of his recliner while sharing a funny incident she observed during a campus tour. Meanwhile, Bella tapped her foot impatiently and looked at her watch. Truthfully, she should have been happy they got along so well. She was technically still grounded, and if Charlie didn't love Alice so much, he never would have agreed to let her stay in Port Angeles overnight with her. Alice laughed as she gracefully tossed Bella's luggage into the back seat of the Porsche. "Stop laughing at me," Bella complained good-naturedly, swatting Alice's backside. "I'm laughing with you," Alice said, leaning against the side of the car and staring at Bella. "Keep it up and you're going to be sleeping on the couch," Bella replied, holding Alice's gaze seriously, though she couldn't help but smile. Alice looked at her smugly. "I doubt that," she responded. Bella bit her bottom lip and shot Alice a playful look that she knew drove Bella wild. Bella glared at her, though her eyes wandered over Alice's body. "I have willpower," Bella grumbled, aware that when it came to Alice, her willpower was practically non-existent, especially after going almost a week without Alice's touch. "You haven't seen what I've got on under here," Alice replied, smiling sweetly at Bella. Bella took a step closer. Alice said, holding up a delicate finger. "As much as I'd like to be ravaged against the side of my car, Charlie's watching through the window." She continued smiling as Bella let out an exasperated sound. "He's so nosy," Bella muttered, running a hand through her hair in an effort to regain control over her hormones. "He's concerned," Alice said gently, moving around the car to open the passenger side door for Bella. "He loves you." I know, Bella sighed, her tone softer. She understood that Charlie was just looking out for her and wanted to protect her. It was just difficult to remember that when he interrupted her moments with Alice. Bella slipped into the passenger seat, and Alice closed the door before moving to the driver's seat. She quickly secured her seatbelt, then rolled down the window. Sticking her arm out, she waved at Charlie and slowly backed out of the driveway, maintaining a painfully slow speed until they were out of sight of the house. "Feel better?" Bella asked, smiling as Alice pressed the gas pedal, causing the speedometer to climb. She was almost accustomed to the ridiculous speeds the Cullens drove at now. "Yes," Alice sighed in a way that Bella usually only heard when her face was between Alice's legs. "Do you two need a moment?" Bella grinned at Alice. "I could crawl into the back and leave you the gas pedal alone for a while." "Would you?" Alice asked without missing a beat. "That's a great idea." "Dear, I think there's a magazine or something back there," Alice said, turning to look at Bella, her golden eyes sparkling. Bella bit her bottom lip, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. She had missed Alice so much. "I don't have anything witty to say in response to that, so I'm going to cross my arms and stare out of the windshield," Bella finally replied, her smile widening as Alice laughed lightly and reached for her hand, holding it firmly. Bella sighed contentedly as Alice lifted their joined hands to her lips, pressing a soft kiss to Bella's palm. "You're tense," Alice said softly, her voice almost as melodious as Nat King Cole's singing about Mona Lisa smiles through the Porsche's stereo system. "Not tense, really," Bella breathed out. She felt an energy thrumming through her body, and she knew Alice could sense it. "More anxious," she continued, smiling a little self-consciously at the raven-haired beauty. "I just want to be alone with you." Alice was quiet for a few moments, her eyes focused on the road ahead, though Bella knew she wasn't really concentrating on it. With Alice's vampire abilities, she could drive the car with her eyes closed and they would be perfectly safe. "I thought, when I was gone, that you and Edward," Alice began, biting her lip before glancing at Bella questioningly. Bella had said anxious, but Alice knew she meant something more. The moment Bella had enveloped her in the foyer, Alice had seen a vision of what Bella planned to do when they were alone, and it was spirited, to say the least. She knew Edward had been trying to protect Bella's virtue and hadn't wanted to take her virginity before they were married. But Alice had changed the scenario in her vision, certain that they would seize the opportunity to be together. It was actually one of the reasons she and Jasper had taken a short vacation together. They needed some time. Alice and Bella had been planning to get away for a few days for some time. However, it was the visions Alice had experienced the week before the trip that convinced her to leave sooner rather than later. In the week leading up to their departure, Edward had taken to watching her thoughtfully when he thought she wasn't paying attention. Occasionally, when she and Bella stood together in the hallways at school, she noticed Edward observing them from a distance. Alice had braced herself for an increase in hostility from him, but it never came. Instead, for the first time in almost a month, she began to have visions about him. After returning from Italy, Edward had seemed to be coasting. It was as if he was intentionally avoiding making decisions because he felt powerless to enforce them. But gradually, the ennui that had enveloped him since coming back to Forks began to fade. Edward seemed ready to take action. Unfortunately for Alice, the decision he was contemplating was whether to abandon his gentleman's code and pursue a physical relationship with Bella. For days, he wavered on the issue. On the days he opposed it, Alice saw nothing. But on the days he favored it, she was bombarded with images of candlelight dinners, bubble baths, walks along the beach, and countless other scenarios he imagined leading to intimacy. When she realized what decision he was struggling with, Alice felt a growing anxiety about what her next vision would reveal. Thankfully, Edward and Bella were always clothed in her visions, and they never progressed beyond Edward taking Bella's hand and expressing his desire to know all of her. Alice understood that Edward had not been spared the details of her physical relationship with Bella, but she didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. To spare herself from the details of their relationship, she suggested to Jasper that they take a trip for a few days. After they left for New York, Alice had no more visions on the subject. She thought for certain that Edward had made up his mind and that he and Bella had taken their relationship to the next stage. "I thought you too, you know," Alice said, waving her hand vaguely in the air as she glanced over at Bella again. Bella sighed and shook her head, turning away to look out the window. Truthfully, she had thought they would have as well. In fact, the night Alice left, she was certain that Edward was planning to bring up the subject. He had been uncharacteristically nervous and fidgety. He kept looking at her with a speculative glint in his eyes, as if he were trying to decide something. When he returned to her room later that night, after Charlie had kicked him out, he kissed her without his usual hesitation, and Bella was convinced it was going to happen. But then he stopped. In the past, when things got too intense for his liking, he would say it was too dangerous or that they should wait and do it the right way. But that night, he didn't say any of those things. She knew that while it might be dangerous, it wasn't impossible. Alice had managed to control herself for over a month. Waiting and preserving her virginity could no longer be a reason to abstain because she no longer had it. Instead, Edward just wrapped his arms around her and whispered that she should go to sleep. He offered no explanation or insight into why he had stopped. Bella thought she should have been irritated or frustrated that he had put the brakes on again for no reason, but she wasn't. To her immense confusion, she found that she was actually relieved he had stopped. The next night, when they were curled up on her bed after Edward returned, he softly said, "Charlie's still awake." She nodded and then turned. Bella turned onto her side, and Edward settled behind her as she drifted off to sleep. They never addressed the topic again while Alice was away. "Charlie," Bella murmured, her gaze fixed outside the window, though it had nothing to do with her father. Alice remained silent, aware it was irrelevant. Most of the time Edward spent in Bella's room was at night, when Charlie was unaware of his presence. Bella and Edward had been together while Charlie was in the house, both awake and asleep, and he never came close to discovering them. One night, when Bella had reached a particularly intense moment and cried out louder than usual, Charlie hadn't come to check. Alice had listened carefully and knew that Bella's pleasure hadn't even stirred him. There was no real reason for Charlie to factor into whether Bella and Edward were intimate. After her quiet explanation, Bella paused, and Alice could tell she recognized how unconvincing it sounded. "Something started to happen," Bella finally said. But then he just stopped, like he couldn't force himself to continue. She stared out the windshield. "I think we ruined it for him," she added thoughtfully. Alice sighed and nodded, understanding Bella's meaning. "He waited a long time to find someone, to find you. I'm sure it's difficult knowing, being aware that, well, because I beat him to the punch," Bella interrupted, sparing Alice the effort of finding a delicate way to say she had taken Edward's virginity. "So to speak," Alice replied, a small smile appearing. "Edward's a gentleman," she continued, her tone turning more serious. "I think," she sighed, knowing it was true. "I know that before your birthday and our leaving, he planned to wait until you were married." Bella stared at her in disbelief. "Married?" she exclaimed, her voice rising. "Married? That's stupid," she declared helplessly, searching for a word to express her feelings. It was 2006, not 1906. She had never intended to wait until marriage to become sexually active. Of course, she had standards. She hadn't planned on giving her virginity to just anyone. She had wanted to wait for love, and she had. But waiting for marriage was absurd. "It's not stupid," Alice said, frowning slightly. "It's how he was raised," she continued softly. "Yeah, but I'm 18, Bella sputtered. "He might have had enough control to go another decade without consummating the relationship, but that's a long time for a human." Alice sighed again. "He wasn't planning on waiting quite that long, Bella," she said, glancing over at her lover. "Edward's from a different era. Even though he's lived through many decades, the time when he was human shaped his personality and beliefs. People got married a lot younger back then." Bella looked at her, searching her impossibly beautiful face, suddenly very afraid of what Alice might say next. "How young?" Bella asked with trepidation. 18 wouldn't have been unusual," Alice responded. 18, Bella breathed out disbelievingly. "Now?" she choked out, wondering if Edward was really planning on asking her to marry him. "But..." she sputtered, looking at Alice again. "Oh," she sighed, dropping her head into her hands. She had caught Alice's use of the past tense and realized that Edward must not have been planning to ask her after what had happened between herself and Alice. Yet, she wasn't as relieved as she should have been at the realization that he had changed his mind. The fact that he had even considered it, that he had thought she would marry before she'd even had a chance to vote in an election, made her extremely uneasy. After what she had told him about Charlie and Renee's ill-fated relationship, she felt a knot tighten in her stomach. Bella found it unfathomable that Edward thought she would want to follow the same path of marriage. "He just needs some time to adjust his vision," Alice said softly, unsure of how to interpret Bella's fragmented thoughts. "Why?" Bella began, trailing off. "What?" Alice asked gently, squeezing Bella's hand. "You were born the same year as Edward," Bella continued. "Why didn't you? I mean, why?" She frowned, struggling to find the words. Alice smiled and drew Bella's eyes to her. "Are you trying to ask me why I'm such a whore?" she asked, still grinning. "No," Bella exclaimed, but then realized Alice was teasing. "Well, kinda," she admitted. "I was already sexually active," Alice said, stroking the back of Bella's hand. "Were you married to Jasper when you—" Bella asked. Alice shook her head. "No," she replied softly, smiling at Bella again. "I had a vision," she said, glancing out of the windshield. "I knew it was going to happen and that we'd be together for a long time, so I just let it happen naturally," she continued. "And Jazz was a soldier, so—" She let the thought linger, implying he hadn't been a stranger to relationships. "Did it bother you that he had, before?" Bella asked curiously. Alice looked at her, aware of where the conversation was heading. "No," she answered honestly. "It's probably better that one of you knows what you're doing," she added with a smirk. Bella smiled back, recognizing that it had worked out well for them. Things could have been terribly awkward if Alice hadn't been so calm and patient. "This situation is quite different, though," Alice said, her tone becoming serious again. "Those other women are long gone. We're still together. And I live in the same house as Edward. That makes things a bit trickier, doesn't it?" Bella asked, looking down at her lap. "Yeah," Alice sighed. "It's going to be rough for a while. We're going to have to work hard if this is going to last," she continued. "But it's not impossible, Bella." She squeezed Bella's hand. "Not at all. I've seen arrangements like this work in the past. We just have to want it to." "I do," Bella replied, squeezing Alice's hand and leaning to rest her head on Alice's shoulder. "So do I," Alice said softly, flashing Bella a small smile. "See, we're already halfway there." Bella looked up and studied Alice's profile. "Kiss me?" Alice kept her eyes on the road for a moment, ensuring everything was okay, then lowered her head to meet Bella's lips. "Don't worry, Bugs," Alice said softly, resting her head against Bella's. "We'll be okay." Bella smiled and closed her eyes, feeling relaxed by Alice's scent and closeness. If Alice said it would be okay, then it would. She would always bet on Alice. Chapter 19, Just the Two of Us. Later that night, Bella flopped down onto the bed with her arms spread open. "This is far too extravagant," she said, propping herself up on her hands to see Alice, who was depositing their bags by the door. "I was hardly going to take you to the have a nap, Bella," Alice replied, grinning. She stretched her lithe body before bounding to the bed, somersaulting onto it and rolling into Bella's waiting arms. "Nice," Bella murmured as Alice settled against her. "I have my moments," Alice said with a quick grin before leaning forward to press her lips against Bella's. "Do you need food?" Alice asked, her eyebrows scrunching together. Despite her best efforts, Alice could never figure out when she needed to eat. The only time she was ever certain it was feeding time was lunch, and that was only because it was written on her timetable. "Probably," Bella sighed. She had been too nervous anticipating Alice's arrival to eat dinner with Charlie, which meant it had been almost 9 hours since she had anything to eat. She wasn't starving, but she could feel a headache beginning to come on, and she didn't want anything to get in the way of enjoying her night away with Alice. "I knew it," Alice said delightedly. "I'm getting better," she added smugly, smiling at Bella before rolling half on top of her and reaching over the bedside table to pick up the room service menu. "Can I pick?" she asked, rolling off Bella and turning to look at her questioningly a few moments later. "What I have for dinner?" Bella asked, smiling, though she looked a bit confused. Alice nodded. "I guess so," Bella said, her smile growing as Alice grinned at her. "As long as it's something I don't mind eating," she added, not wanting Alice to pick the most exotic thing on the menu just because it sounded nice and was expensive. "Okay, sure," Alice agreed, opening up the menu and immediately beginning to scan it studiously. Bella watched Alice closely as she looked. Bella looked at the menu in her hands, her eyes scanning the selections as she bit her bottom lip, deep in thought. "You are too precious for words," she murmured, barely resisting the urge to ruffle Alice's hair and coo at her. "What? Why?" Alice asked, blinking as she turned to face Bella. "I am not," she added after a moment. "Are too," Bella replied, giving in to the urge to lean over and kiss Alice. Why do you want to pick what I have for dinner, anyway? She asked curiously, resting her head on Alice's shoulder to see the menu as well. Alice shrugged, jostling Bella a little. I hear about food all the time, but I can't eat any of it. So, I want to pick something that I've heard people talk a lot about and then watch you eat it, Alice said, as if it was the most logical thing in the world. Do you like steak? People talk about steak a lot, she continued thoughtfully. Bella scrunched her face, not quite following Alice's thought process. After a moment, she decided to let it go. I do like steak, but it's a bit heavy for. Bella craned her neck to see the clock. 10 o'clock at night. Heavy, Alice murmured, wondering how much a steak weighed. She would look it up later. What about lobster? She asked. Too messy, Bella said, shaking her head. There was no way she wanted Alice watching her struggle with a lobster dinner. Just having Alice stare at her while she ate was going to be weird enough without needing to wear a bib. What about? Alice began, and for the next few minutes, they went through menu items, with Bella vetoing each one until Alice finally frowned at her. Are you a picky eater? She asked suspiciously. Sometimes, she heard mothers complaining about their kids being picky eaters when she walked through the park. From what she could gather, picky eaters never wanted to eat what their mothers had cooked, and it apparently caused a lot of frustration. Bella faced a lot of trouble at dinner time, which often led to chicken fingers and something called KD being bought in bulk. No, Bella said, even though she knew it must have seemed that way. She just wanted something quick and light that wouldn't leave her feeling too full or lethargic afterward. Alice kept suggesting the most extravagant meals on the menu, just as Bella expected. Do you want to pick for yourself? Alice asked, sounding a little disappointed. No, Bella replied quickly, hating to see the excitement fade from Alice's eyes. You can choose, she continued. Let's just maybe stay away from red meat and seafood. She hoped Alice would gravitate toward the pasta or salad selections. The springtime tagliolini sounded delicious, and the sweet tart strawberry salad also seemed great, though Bella doubted it would be enough on its own. Alice was silent for a moment, her eyes focused intently on the menu, and then she sighed. Well, at least I'll get to watch you eat it, she said suddenly. With that, she rolled to the side to pick up the phone. Hello, yes, Alice said, laughing into the receiver as Bella wondered how Alice managed to charm the operator enough to share a laugh. The springtime tagliolini, a sweet tart strawberry salad, and a bottle of champagne, she continued. Bella's eyes widened as Alice ordered exactly what she wanted. Then it hit her that Alice had probably had a vision of it. Oh, I don't suppose it matters very much, Alice said, laughing into the receiver again. Yes, of course. I get that all the time. Thank you. Then she hung up the phone. You had a vision? Bella asked when Alice rolled back around to face her. Alice nodded, leaning forward to kiss Bella's neck lightly and inhaling deeply as she did. She brushed her tongue against Bella's pale, pulsing skin before drawing it back to flick the tip of her tongue. The raven-haired beauty moaned softly and began to squirm against Bella's side, her hips pressing against Bella's thigh. She pressed her mouth tightly against Bella's neck and began to suck, her teeth occasionally brushing against the warm, reddened skin. Alice could hear the blood rushing beneath Bella's flesh, rising to the surface, the intensity of her sucking bruising the pale skin. Wetness began to pool between her legs, and venom filled her mouth. Sorry, Bella murmured, her fingers brushing through Alice's hair as the raven-haired beauty shivered against her, nuzzling her neck. Alice had been trying to satisfy a natural curiosity, but Bella realized that looking at the menu was a bad idea. She was bound to form an opinion about what she would have preferred to eat. Bella's voice was nothing but a whisper to Alice as she stopped breathing. The sound of Bella's blood pulsing beneath her lips drowned out all other sounds in the room. Alice felt her head begin to swim and desperately closed her eyes, forcing herself to repeat one word over and over in her mind, Bella, Bella, Bella. She swallowed compulsively, trying to remove the venom from her mouth. She would not bite. In her mind, she chanted, Bella, Bella, Bella. Alice pulled her head back, removing her lips from Bella's skin. Don't apologize, Alice husked, her voice low and rough even as her chest loosened and the hunger began to fade. She shifted her head so it lay on the pillow beside Bella's, but kept her arms around Bella's body. You're an independent woman who knows what she wants. There's nothing wrong with that, Alice continued teasingly, running her fingers over Bella's cheek to soothe her somewhat frazzled nerves. Really, it's fine. I was being silly. So you're not going to watch me eat? Bella asked hopefully. No, I am. It was just silly wanting to choose since I won't know what it tastes like anyway, Alice said, smiling at Bella before pecking her on the lips. You know they're going to card you, Bella sighed as Alice's hands began to trail along her side, her lips lightly brushing against her jaw. Alice murmured as her cool hand slipped under Bella's shirt, resting against her abdomen. I have, she said, kissing Bella's lips, a fake ID. Her fingers traced a little higher on Bella's stomach. Of course you do, Bella replied, unsure why she even asked. The Cullens were experts at reinventing themselves and creating new identities. Alice probably had a couple of fake driver's licenses, passports, and other important identification. Somewhere in her bag, there was likely a piece of paper identifying her as Sarah Mary Jones of Alma, Wisconsin. Be prepared, Alice mumbled, her chest purring as she buried her face in the spot where Bella's neck met her shoulder. Were the Girl Scouts around when you were human? Bella asked curiously, recognizing the motto as Alice's thumb stroked her hip. I think so, Alice said softly. She smiled against Bella's neck. Maybe I was a member, she continued, her tone light but with an undercurrent of sadness. I was an adult volunteer in the 50s, she added, her tone brightening again. Really? Bella asked, pulling back to look at her. Besides Carlisle, Alice was the most social of the Cullens, but even she seemed to avoid casual contact with humans. Alice nodded. I was asked by one of my teachers to volunteer. She thought I had a sweet disposition and that I was quite mature for my age, Alice said, laughing lightly. If she only knew, she sighed, shaking her head a little. The meetings were at night, so that wasn't much of a concern. I had pretty good control over my thirst at that point, so I thought, why not? She smiled a little before continuing. Bella asked, what happened? She recognized that sound. It was Alice's sigh that meant something had gone horribly wrong. A midnight hike, Alice replied sadly. One of the girls, Betty, tripped and fell down a hill. She really hurt herself. She dislocated her arms, broke her leg, and she was bleeding heavily. Alice's nostrils flared as she spoke. Luckily, I was some distance away when the scent filled the air. When I picked it up, the hunger hit me hard. She shook her head. I started shaking and couldn't stop growling. Fortunately, it was dark, so nobody could see me. Everyone thought there was a wolf in the area. They got Betty to the hospital, and she was fine, but I quit after that. She sounded forlorn. Rose was unbearably smug about the whole thing, she added. Bella made a sympathetic sound and hugged Alice tightly, kissing her cheeks and then her lips. I bet you looked cute in your uniform, Bella whispered softly, petting Alice's hair to cheer her up. I did, Alice confirmed, grinning as Bella rolled her eyes at her. Well, at least you looked good. That's something, since I suspect you didn't win any first-class awards for humility or modesty, Bella replied, smiling at Alice like she was the most wonderful thing in the world. Alice pressed her face between Bella's shirt-clad breasts. I'd get a first-class award for turning you on, and a silver one for. She muttered, her words getting swallowed up by Bella's shirt as she burrowed in. Bella laughed and moved her hand to Alice's head, combing her fingers through her short hair. Wouldn't it be easier if you just took it off? She asked. Alice lifted her head and stared at Bella for a moment. Then she smiled and reached for the bottom of Bella's shirt, ready to pull it up. Eat when you eat. A knock sounded at the door, interrupting the moment. It was hard to tell whose groan was more annoyed. Coming, Alice called, sliding off the bed and onto her feet. She wished she meant it in a completely different way as she approached the door. This is weird, Bella said, popping a strawberry into her mouth. Her heart raced as Alice stared at her mouth, now red with strawberry juice, and licked her lips. What is? Alice asked, her eyes still focused on Bella's mouth, watching her chew. You, watching me eat, Bella responded after she swallowed. She noticed Alice's gaze tracking her hand as it moved toward the small bowl of strawberries again. I've seen you eat before, Alice commented, likely referring to the many times she had been at Bella's house around dinner time. Yeah, Bella admitted, but it wasn't quite like this. Usually you're talking to Charlie, and a game is on in the background. You shift food around your plate before pretending you're not hungry. She paused. Usually, there are distractions. Now, you're just sitting there, watching me. I could, Alice began, looking around the room, go for a walk or something if it's really bothering you. Immediately, Bella reached across the small table and grasped Alice's hand. I don't want you to go, she breathed out, watching as Alice's posture relaxed at her words. I guess I just don't understand what the fascination is, Bella continued, leaning back again and popping another strawberry into her mouth. I don't know really, Alice said softly. How to explain it? She shook her head a little. It's just so normal. In a way, it feels really intimate. It's basic, it's primal. You need food, you enjoy it. Your eyelids flutter, you moan, your heart quickens in anticipation of the next bite. She went on softly, her eyes focused on Bella. It's soft, sweet, it's nice. She sighed. I like seeing you when you eat. You look so happy, so content. Feeding is very different for me, Alice said. You get pleasure out of it too, don't you? Bella asked, putting her fork down for a moment. She wanted to concentrate fully on what Alice was saying. Alice was much more open about her nature than Edward, but even she didn't talk much about it. Yes, Alice replied, her eyes fluttering as her voice lowered for a second. But it's very different. She sighed. It's violent. There's no savoring, nothing soft or sweet, or terribly nice about it. We kill. She forced herself to meet Bella's eyes. They may be animals, but we still attack them, tear into their flesh with our teeth, bleeding them dry as they struggle beneath us, twitching as the life slowly drains from them. It's not sweet tart strawberry salad, Alice continued, shaking her head. Not even close. You have to, Bella said softly, taking Alice's hand in hers again. Yes, Alice said, forcing a small smile. But it's not beautiful. It's not something to be shared. We don't even like hunting with each other. She shivered slightly. It's terrible to look up and see a blood-covered demonic face looking back at you, knowing that it mirrors your own. The boys. Bella began, but Alice shook her head. They go together, they hunt on the same grounds, but they separate and go their own way to feed, Alice explained, anticipating Bella's question. There are no family dinners for us. Bella stroked the back of Alice's hand with her thumb, hoping the motion and warmth would comfort her lover. I'm stuffed, Bella said a few minutes later, releasing Alice's hand as she leaned back in her chair. You haven't finished your champagne, Alice noted, glancing at the half-empty glass. She knew most of it would go to waste since she couldn't drink any of it, but she still wanted Bella to enjoy it. I've had enough, Bella replied with a smile. I want to be able to remember tonight. She stood up and, moving around the table, Bella stood beside Alice. She then lowered herself into Alice's lap, smiling as Alice wrapped her hands around her waist, easily supporting her. Besides, you don't need to get me drunk. There's a 100% chance of you getting lucky tonight, Bella informed Alice before leaning down to kiss her lips. Alice smiled up at her when Bella pulled back. Do you mean I didn't need to buy you dinner? She asked. Bella shook her head, still smiling. Alice hummed, her hand moving up and down along Bella's thigh. Maybe I should have just taken you to the Have-A-Nap. Bella laughed and lightly swatted Alice on the arm. You said a 100% chance, Alice reminded her, grinning. Oh, I know, Bella replied, smiling complacently. That was just foreplay. Oh, really? Alice asked, her voice rising at the end of her question as a dark eyebrow arched high. Bella nodded. In that case, I think I should help you work off dinner, Alice said, standing and cradling Bella easily in her arms. With that, she made her way toward the bed. Alice laughed happily, relaxing against the mattress as Bella rolled on top of her and immediately began to remove her clothes. Alice could have easily overpowered the brunette in taking control of the situation, but she didn't mind being manhandled by Bella. She knew Bella had been anxious to get her hands on her for a while. We have all night, and all morning, and all afternoon, you know, Alice said with a smile, angling her head down to see the length of her body as Bella impatiently dragged her pants down. Bella paused for a moment to look up at Alice's face, then returned to removing her pants, dropping them on the ground like a hot potato just moments later. That's nice, Bella muttered distractedly, not really paying attention to what Alice was saying now that her girlfriend was finally in her grasp. Bella shifted upward and pressed her lips against Alice's cool thigh. She slowly kissed her way up to Alice's hip. As she neared the apex of Alice's legs, she dragged her nose over the thin fabric of her lover's panties, inhaling deeply. Sighing contentedly, Bella noticed that Alice wore a beautiful black lace V-thong, likely very expensive. She realized Alice had probably planned to put on a little show for her. However, her eagerness to undress Alice had changed that plan. As Alice's scent enveloped her, Bella closed her eyes, feeling a shiver run through her body. She couldn't be too upset about missing the show. Bella moaned, pressing her face more firmly against Alice, breathing deeply again. A warm heat pooled between her legs. Alice sighed and leaned back, her fingers moving to stroke Bella's hair. It was still early in their lovemaking, and Alice felt fully in control. She wanted to enjoy the sensation of Bella's silky hair running through her fingers while she could. Honestly, she doubted she could maintain this calm for long. She was just as eager to be touched by Bella as Bella was to touch her. But for now, she relished the gentle touch, knowing that once the excitement built too much, she wouldn't be able to risk it anymore. Bella groaned and kissed her way up Alice's stomach and between her breasts to her lips. The scent of Alice's arousal lingered in her nostrils. When she pressed her lips against Alice's, she did so forcefully and hungrily, kissing her as if her very life depended on their lips moving together and Alice's tongue being in her mouth. Bella trembled against Alice's body, finally tearing her lips away after several minutes. She kissed her way down Alice's throat, her teeth nipping at Alice's smooth skin between kisses. I want you so bad, Bella moaned, pressing her body against Alice. She rubbed against her, desperate to feel connected. I'm so hot, Bella murmured, shifting against Alice. She wished she had taken off more of her clothes while undressing Alice. But she had wanted to see her girlfriend naked too much. Now that Alice was bare and arching beneath her, Bella couldn't tear herself away long enough to remove her own clothes. Jesus, Bella whimpered as Alice's leg brushed against hers. The raven-haired beauty wrapped her leg around Bella's waist and bucked up into her. So sexy, Bella sighed, her hand moving to Alice's thigh, stroking it roughly. Alice bit down hard on her lip as Bella's heated words sank in. Bella rarely swore. The only times Alice heard her do so was when they were in bed together and Bella was extremely aroused. While it didn't happen every time, Bella occasionally turned into quite the potty mouth when desire took over. And in those moments, when Bella whispered and moaned curse words as she touched her, it never failed to make Alice shiver with excitement. Alice purred, then growled. Bella's desperate touch, her words, and the taste of blood from her own lip drove her wild. She wanted to reach out, to grab Bella's hand and direct it straight between her legs. She imagined bending Bella's fingers and pushing the others inside of herself as hard as possible. She wanted to ride Bella's fingers until she couldn't see, hear, or feel anything except for Bella inside her. She wanted to ride her until she came, flooding Bella's fingers with her pleasure, whispering Bella's name again and again. She wanted to reach for her lover so badly, but she held herself back, her wild thoughts swirling. Alice realized that her racing thoughts and trembling body indicated she was too overwhelmed to touch Bella. She needed to calm down and regain control of her desire, or she might unintentionally hurt Bella. Resisting the urge to reach out was more challenging than she expected, and she shook with the effort of keeping her hands to herself. "I wanted to be," Bella murmured, momentarily losing her train of thought as she kissed her way down Alice's chest. She paused to cup Alice's breast and tease her nipple with her thumb. "Take things slower," the brunette continued, lowering her mouth to Alice's now hard and anxious nipple. A ragged breath escaped Alice's throat as she nervously bit her bottom lip. She felt the tip of Bella's tongue flicker over her nipple and squeezed her eyes shut, instinctively biting down on her lip again, drawing blood before she began to suck on the soft, plump flesh once more. "Can't though," Bella whispered a while later, reluctantly releasing Alice's nipple from her lips. She stared longingly at the puckered, glistening flesh, wanting nothing more than to take Alice's breast back into her mouth. But Bella had something else she needed to focus on. Alice opened her eyes and watched as Bella slid down her body, the sight of her lover kissing her way toward her sex igniting her desire. She felt warm fingers brush against her hips as Bella grasped her panties and began to tug them down. Alice lifted her legs to help Bella pull the fabric off, then quickly lowered them again, instinctively spreading for her. Bella pressed a kiss to the inside of her thigh, and Alice mewed, her fingers gripping the sheets desperately as her hips shifted. Anticipation filled the air as Bella began to kiss her way up Alice's thigh. Alice gasped inside as she felt Bella's tongue drag roughly over her clit. Her hands clenched tightly around the sheets beside her, as if her life depended on it. She felt her nails digging into the fabric while Bella explored her slick folds. Alice doubted the sheets would survive the night and suspected she would have to pay for replacements when they checked out. Bella was lost in the taste and scent of Alice, completely absorbed in exploring the soft, wet treasure between her lover's legs. She loved making love to Alice, no matter what they did together. Being with Alice, feeling her body against hers, and tasting her lips was always blissful. But there was something exhilarating about being between Alice's legs, using her mouth to lick, kiss, and nuzzle. It drove her wild. Sometimes, during the day, Bella would find herself glancing at Alice in class or across the hall, imagining walking over and dropping to her knees. She envisioned shoving Alice's chair back or pushing her against a locker, unbuttoning her pants or lifting her skirt just enough to gain access. Bella imagined burying her face between Alice's legs, licking, sucking, and fingering her until Alice cried out, completely lost in pleasure right there in front of everyone. One time, her fantasies had gotten so intense that she had to ask to go to the bathroom to relieve herself. That day, she had been in class with Alice, staring at her while fantasizing. When she caught Alice's eye on her way out the door, the look the raven-haired beauty had given her almost made Bella lose control. "Bella," Alice breathed out raggedly. Bella's lips. Bella could tell that Alice was close. There was a specific tone in her voice that signaled her approaching orgasm, a sound Bella adored. She gently flipped her tongue over Alice's opening, relishing the soft whimper that escaped her lover's lips and the way Alice's body twisted beneath her. Bella slipped her tongue inside, her hands moving to Alice's hips. One hand tried to steady Alice's twitching movements while the other explored further, stroking, circling, and pinching Alice's clit. Bella straightened her tongue and began to move it in and out, penetrating as deeply as she could, slowly and methodically. Alice's head thrashed from side to side. Her fingers gripped the sheets tightly, overwhelmed by the sensations. It felt so good, it was too much. Bella's tongue was driving her wild, and she felt herself on the brink. Alice's eyes widened, and her lips parted in a silent cry. Her hips stilled for a moment before jerking, vibrating against Bella's mouth as the wave of orgasm washed over her. Hours later, Bella sighed as Alice gently cupped her breast, holding it tenderly before lowering her mouth to Bella's nipple and sucking softly. Alice's touch always stirred Bella's desire, but she was exhausted after their earlier encounter. Bella knew Alice could go all night, but she had her limits. "Tink," Bella breathed, her fingers running gently through Alice's hair. "I can't." She started, trailing off as Alice lifted her head. "Sorry," Alice said, a little sheepish. She shimmed up Bella's body and kissed her lips softly. "I just really like them," she whispered. Alice nestled closer, her body fitting against Bella's side. "You should wear more low-cut shirts," she suggested, her hands brushing lightly against Bella's breasts again. Bella exclaimed, "I am not going to start wearing revealing clothes just so you can stare at me." Her smile widened as she saw Alice pout. "There are some very tasteful low-cut shirts you could wear," Alice insisted, pressing her chest against Bella's, making Bella shiver and Alice sigh. "We can look for some tomorrow when we go shopping." She continued kissing Bella's jaw. "Just a hint," Alice said, tracing her finger in that U shape across Bella's chest. "Just something that will tease with the promise of what's underneath," she finished, placing a kiss between Bella's breasts. "You can already see them whenever you want," Bella murmured. "Why tease yourself with something you can have?" "Because it's exciting," Alice whispered against Bella's lips. "It builds anticipation. And it's not just about teasing myself, but about teasing others as well. Other people will see and want," Alice continued, kissing Bella deeply. "But they can't have, and I can, and I do," repeatedly, she purred. Bella shivered lightly, her fingers scratching at Alice's scalp. "I didn't know you were so territorial," she breathed, surprised yet thrilled by the excitement it stirred within her. "Now you do," Alice mumbled, her fingers dancing across Bella's abdomen. "And you like it," she added, smiling against Bella's shoulder before kissing the warm flesh there. "How do you know?" Bella asked, realizing how silly the question was the moment it left her lips. Alice could hear her heartbeat from across the room and was currently perched right on top of her. There was no doubt she would. "I can smell it," Alice said, surprising Bella with her response. "How do you know that's not from before?" Bella asked, aware that the room was filled with both of their scents. She didn't even blush as she asked. She was getting used to the way Alice talked about sex. Alice referred to their bodies' reactions as natural and beautiful, which they were. Bella began to see it that way too. There was no reason for her to feel ashamed of how she responded to Alice's touch or words. It was natural and beautiful, and Alice seemed to enjoy her reactions. "I can tell," Alice said, pulling back and looking down at Bella with a thoughtful expression. Bella met her gaze, watching as Alice observed her. Alice's eyes were dark, focused, and intense. Under her searching gaze, Bella felt like prey. She wondered if Alice looked this majestic and alluring when she was hunting. Alice had said that feeding was violent and not something to share, and Bella believed that was true. Yet, she couldn't help but think it would have also been beautiful, or at the very least, enthralling. Alice would have been darkly captivating, breathtaking as she swooped gracefully upon her prey. Now, Alice breathed out, and Bella's eyes widened. She had just begun to feel herself respond again when Alice spoke. Bella shifted on the mattress, and Alice smirked. Suddenly, Bella looked up at her with alarm. "Wait," Bella said, squeezing Alice's upper arm. "Can the others?" She hesitated, cringing a little. "Can the others?" She tried again, trailing off, unable to voice the idea that Carlisle and Esme, and everyone else might be able to smell her desire when she was around Alice. Alice nuzzled her neck but said nothing. "Oh my God!" Bella exclaimed. "Alice. They can, can't they?" Bella asked, her voice filled with alarm as she slapped Alice on the arm. "We keep our senses tuned pretty low around humans, even you," Alice said reluctantly. "Really, something like that wouldn't even register most of the time." Bella did not seem relieved, and Alice knew she had noticed the phrase, "most of the time." "The last time you stopped by, when the boys were hunting, they may have picked up something," Alice admitted, trying to soften the news as much as possible. Bella recalled that night, remembering how she and Alice had made out in her car outside the Cullen home. What started as a quick, teasing kiss quickly escalated. If Bella hadn't accidentally honked the horn, she was sure they would have gone all the way in Alice's front seat. The horn had alerted everyone in the house, forcing them to leave the car. Necessity had pushed them to exit, but Bella's body had been slow to respond. When they entered the house, she was still quite worked up. "Is that why?" Bella began, her voice trailing off. "It is why. That's why Rosalie kept nudging you and whispering things to you, wasn't it?" "Oh my God," Bella moaned. "What did she say to you?" She remembered how Alice had rolled her eyes at Rosalie several times that evening. "Nothing much," Alice hedged, lightly stroking Bella's hip. Bella just stared at her. "Just stupid stuff," Alice tried again, but Bella was not convinced. "Oh, she knew what was going on in the car and was making jokes about me taking you for a test drive," Alice sighed. "I threatened her with the Jimmy Hoffa treatment, and she settled down." "Oh God," Bella moaned, closing her eyes momentarily before looking up at Alice again. Alice had rolled her eyes but did not seem too disturbed by what Rosalie was saying that night. "Do you talk about our sex life with her?" Bella nearly shouted. "No," Alice replied immediately, lifting her hand to catch Bella's wrist before she could slap her again. "Not really. I mean, she just likes to try and guess things. I swear my poker face is unreadable, but somehow she seems to know when she guesses right." "Oh God," Bella moaned again, not wanting to think about what Rosalie might know about her sexual habits. "Don't worry, Bella," Alice said soothingly, raining kisses over Bella's cheeks. "We all know way too much about each other. Vampire senses in a house, even one that big, occasionally means there's a lack of privacy. Sometimes we can't help but hear or smell things. Trust me, no one thinks less of you because you have a sex drive." "But Esme," Bella moaned, cringing at the thought of Esme knowing about that. "She has sex too," Alice said, smiling a little. Her smile grew as Bella blushed. "You wouldn't believe the things I've heard from their bedroom." She laughed as Bella clamped her hands over her ears and began to chant, "La la 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 la. I can't hear you, la 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 la." Nothing we do would shock her or make her think less of you. "But still," Bella protested. "I mean, really." She made a face at her lover. She really didn't want to think about what Esme and Carlisle got up to with each other. Even if it wouldn't shock her, Bella didn't want Esme or anyone else in the house imagining what she and Alice did together. "I'm just saying we've all been there," Alice said, cupping Bella's cheek in her hand. "All of them knowing too much about you just kind of makes you one of the family." She continued smiling encouragingly at Bella, trying to help her relax again. Bella sighed, feeling calm from Alice's voice and soothing motions. "Thank God Edward and Jasper weren't. Or Emmett. I feel like he would have said something," Bella continued, frowning again. Alice laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Yeah, he probably would have," she agreed. Then, more seriously, she added, "I never would have gotten you that worked up if Edward or Jazz were around." Bella nodded but didn't want to pursue that topic. She didn't want to talk about Edward or Jasper. This was her time alone with Alice, and Alice was all she wanted to focus on. They would have enough opportunities to worry about the boys when they returned to Forks. Stifling a yawn, Bella wrapped her arms around Alice, pulling her close until she could roll Alice over and snuggle up against her side. She could still feel excitement thrumming through her body, but exhaustion was quickly taking over. Alice had given her a week's worth of orgasms in just a few hours, and she was dead tired. "Bedtime?" Alice asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. "Regretting dating a human?" Bella asked playfully, her breath warming Alice's neck. "No," Alice replied with surprising seriousness. "Never." She leaned down to kiss the top of Bella's head. "You'll be here when I wake up?" Bella asked sleepily, unconsciously tightening her arms around Alice. "I promise," Alice said softly. Bella often asked her that when she was tired and her defenses were down. Alice's disappearance months ago still weighed heavily on Bella's mind. No matter how many times Alice reassured her, only time would completely restore Bella's trust. "Good," Bella mumbled. Alice could hear Bella's heart slowing and her breathing evening out, knowing it would only be another minute or so before she fell asleep. "I love you," Alice said softly, kissing Bella's temple. "Love you too," Bella murmured, and Alice smiled, holding her close. as she drifted to sleep. Chapter 20, Fire and Ice. A week later, Bella felt a familiar prickling at the edge of her consciousness and looked up from the Sudoku puzzle in front of her. Her heart rate began to pick up. Taking a deep breath, Bella turned her head and slowly scanned the store. Her eyes moved to the street outside through the windows. She couldn't see anything unusual, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "What's up?" Mike asked, walking toward her from the back room. Bella closed her eyes, releasing the breath she had been holding. She turned to look at him, forcing a blank expression onto her face. For days, she hadn't been able to shake the feeling that she was being watched. A cold, creeping sensation seemed to constantly tickle her spine. Whenever she looked around, nobody was ever there. Despite never having actually seen anyone watching her, the feeling never quite went away. She might have thought she was just being paranoid. The multiple near-death experiences she had endured over the past year could be catching up with her, leaving her constantly expecting danger. But Alice and Edward had both been tense for the past week, which made her uneasy and suspicious. They insisted it was nothing, that they were fine, that everything was fine. However, it didn't feel fine, and the fact that they were both reading from the same script only intensified Bella's feelings that something was going on. They remained immovable on the subject, presenting a united front for the first time since Italy. This left Bella in the dark and feeling unsettled. These fears were burdens she couldn't share with Mike, so she focused her attention on him and sighed, "Nothing," before looking back down at the Sudoku puzzle, poking the page a couple of times with her pen before wearily pushing it away. "Right," Mike drawled, letting her know he didn't believe she had just been idly daydreaming. Which of your boyfriends are you looking out for?" he asked, smirking. Bella suppressed the urge to sigh. Ever since Alice returned to Forks and decided it was fun to walk around school holding hands with her, Mike found it hilarious to refer to Alice as her boyfriend. Whenever Alice picked her up from work, Mike would ask where they were going on their date or something equally witty. Bella usually rolled her eyes, but Alice seemed to enjoy it. Each time Mike made a comment, Alice would loop her arm through Bella's and kiss her on the cheek, saying things like, "Candle at dinner on the beach," "romantic stroll through the woods," or her favorite, "a quiet evening at the Have-a-Nap-In." They would both laugh while Bella sighed deeply. Mike would wink at them and say, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," before they would finally move on. "Alice," Bella replied, not bothering to give him a glare. He knew she didn't find him as funny as Alice did. Whenever she showed her displeasure, it only encouraged him to tease her more. "Oh, sweet," Mike said, running his hand through his hair. Bella turned her head away, smirking. For all his teasing about them being special friends, he never stopped trying to flirt with Alice when she came into the store. "You told her she can have a discount, right?" he asked, suddenly concerned. "She knows that was my idea, right?" "Yeah, I told her," Bella replied, her eyes stinging as she tried to hold back tears of laughter. "I'm sure she'll be dropping by for some major shopping any day now," she muttered under her breath, watching Mike continue to primp. "She's not going to be here for a while," Bella said, hating to see him waste his efforts. "Then why were you looking out for her?" Mike asked suspiciously. "I wasn't," Bella sighed. "I told you I wasn't doing anything. I was just staring. You're the one who assumed I was waiting for someone." She watched as he glumly dropped his hands to his sides. They stood in silence for a few seconds, and then Mike brightened up again. "Maybe she'll be early," he said. "Maybe," Bella replied, turning back to look outside the window, actually searching for Alice this time. She wouldn't have minded at all if Alice arrived a little early. Things were slow in the shop that afternoon, and because of Mike's crush, she was pretty sure he would let her go a little early if it meant that both she and Alice would smile at him. They stood looking out the window. "Are you sure you told her about the discount?" Mike asked, glancing over at Bella. "Yes," Bella sighed. "You know, you could just talk to her at school if you're that starved for contact. She's not an ogre, Mike. She won't ignore you in the middle of the hallway or try to pants you. In fact, she seems to think you're hilarious." She rolled her eyes. Really? Mike asked, sounding pleased. I thought maybe she was just being nice, but really? Yeah, sure, Bella replied noncommittal, turning her attention back to the window. She's still around that guy all the time, Mike commented a minute later, frowning. That guy? Bella smirked a little. She knew Mike was aware of Jasper's name. He was just being passive-aggressive. Yeah, the blonde one, Mike said, making a face. He has a name, you know, Bella said, smiling. Yeah, I know, Mike responded, and Bella knew he would never refer to Jasper as anything but that guy, or the blonde one, from that moment on. Well, he is her boyfriend, Bella said once Mike had stopped scowling. When I said you should talk to her, I meant talk to her, not hit on her. Bella shot Mike a pointed look. If there's one thing Alice loves as much as shopping, it's talking. For some reason, everyone at school seems afraid of her. It's not really her, Mike said, leaning against the counter. Alice is tiny and cute, and she seems friendly, he continued. Bella could almost hear the dreamy sigh in his voice. It's the others that are creepy, he added, glancing at Bella. No offense, he said, though Bella wasn't fooled. As much as Mike admired Alice, he had a strong dislike for Edward and never missed a chance to take a jab at him. The two of you should sit with us every once in a while and leave Abercrombie and Fitch to brood on their own. Mike, Bella said warningly, not in the mood for one of his rants about Edward. I'm just saying they're not the most personable guys in the world, Mike replied, holding up his hands. There's no reason you and Alice should be social outcasts because your boyfriends don't know how to make small talk. You don't know what you're, Bella began irritably before cutting herself off. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay calm. You know what, never mind. Just never mind. She lifted her hands in the air, signaling for peace. If there's nothing you need me to do, I'm just going to go back to my Sudoku puzzle, okay? With that, Bella turned away from Mike, determined to remain serene. She pictured herself as the delicate wings of a butterfly, calm and peaceful. I was just making an observation, Mike mumbled. Bella ignored him. Fine. I don't care. Ignore me, he continued. Bella followed his suggestion and kept ignoring him. Whatever. You're being a baby, Mike declared, turning his back on her and angling his face away. Mike stuck his finger into the jar of safety clamps by the register. He swirled it around for a few seconds, then pulled it out and stared at it before sticking it back in to repeat the process. Bella looked at her watch and sighed. It was going to be a long 20 minutes. What's she doing? Mike complained, looking out the window. He was staring at Alice's unmoving figure just in front of the door. His voice was comically whiny, and if Bella hadn't been wondering the same thing, she probably would have smiled. I don't know, Bella said, tilting her head as she watched Alice too. Is she going to come in? Mike had gone to the back room to comb his hair while Bella was ignoring him. I don't think so, Bella replied, taking off her orange work vest and wondering what could possibly be captivating Alice. That's bullshit, Mike muttered, and Bella cracked a smile at that. You could come outside with me, walk me to the door, you know, she suggested, moving around the counter. You could probably get a few minutes of small talk in. Mike shook his head. Whatever, I don't even care. I was just going to say hello, so it doesn't even matter. Besides, she seems distracted, he said. Bella knew the real reason he didn't want to come to the door with her was that he was afraid Alice would be too distracted to pay attention to him. Suit yourself, Bella said, starting toward the door. See ya, she called, spinning around briefly to wave before making a beeline for the exit. So, either Mars finally attacked, Bella began as she stepped outside of Newton's, or the machines finally took control of Skynet and Judgment Day is upon us, she continued, waiting for Alice to smirk. She didn't, and Bella frowned. Truthfully, it wasn't her best material, but Alice could have at least turned to look at her. A little annoyed, Bella turned her head, following Alice's gaze to see what was holding her attention. A small gasp escaped Bella's lips a moment later. Jake, she whispered, her eyes taking in all 6 feet 7 inches of Jacob Black as he leaned against his motorcycle parked across the street near the traffic lights. From this position, he had an unobstructed view of the door to Newton's, but he was far enough down the street that she wouldn't have seen him from inside the store. It was the perfect spot to watch for someone without being noticed. Bella remembered the feeling of being watched earlier and wondered if Jacob was the source. "We're watching her," Bella began, glancing from Jacob to Alice, ready to ask what she meant. But when she turned, she saw that Alice was still staring straight ahead, her eyes fixed on Jacob. Bella looked back at Jacob, confusion etched on her face. Alice was speaking in a normal voice, and Jacob was maybe 50 yards away. There was no way he could have heard her. Jacob inclined his head, acknowledging Alice's statement. "You should tell her," he said. "She deserves to know. It's her life." His voice was a low grumble. "She's stronger than your brother gives her credit for. She's not going to break," he finished, sounding offended on Bella's behalf. Bella might not have had the best coordination, but she wasn't made of glass. She had survived for 17 years before meeting Edward Cullen, and she could endure much more without him. Bella squinted, leaning forward. It looked like Jacob was talking, but he was too far away for her to be sure his lips were moving, let alone to hear what he might be saying. "Yes, I know," Alice replied, her voice firm and certain as she held Jacob's gaze. "Are you talking?" Bella asked, staring at Alice. "Are you talking to him?" "What's he saying?" she continued, her eyes darting back and forth between them, looking like a spectator at an exciting tennis match. "Go ahead," Jacob said. "She's going to get mad at you if you don't answer her," Jacob said, amusement lacing his voice. Alice smirked. He certainly knew Bella well. "We're talking," Alice confirmed, finally turning her head to look at Bella. "We're almost done," she added, glancing back at Jacob. "I'll tell you everything on the way home," she promised, her comment directed at Bella but also for Jacob's ears. "You're not like him," Jacob said, watching Alice closely. She stood beside Bella but didn't move protectively in front of her, as if she expected him to charge across the street at any moment. While she was somewhat guarded in her conversation with him, she hadn't been threatening or hostile. In fact, she had been the first to acknowledge him when she spotted him on her way into the store. Although she hadn't seemed happy to see him, her tone had been more curious than anything, and she had been polite throughout their exchange. She even thanked him for saving Bella's life, which completely stunned him. "How so?" Alice asked, knowing Jacob was referring to Edward. "You're nice," Jacob replied after a moment. "Really," he added, sounding almost surprised. "For a blood-sucking leech, you're not half bad." Alice smiled, and Jacob returned the expression. Bella stared at Alice as she smiled at Jacob, then threw her hands up in annoyance. Now they were smiling. She glanced around the street, hoping to catch the eyes of someone who found this as mind-boggling as she did, but there was no one immediately nearby. Sighing, Bella dropped her arms in frustration. She had no idea what was going on. "Nice dog," Alice murmured, still smiling. "Good boy," she cooed, as if she were speaking to an adorable puppy. "Rough," Jacob replied, still grinning. He couldn't quite believe he had just discovered a bloodsucker with a decent sense of humor. "Listen," he began. Moments later, Jacob's tone turned serious again. "Tell Bella she's still welcome at La Push if she wants. Please," he added, remembering his manners. He wouldn't have bothered with this message if he had been talking to one of the other vampires, but Alice seemed different, so he decided to give it a shot. "I will," Alice said, nodding in his direction. She could sense that his voice was strained, knowing it was probably hard for him to ask a favor of her. "You have my word." Jacob stared at her for a moment, torn between excitement and disbelief. "You're not going to try to keep her away?" Alice glanced over at Bella and sighed. "She does what she wants," she replied. "Honestly, I'd rather you met at Fran's for pancakes, but..." Alice shrugged and sighed again. "Frankly, that's more about me than you," she added, aware that her unease about Bella going to La Push stemmed from the fact that the werewolves blocked her visions. If Bella got into trouble around them, she wouldn't know about it, and she didn't like that at all. You wouldn't follow? Jacob asked, tempted to believe her. I can't, Alice responded. La Push was forbidden territory. Even if she wanted to keep an eye on Bella, she wouldn't have been able to. I meant if we were in town, he clarified. No, Alice said decisively. The werewolves made her nervous in general, but she knew that Jacob cared about Bella and wouldn't hurt her. In truth, he wasn't any more of a danger to Bella than she or her family was. Vampires might be less hairy and more sparkly, but it would have been disingenuous to resent him for being a bit of an animal when they were two. I'm gonna hold you to that, Jacob said, staring at Alice for a moment longer. Then he turned around and climbed onto his bike. Once he was astride it, he looked at them one last time, lifted his hand to wave at Bella, and then popped the clutch. Jacob spun around on his bike and disappeared from sight. Okay, Bella began as soon as he was gone. What? Not here, Alice murmured, placing her hand lightly on Bella's shoulder. Let's go for a drive. Spill, Bella said as they both settled into the car and closed the doors. Why hello, it's nice to see you too, Alice replied, glancing over at Bella while starting the engine. Don't be cute, Bella said, meeting Alice's gaze. That was powerfully weird. I want to know what you two were talking about. I thought you couldn't stand each other. He's not so bad when I can't smell him, Alice said, pulling away from the curb. Her body was tense as she tried to obey the speed limit for now. As for what we were talking about, I suppose the first thing is. Jacob says that you're still welcome at La Push, if you want. Really? Bella asked softly, her voice filled with tentative hope. She had tried calling Jacob after Harry's funeral, but he either hadn't received her messages or had chosen to ignore them since he hadn't returned any of her calls. She understood he had a lot on his mind and decided to give him some time. After all, he had learned many things he would need to process after their last meeting. But as the weeks passed with no response, she began to think their friendship was truly over, and that thought devastated her. Really, Alice confirmed. I think he misses you a lot. She knew Bella missed Jacob terribly too, and that she was one of the reasons they had been avoiding each other. Edward won't be happy about that, Bella said, angling her head toward Alice and watching her closely. No, he won't, Alice agreed. Alice replied simply and matter-of-factly. What about you? Bella asked carefully. How do you feel? Alice glanced at Bella, watching her for a moment before turning her eyes back to the road. You being around the werewolves makes me uneasy, she admitted. It's not that I think they're bad people, she continued quickly. In fact, despite our rocky start, I think I like your Jacob. When you can't smell him, Bella interjected with a smile. Alice's phrase, your Jacob, charmed her for some reason. When I can't smell him, Alice repeated, looking at Bella and returning her smile. It's just. I can't see them, she went on, her voice sobering. That makes me uneasy. I don't like the fact that I won't know if you're in trouble. That I won't know if you need my help. The distress in her voice was evident. I'm not used to feeling helpless, Alice sighed, glancing at Bella again. And when I think of you there, that's how I feel. Jacob would never let anything happen to me, Bella said, reaching for Alice's hand. Alice nodded but remained silent for a few moments. I won't stop you if you want to go visit him, she finally said, her words slow and measured. I would prefer it if you met somewhere in town, though. Neutral territory, as it were. Somewhere I could reach you. She continued carefully, I don't think that Jacob would hurt you, but I don't have the same confidence in the others, and... Alice paused and sighed. The thought of you there scares me, Bella. I can't help it. I won't try to stop you, but I don't like it. I know it's not really rational, but I can't help it. I love you, and I want to keep you safe. Bella breathed deeply, her eyes fluttering closed. Why did you say no to him at the end? Bella asked, opening her eyes again. She was trying to buy some time to digest what Alice had just said before responding. She knew that Alice was trying to be open. Alice was trying to be supportive and reasonable, even though she was very worried. Bella didn't think there was any reason for concern, but Alice's effort to understand her perspective made it hard for Bella to dismiss her worries completely. "He asked if I would follow you," Alice replied, "if you two were in town. I told him that I wouldn't." "Did you mean it?" Bella asked carefully. "Yes," Alice sighed tiredly. The exhalation made Bella narrow her eyes in concern. "But you still don't like it," Bella said, trying to figure out what was bothering Alice. "No," Alice admitted, checking her side mirror. "But I am more comfortable with it. Like I said before, I don't think that Jacob would hurt you." "Edward still wouldn't like it," Bella said, leaning back against the seat. "No, I don't think he would," Alice replied somberly. Bella was silent for a moment. "Well, I don't care," she declared a minute later, her voice a little louder than necessary in the confines of the car. "I'm tired of him telling me what to do," she said, folding her arms across her chest. "I'm a grown person and I can talk to whoever I want." Alice sighed deeply and pulled off the road. "Where are we going?" Bella asked, watching as trees began to run parallel to the car on both sides. "There's a clearing just up ahead," Alice said, keeping her eyes focused forward. "It's beautiful at sunset." "You have more to tell me," Bella said anxiously, realizing that Alice didn't want to be driving when they got down to what her conversation with Jacob had really been about. Alice nodded silently. "I'm not going to like it, am I?" Bella asked. "No," Alice breathed out. "I don't think you will." Alice climbed onto the warm hood of the car, settling her back against the windshield. She held out her hand for Bella. "Sit with me," she requested softly. Bella eyed her warily but took her hand anyway, allowing Alice to pull her up onto the hood of the car as well. She settled in. Bella positioned herself between the vampire's legs. The heat of the machine beneath her contrasted sharply with Alice's cooler body temperature, making Bella shiver. "I want to preface what I'm about to tell you by asking you to remember that we love you, and that we were just trying to do the right thing," Alice said softly, resting her chin on Bella's shoulder. "Okay," Bella replied quietly, feeling more alarmed than comforted by Alice's words. That was not a promising way to start a conversation. Another shiver ran through Bella, this time unrelated to the temperature difference. "Victoria is back," Alice said, holding Bella tightly in her arms. "She's been nosing around, like she was before we came back." Alice's vampire ears detected an increase in Bella's heartbeat. Bella shuddered slightly. That must have been why she felt like she was being watched. Victoria was stalking her again, waiting for an opportunity to kill her and make Edward suffer, just as she had suffered when Edward killed her mate, James, to stop him from killing her. "I felt her," Bella said quietly. "I felt like I was being watched." Alice exhaled, her sweet breath tickling Bella's neck in a familiar way that comforted her for a moment. "Yes, that's probably part of it," Alice said, her hand rubbing Bella's stomach absently. "What do you mean, part of it?" Bella asked, craning her head to see Alice's face. Alice sighed deeply and turned her head to meet Bella's gaze. "We've been watching you too," she said. "When Edward or I aren't around, the rest of the family has been keeping an eye on you and Charlie." She glanced away for a moment. "Rose was watching you at the store before I came to pick you up, and Emmett's watching Charlie now." She looked up at the sky, which burned violently above them, orange and red and brown fighting for dominance as night slowly approached. "Esme was watching him earlier, and Jasper will be on watch tomorrow," she finished. To face Bella once more. Bella clenched her jaw and blinked rapidly, trying to control her rising anger. It was no wonder she felt like she was being watched all the time. She was. She had been under constant surveillance, and Alice and Edward had been lying to her about it. Bella had thought she was going crazy, and at one point, she nearly blamed Jake for stalking her. But all along, it had been her second family that was to blame. "Why am I only finding out about this now?" Bella asked, unable to hide the anger in her voice. "Edward didn't want to scare you," Alice murmured. Her voice was hesitant, as if she knew exactly how Bella would react. "This is what I was talking about in the car," Bella exclaimed angrily. "Edward is not the boss of me. This is my life. My life, and I deserve to know what the hell is going on in it." Bella struggled in Alice's arms until Alice released her hold. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked, turning to face Alice, her eyes flashing. "I wanted to," Alice murmured. She agreed with everything Jacob had said earlier. Bella would have been scared, but Alice knew Bella was strong enough to handle it. She was fairly certain it would have been easier to protect her if Bella knew she was in danger. "But Edward. Then why didn't you?" Bella shot back. He's mad enough at me, Bella," Alice said, looking at her beseechingly. "He barely even looks at me," she whispered, her voice filled with pain. "I didn't want to give him even more reason to detest me. I hoped that if I supported him on this, maybe. I don't know, maybe it would make things a little better between us." Alice repeated, her eyes closing as she dropped her head. Bella stared at Alice for a moment, and then moved forward. Her anger evaporated in the face of Alice's distress. She didn't like that she had. Bella had been kept in the dark, but she understood why Alice had gone along with it. She could sympathize with Alice's feelings. Alice and Edward had been very close before, and although she didn't talk about it much, Bella knew that the rift formed when Edward found out about their relationship had deeply upset her. "Okay," Bella said softly, taking Alice's hand. "Okay." She shifted on the hood again, moving forward and settling herself between Alice's legs as a peace offering. "Why was Jacob waiting by the store?" she asked as Alice wrapped her arms around her once more. "He wanted to tell you about Victoria," Alice responded, gratitude clear in her voice. "He wasn't sure if we were watching out for you or not. But I think he mostly just wanted you to know. He seemed to know that Edward wouldn't have told you, and he wanted to make sure you were informed." Bella closed her eyes, her heart warming at the thought. Jacob was always honest with her. He never treated her with kid gloves. She missed that now that Edward was back. She missed having someone trust that she knew what I was doing and that I could take care of myself. Even Alice, as considerate and understanding as she was, sometimes treated her like she was made of glass, which could be incredibly frustrating. "Bella," Alice said softly after a few moments of silence. She brushed her lips against Bella's shoulder, her tone and actions hesitant and apologetic. Bella sighed and concentrated, forcing her body to relax until she leaned heavily against Alice, allowing the vampire to support her weight. "You two were joking with each other," Bella said, a small smile forming as she remembered Alice saying, "Nice dog, good boy," and Jacob's answering smile. She had been a little worried when she heard Alice say that, but now she realized they had found some common ground by that point and were testing each other to see just how cool the other really was. "Don't get your hopes up," Alice mumbled, though her tone was brighter than before. "We're not exactly going to sit up all night playing Dream Phone or listening to the Jonas Brothers while we braid each other's hair." Bella tilted her head to the side, trying to picture that before she laughed softly, her body shaking in Alice's arms. "You know, they do make skinny jeans look good," Bella murmured, laughing again as Alice snorted behind her. "I make skinny jeans look good," Alice muttered. Bella couldn't argue with that. "I told you he wasn't such a bad guy," Bella said softly, her voice more serious as she brought the conversation back to Jacob. Alice made a soft sound in her throat. "No, he doesn't seem to be," she finally breathed out, pressing her lips against Bella's cheek. "It's a shame about the smell though," she murmured, her lips curving up a little. "You know, I think he'd say the same thing about you," Bella replied, smiling. Jacob hadn't exactly been fond of Alice's scent either. "Perish the thought," Alice declared in mock horror. "I'm intoxicating. I'm like an apple cinnamon candle, mixed with lilac and baby's hair right after a bath." "A bath full of orange blossoms," Alice continued, smiling as Bella shook with laughter in her arms. "Baby's hair right after a bath," Bella repeated, still laughing. "Your brain is a strange place sometimes, Tink," she declared, tilting her head to the side to give Alice better access to her neck as the raven-haired beauty pressed kisses to the warm flesh. Alice sighed in faux sorrow. I knew I should have gone with the smell of rain falling on a late September or early October evening. Bella grinned. Weirdo, she whispered happily. Then she shifted in Alice's arms so she could reach the vampire's lips with her own. Nobody's perfect, Alice sighed into Bella's mouth, her hands moving up. Bella felt a shiver run down her back as the younger woman deepened the kiss. You're close enough, Bella murmured. That was the last thing either of them said for a while. Chapter 21, Catfight. Bella rested her head on Alice's shoulder, content. She watched as Alice pressed the forward button on her cell phone. They had left the clearing where they parked to talk 10 minutes earlier and were almost at Bella's house. She looked forward to disappearing upstairs with Alice and just laying together for a while. The conversation they had that afternoon, after a long day at work, had tired her out. All she wanted was to snuggle with her favorite vampire pillow. Hey, Alice said into the receiver. I'm not saying that, she groaned. No, I'm not. It's stupid, she continued, rolling her eyes. Oh, for the love of. Iceman, this is Tiny Dancer, do you read? Alice finally muttered. Beside her, Bella chuckled, and Alice couldn't help but smile a little too. We're almost there. Yeah, just take off when you see the car. No. Charlie might be watching. I don't want him wondering why we have an escort. Yeah, right here. I know. Oh, because he loves me so much right now anyway. Yeah, alright. Bye. I mean, over, Alice said, flipping the phone closed a moment later. Tiny Dancer, Bella laughed as Alice put the phone away. I didn't pick it, Alice complained defensively. What would you have picked if you could have? Bella asked, curious, seeing Alice's body relax beside her. Holly Golightly, Alice responded without hesitation, sounding pleased with herself. Does that make me Fred? Bella asked, tilting her head up to see Alice's smiling face. Ooh, new nickname, Alice said happily. I'm sorry I ever learned how to speak, Bella murmured. The only comfort she found was that Alice would likely forget about the nickname after a week or so. Alice laughed and turned her head to the side, bending down to press her lips against the top of Bella's head. Bella breathed in and out slowly, happy and relaxed as they pulled up to the house. Is Emmett still here? Bella asked, lifting her head off Alice's shoulder. He just left, Alice replied, her eyes focused on a spot in the darkness. Bella assumed it was where he had been standing when they pulled up, but it didn't matter much to her since she couldn't see it anyway. So we're alone out here? Bella asked as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Just us and the crickets, Alice answered, turning to face Bella. A smile spread across her lips when she saw the expression on Bella's face. No fathers at the window? Bella asked. Alice was silent for a moment, concentrating, then shook her head. Good, Bella mumbled. She then moved, climbing onto Alice's lap before pressing her lips against Alice's. Bella, Alice moaned, placing her hands on Bella's hips as Bella's lips trailed across her neck, nipping at the cool skin in a way that always made her purr. It's almost 9, Alice continued, her chest rumbling as Bella's teeth scraped against her throat. So? Bella murmured, her hand inching higher under Alice's shirt. I promised Charlie I'd have you home, Alice said, her hand snaking under her shirt to capture Bella's. We'll go straight up to your room, Alice continued, her voice husky and full of promise as she drew Bella's hand out from under her shirt. Ugh, spoil my fun, Bella muttered, but she pulled back from Alice, giving her enough room to open the car door. Just delaying it, briefly, Alice promised, holding Bella's hand as she climbed off her lap and onto the ground. Besides, it'll be more fun lying down, she added, climbing out of the car herself. Is that so? Bella asked, arching her eyebrow at Alice. More maneuverability, Alice replied, meeting Bella's gaze with a grin as she wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. That does sound fun, Bella breathed out, her hand slipping into Alice's. The funnest, Alice said, her body going completely still as her head tilted slightly. Alice snapped around to the side. The movement was so quick that Bella almost reached out to check if Alice's head was still attached. Alice's lips curled, revealing her teeth as she shoved Bella behind her. "Inside, walk quickly," Alice said, her hand pressing against Bella's stomach, pushing her backward. Her eyes remained focused on the woods surrounding the property, her teeth bared as she crouched down. "What?" Bella began to say. "Now," Alice growled. Bella shut her mouth and turned, walking as quickly as she could toward the door. Alice kept pace with her, even walking backward to keep her eyes on the tree line. "Inside," Alice barked. Then, a flash of red streaked across Bella's vision, and Alice was gone. Bella turned and blinked, just able to make out a mass tumbling away from her on the ground. She inhaled sharply and backed up, pressing herself against the front door. Her eyes focused on the lawn as Alice hopped to her feet and crouched. Victoria stood in front of her, and they moved together in a circle, growling and occasionally making a move as if to pounce before pulling back and continuing to circle each other. Bella jumped, her elbow painfully knocking against the door as she heard what sounded like a clap of thunder. She shivered. The night sky was clear, which meant one of the women had landed a blow. Focusing forward again, Bella saw Alice on the ground. She had her feet poised behind her, fingertips digging into the soil. She was coiled and ready for action again, but Victoria had knocked her down. "Get inside, Bella," Alice yelled, her eyes never leaving Victoria. Bella fumbled behind her for the doorknob and twisted it. It was locked. Panic surged through her as her heart raced. She needed her keys. She felt her pockets, frustration rising as she realized she had dropped them. A flash of movement caught her eye, and she turned to look. Alice had launched herself forward. Alice fought fiercely against Victoria, both of them on the ground, struggling to gain the upper hand. Alice managed to climb on top of Victoria and began to strike down with powerful blows. Bella flinched at the sound of each hit. She could barely see Alice's arms as they rained down on Victoria, hitting her face with the force of an enraged animal. Bella turned to the door and frantically rang the doorbell, pushing it repeatedly until the door finally opened. She rushed inside, ignoring Charlie's surprised gasp, and shut the door behind her. She immediately headed for the window. "Bella, what?" Charlie began, following her to the window. A sudden movement caught his eye, causing him to stop speaking. Something was moving near the tree line, but it was too fast for him to identify. He leaned closer, his nose nearly touching the glass. It looked like there were two figures. Charlie noticed Alice's car in the driveway and quickly glanced back, knowing Alice was not inside the house. Another loud noise like thunder echoed, but when he looked up, the sky was completely clear, without a hint of rain. He turned his attention back to the trees just in time to see something tumble onto the lawn, but before he could understand what it was, it darted back into the bushes. "Bella," Charlie said, turning to his daughter. "Bella." Bella looked at him, blinking rapidly. "Is Alice out there?" he asked. Bella's eyes filled with tears, and she began to shake. Charlie barely saw her nod. He moved away from the window and into the living room. Unlocking his desk drawer, he took out his gun and moved to the foyer to grab his holster, strapping it on as he prepared to head for the door. "No. Charlie, no." Bella cried, gripping his arm tightly, tugging with all her strength to hold him back. "Dad." "There's some sort of animal out there," Charlie said, trying to shake Bella off, but she held on tightly. "Honey, you said Alice is out there. I'm just going to go get her, okay?" Charlie hoped that mentioning Alice would get her attention. "I'm going to go get Alice," he repeated. Bella shook her head. She didn't know how Alice was doing in the fight, but she knew that if Charlie got caught in the middle, Victoria would kill him. Alice was as strong and fast as her opponent. Charlie was just human, and his gun would be useless against Victoria and her marble skin. Charlie tried to walk towards the door, but Bella held on. He continued walking, dragging her with him. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned around. He carefully pried her fingers away from his wrist, blocking her hands as they tried to grab at him again. "Stay here," Charlie said, stepping outside and reaching for his holstered gun. He held up a warning finger in front of Bella and then turned, moving towards the spot where he had last seen movement. "Charlie," Bella called out, watching him go. She stumbled onto the porch after him. "Charlie," she called again, but he kept walking. "What are you?" Victoria hissed, favoring her right arm as she circled Alice. "Better than you," Alice responded, a smile curving her lips. Her eyes were closed, and despite the blood and dirt on her face, she looked almost serene. Victoria growled, and her arms shot out. Eyes still closed, Alice dodged to the side, her leg sweeping out and catching Victoria in the knee. Victoria gasped as her knee buckled, stumbling back to avoid Alice's next strike. She barely controlled the urge to howl in frustration. The fight had started well for her, but halfway through, Alice began countering all her moves, blocking them almost before she could even strike. Alice remained crouched, her eyes closed, waiting for Victoria to decide her next move. At first, Victoria had attacked wildly, striking without thought. But after Alice landed a few blows, causing Victoria to ache and bleed, the redhead slowed down. She began to think and plan, and with this shift, Alice could see Victoria's intentions the moment she made a decision. It wasn't much notice, but it helped. Victoria struck again, and Alice blocked the attack, seizing the chance to land her own hit. "Tonight is not your night," Alice said softly, moving her head from side to side as Victoria swayed in front of her, angry and indecisive. "Run. While you still can," she added, her sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight. Victoria growled softly, a sound of defeat. They were at a standstill. Victoria couldn't seem to gain the upper hand, but she had injured Alice earlier in the fight, preventing Alice from fully pressing her advantage. They had been circling each other for the past few minutes, striking and countering, neither able to gain ground. Frustrated, Victoria knew her opponent was right. They could fight in the woods for hours without any change. Continuing was a waste of time. "This isn't over," Victoria hissed. "Of course not," Alice murmured, opening her eyes. She remained crouched and ready to fight, knowing Victoria would retreat. She had seen it the moment the redhead realized she couldn't win. Victoria stared at her for a moment before turning her back and disappearing into the trees. Alice stayed in her crouched position, battle ready for a minute after she vanished, waiting to see if she would return. Alice sighed as pain washed over her, her shoulders slumping. It had been a long time since she had fought another vampire, and even longer since she had felt physical pain. She pressed her hand against her ribs, wincing slightly as the pressure made them throb. She couldn't understand how humans managed. Being bruised and battered was an awful sensation, yet they seemed to live with injuries constantly, bruised, cut, sprained, twisted, or concussed. Alice lifted her hand to her face, wiping away the blood that was running into her eyes from a wound above her eyebrow. Then, she began to move forward toward the house and Bella. Bella whimpered when Alice stumbled out of the bushes and collapsed onto the ground. Shivering, she lurched forward, stumbling off the porch and onto the lawn, barely registering Charlie moving toward Alice as she broke into a run. "Alice," Bella whispered, throwing herself onto the ground beside her father. Alice knelt on the grass, her head bowed. Her body was unnaturally still. "Oh, Alice," Bella said again, her voice filled with panic. She moved closer, tentatively reaching out and wrapping her arms around Alice, pulling her into her body when Alice didn't resist. Bella bent her head and kissed the top of Alice's, oblivious to Charlie kneeling just a meter away. "It's okay," Alice said, lifting her head. Even as Bella hugged her, Alice could feel her trembling with fear. Her heartbeat was erratic, and she was sweating. Alice worried Bella might have a panic attack and tried her best to reassure her. Bella gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she took in the damage done to Alice's face. There were 3 long, nasty-looking gashes above Alice's left eyebrow. It looked like she had been slashed by an animal. Claws had left wounds that covered the entire left side of Alice's face in blood. Dirt was spattered all over her, and her right eye was bruised and swollen, nearly shut. A smaller gash marked her right cheek, and her lip was split, with a trickle of blood running down to her chin. "Jesus," Charlie whispered, staring at Alice's injuries with the same horror as Bella. He had seen people badly hurt before, both on the job and through sports or bar fights, but it had been a long time since he had seen a woman, especially a teenage girl, in such a state. "Alice, I'm going to call an ambulance," he said, trying to maintain his official police chief tone. "You're going to be okay." "No," Bella said just as Alice opened her lips to respond. "No ambulance," she shook her head at Charlie. "Bella, what are you talking about?" Charlie asked, narrowing his eyes at her, clearly confused. "She needs medical attention, and I don't want to move her with a head wound like that." "It's not so bad, Charlie," Alice said, forcing a smile as she looked at him. "Head wounds bleed a lot. I don't even feel dizzy." "Really?" she insisted, gently untangling herself from Bella's arms. She stood up and spread her arms out in front of her. "See? I could even touch my nose with my index finger if you want," she added, giving him a playful smirk before doing just that. Charlie started, surprised to see her on her feet and joking. "Call Carlisle, please," Alice requested softly. "The hospital will end up calling him anyway." "Despite Carlisle being a doctor, I don't really like hospitals, and I'm not that badly hurt. I'll just end up going home with him anyway." Charlie tried again. "Please, Dad," Bella interjected, cutting him off. "Carlisle can be here just as soon as an ambulance. Charlie thinks she's really badly off, then he can call one." "I mean, look at her," Bella said, waving at Alice. "She's hardly on her deathbed." "Fine," Charlie said, standing as well. "Fine," he added in a more exasperated tone, clearly unhappy with the situation but going along with it. "Let's get you into the house at least," he said to Alice, moving to her side to help her inside. "Thanks, Charlie," Alice said, allowing him to half-carry her even though she could walk on her own. It would make him feel better, and it would be less suspicious. She knew she was already acting far too capable for someone with the injuries she appeared to have. Yeah, Charlie murmured, though he looked down and gave her a weak smile. Bella took up the spot on Alice's other side, her hand immediately slipping into Alice's. Together, the three of them made their way into the house. 15 minutes later, Bella's foot tapped compulsively on the floor as she kept her eyes focused on the couch. Carlisle was leaning beside it while Alice lay there. Their heads were bowed together, and they were talking softly. She couldn't make out what they were saying, but she suspected that everyone else in the room, besides herself and Charlie, could hear everything clearly. Bella shivered slightly as she felt a cool hand brush against her own. Apprehensively, she turned her head to the side, her body relaxing when she saw Jasper standing beside her. She had thought it might have been Edward trying to comfort her again. Almost as soon as he arrived in the house, he had started trying to cocoon her in his arms, but she didn't want to be held and cooed at like a baby. Alice had been attacked and hurt, and she wanted to worry about her without feeling like a foolish child. "It's really not as bad as it looks," Jasper said softly, his eyes trained on the couch as he spoke. "She'll be fine," he said, his voice confident though his eyes were filled with concern. Worried and sad as he watched the two figures by the couch. "How can you be sure?" Bella asked. Jasper's worry about Alice oddly made her feel better about her own. Jasper was a vampire and knew much better than she did whether Alice's injuries were serious. If he felt anxious about the state she was in, then there was no reason for her to pretend she wasn't worried. After all, she'd never seen a vampire injured before. Before Alice's altercation with Victoria, it had never really occurred to her that the Cullens could be hurt, that they could bleed, ache, or bruise. Her world had just been turned upside down. There was no reason why she shouldn't be anxious. "We heal quickly," Jasper said, turning his gaze to Bella. "She'll be good as new once she feeds." He held Bella's eyes so she could see how serious he was. "Really, in a few hours, you won't even be able to tell she was hurt?" "For real?" Bella asked hopefully, her hand unconsciously clutching Jasper's. The feel of his cool hand against hers made her feel a little better. It reminded her of Alice. For real, Jasper said, smiling and squeezing her hand gently. She's angrier than she is worried. Angry? Bella asked, looking over toward the couch. Why? At herself, Jasper responded, following Bella's gaze back to Alice. For almost letting Victoria get the drop on you. But, Bella began, her voice trailing off as she saw Edward's back stiffen against the wall. She realized he was listening in on their conversation, or perhaps scanning Jasper's mind. He was blaming Alice for what happened too. She saved me. There was nothing else she could do, Bella said, her voice lowered so her father wouldn't overhear, but loud enough for Edward to hear. Logic isn't really a factor when it comes to the people we love, Jasper cut in, squeezing Bella's hand again. She felt a surge of reassurance. A calming wave washed over Bella, and she realized that Jasper must have sensed her irritation with Edward. He was trying to soothe her. Even if the fight had lasted 10 seconds and Victoria had limped away whimpering, she still would have been mad at herself for letting Victoria get that close to you, he said. But... Bella began, then stopped and sighed. She turned her head in Alice's direction, gently tracing her eyes over her lover's delicate features. Silly vampire, Bella murmured a moment later, her voice filled with affection and love. Yeah, Jasper sighed, drawing Bella's gaze to him. They held each other's eyes for a moment, and Bella began to feel awkward. She and Jasper interacted, but their conversations were usually brief, and they tended to avoid discussing Alice. Jasper had been very understanding of her relationship with Alice, and unlike Edward, who had treated Alice poorly, Jasper had always been polite and kind to her. However, spending too much time together made Bella feel like an interloper. She felt like a heel, a homewrecker, and she wondered how Jasper could be so nice. Very silly at times, Jasper said a few seconds later, though it felt much longer to Bella. She's cute, though, he continued, smiling as Bella turned to look at him. Bella held his gaze for a moment and then smiled back, appreciating the wave of serenity that Jasper sent her way. I'm still all knotted up, Bella admitted when the moment passed, even though she knew she was more at ease than before. So am I, Jasper replied, directing his gaze toward Alice once more. Bella stared at his profile for a moment before turning her eyes back to the couch. They continued their vigil over the woman who owned both of their hearts, Bella's hand securely held in Jasper's. Carlyle stood, and all eyes in the room turned to him. She's fine, he said. Bella spoke reassuringly. She knew her words were mostly for Charlie's benefit. She's banged up and has a pretty nasty cut, but it's nothing too serious. Just some Advil, a few stitches, a couple of Band-Aids, and some hydrogen peroxide, and she'll be almost as good as new. It looks pretty bad, Charlie mumbled as he moved closer to the couch. Head wounds, Carlyle sighed. They bleed quite a bit. He shook his head. Don't you worry, I'll take good care of her. Charlie nodded but stepped back, his eyes still on Alice's tiny, bloody frame. Emmett, Carlyle said, turning his attention to his largest child. Can you take her out to the car? He requested. Gently, he added. Emmett understood that Alice wasn't badly hurt, and Carlyle didn't want him to throw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. They all needed to appear extremely worried in Charlie's presence. You got it, Pop, Emmett replied as he moved over to Alice. Slowly and gently, he picked her up, cradling her in his arms like a little baby. Up we go, tiny dancer, he said, smiling down at her. Ugh, can I get some morphine now? Alice asked, rolling her good eye at him. Emmett's jokes are worse than the beating. Emmett glared down at her. Have you put on weight? He asked, pretending to struggle with her body. Emmett, really, Esme sighed as she moved closer. Alice is hurt. She doesn't need you making fun. Yeah, but... Emmett began, but Esme raised her finger. The car, without the comedic stylings, she said, pointing toward the door. Yes ma'am, Emmett sighed, giving Alice a playful glare as she smiled sweetly up at him. Carefully, he began to make his way toward the door. "Dr. Cullen," Charlie began once Emmett and Alice were out of the room. "Carlyle, please," Carlyle said, looking up at Charlie before returning his focus. "I'm going to have to talk to Alice," Charlie said, sounding deeply uncomfortable. "About what happened in the woods?" Carlyle nodded and stood up again. "Yes, of course," he replied, meeting Charlie's eyes. His expression was more serious than Bella had ever seen. "I want you to find out who did this to her." He paused, his voice cracking as he looked down at the ground for a moment. Bella gaped at him, wondering if the other Cullens were as skilled at lying and acting as Alice and Carlyle. Somehow, she didn't think Emmett was. "If you could wait until morning, however, it would be greatly appreciated. She's still in shock, but very soon the experience is going to hit home." "Of course," Charlie said, nodding. "I understand completely. I'll call." Carlyle tipped his head in thanks and then looked around the room at his family. They began to stir, pushing away from the walls they had been resting against or the chairs they had been sitting in. Bella knew they were getting ready to leave. "Charlie," Bella said, stepping forward and letting go of Jasper's hand. "Go," Charlie said, already knowing she was going to ask to go with them. "Thank you," Bella said, feeling intensely grateful that she didn't have to fight with him over it. She was drained as it was, and arguing with Charlie would probably have made her collapse into tears. She moved over to him and flung her arms around him, hugging him fiercely. "Thank you," she whispered again. Charlie kissed her cheek and patted her shoulder. Esme moved behind Bella and placed her hand on the small of her back. "Call me if you need anything," Charlie said as Bella began to move toward the door with Esme. "I will," Bella said, turning to face him. "I promise." With that, she continued through the door and disappeared into the night. Chapter 22, Recovery. Bella stood awkwardly in the doorway as Jasper arranged pillows against the headboard of the bed. He was making sure Alice could rest comfortably. She shifted her gaze away from the tender scene and focused on her feet. It felt strange to be in their bedroom, and she wasn't sure what to do with herself. The others had accompanied Alice to the room to help her, but they had left to go hunting. Jasper had told her earlier that Alice needed to feed before her body could truly begin to heal from the damage Victoria had caused. Since Alice was weak, they didn't want her to hunt alone. So, Edward, Emmett, and Rose had gone out to find something to bring back for her. When the others started to leave the room, Bella had wondered if she should go with them. However, she couldn't bring herself to leave Alice, so she pressed against the side of the door frame, watching silently as Jasper tended to her. 5 minutes had passed, and she still didn't know what to do. "You don't have to stand all the way over there," Alice said, her sweet voice filling the room. Bella began, her gaze shifting around the room. She coughed awkwardly and sniffed, her eyes drifting back to the bed. She wasn't sure if Alice really wanted her to join them or if she was just being polite. It felt awkward, and Bella hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Alice glanced at Jasper, noticing Bella's unease. They exchanged a silent look, one of those intimate exchanges Bella had often witnessed before. It made her feel even more uncomfortable. Looking at them, she found it hard to believe that Alice could have feelings for anyone other than Jasper. In a moment of madness, she wondered if the past month and a half had all been a dream, a delusion she had created. Concocted a way to cope with the pain of not having Alice's love. Finally, Jasper turned to Bella, his gaze pulling her from her troubling thoughts. "It's okay," Jasper said softly, holding Bella's eyes steadily. "We can all share," he continued in the same calm tone. Bella stayed where she was, watching him closely. There was something in his voice that kept her rooted in place, something that contradicted the tranquility of his words. When Alice turned to look at Jasper curiously after he spoke, Bella felt she had missed something important. She watched as Alice's lips moved, then Jasper's. They were talking, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. They paused for a moment, then Alice inclined her head slightly and faced Bella, a gentle smile forming as she extended her hand towards her. Bella looked at the outstretched hand uncertainly, an awkward smile frozen on her lips. Jasper's strange tone and their quiet conversation had made her uneasy. She was convinced Jasper had been joking, playing with the idea that they were already sharing Alice in a sense. However, the thought of lounging around in bed with them added a different layer to his comment, making her uncomfortable. She doubted he meant what her mind jumped to, but even if it wasn't likely to happen, the idea lingered, leaving her slightly freaked out. "I've already promised that I won't bite," Alice said, sensing Bella's unease and trying to reassure her. "And neither will he." Alice gestured towards Jasper with her thumb. Jasper grinned at that, placing his hand over his heart as he smiled back at her. Alice's smile and the lightness of their mood eased Bella's tension a bit. Alice patted the open spot beside her on the bed, her gaze warm and inviting as she looked at Bella, trying to convey that it was safe for her to join them. Bella hesitated, but the warmth in Alice's expression made her heart flutter with hope. Bella turned her attention to Jasper and found his gaze open and curious, but not sexual at all. She breathed out, feeling her body relax as she made her way over to the bed. Once she reached the side, she tentatively put her knee on the edge, pausing for a moment as if she expected Alice to yell, "Psych," and then start giggling. However, Alice merely shifted slightly to the side, making more room for her. Bella eventually climbed onto the mattress and stretched out along Alice's side, leaving the petite brunette sandwiched between her and Jasper. Alice sighed as Bella settled against her, wiggling slightly into the pillows around her before a happy smile spread across her lips. "How do you feel?" Bella asked. Alice's content expression calmed her nerves a little, even though it confused her. Alice didn't seem to be in much pain, but she had looked somewhat uncomfortable before, so Bella didn't understand why she seemed so content now. Looking at Alice's face in that moment, Bella thought that if it weren't for the blood and dirt still caked on her face and clothes, she would never have been able to tell that Alice had been in a fight less than an hour ago. "Like shit," Alice said, her response coming out almost as a dreamy sigh. She tipped her head in Bella's direction and smiled serenely. "Then why do you look so happy?" Bella asked, frowning. She was usually cranky when she was sick, so Alice's tranquility was puzzling to her. "Because it's nice," Alice said. With that, she reached out and took Bella's hand, cradling it in hers, while simultaneously reaching for Jasper's hand and taking hold of it as well. "Nearly getting beaten to death is nice?" Bella asked, looking down at their joined hands, still not comprehending what pleased Alice so much. "No," Alice said, frowning for a second. "That part wasn't so fantastic," she admitted, but... Then her features brightened again. "I meant this," she said, jostling her hands and raising them slightly so that both pairs of clasped hands were visible. "The three of us together," she continued, looking at Jasper and then at Bella. "It's nice," she declared, that dreamy tone returning. Bella scrunched her nose. Nice wasn't exactly the word she would have used to describe the three of them lounging around together. Awkward seemed more appropriate, or at the very least, uncomfortable or strange. Without really thinking about it, Bella found her eyes drifting past Alice over to Jasper. To her relief, she saw a similarly perplexed expression on his face. Alice may have been in seventh heaven, but Jasper seemed to be feeling just as awkward as she was. "Did Carlyle actually give her morphine?" Bella asked, trying to sound playful as her eyes met Jasper's. She had just meant to glance at him but ended up holding his gaze long enough that she felt she should say something. Jasper smiled a bit at that, his body relaxing slightly, causing a few strands of blonde hair to fall in front of his face, and his eyes to crinkle at the sides. "Nah," he said, his southern drawl charmingly prominent. "She's just like this," he continued, still looking at Bella. A small moment of camaraderie passed between them, much like what had happened when Jasper had talked to her at her house earlier that evening, and Bella found herself relaxing even more. The situation was a bit strange, but it wasn't horrible. Jasper seemed willing to fight through the weirdness, and if they both tried, they could probably make it through whatever it was they were doing at the moment without dying of embarrassment. Alice looked between the two of them, her eyes narrowing for a moment before her expression turned pleasant once more. "You're not ruining my mood," she declared, smiling at them defiantly as she spoke. Jasper laughed at that, and Bella smiled, laughing a few seconds later as Alice continued. Kept her face determinedly cheerful despite their awkward banter at her expense. As they began to calm down, Bella released a long breath. Her body slumped as a wave of relief washed over her. Fear and adrenaline had kept her going for the past hour, but now that Alice was smiling and talking, clearly not going to die or explode or turn to dust, Bella felt her energy begin to drain. Suddenly, she felt like she hadn't slept in days. "You're tired," Alice said, looking over at Bella. She stroked the back of Bella's hand lightly as Bella sagged against her. "No," Bella breathed out, smiling even as she spoke. "I'm exhausted," she sighed. Alice untangled her fingers from Bella's and reached up to stroke her hair softly. Then she slipped her fingers around Bella's neck, gently guiding her head down to rest on her shoulder. She moved her hand down to stroke Bella's hip lightly, trying to help her relax. "Get some sleep," Alice said softly. Her cool breath caressed Bella's face in a way that almost brought tears to Bella's overtired eyes. "You're the one that's hurt," Bella mumbled, nonetheless snuggling against Alice's side. She felt a little strange lying beside Alice with Jasper just on the other side of her, but Alice didn't seem disturbed at all. Jasper was resting calmly, just as he had been before. Besides, now that she acknowledged her tiredness, it seemed to take over. It was all she could do to keep her eyes open. Bella knew she wouldn't have been able to resist falling asleep in Alice's arms even if she wanted to. "It's all right," Alice breathed out as Bella finally relaxed against her. "I've got a support system," she continued, smiling as her body leaned into Jasper's, shifting a little until Jasper comfortably supported Alice's weight while she supported Bella's. Once Alice was settled against him, he bent his head down, burying his nose in her hair and breathing deeply as he kissed the top of her head. He kept his face pressed against her for a long moment, his eyes closed as he took in her scent. Alice reached up and tangled her fingers in his hair, scratching his scalp affectionately but also questioningly. Jasper rarely smelled her like that for such a long time, and his behavior worried her. He sighed softly, then reached for her hand, taking it into his own before lowering it, though he continued to hold it gently. Alice's body remained tense for a moment as her mind whirled, trying to determine the emotion behind his sigh. No burst of insight came to her, and Jasper's warmth against her back combined with the sensation of Bella sleeping against her front began to lull her into a peaceful haze. "Jazz," she said softly, unsure of what to say next. "I'm here," he replied softly, feeling her concern and love wash over him. He squeezed her hand and continued to hold it gently. "Rest. It's okay." That was enough. Alice relaxed against him, sighing contentedly as she enjoyed the feel of his chest rising and falling under her head while Bella drifted off to sleep against her. Half an hour later, Rosalie stepped into Alice and Jasper's bedroom. "Ah, isn't that cute?" she cooed. "What?" "I want to see it," Emmett said, shifting the deer carcass in his hands and pushing it forward a little to get Edward to move faster. "Ah, they're like little kittens," Emmett declared as he finally made it into the bedroom, his eyes immediately tracking over to the bed. Jasper looked chagrined while Alice's eyes remained focused on the scene. Bella slept on, oblivious to the commotion around her. Rosalie laughed and shook her head at Jasper before stepping aside to clear a space for the boys to place the deer. Edward moved with Emmett, carefully lowering the body to the ground. He then positioned himself to keep his back to the bed as much as possible. In the brief glimpse he had of Bella sleeping against Alice, she looked so peaceful. He hadn't seen her like that in a long time. These days, he only occasionally spent the night beside Bella, although he still watched over her. When he did stay with her, she would curl up against him as she always had. However, she never seemed completely comfortable since Italy. She no longer slept peacefully through the night. Instead, she tossed and turned, her lips frowning as she tried to find a comfortable position. In the morning, she always insisted that she had slept just fine, but he knew she hadn't. Yet, she seemed to have no trouble sleeping against Alice, even in a strange bed with Alice's husband just inches away. "You're going to have to wake her up," Jasper said as Edward leaned against the door frame, near Esme and Carlisle, who were standing just inside the bedroom. He tuned out the conversation in the room, his eyes drifting back to the peaceful scene on the bed. But once he realized what he was staring at, he forced himself to look away and focused on his muddied shoes. "Can I do it?" Rosalie asked, her voice suddenly filled with excitement. Alice cocked her head to the side, watching as Rosalie took a step toward them. But then her expression changed to agitation, and she said, "No," narrowing her eyes at Rosalie as a vision of how Rosalie planned to wake Bella flashed in her mind. "God, no," she continued, making a face at Rosalie. "Why would you even think that? That's horrible," she finished, her last declaration losing some of its impact as a reluctant half-smile touched her lips. Rose noticed the half-smile and realized that Alice wasn't truly mad at her. "Would have been funny though," she replied, smirking at Alice. She shrugged and moved over to Emmett, allowing him to wrap his arms around her from behind. "Only a little bit," Alice said, still smiling. "Mostly it would have been horrible," she added, shaking a disapproving finger at Rose, who rolled her eyes in response. Alice placed her hand on Bella's shoulder, shaking her gently. She had much more pleasant ways of waking Bella, some more innocent than others. However, even the most innocent methods would have felt too intimate for the current company. "Wah," Bella began, blinking slowly as she lifted her head. "Alice," she said sleepily, her eyes squeezing shut before she forced them open wide in an effort to stay awake. She turned her head to the side, looking over the edge of the bed. It wasn't her room. "Where are?" Bella started to ask, her eyes scanning the room. "Oh my God. What the hell?" she exclaimed a moment later, surging backward and slamming into Alice as she spotted the deer carcass. "Ow," Bella moaned, her eyes widening in pain as a throbbing sensation began in her elbow. When she lurched back, her elbow had hit Alice's stomach. With almost anyone else, this would have caused a dramatic reaction, but Alice barely registered the contact while Bella winced. Elbowing Alice's stomach was like hitting a brick wall. "Well, at least she's awake," Rose commented, unable to hide her amusement as Bella frowned at Alice's stomach, as if she wanted to yell at it. "As always, your compassion astounds me, Rose," Alice replied. Alice shot Rosalie a disapproving glance as she gently rubbed Bella's elbow. She had barely felt the blow, but she knew it had probably hurt Bella quite a bit. Rosalie smirked at Alice and shrugged. She may have looked like an angel, but she never claimed to be one. "All right," Esme said, stepping further into the room. "If you two are done, I think we should clear out and leave Alice in peace for a while." She looked around at her children, meeting each of their gazes before leading by example and moving into the hallway. Emmett sighed. Watching Rosalie and Alice bicker was always entertaining, but Esme was right. Alice needed to feed. He released Rosalie and waited for her to turn around. Hand in hand, they headed for the door. As they made their way outside, Jasper slipped out from behind Alice and walked around to the other side of the bed. He offered his hand to Bella, and she grasped it, allowing him to pull her to her feet. "She needs to feed now," Jasper said as Bella looked at him with confusion. She still appeared half asleep and didn't understand why they were moving. "Oh," Bella said softly. She glanced at Jasper, then at Alice, before her eyes dropped to the deer. "Oh," she repeated, remembering what Alice had told her about feeding being a solitary act. They were all leaving the room so Alice could feed in private. Jasper nodded and began to lead her toward the door, casting a curious glance at Edward, who was still standing there. He sent Edward calming feelings, but Edward remained tense and distracted. His eyes roamed between Jasper, Bella, and Alice on the bed, his emotions a confusing mix of feelings, with sorrow being the most prominent. "Edward," Jasper said, coming to a stop beside him as Bella leaned against his side. Jasper turned to look at Edward and tilted his head, gesturing toward Bella. His control around her was improving. Having Alice's scent nearby for the past half hour had helped him manage being close to Bella. However, he felt emotionally drained, which was testing his control, and he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He really needed Edward to take Bella from him. "Right," Edward said, blinking as some of Jasper's thoughts cut through his emotional haze. Yes, of course. He nodded to Jasper and opened his arms, allowing Jasper to gently transfer Bella over to him. With Bella securely nestled against his side, the three of them made their way out of the room, leaving Alice alone with her dinner. Bella's body vibrated with nervousness as she leaned against the wall. She caught Edward glancing at her out of the corner of her eye, but she ignored him. Her nervousness bothered him, and she knew he wished she would stop fidgeting. But she couldn't help it and didn't want to turn around to see his irritated expression. Instead, Bella focused on the closed door of Alice and Jasper's bedroom and sighed deeply. It felt like Alice had been in there forever. Bella tilted her head, looking at the rest of the family. Carlisle leaned against the wall about a meter away, with Esme resting against his side, her head on his shoulder. They appeared still and serene. If Bella didn't know better, she would have thought they had fallen asleep standing up. Emmett and Rosalie sat on the floor, with Rosalie nestled between Emmett's legs, her head resting on his chest. Bella heard murmurs from them, but they spoke too softly for her to understand. They too seemed completely at ease. Jasper leaned against the wall beside the door to his room, his head resting against the wall and his eyes closed. He was still, and on the surface, he seemed calm. But Bella sensed that there was a tension beneath his calm exterior. Felt overwhelmed, she often turned to Esme for comfort. There was a calming presence about Esme that made everything seem more manageable. As Bella watched Esme approach the door, she felt a mixture of hope and anxiety. Edward remained quiet, his steady breathing a reminder of the calm that surrounded them. The contrast between his composure and the tension within Jasper was palpable. Bella's impatience grew as she glanced at her watch again. She knew she wasn't as patient as the others. She wanted to see Alice and make sure she was all right. Just then, the door to Alice and Jasper's room creaked open, and Bella's heart raced. She leaned forward, eager to get closer, but Edward's hand gently held her shoulder, stopping her. Frustration bubbled inside her, and she was about to protest when Alice's voice floated through the doorway. Esme? Bella's attention shifted as she saw Esme pull away from Carlisle and head toward Alice. She's still weak, Edward whispered, his breath brushing against Bella's ear and sending a shiver down her spine. Esme will help get her cleaned up. Bella stopped struggling, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Jasper had mentioned it would take about half an hour for Alice to recover after feeding. Bella had expected to be there for her, to support her through it. But now, leaning against the wall, she realized it was unrealistic to think she could help. In Port Angeles, Alice had confided in her about how feeding made her feel monstrous. Bella understood why Alice wouldn't want her to witness that side of her. However, it surprised Bella, though she felt a twinge of happiness, that Alice had chosen Esme over Jasper for this moment. Bella had spent so much time caring for her own mother, but when she needed comfort, she often sought Esme's presence instead. When Bella was sick, Renee was always the first person she thought of, the one she wanted by her side, holding her hand. After the attack by James in Phoenix, she had longed for her mother. When Renee finally arrived, Bella had clung to her hand for hours. Esme was the only mother Alice could remember, so it made sense to Bella that Alice would want her around during this difficult time. A mother's love was absolute, warm, and comforting. When you felt bad, it was one of the few things in the world that could make you feel safe. Bella realized that Esme was the only person Alice wouldn't feel ashamed to let see her in a vulnerable state. She watched Esme disappear into the bedroom, her heart swelling with affection for the woman. Bella loved her for being herself and for taking such wonderful care of her children, no matter how old they were. It made her happy to know that Alice would be in such capable hands. After Esme entered the bedroom, all was quiet for a few minutes. The others remained in their positions, with only Carlisle shifting to let Esme pass. Bella sighed, wondering what was happening inside. Just then, she heard the sound of a door closing. Her brows furrowed at the noise, but she quickly realized that Alice and Esme must have gone into the adjoining bathroom. "I have to help Emmett," Edward said dully, looking over at Bella before pushing away from the wall. Bella glanced up at him curiously, but then she noticed movement to the side. Emmett was disentangling himself from Rosalie before he stood up as well. He looked toward the bedroom, and Edward nodded. They both started toward it, disappearing inside a few seconds later. "You may not want to look," Rosalie said, surprising Bella with her voice so close. Blinking, Bella registered that Rosalie was standing beside her. Bella gasped when she heard the voice. She hadn't noticed any movement from where Rosalie had been sitting the last time she saw her. "I don't know what you mean," Bella began, but before she could finish, Edward and Emmett emerged from the bedroom carrying a deer carcass. Her stomach rolled as she got a good look at it. The deer's neck had been broken before, but it had been spotless then. Now, the chest and neck were covered in blood, and the head hung limply, almost falling off. The skin around the neck was torn, with a large gaping wound in the middle of the throat. It looked like the deer had been attacked by a large predator, perhaps a bear or a mountain lion. Bella struggled to comprehend that Alice had done this. She turned her head and pressed against the wall, unable to look at the animal any longer. Rosalie sighed beside her. "I told you," she said, but her tone lacked gloating. Instead, she sounded sad, and Bella suspected it was because Rosalie understood how she would feel seeing the damage and had tried to spare her from it. "It wouldn't usually be like that," Rosalie said softly as Bella watched the boys head down the stairs. "It's only because she was so weak." Bella realized that Rosalie was right and genuinely trying to comfort her. "We should wait downstairs," Carlyle said, moving over to Rosalie and Bella. He placed his arm around Bella's shoulder and began to lead her toward the stairs, with Rosalie following closely. "I'll be down in a moment," Jasper said. Bella turned to see him standing in front of the linen closet, holding a few towels. She looked down and noticed a trail of blood leading toward the stairs where Edward and Emmett had gone. She realized the floor in the bedroom was likely covered in it. The calming exercise, Bella noticed that Jasper was still holding the towels, his expression tense. "I'll help," Bella said impulsively, realizing that Jasper intended to clean up the mess before Alice returned. "No," Jasper replied. His voice was firmer than Bella had ever heard, and she noticed that his eyes, which had been a rich golden color before, were now black. "It's not a good idea for you to be in there with me," he explained. Bella nodded, understanding that the scent of blood was affecting him. Jasper was more sensitive than the others. She realized he had likely been keeping tight control around her all night, not wanting to test himself further with blood in the air. "Okay," she said softly, stepping back to stand beside Rosalie once more. It seemed she did have some sense of preservation after all. Bella turned to look at Carlyle. He smiled reassuringly and squeezed her shoulder. Then they started for the stairs again. The living room was quiet when Esme and Alice finally descended the stairs to join them 20 minutes later. Esme looked the same as Bella had seen her last, but Alice's transformation was stunning. Her dark hair was wet and slicked back, and her skin had been scrubbed clean of the dirt and dried blood that had clung to it before. She wore a clean white tank top and a pair of baby blue shorts, her skin flawless, every bruise and cut gone. As they entered the room, Bella saw that Alice's walk was silken and feline, heartbreakingly graceful once again. Bella felt her heart swell. Alice was okay. She was really okay. Bella jittered, trying to fight the urge to jump to her feet and fling herself into Alice's arms. She took a deep breath and released it, forcing herself to repeat the pattern until she felt marginally calmer. While she busied herself with that, she kept her eyes on Alice, relief flooding through her. Jasper shifted on the couch, sliding to the side to create an opening beside himself and Bella. Alice smiled faintly at everyone in the room before moving to sit between Bella and Jasper, while Esme stepped away to sit beside Carlyle. Unable to help herself, Bella reached out and took Alice's hand, holding it tightly. Alice looked over at her and smiled, the warmth of the expression shining in her eyes for a moment, as an awkward silence settled over the room. "Okay, I'll be the one to ask," Emmett said, drawing everyone's attention. "What happened?" he asked incredulously, his gaze focused on Alice. "How did she get the drop on you?" He emphasized the last word, and Bella understood he was referring to Alice's visions. Alice sighed deeply, tilting her head back tiredly before forcing herself to look around the room. I don't think she was planning on attacking, Alice began, her eyes darting to the various faces watching her. She was probably observing you from a distance. When she saw you leave, she continued, glancing at Emmett, she likely came in for a closer look. When she noticed me and realized I wasn't aware of her presence, she probably made a snap decision to attack, thinking she wouldn't get a better chance to go for Bella. She sighed again. You might not have noticed, but I'm not exactly the most physically intimidating of us all. Why didn't you just head back here? Esme asked, knowing Alice had her car. Emmett and Rosalie had run over to Bella's house and then driven Alice's car back for her. It would have been easy for Alice to turn the car around and come back to their house, a place Victoria wouldn't approach. Why try to go inside? Alice exhaled deeply. I didn't pick up her scent until we were outside of the car, she admitted, looking down at her lap, aware that Esme was wondering why she hadn't just driven away. Bella couldn't understand why Alice seemed so upset. She looked around at the others, but they stared at her in surprise, as if they couldn't believe her statement. Is that weird? Bella asked, sounding confused. Victoria had been quite a distance away. Surely, it wasn't that surprising Alice hadn't been aware of her. Alice closed her eyes and nodded dejectedly. What happened? Bella asked softly, squeezing Alice's hand. She looked up in surprise when she heard laughter. Turning her head, Bella saw that it was Rosalie. Alice also looked up at the sound and shot Rosalie a withering glare, but this only seemed to amuse Rose more. She couldn't smell Victoria over you, Rosalie said calmly, her eyes focused on Bella. A car's pretty small. You kind of take up all the smell space, she continued when Bella looked at her, perplexed. It's like concentrated essence of Bella. Alice was in heaven, she added, her tone hard to decipher, though Bella suspected it was a touch mocking. She probably wouldn't have been able to tell you her name, let alone if someone was watching. Bella turned to look at Alice in surprise, but Alice wasn't paying attention to her. She was staring murderously at Rosalie, muttering something under her breath that Bella couldn't hear but that seemed to amuse Rosalie. You know, I don't think that's anatomically possible, Rose murmured a moment later as Alice continued to glare at her. Not even for one of us, she added with a smirk. Alice growled and turned away, her body tense as she stared down at her lap. Bella had never seen her so wound up. She shot Rosalie an irritated look before reaching out to place her hand on Alice's thigh, rubbing gently in an attempt to calm her. A moment after she began her soothing motions, Bella felt a comforting wave wash over her. She realized that Jasper was also trying to calm Alice down. Hey now, Rose said, her eyes on Bella's hand as it caressed Alice's thigh. You're not in the car anymore, she continued, a playful glint in her eyes. Let's keep things PG. Emmett glanced at Bella's hand, then at Rose. He straightened in his chair, suddenly intrigued, as if he sensed something exciting in the air. What happened in the car? Rose leaned over with a wide smile, whispering something to him. Emmett's eyes widened as she spoke. He looked between Bella and Alice, grinning broadly. It's not true. Bella exclaimed immediately, horrified at the thought of the inappropriate images that might be running through Emmett's mind because of Rosalie's words. Rose shot Bella a smug look. You don't even know what I said. It's probably not true, Bella muttered, averting her gaze. She remembered that Rosalie had been present the night she and Alice were making out in the car. Whatever Rosalie had told Emmett was likely true and related to the flustered state she had been in when she entered the house that evening. It's okay, Bella, Rose said soothingly. People are allowed to have fetishes. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. Bella looked up sharply, sputtering indignantly. But before she could respond, Esme spoke, glaring at Rosalie. Rose, that's enough, she said, looking more upset than Bella had ever seen her. You're 91 years old. Try to show a bit of maturity. Rosalie stared at Esme for a moment, and Bella thought she might argue. Instead, the blonde turned away and fell silent. Bella smirked, pleased with Esme's victory. Rosalie bared her teeth at Bella, but that only made Bella smile brighter. Don't taunt her, Alice murmured, knowing that Rosalie would give Bella a good scare if she thought Bella was making fun of her. She wouldn't hurt her, of course, but there was always a hint of danger in their playful banter. There was already enough going on in their lives without Rose and Bella feuding. Bella dropped her gaze from Rose, and Rose, jaw clenched, turned her back on Bella. Knowing they were done fighting for the moment, Alice took a deep breath and looked around the room. "Now that the children have calmed down," she said, locking eyes with Rosalie, who whipped her head around to glare at her. "Can we talk about what we're going to do about Victoria?" Alice continued, ignoring her sister's withering stare. Her voice turned serious, becoming a threatening hiss when she mentioned Victoria's name. Even Rose was sobered by the weight of those words. They sat in silence for a moment, deep in thought, until Emmett broke the quiet by slapping his hand on his thigh and standing up. "Talk," he repeated, his tone filled with excitement. "What's there to talk about? Let's kill the bitch." Chapter 23, Together We Stand. Bella's head turned from side to side. Her gaze jumped from Cullen to Cullen, from Hale to Cullen, and from Hale to Hale as they talked over one another. Occasionally, they even yelled at each other. It was chaos, utter chaos. Bella could barely make out the interweaving threads of multiple conversations. Her head began to throb. "You can't do it alone," Bella said, leaning forward. Her comment was swallowed by the other voices in the room, drowned out before it registered with any of them. The Cullens continued as they had been before. "You can't do it alone," Bella repeated, her voice a little louder, though it still failed to make an impact. She sighed. Even Alice, who was sitting beside her, didn't seem to notice what she was saying. Alice's eyes were fixed on Emmett. She glared at him, yelling something in Spanish. Bella recognized a few swear words, which seemed to be all that Alice was using. "You can't do it alone." Bella bellowed at the top of her lungs, squeezing her eyes shut as she focused all her energy into her vocal cords. The voices around the room immediately quieted, and when Bella opened her eyes, she saw that everyone was staring at her. She tugged at her shirt, trying to buy herself a few seconds to gather her thoughts as the Cullens turned to look at her curiously. "What exactly do you mean, we can't do it alone?" Carlyle asked finally. "Well," Bella began, straightening her back. "No," Alice said, shaking her head from side to side, knowing exactly what Bella was about to propose. "Bella, no," she repeated, turning to look at her lover. "No," she said more emphatically, shaking her head when Bella glared at her. "Oh yes," Bella said, finally meeting Alice's gaze. "It can work," she continued as Alice continued to shake her head. Alice looked like a stubborn 4-year-old as she shook her head, her hair flopping this way and that. Usually, Bella would have found the display charming, but this time she would not be swayed. "You two were civil to each other this afternoon," Bella said, looking pointedly at Alice. "We were 50 yards away from each other," Alice replied, exasperated. "Besides, he was just one. The others will never agree." She tried to appeal to Bella's logic. Bella narrowed her eyes at Alice's response. "Do you know that? Or are you just guessing?" she asked, watching her closely. Alice narrowed her eyes back at her but remained silent. Bella knew she was right, Alice was just guessing. Alice hadn't had any visions about how the wolves would react to the proposal. She couldn't have any. "That's what I thought," Bella said, turning away from Alice, who glared at her for a moment before crossing her arms and slumping against the back of the sofa. "If it's not too much trouble," Esme interjected during the momentary silence, "what are you two talking about?" Bella turned her gaze to Esme. "I think that you should work with the werewolves to trap Victoria," she responded, her eyes serious and her tone sober. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then Emmett let out a loud burst of laughter, tipping his head back at the hilarity of it all. He looked over at Bella, shaking his finger at her, ready to congratulate her on the good joke. But when he saw her serious expression, he realized she meant it. "Seriously?" he asked, looking at Alice, a horrified look spreading across his features. "Seriously," Alice confirmed in a displeased monotone. "That's stupid," Emmett said, looking at Bella. Bella glared at him, then turned to glare at Alice, before looking back at Emmett and glaring again. It's not stupid, she insisted, shifting her gaze to Carlisle and Esme. It can work. Really? Oh. I just need to call Jake, Bella said. We can act as intermediaries and coordinate everyone's movements. Theoretically, none of you would even need to see or talk to any of the werewolves. Theoretically, the idea is fine, Rosalie replied calmly. But this isn't a philosophical debate. The wolves hate us. They'll never agree to work with us or trust us enough for that. That's not necessarily true, Bella said, allowing a small smile to appear. At least one wolf doesn't think you're all bad. Jacob likes Alice. She glanced over at her lover. He'll vouch for her, she added, feeling almost certain it was true. Everyone turned to look at Alice, their expressions disbelieving. Alice shifted uncomfortably. It's not. I mean. Bella is severely overstating the case, she sighed deeply. Jacob and I just managed to talk to each other for a few minutes without trying to kill each other. You were joking with each other, Bella said, looking at Alice before scanning the room to ensure everyone had heard her. No, Alice began, but then she saw the look Bella was giving her. One joke, no plural, she said, looking around the room. And it wasn't even that funny, she added, unsure why that was particularly relevant. Whatever, Bella sighed. As you said, I don't expect you all to sit around playing Jenga and braiding each other's hair. All I'm suggesting is that you run a coordinated search for Victoria. The wolves will stay in La Push territory, and you'll take the rest of town. The treaty won't be broken, and you probably won't even run into each other. Bella's frustration grew as she looked around the room. I mean, you've been trying to catch her for weeks now, and it hasn't been working, right? So maybe it's time to try something new. Silence fell over the room. The family members exchanged looks, and Bella could occasionally make out their lips moving. Bella knew that they were speaking too softly and quickly for her to understand. Okay, Carlisle said, running a hand through his hair. I know we all have reservations about Bella's plan. However, it's true that our previous measures have been unsuccessful. A change in strategy might be necessary, he continued, looking around at his family. We should let Bella speak to her friend and at least present the offer to the wolves. If they refuse, we will handle it ourselves. But if they agree to help, it could be very advantageous. Emmett growled but remained silent. The rest of the family looked displeased but did not argue. It's agreed then, Carlisle said, turning to face Bella. You'll talk to Jacob, and depending on his answer, we'll plan from there. An hour later, Bella gazed out of the window of the Mercedes, feeling tense and uncomfortable. She had never gotten the impression that Rosalie was a fan of hers, which made her nervous that the blonde had volunteered to drive her home. She would have preferred Alice, but Carlisle wanted to examine Alice to ensure everything was okay. Bella really didn't want to be alone with Edward, so she quickly accepted Rosalie's offer, taking away Edward's chance to volunteer for the task. I know you're trying to be nice, Rosalie began, drawing Bella's hesitant gaze toward her. But you should tell him the truth. In the long run, it'll be kinder. Bella stared at her, her eyebrows furrowing as she replayed Rosalie's words in her mind, trying to understand what the blonde meant. I thought telling him would put Charlie in danger, Bella responded, sounding bewildered. Rosalie, more than anyone, seemed to believe in the code of silence. Half the time, Bella was certain that Rosalie would have been delighted if the earth opened up and swallowed her whole, which made it difficult for Bella to trust her. Why would Rosalie be telling me to tell my father about all of this? Bella wondered. I wasn't talking about Charlie, Rosalie said a moment later, glancing at Bella with suspicion, as if she thought Bella was pretending to be dim. Then who were you talking about? Bella asked, curious. As far as she knew, the Cullens were the ones with all the secrets, not her. She kept their secrets, but if Rose wasn't talking about keeping a large part of her life hidden from Charlie, then Bella was lost. Edward, Rosalie replied, turning to look at Bella directly before focusing back on the road. She was driving slowly, almost as slow as Bella's truck usually went. Bella knew Rosalie was doing it on purpose, wanting the ride home to take as long as possible so they could have this conversation. Honestly, Rose, Bella began, feeling weary. I have no idea what you're talking about. Edward already knows everything about me. Were you paying any attention to him at all tonight? Rosalie asked, looking at Bella inquisitively. Did you notice that he barely said 2 words? You proposed meeting with Jacob and all of us working with the wolves, and Edward barely reacted. Bella frowned and turned her head to look out the window for a moment. I noticed, she admitted reluctantly. But everyone was pretty quiet until Alice and Esme came downstairs. After that, I thought he was just unhappy with the plan. Edward sometimes goes quiet when he's not happy, she continued, even though she sensed it was something more than that. Edward's silence that night had felt different. She had been too worried about Alice to think much about it at the time, but now that Rosalie mentioned it, she realized how strange it was. There was something almost apathetic about Edward's silence, and when it came to her and the wolves, apathetic was usually the last thing he was. Rosalie sighed and shook her head. You really have no idea what you're like. When you're around her, do you? Who? Alice? Bella asked, turning to look at Rose, surprised by the comment. Yes, Alice, Rose said, shaking her head again. What am I like when I'm around her? Bella asked, curiosity and dread battling in her tone. She wasn't sure if she was about to face more of Rose's teasing about their relationship or not, though she suspected she wasn't. Rose seemed to be in a serious mood, and Bella was curious to hear what she had to say. Smitten, Rose said finally. Deeply smitten, she continued, her lips curving up slightly. You look at her like she's the greatest thing in the world. If I walked into a room one day and saw you curled up at her feet, I wouldn't even blink. You act like you're completely and utterly in love with her. I am, Bella said fiercely, as if she believed Rose was questioning her feelings. Oh, I believe you, Rose said. I'm slightly bewildered by the whole thing, but I believe you, she continued casually. But that brings me back to what I was saying before. You owe it to Edward to tell him that. Edward knows about my relationship with Alice, Bella said, looking over at Rose in confusion. They all knew about her relationship with Alice. They had found out the night they got back from Italy. Bella didn't understand why Rose was acting like it was some huge secret. Sure, but he doesn't know that he doesn't stand a chance, Rose responded. Actually, after tonight, I'm beginning to suspect that he's starting to figure it out, but it would still be decent of you to handle the situation like an adult. Doesn't stand a... I have no idea what you're talking about, Bella declared, her voice full of frustration as she turned to glare at Rosalie. You're leading him on, Rose said bluntly, realizing that subtlety wouldn't work with Bella. You've already made up your mind, or your heart, or whatever. You haven't been in love. Have you been with Edward for a while? She continued, glancing at Bella knowingly. You're making him think that things can work between you two. But you don't have the same relationship that Alice and Jasper do. Her voice softened a bit. At least Jasper knows she still loves him. When she looks at him, her eyes light up. When you're around Edward, I can practically hear a funeral dirge playing in the background. That's not true, Bella said, shaking her head. However, her voice was weak, and her chest felt tight. The more she thought about what Rosalie was saying, the more she began to suspect it might be true. I love him. I do, she insisted. No. You feel obligated to him, Rosalie replied confidently. You know he loves you. He tried to kill himself because of you. That's a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation. You think you have to be with him, that you should be with him, because he wants you so much. But you don't feel it anymore, do you? You like him. You still care about him, but whenever you're with him, you wish you were with her instead. Bella squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away from Rosalie, willing the tears burning in her eyes to stay there. She wanted to deny what Rosalie was saying. She wanted to curse at her and tell her to go to hell. She wanted to stick her fingers in her ears and chant la 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 until those horrible words went away. But she had heard them, and there was nothing she could do to erase them. Worst of all, she felt the truth in them, and the pain and shame they brought would not be ignored. She didn't love Edward anymore. She hadn't been happy with him for a long time, not since he had returned to Forks. She had been trying very hard not to think about that fact. They fought regularly now and often spent hours in silence, not knowing what to say to each other, fearing they would just upset one another. When Edward had stopped during the conversation. One time, they had almost made love, and she felt relieved, almost grateful, that he had stopped. When she saw him, her heart no longer thudded in her chest. It was Alice's eyes, arms, mouth, and scent that she dreamed of, never his. Rosalie was right. On Edward's nights, when he stayed and they were tucked away in her room together, as she shifted against him trying to fall asleep, all she could think about was how much she wished Alice was there instead of Edward. "I know you're trying to be nice," Rosalie said, breaking the silence. "But you should tell him the truth. In the long run, it really will be kinder." "It'll devastate him," Bella murmured softly, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "It already is," Rosalie replied, turning to look at Bella. "I know Italy, what he tried to do is weighing heavily on you," she continued, sighing. "But ultimately, Edward is responsible for Edward. It is up to him how he handles life's disappointments. Just because someone loves you doesn't mean they own you," she said, her voice hardening as she looked away from Bella. "You don't have to give yourself to him out of guilt or obligation." Her tone softened again, and Bella looked at her curiously, wondering about the strength of emotion that had just gripped Rosalie. "Right now, you still care about him. If you're honest with him, one day you two might even be able to be friends," Rosalie continued softly. "But if you stay with him, if you rip his heart to shreds bit by bit, lying to him day in and day out, you'll end up hating each other." Bella stared at Rosalie for a second and then turned away, curling in her seat and resting her head against the back as she directed her gaze outside the window. A horrible weight settled over her as she realized that Rosalie was right. The next day, Bella watched as Jacob approached her truck. He was walking. Slowly and almost tentatively, Jacob leaned his muscular arms into the open window of Bella's truck, his face calm. Bella thought she could detect a hint of a smile. "I wasn't sure if she was telling the truth," Jacob said. "She's not hiding in the tree line, is she?" His voice was light, and Bella knew he was joking. "No," she replied, smiling. "Alice is at home. Though I have to call her immediately as soon as I'm off the reservation." She rolled her eyes a bit. "I don't know what they think we're going to do to you," Jacob muttered, stepping back as Bella reached for the door handle of her truck. "I don't think she's really worried about me being hurt," Bella said, stepping out of the truck and closing the door behind her. "I told you about Alice's visions." She moved closer to Jacob, a happy laugh escaping her when he enveloped her in a big hug. "She can't see werewolves," Bella continued when he pulled back. "It makes her nervous that she wouldn't have any warning of impending doom if something were to happen while I was around one of you." Jacob made an unkind sound in his throat but didn't say anything, and Bella was glad he had held his tongue. She knew it made him uneasy that there were vampires with extra abilities, especially since 3 of the vampires in Forks had some. However, there was nothing he could do about it, and she didn't want to start a fight over it. "Feel like going for a walk?" Jacob asked, shoving his hands into his pockets and kicking at the dirt with his large feet. Despite his hulking figure, he looked like a little kid at that moment, the boy Bella had first met all those years ago. She smiled widely at him, filled with affection. "The beach?" she asked. It had been one of her favorite spots when she spent her days at La Push with him during the last month of the Cullens' self-imposed exile. "Sure," Jacob replied. Jacob smiled at Bella. "So," he said, rubbing the back of his neck, "what's been going on with you?" He struggled to sound casual. It had been a long time since they had really talked, and the last time they met, her life had seemed quite complicated. "Start with something easy, why don't you?" Bella replied, laughing darkly. She lifted her hand to her face and rubbed her eyes wearily. "Things are good, and bad, and complicated, and incredibly simple, and sweet and bitter. My life is a soap opera," she moaned. One of those nighttime ones on paid channels, with the warnings before them. She sighed and covered her face with her hands. Yeah, Jacob said hesitantly, watching her as she dropped her hands. What exactly is going on with your love life? The last time he saw Bella, she seemed close with Alice, but he had also noticed Edward around quite a bit, which was confusing since Bella was dating his sister. Oh God, I wish I knew, Bella said, glancing at Jacob. If you don't want to know, you don't have to be polite and ask. She continued, I get that it's kind of weird, and if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. She felt torn, wanting to discuss it with him because he was a great listener and usually gave good advice, but also worried that he might feel uncomfortable talking about her dating life after she had refused to date him. It's all right, Jacob said, looking away, aware she was referring to his past attempts to win her over. We're friends, and if stuff is going on, then I want to know about it. I'm a pretty good listener, Jacob said, knowing this conversation wouldn't be easy, but he genuinely wanted to support her. I don't even know where to start, Bella replied, her mind racing with possibilities. Definitely start with Alice, Jacob suggested, glancing at her. When did you start to like girls? He asked, throwing his hands up in the air. I mean, she's pretty good looking, for a bloodsucker. And she seems alright, for a bloodsucker. But she's a girl. Yeah, Bella said, looking a bit bewildered herself. The thing is, I don't even know, she continued honestly. Renee said I was a late bloomer, she said, rolling her eyes. You'd think I would have had some idea, right? She asked, shaking her head. I always noticed girls, but I thought it was just a regular kind of way. But with Alice. Bella trailed off, realizing she was about to sigh dreamily. So you just woke up one day and thought, whoa, I want her body? Jacob asked, smiling slightly as Bella frowned at him. Not really, she replied. For a while, I wasn't even aware of the attraction. But Alice is really touchy-feely, she continued, smiling a little. The first time we really met, she hugged me and kissed me on the cheek. After that, we always seemed to be touching. Then I kind of missed it when she wasn't touching me. And then, well, you know, Bella said, not wanting to admit she wanted her to touch her a lot more. Wow, Jacob said, his eyes widening as he looked at her. So, he drawled a moment later. What? Bella asked warily, beginning to realize Jacob's so's often led to private questions he wasn't sure she would want to answer. How was it? He asked casually, kicking a pebble. How was what? Bella replied. Although she was starting to feel uneasy about how he would respond, Jacob waved his hand in the air and said, you know, the sex. He struggled to sound casual. No, Bella replied, shaking her head. No, no, no. She stopped in her tracks and waved her finger at him. We're not talking about that. No way. Never. That is, no. She shook her head again. Oh, come on, Jacob whined. I'm your best friend. You're supposed to tell me this stuff. Bella continued to shake her head. I'm a guy, he explained. It's just mean not to tell me. You're both. We're both. What, Jake? Bella asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Hot girls who touch each other, Jacob muttered, kicking at the dirt. You've got to tell me something. Ew, no, Bella said again. I don't want you thinking about that. She shuddered a little. Listen, all you need to know is that it was fine. That's all I'm ever going to say about it. You can use the internet to indulge in your girl-on-girl fantasies like the rest of the world. Ew, she added for good measure, shaking her head once more. Fine, fine, Jacob said, though he sounded a bit upset. What's going on with Edward? He asked, spitting out Edward's name distastefully. Are you going to ask me about sex with him, too? Bella asked peevishly. You had sex with him? Jacob asked, his body shaking with disbelief. His voice was so loud that Bella immediately stood on her tiptoes and put her hand against his mouth to stop him. They were on the beach, but there were still people milling about in the distance. Nothing grabbed people's attention more than discussions about sex. People could talk about national secrets without anyone paying attention, but the moment someone heard a word like nipple, they had everyone's full attention. Shoo, Bella whispered, finally taking her hand away from his mouth. No. Okay, so calm down, Bella said, looking around them. Luckily, Jacob's outburst hadn't attracted any attention. Well, good, Jacob replied, his tone sharper than it had been all afternoon. His body was tense, and he was squeezing and releasing his hand compulsively at his side. Bella glanced at him curiously. She didn't understand why he was so angry. Before, she would have thought it was because he was jealous of her relationship with Edward, but he had handled the news about Alice well. She couldn't see why the idea of her sleeping with Edward bothered Jacob so much when she was actually with Alice. Jake, Bella said, reaching out to him and lightly stroking his arm. Sorry, Jacob said, taking deep breaths to control his temper. I don't like that guy, he continued, his body relaxing a little. I really don't like that guy, he added, shaking his head. Are you still seeing him? He asked, glaring at Bella. Kind of, Bella replied, recalling her conversation with Rosalie from the night before. Jacob growled softly but took a few deep breaths to calm down again. You should just stick with the girl, he said, looking at Bella. I'd prefer you dated someone with a pulse. I mean, I don't understand what's wrong with humans, he emphasized the last word. But Alice is a much, much better choice than Edward, he said, the name dripping with disdain. I don't disagree, Bella said softly. She had spent all night thinking about what Rosalie had said in the car, and the more she reflected, the more she realized how right the blonde had been. She still cared about Edward, he had been her first love, and her feelings for him were deep. But she was sure now that she was no longer in love with him. I mean, just think about it, Jacob continued, not fully registering Bella's words. Wait, Jacob said, pausing mid-sentence. What? I said I don't disagree with you, Bella clarified. Said, knowing she had Jacob's attention now. Obviously, I like Edward far more than you do, and I think you've been unnecessarily harsh on him, she continued, ignoring Jacob's offended look. But I don't think I'm in love with him, she sighed. What I feel for Alice is just so much more. Jacob's shoulders slumped, and when he looked over at her, he was much calmer than before. You feel badly about it, he said, watching her carefully. About not being in love with him anymore. Yes, Bella breathed out. She felt like the worst person in the world. Well, you shouldn't feel too bad, Jacob said, trying to keep his voice gentle. You can't control who you love, he went on softly, his eyes darting to her quickly before skittering away again. And even though you'll probably slap me for saying this, she treats you better than he did. That's not true. Edward never, Bella began, but she remembered complaining to Alice just the day before about how controlling Edward was and how he didn't respect her opinions or her ability to make decisions for herself. Alice worried about her too and certainly had her own feelings about issues affecting Bella, but Alice didn't try to micromanage her. She expressed her feelings, but when Bella made a decision, she accepted it and tried to be as supportive as possible. Right, Jacob drawled, rolling his eyes. Very convincing. If Edward had his way, we'd never see each other or talk to each other again. You'd never get to see Sam, or Emily, or Dad, or Quill, or anyone from around here. Shorty may not like it, but she accepts it. Shorty? Bella asked, smiling a little. I was thinking of trying that one out next time I see her across town, Jacob said, smirking. You know you're in for some Lassie and Rin Tin Tin jokes if you do, right? Bella asked. Rin Tin Tin? Jacob replied, completely confused. Bella smiled. Alice. She's kind of old school sometimes, Bella explained. She's genuinely surprised when people don't get her Tallulah Bankhead references. Bella continued laughing. Who? Jacob asked, smiling a little. Bella's amusement lifted his mood. She's an actress from the 50s, Bella said, obviously not having a much better idea who the woman was. Alice has sworn that one weekend she's going to sit me down and give me a crash course on why Tallulah Bankhead is awesome and always will be. If I were you, I'd say I'm busy that weekend, Jacob responded with a smirk. Can I come and hide out here? Bella asked, grinning at him. Always, Jacob said, smiling. I've still got your bike, you know. Really? Bella asked, a shiver of excitement running through her as she thought of the motorcycle Jacob had fixed up for her. She had been riding it for the wrong reasons back then, but that didn't mean the bike itself was a bad thing. She was kind of excited about the idea of riding it just to feel the wind against her, instead of to induce hallucinogenic voices in her head. Sure. If you don't think your girlfriend will mind, he said. His voice was still playful, but there was a challenging edge to it. Bella knew that how Alice responded to the motorcycle would be a big factor in whether Jacob continued to think she was not so bad for a bloodsucker, or whether he began to think of her like the rest of the Cullens. She'd probably want to ride it, Bella said, a soft smile coming to her face as she pictured riding on the back of the bike, her arms wrapped around Alice's waist as she buried her head in her neck. Or better yet, Alice riding with her arms wrapped around her waist. She likes things that go fast. Jacob smiled, clearly impressed. We might actually have to try and hang out then, he said, and Bella grinned widely at him. You'll get along great, Bella said excitedly, the possibility of Jacob and Alice actually being friendly with each other thrilling her greatly. She didn't expect them to have sleepovers. It would be great if they could have movie nights or go out riding together. Jacob would be thrilled to take a look under the hood of Alice's Porsche. Speaking of which, Bella said, forcing herself to calm down and focus on the reason she came to see Jacob. I kind of need to ask you for a favor. She looked at him hopefully. Oh, yeah? Jacob replied, sensing that whatever it was, Bella didn't think he would like it. You know how Victoria is back? Bella began. Well, last night she kind of. She continued explaining what happened the night before and her idea for making sure it wouldn't happen again. Later that day, Bella's eyes widened, and she sucked in a sharp breath. He's behind you. Bella yelled, pointing her finger in the direction of the enemy. He's behind you, Emmett. I know, Emmett growled, shooting her an irritated look before focusing on the enemy again. He's getting closer, Bella said, jittering nervously beside Emmett. There's something in his hand, Emmett. He's gonna hit you with it. Or shoot you. Or hit you and then shoot you, she rambled, her eyes getting bigger. No way, Emmett responded. This guy is going down, he growled. Bella gasped, her hands shooting up to cover her mouth as Emmett's blow connected, spraying blood in their direction. Bella wanted to look away, but her eyes wouldn't cooperate. She stared wide-eyed, watching as Emmett delivered blow after blow until the enemy fell to the ground, nothing but a red, bloody, pulpy mass where their face used to be. Over there. Bella pointed to the side. He's close. Yeah, close to being dead, Emmett declared, a slight curve of his lips appearing as he directed his attention to the threat rushing toward him. Bella pressed her hand against her heart, her eyes still glued in front of her. Bella watched as Emmett skillfully manipulated the character on screen using the X, square, circle, and triangle buttons of his controller. His hands turned the controller from side to side. He's got a chainsaw, Emmett, Bella pointed out, wringing her hands together. He's going to cut your head off. He's not going to cut my head off, Emmett replied, shooting her a look while his thumb moved rapidly over the buttons. Have a little faith in me, will you? I know, Bella said, still wringing her hands. He just looks mean. He's going to look dead in a second, Emmett responded, his thumb a blur on the keypad. Bella thought it was amazing that he hadn't managed to crush the controller yet. A horrible squelching noise erupted from the screen, and Emmett rounded on Bella. I told you. I told you, he exclaimed, jabbing his finger at her. Skills, he declared, pointing at his chest, the Z clearly emphasized. Rosalie sighed deeply from her spot on the couch. Sometimes I cannot believe I have sex with him, she murmured tiredly, sighing once more before returning to her magazine. I can, Alice chimed in from beside Rosalie. He looks like, her words came out so quickly that Bella couldn't make them out, but whatever she said made Rosalie smile. Emmett turned around and declared, you know it. If you take a field trip to the specialty store, I'm sure Bella could do that too, Rosalie said, looking up from her magazine with a grin at Alice. Still couldn't, until after she's turned, Alice muttered, speaking rapidly again. Ah, poor baby, Rosalie replied, reaching out to pat Alice's knee. She knew that Alice wanted to turn Bella herself and that she was probably a year or more away from being able to do it. You better do your homework, she added, laughing as Alice stuck her tongue out at her. I hope you all realize how rude you're being, Bella said. Bella felt that the conversation around her involved her in some way and was likely of a sexual nature. It's like speaking another language in an elevator. I know you're talking about me, she said. She totally does that, Emmett replied, glancing at Rosalie, who glared at him. He quieted down after that, focusing on selecting new weapons for the next level of his game. Bella and Alice exchanged a look but said nothing, knowing Emmett was fully aware of how whipped he was. Bella moved to the couch to sit beside Alice, confident that Emmett would manage well on the next level without her guidance. Rosalie had been reading for most of the game, while Alice sat back, occasionally shaking her head. Bella knew Alice could predict which of Emmett's moves would succeed before he made them, but she wouldn't spoil the game for him. Edward and Jasper were in another room, playing chess, so Bella rested her head on Alice's shoulder as she sat down. As she snuggled against Alice's side, Bella's gaze met Rosalie's, and she recognized the silent reminder of their conversation from the night before. Bella nodded faintly and then looked away. How did it go with Charlie today? Bella asked. Fine, Alice replied, looking down at her. It was actually kind of fun, she said with a smile. Not lying to your father but getting all dressed up for it, Alice explained when Bella frowned slightly. Rose and I spent about an hour making it look like I had cuts and bruises. Alice gently disentangled herself from Bella to stand up. Look, she said with a grin, then began to limp around the room, dragging her left foot while hopping forward with her right. It's pretty good, right? You better say it's good, Rosalie murmured, still focused on her magazine. Really? Bella asked, smiling as Alice limped back over to the couch. It was actually a pretty convincing limp. Not all night, Alice said as she settled back down next to Bella. Just an hour or so in the early morning. She continued, anyway, the cover story is that. Suddenly, Bella's cell phone began to ring, interrupting Alice. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Bella. Emmett didn't even blink as his character died a horrible death on screen. Bella reached for her bag, digging out the phone. By the time she emerged with it in her hand and flipped it open, Jasper, Edward, Carlisle, and Esme had joined them in the room. Hey, Jake, Bella said, putting the phone to her ear. Uh-huh, she said, nodding and trying to ignore the 7 pairs of eyes staring at her. Yeah, okay. I really appreciate it, this whole time. Oh wow, really? Bella's voice lifted with hope. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Yeah, I will. I'll call you soon. She hung up and looked around. I know you all could hear him, she said, aware that they had heard every part of her conversation. So, now what? Emmett asked, clearly not believing they were planning to work with the wolves. Carlisle looked over at him. Now we plan, he said. Chapter 24, Alone in the Dark. 2 days later, Bella looked around her, her heartbeat increasing as she took in the darkness that surrounded her. She began to pant, her breath coming out in loud, harsh puffs as she turned her head from side to side, taking in the complete isolation of the clearing. She couldn't see anything except for the large, hulking silhouettes of the trees. She couldn't hear anything except for her own terrified breaths. She couldn't feel anything but the blinding panic crushing her chest. 3 thoughts ran through her head, alone. In the dark. Helpless. Bella closed her eyes and tried to calm herself, taking deep, slow breaths. She opened them again a few seconds later and sighed in frustration, wondering how she had managed to get herself into this mess. A moment later, she sighed again. She knew exactly how she had gotten into this mess. It was stupidity and arrogance. She had been running with lions and wolves for too long. She had been lulled into a false sense of confidence. The lamb had begun to think that she was something better, something stronger, a fox maybe. She had started to think that she was a clever fox, but foxes were prey as much as they were predators, hunted with much success by animals larger, smarter, more dangerous, and far cleverer than they. Silly human, she muttered to herself. She heard Alice's soft, sweet voice in her mind as the words fell from her lips and desperately wished that her lover was there with her cool hands solid and comforting as she grasped it in her own. I couldn't have said it better myself. Bella froze, her eyes closing as her heart seized in her chest. She had only heard that voice one time before, but she knew immediately who had spoken. The voice tapped into something primal in her, something ancient and irrational. Her reptilian brain hissed ferociously at the sound, warning her of danger, of pain, and of blood. It recognized the voice calling to her for what it was, the voice of death. God, Bella moaned, turning her head to the side. A whimper escaped her throat as her eyes landed on Victoria's lithe figure. The redhead was resting, leaning against the trunk of a tree about 10 meters away. Her posture was relaxed, her head tipped lazily against the tree, her eyes focused on Bella. Bella shivered. Victoria was like a jungle cat, sunning itself and watching the zebras at the watering hole, indolent and relaxed, until the moment before it pounced. The problem was that Bella wasn't a zebra. She was aware. She knew the jaws of death were only moments away from closing around her. That awareness left her terrified and trembling, but ultimately, it was a good thing. Along with self-awareness, human beings were capable of reasoning, logic, and thinking. Unlike a zebra, she could assess the situation and act. She could be smart. Bella straightened her back and met Victoria's gaze as steadily as she could. She wasn't going to let the redhead see how completely terrified she was. She was going to be tough. She was going to be cool. She was going to channel every badass female she had ever seen on TV or in movies. She was Ellen Ripley. She was Xena, warrior princess. She was Sydney Bristow. She was Sarah Connor. She was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She wasn't going to run. She wasn't going to scream. She was going to quip. After all, nothing showed your opponent how completely unimpressed you were like a good, well-timed quip. And if Victoria wasn't impressed by her wit, then maybe, just maybe, she could buy herself some time. Go-ho, Bella sputtered, choking on the last sound as her eyes began to water. She wasn't Ellen Ripley. She wasn't Xena, warrior princess. She wasn't Sydney Bristow. She wasn't Sarah Connor. And she certainly wasn't Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was Bella Swan. Forks, Washington. Bella was just an ordinary high school student, without any superpowers, utility belts, or martial arts training. She had no holy water, no stakes, and no secret incantations. She was beginning to fear that she had very little bladder control left. She was scared and pretty certain she was going to cry. Oh, very impressive, Victoria drawled, pushing off from the tree. I can see why everyone is so enamored with you, she said, elegantly stalking towards Bella. Her voice dripped with sarcasm and derision. Bella was sure that if she could have seen Victoria's face properly, she would have spotted a sneer stretched across the redhead's full, red lips. Yeah, well, Bella managed to choke out, her eyes locked on Victoria's swaying hips as she struggled to force something coherent past her lips. I smell good, she continued, her voice quivering and cracking. It wasn't great, but it was something. She had to keep Victoria talking. She needed to buy time. Yes, Victoria replied, her voice silky smooth. I know that, she continued, and Bella could hear her breathe in, no doubt savoring the scent of her tasty blood. Bella cursed silently. She had never regretted being made of sugar and spice and everything nice so much in her life. Snits and snails and puppy dog tails had never sounded so appealing. They sounded perfect. She was sure that scent wouldn't have made her blood sing for anyone. The question now is, how do you taste? Victoria asked, her shockingly white teeth glinting in the moonlight as she smiled. Bella blinked. The redhead was now only a few meters away, and Bella knew that she could close the distance in the time it took her to gasp. There was no running from Victoria. There was no hiding. All she could do was wait. I'm going to be honest with you, Victoria said, stopping 3 meters away from Bella. This isn't going to be quick. It is going to hurt. And it's not going to be harder on me than it is on you, Victoria continued. At the beginning, you were just another blood bag to me, but I've got to admit, chasing you for so long really irritated me. Now, I'm not just trying to hurt Edward. I really, really want Alice to suffer, too. That's going to mean additional unpleasantness for you. What are you going to do to me? Bella asked, her voice surprisingly relaxed. She focused inward for a moment and noted that her mind was beginning to clear and her heartbeat was slowing down. She felt almost calm. I'm going to hurt you, Bella, Victoria said, her voice flat as her cold eyes regarded Bella thoughtfully. I'm going to hurt you badly. Then, I'm going to leave you broken, destroyed, mutilated, rotting corpse for them to find. When they see the destruction wrought upon you, they will imagine all the horrible and varied ways that I tortured you. They'll torment themselves with possibilities that did not even occur to me. Whenever they think of you, they will see your damaged, ruined body and know they were to blame. You died and suffered because of them, and they will have eternity to lament it. Bella stared at Victoria for a moment after she finished speaking. Her eyes drifted to the side. Oh, she breathed out. Her heartbeat was slow and steady now, almost too slow, as if she were about to fall asleep. I kind of thought you were going to say something like that, Bella murmured. You knew this was coming, Victoria said, taking another step forward. Yes, Bella replied, nodding slowly, her eyes tracing Victoria's agonizingly slow progress. And you still fought with her, Victoria said, shaking her head, a cruel smile twisting her lips. You still ran. A choked sound escaped Bella's throat, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Victoria sneered at her, unable to believe the situation. Stupidity of the girl. In fact, Bella hadn't acted that way for quite a while. The arrogance of Bella's actions astounded Victoria. The foolish girl had been safe while the Cullens were watching her. She had thought that Alice, the small one, was the weakest link, but Alice had proved surprisingly capable. Victoria began to despair that she would catch Bella alone and unguarded. From a distance, she watched as Alice and Bella fought. Bella pushed and slapped Alice, while Alice took it. A wave of disgust washed over Victoria. She couldn't believe she had been matched by Alice, a weak and pathetic creature who allowed a human to hit her. Instead of attacking, Alice chose to kiss and make love to a human, nearly letting Bella defeat her. It was infuriating. Victoria's face contorted in loathing as she continued to watch the lovers fight. A growl nearly escaped her throat when Bella leaned close to Alice's face and yelled, "I can take care of myself." She followed that with a few obscenities. Alice, seemingly remembering her dignity, yelled back, "Fine, take care of yourself then." She glared at Bella with a murderous look before turning her back and disappearing into the night. Bella then got into her old truck and drove off in the direction of La Push. Victoria was tempted to follow her but felt cautious and suspicious of the fight and the opening it had left her. It seemed too good to be true. The Cullens had been so careful guarding their pet that she was convinced it couldn't be that easy. So, she quickly made her way to the Cullens' home, careful to stay hidden and downwind. She listened closely and watched intently, able to make out the voices of the blonde alpha male and his mate, as well as Edward and Alice's. Then, as she continued to observe, she saw Alice's mate and the pretty blonde female return to the house. Victoria realized then that Bella was truly alone and raced to catch up with her. She knew exactly the route Bella took to La Push, having followed her many times before. She found Bella's truck abandoned about a 5-minute drive from La Push. The hood was warm, too warm. Victoria realized that the engine had overheated and that Bella must have gone into the woods to walk the rest of the way. Victoria called James' face to mind and swore again to avenge him. She let venom fill her mouth and then took off into the woods. "Looks like you couldn't take care of yourself after all," Victoria said, a cruel, mocking smile on her pale features. Bella felt the wind on her back, blowing her scent toward Victoria and the trees behind her. "No," Bella replied softly, her eyes scanning the tree line. "I guess people really do need people," she sighed. Victoria smiled at that. Finally, Bella had muttered a coherent response. She was starting to pull herself together. Victoria was glad. It was no fun kicking someone when they were already down. She would do it, but it wasn't nearly as satisfying. It was so much more enjoyable to break someone. "Good," Victoria said, smiling. "You'll die with some dignity." Bella shivered. Her eyes locked on the tree line again, staring at the small, dark silhouettes dotting it. "I hope so," Bella breathed out, her voice shaking as she met Victoria's ruby gaze. They stared at each other for a moment. "It's just too bad you'll never find out," Victoria said, her lips twitching into a smile. The gloating smile fell from Victoria's face, and her eyes narrowed. Her lips pulled back over her teeth as she dropped into a crouch, ready to pounce. She was going to enjoy killing the arrogant little twit. Bella straightened her back and closed her eyes. All she could do was wait. Victoria growled, and Bella's heart raced. Bella stopped as a gust of wind hit her face. She felt the scrape of teeth against her arm and suddenly found herself flying through the air. Her heart raced as she landed hard, her body slumping over the solid surface beneath her. The sound of thunder echoed in the clearing. Bella opened her eyes and clutched the soft fur covering the hard body of the oversized wolf beneath her. She clung to the russet fur and shifted until she was more securely resting on Jacob's back. In the distance, she heard more thunder and a pained howl. She wondered if Victoria was dying with dignity but doubted it. Bella blinked, trying to clear the tears from her eyes. She could see lights in the distance. Though her vision was still blurred, she knew they were very close to La Push. Bella closed her eyes and laid her head down on Jacob's back. She was shaking uncontrollably. Minutes later, Jacob stopped. Bella looked to the side and saw they were on the edge of the reservation. Most of the reservation's population didn't know about the werewolves, so Jacob couldn't enter the town in his wolf form. He sat down, and Bella released her grip on his fur, allowing herself to slide to the ground. Her hand landed on something hard, and she looked down, staring curiously at the large shoe her palm rested on. Bella removed her hand from the shoe and placed it on the damp earth beneath her. She used the leverage to push herself to her feet. When she turned around, Jacob stood before her, wearing only the tattered remains of his shorts. Bella stared at him for a moment. She knew she should feel awkward and turn away, letting him put on the clothes scattered nearby. But instead, she took a step toward him and wrapped her arms around his bare torso. She hugged him tightly as she trembled against him, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to breathe. "Don't worry," Jacob said as he hugged her tightly. He tilted his head to the side when another thunderous sound echoed in the distance. "When they're done with her, nothing will be left but a stain." Bella made a small sound in her throat and clutched at his back, her nails digging into his tanned skin as she held him tighter. 15 minutes later, Bella sat with her hands around a warm mug in Emily's house. The rest of Jacob's werewolf pack had returned to the reservation and were scattered around, seated or leaning against various hard surfaces. She thought a few of them were eating, but she couldn't be sure. Her mind was elsewhere, consumed by worry. "It's been too long," Bella murmured, blinking rapidly as she tried to concentrate on the figures around her. When she finally focused, she was looking at Jacob. "They outnumbered her 4-1, Jacob said softly, reaching out to place his hand on Bella's knee. "There's no way she escaped." "I need to go home," Bella said suddenly, jerking up so quickly that she almost spilled the hot contents of her mug all over herself. Jacob reached for the mug, gently removing it from her hands. "You're not supposed to leave until Carlisle calls," Jacob said, speaking slowly and enunciating carefully. He knew that part of her was somewhere else, wondering what was happening in the woods. "He's going to let us know that everything is all right, and then we'll take you back to Charlie's." "Has Carlisle called?" Bella asked, looking at Jacob with wide eyes. "No," Jacob replied, handing the mug to Emily as she placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it encouragingly. "We'll take you home when he does." Bella fell silent for a moment, her eyes losing focus. "Alice," she said softly. Bella blinked rapidly as tears began to fill her eyes again. "Alice is small," she said, looking over at Jacob with worry. Jacob smiled softly. "Alice is a vampire," he replied. "She can take care of herself. She handled Victoria once on her own. There's no way Victoria could hurt her with her brothers around." Bella looked down at her empty hands and frowned. "I had hot chocolate a minute ago," she said, puzzled as she looked up. "Didn't I?" "Here you go, sweetie," Emily said, smiling gently as she held out the mug for Bella again. "We were afraid you would spill it and burn yourself." Bella stared at her for a moment, blinking slowly. "You're getting to know me well," she said, finally managing a smile. Emily returned her smile, and Jacob slumped slightly in his stool, pleased to see Bella becoming more lucid. It had been Bella's idea to use herself as bait, but theorizing about facing Victoria and actually doing it were two very different things. While Bella knew they were coming for her, Jacob understood she must have been scared to be out there at all. Jacob's lips turned up in a relieved smile, and he opened his mouth to respond to Bella's statement. However, before he could say anything, he tilted his head to the side, brow furrowing in concentration. Bella glanced at Emily, and Emily nodded towards Sam, who was listening just like Jacob. Looking around the room, Bella noticed that all the wolves had their heads bent in focus. "It's the tiny female," Sam said as he stood up. "Alice?" Bella asked, jumping to her feet. "What is it? What's wrong? Is she okay?" "She's fine," Jacob said, placing a calming hand on Bella's shoulder. "She's at the edge of the treaty lines. She's calling your name. Loudly." His brows knitted together. "She's getting closer to the line," Sam said, his eyes fixed intently on Jacob. "She cannot." "Be careful," he said warningly. They had been hesitant to work with the vampires when Jacob first proposed it. However, Jacob was their brother. He made a strong case, and they all cared for Bella and wanted to help her. So, somewhat reluctantly, they agreed to collaborate with the vampires. But they set non-negotiable rules that could not be broken, no matter how much they liked Bella. Alice was very nearly breaking one of those rules. Bella looked around her, her eyes widening in alarm as she noticed some of the young men starting to shake. "Jacob," she exclaimed in a worried voice. "She's just worried. She wouldn't cross intentionally." "She's still yelling," Paul replied. "People are starting to look into what the commotion is. With those people around, if she's filled with bloodlust." He let the sentence hang. "We should go to the borderland, just to make sure," Quill suggested, practically vibrating with excitement. "No!" Bella shouted, looking around at them in alarm. She realized they were still hyped up from the hunt and, now that the Victoria threat was neutralized, were looking for another fight. "No. Jacob, tell them." "They agreed not to cross the line, Bella," Jacob said softly. "If she crosses the line." He let the thought trail off. "Take me to her," Bella insisted, reaching out to grasp his hand. "Carry me. You run faster than I do, and I'd get lost in the dark." "Please, Jacob." "She's just scared. She can't see me here. She doesn't know what's happened." "Okay," Jacob said, knowing that if he refused, Bella would have run out into the dark to find Alice within seconds. "You can't transform here," Sam warned. "The werewolves had their own rules to follow." "I know," Jacob replied irritably, even as he reached out and gently took Bella's hand. "Come on, he said softly, trying to get her to focus on him. Jacob had just thrown a blanket over his shoulders when they reached Emily's house. He led Bella into the woods, away from the sight of the general population. Then he quickly transformed and ran, hoping to reach Alice before she did something reckless. Bella grasped his hand and allowed him to lead her toward the door, trusting him to do everything possible to get her to Alice as soon as he could. "Oh, Jesus Christ, she's still yelling," Emmett moaned as they raced through the trees. They had been halfway to Charlie's house when they realized Alice was not with them. "She's scared," Jasper replied, picking up his pace. He had felt Alice's anxiety earlier, but during the chaos, everyone's emotions had been so frenzied and confused that he couldn't focus on just one person. Then they had run when they realized that Victoria's body was nothing but bloody pieces. "If she crosses the line, they won't forgive it," Edward warned. "They'll come down on us." "She wouldn't, though," Emmett insisted. "I mean, she wouldn't." Alice yelled again, and Jasper exchanged a worried glance with Edward. They both looked over at Emmett. "Damn it." Emmett swore, now just as anxious as the other two. "Let's move." Alice danced on the edge of the treaty line, her eyes flickering between the dirt on the ground and the lights in the distance. Bella had said that Jacob liked her. If she crossed, he could. No, they had been clear. They would work with them, but no vampire was to cross the treaty line. Crossing the line would be seen as a violation of the treaty. Despite the temporary truce they had agreed upon, any Cullen stepping over it would lead to war. "Bella!" Alice screamed again. She reached up and knocked the heel of her hand against her head. She should have gone back to Charlie's with the others. She knew she should have gone back, but when they took off, she just couldn't leave. She needed to see Bella. She needed to know that Bella was okay. Everything had gone according to plan, but when she saw Jacob's large wolf figure racing toward Bella, fear rippled through her as she watched him grab her clothes with his teeth. Her predator's instinct had kicked in during the fight against Victoria, keeping her focused. But once it was over, all she could think about was Bella, and all she felt was fear. Before she realized what she was doing, she started toward La Push. "Bella," she yelled again. Maybe she could explain it to them. They all liked Bella, and Jacob knew how much Bella meant to her. Werewolves or not, they were still people. They still had feelings. Bella had told her about Sam and Emily. They loved and made mistakes. Maybe they would understand if she explained that she just had to see Bella. Wolves understood mates. Bella was her mate. She had to see her. They would understand that. She was sure they would understand. Alice took a step forward, moving before her brain was fully aware of her actions. However, after taking only a few steps, she found herself jerking to a stop, her right foot frozen in midair. Something was different. Something had changed. Alice began to turn her head from side to side, her eyes scanning the forest around her, blinking rapidly, hyper-aware of everything. A moment later, her eyes focused and narrowed. There was a hulking figure moving toward her quickly. A werewolf was charging at her. Alice tensed automatically, bending her knees and dropping into a crouch as the wolf continued to rush toward her. She took a deep breath to calm herself, to focus her mind and prepare for a confrontation. It was then that the scent registered with her. "Bella. Bella," she called frantically, watching as the wolf, Jacob, came to a stop. "Alice." Bella's clear, beautiful voice rang out, and Alice squeezed her eyes shut, relief flooding through her. At the sound of her lover's voice, Bella yelled, "Don't." She jumped down beside Jacob and held her hand out in front of her as she spoke. Alice looked down and realized she had moved again. Looking around, she noticed she was on the very edge of the treaty line and may have crossed the perimeter slightly. She forced herself to take a few steps back, her eyes never leaving Bella, who stood frozen beside Jacob, staring at her. Alice extended her hand. Then Bella was moving, running toward her. Alice felt as if she might tear her skin off while waiting for Bella to reach her on the other side of the line. Part of Alice's consciousness registered the sound of objects rushing toward her from opposite sides. She realized her siblings must be coming for her, and the wolves were racing to her position as well. But she didn't care. Bella launched herself at Alice, wrapping her arms around her. Alice immediately embraced her. Bella cupped Alice's face and pressed her forehead against the vampire's, staring into her eyes as she whispered Alice's name over and over in a desperate tone, as if she couldn't quite believe Alice was standing in front of her. Then they were kissing, desperately, their hands clutching at each other's clothing, Bella's tears mingling with their kiss. Bella pressed her face against the spot where Alice's neck met her shoulder. Alice tilted her head up, breathing in the scent of Bella's hair as it fell across her face. She could smell Jacob on Bella, but she didn't mind. Jacob's scent was sweet to her at that moment. He had saved Bella again. He had kept her safe. In that moment, Jacob's scent became synonymous with Bella's life in Alice's mind, and she knew she would never pull away from the smell again. Edward watched as Alice and Bella embraced. Alice's thoughts flooded his mind while Bella clutched at her. Strong emotions were nearly impossible to block out, and all he could hear was the chaos of Alice's feelings. Alice's voice rang out, saying, "Oh, thank God," repeatedly. Edward could feel her relief flowing through him. He could smell Bella's scent, which calmed and soothed Alice. He noticed Bella's hands moving over Alice, clutching, grasping, and caressing without hesitation or awkwardness. They fit well together, their bodies interlocking seamlessly. Edward closed his eyes, realizing how easily they always fell together. Leaning against the lockers at school, Bella's body always swayed toward Alice. Walking through the hallways, Alice's hand naturally fell into Bella's. Sitting in the living room, their thighs brushed against each other, their fingers twining together or brushing against each other almost instinctively. When they touched, and they touched often, it felt natural and casual. Bella's laughter came easily around Alice. In fact, she never seemed to stop smiling and laughing when they were together. Even during arguments, they found ways to touch, and Alice always managed to make Bella smile. Edward opened his eyes again, thinking about how seamlessly they interlocked. They fit well together. They were in love. Even when they were angry, they still found happiness in each other. They needed each other. Edward lowered his gaze. If he had ever truly had Bella, he had lost her. He understood that now. He released a deep breath, feeling strangely calm, almost peaceful. He glanced at Jasper, wondering if he was manipulating emotions again. A quick scan of Jasper's mind showed that he was focused on the reunion and not on influencing Edward's feelings. In fact, Jasper seemed to be trying to shut down his talent, overwhelmed by Alice and Bella's emotions. Focusing ahead, Edward watched as Jacob approached the couple. He felt venom rush into his mouth at the sight of the teen. He balled his hands into fists at his side. He watched as Alice smiled at Jacob and reached out to shake his hand. Jacob smiled back, and Bella looked between them, grinning. Edward could smell Jacob's scent through his connection with Alice. While it set him on edge, Alice seemed almost comforted by it now. "Dude," Emmett said, sounding disbelieving. "She's hugging the dog." Jasper nodded distractedly at the comment, his eyes focused intently on the scene before him. Emmett continued his commentary despite Jasper's distraction, but Edward tuned him out. He found himself wondering what the weather was like in London. Chapter 25, Changes. Later that night, Alice paused in the frame of the open window and turned to look behind her. Bella was still sleeping fitfully, and Alice was certain that she would remain that way for at least a few more hours. Bella's time with Victoria in the woods had exhausted her emotionally. When Bella had escaped to her room, Alice climbed through the bedroom window to join her. Bella's hands quickly found Alice, stripping her of her clothes and pushing her toward the bed. Alice was tempted to suggest they just rest together. She worried that her own fragile emotional and mental state might lessen her control. But as she landed on the mattress and Bella climbed on top of her, Bella's eyes burning into her own, Alice felt that this was something they both needed. She lifted her hand to Bella's cheek, stroking it softly before guiding her head down and kissing her deeply. They spent the next hour clinging to each other, desperately making love again and again. Bella finally exhausted herself both physically and emotionally. As the last ripples of her orgasm washed over her, Bella sighed contentedly and fell forward in a deliciously sweaty heap. Her head settled over Alice's breast, and her arms wrapped around Alice's waist, drawing her tightly against her. Within minutes, Bella was asleep. That had been almost half an hour ago. While Alice wanted nothing more than to spend the rest of the night wrapped in Bella's arms, the sound of Bella's heartbeat lulling her into a pleasantly thoughtless haze, she knew she had to leave. Alice sighed and turned back around, her gaze moving outside the window until she looked down at the dark expanse of grass below Bella's bedroom. She shook her head. She never thought she would be sneaking out of Bella's bedroom in the middle of the night. Sparing one last look at her sleeping lover, Alice leapt out of the window, landing lightly on her feet before she took off. Into the night at top speed. Alice didn't have much time. She was certain that the decision leading to the vision she'd had just before sneaking into Bella's bedroom had been made long before she saw it. However, being in La Push territory had blocked her visions due to the proximity of the wolves. Jacob accompanying them back to the Swan residence continued to keep her ability at bay. It was only when Jacob left the house and got a fair distance away that her talent returned, and the vision came to her. Alice had been tempted to leave and check things out then, but she needed to say goodnight to Bella in private. She climbed into her lover's room before going. Once there, Bella took such desperate control of her and was still so obviously shaken up over what had happened in the woods that Alice couldn't have left if she had wanted to. There had been some doubt when the vision first came to her, so she decided to wait it out and stay with Bella until something more concrete appeared. She had no visions while she and Bella were making love, and she began to think the vision had just been a false alarm. However, as Bella drifted off to sleep, another vision came to Alice. She knew she needed to leave very soon or she would be too late. When Alice arrived home, the rest of the family stood around by the bottom of the stairs. She looked at each of them and then averted her eyes, staring at the softly ticking grandfather clock in the hallway for a moment. Then she moved towards the stairs, racing up them faster than a human eye could detect. "Edward," she said softly, standing in the doorway of his room. Clothes were neatly folded on top of his bed, and a suitcase and duffel bag lay on the floor. "I was wondering when you'd show up," Edward said, turning around to face Alice. He looked at her and felt some semblance of his former affection for her. "Took Bella a while to fall asleep, did it?" he asked, his voice calm. Alice nodded as she watched Edward pick up the suitcase and place it on the bed. He began moving some of the neatly folded clothes into it. "Don't leave, Edward," Alice said finally, her voice cracking as he continued to pack. "I'm sorry, But before she could finish, Edward was in front of her, his warm hands cupping her cheeks. "Stop apologizing," he breathed softly, his eyes fluttering closed for a moment. "I know you're sorry." He opened his eyes again. "I wish things had turned out differently, but it does no one any good for me to go on hating you." He released her face. "You don't have to leave," Alice said again, grasping his hand. "Just give it time, Edward. You can adjust. We'll all adjust." "Jasper," she began, desperate to believe her own words. But before she could say anything more, Edward shook his head, denying her hope. "It's not the same," he said sadly. If it had been true, he might have been able to adjust. He might have been able to stay. If he truly had a part of Bella that belonged to him, even if part of her belonged to Alice as well, it might have been enough. But that wasn't the case. As much as it pained him to admit it, Bella was Alice's, and he was interloping now. "You still want to be with Jasper," Edward continued softly. He wasn't sure if that would be enough for them, and he knew Jasper was wondering the same thing. But it was something at least. It was hope. Alice was still trying, while Bella had folded her hand and firmly entrenched herself by Alice's side. "Bella loves you," Alice whispered as Edward began to pack again. "Maybe," Edward replied, "but she's not in love with me anymore, if she ever was." The last 4 words came out so low that Alice had to strain to hear them. I aggravate her, Edward sighed, turning away. She finds me too controlling, too cautious, too old-fashioned, he said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. You've moved through the centuries much more fluidly than I have. He brushed his thumb against one of his sweaters as he spoke. I've never been able to give her what she needs. Even our quiet moments together were filled with tension. He stood up and began to pack again. She always knows what to say around you. She touches you easily, and you're not afraid to touch her back. She laughs with you. He finished packing the suitcase and sighed. She's such a serious little thing with me. I never knew she was so funny, so full of energy. He pinched the bridge of his nose. You make her happy, happier than I do, and so I surrender, he said, turning to look at Alice. You win. Alice opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Edward continued. I don't begrudge you the victory, he said, turning away again. But I can't stay here either. He lifted the duffel bag. We're the same age, but I'm much younger than you when it comes to matters of the heart. For the time being, I cannot be mature about it. For all intents and purposes, I am a 17-year-old boy right now, and my heart is broken. I must flee. You'll come back again, Alice said, her voice lifting at the end, making it sound like a question. She had no vision of Edward's return to give her confidence. At the moment, his future was a blank to her, open to every possibility. We always do, Edward replied, turning and offering her a small smile. Over the years, they had all left at some point, for months or sometimes years, but they always found their way back to each other. They were a family after all. Yes, Alice breathed out, sounding a little relieved. I love you, Edward, she said, finally walking into his room. I know I've done a horrible thing. I know I must seem very cruel to you, but I do love you. I'll miss you, so much, she said, her voice cracking at the end. I know you do, Edward replied, tapping his forehead. He stared at her for a moment, then reached out and hugged her, his warm lips pressing against her cheek before he pulled back. Take care of her, he said, turning back to his packing. I will, Alice responded, knowing the conversation was over. He was going to leave, and she had to let him. Guilt made her want to beg him to stay, to try to set things right, to apologize in every language she knew, but it was best for him to go. Something had changed in Edward. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but she felt that something was different. He was heartbroken and emotionally drained, but in a strange way, he seemed more open, more receptive. Edward had always been so closed off, so detached, so incredibly bored by everything. Being with Bella had opened him up a little, forcing him to look at the world around him with slightly different eyes. Bella had challenged him to grow and change for the first time in a century, and Alice could see that he had. He hadn't changed enough for things to work out with Bella, but looking at him then, Alice knew that some change had occurred. Alice reached out and took his hand, squeezing it tightly, then turned and walked toward the door. She hoped that out there in the world, Edward would have the opportunity to bloom even more. A week later, Charlie's shoulders slumped as he let out a relieved breath upon entering the house. As he kicked off his shoes, he heard the television in the living room and knew that Bella, and probably Alice, were home. Hello, Charlie started in a regular voice as he walked into the living room. Hey, kiddo, he finished in a softer tone, his eyes catching Alice's before they met Bella's. Alice's gaze drifted down to the inert figure resting in her arms. Hey, Charlie, she said softly, glancing at Bella's sleeping form for a moment before looking back at him. Long day? Charlie asked, keeping his voice low, even though Bella hadn't stirred. I think it was pretty busy at Newton's, Alice replied, her eyes returning to Bella. And she was studying for that test last night, she added, knowing Bella had been up until the early hours of the morning going over her notes. Ah, Charlie said, nodding. He remembered how the living room floor had been scattered with textbooks the night before. Bella had been stressed beyond belief, but Alice had seemed calm and bubbly as ever, which, Charlie noted with some amusement, had annoyed Bella to no end. As the night wore on, Bella had kept turning to Alice, muttering, do you think you can take this a little bit seriously? We didn't all go to International Baccalaureate before moving to Forks, you know, repeatedly. Charlie had made the mistake of laughing the 5th time he heard her say it. After holding up his hands in a peace offering, he quickly retreated upstairs to finish watching the game, leaving Alice to handle Bella's homework-induced frustration. "Pizza for me, I guess," he said, focusing on Alice once more. It was too early for Bella to have started cooking before falling asleep, and he didn't want her to expend energy if she was already tired enough to nap. Alice smiled. "Get pineapples," she said as Charlie shifted his belt, wanting to change out of his work clothes. He never liked to stay in them longer than necessary. "Are you actually going to have something to eat?" Charlie asked, his voice lifting as he looked at Alice in wonder. "Not unless it's gluten-free," Alice responded, shaking her head at him. A small smile played on her lips, letting him know she wasn't truly upset that he had forgotten about her made-up medical condition. Bella had told Alice that Charlie was asking about her not eating. Alice had noticed him watching her carefully at meal times since Bella brought it up. The week before, she had casually explained why she usually only ate at home. "Oh, that's right. I forgot," Charlie said, sounding genuinely apologetic. He felt less worried now that he knew she avoided eating away from home because of her wheat allergy. Still, he thought it must be a hassle to monitor her food so closely. "It's all right," Alice said with a smile. "Esme made me something before I came over." Charlie stared at her for a moment before frowning. "Why'd you want me to order pineapple if you weren't going to eat any?" he asked curiously. "Oh, I don't know. I hear they taste good on pizza," Alice replied, shrugging as much as she could without jostling Bella too much. "Ah," Charlie said, as if that explained everything, even though he still looked a little confused. Alice laughed lightly. "I like to watch people eat things that I can't," she explained. "Is that weird?" "Bella thinks it's weird." "It's quirky," Charlie responded diplomatically. Alice laughed again. "You think it's weird?" "That's okay," she said, smiling at him. "Go change." She waved at him as he began to fiddle with his belt again. She had held him up from changing for longer than usual. "I'm not going anywhere," she added, looking down at Bella, who was lying almost completely on top of Alice, pinning her to the couch. Charlie smiled and nodded before turning to head for the stairs. He stopped at the threshold of the living room, however, and turned back to observe the scene on the couch. Alice had turned her head back towards the television screen and seemed completely absorbed in the old black and white movie playing. Bella was still soundly asleep, their conversation not having disturbed her at all. Charlie wasn't sure why he had stopped walking, but despite that, he found himself captivated by the moment. Charlie stood still, watching them. He saw Bella shift against Alice, pressing her face into the nook of Alice's neck. Bella's arms flexed around Alice's waist, as if checking to ensure Alice was still there. Without turning her head from the screen, Alice's hand moved to Bella's back and began to stroke it softly. Bella's body instinctively relaxed at the contact. It was one of the most intimate displays he had ever witnessed. Charlie drew his head back, realization hitting him hard. His eyes drifted back to the scene in the living room. Bella remained cocooned around Alice, and Alice's hand was still gently stroking Bella's back. Charlie blinked rapidly and took deep breaths. He looked away from the couch, his eyes drifting up to the top of the staircase. After a few more calming breaths, he began to ascend the stairs once more. It was all clear to him now. An hour later, Bella's eyes drifted over to Charlie across the table. They had finished eating the pizza he had ordered a few minutes before. Since they had eaten right out of the box, there were no dishes for her to do. They remained at the table, listening to Alice talk even though they were done eating. "So, what are you going to do with your binders now that the class is over?" Bella asked, grinning at Alice. "Burn them? Toss them into a wood chipper? Throw them off a bridge?" Alice continued, rubbing her hands together with an exaggeratedly gleeful expression. "That last one's illegal," Charlie chimed in, giving Alice a comically unconvincing look of regret. "Party pooper," Alice accused, grinning at him. Next thing, you're going to tell me that I can't set an old car on fire and hold a naked bongo party around it." She shook her head sadly. "I'm young and crazy, Charlie. You can't control me. I'm like a hurricane." Charlie rolled his eyes, but a smile crept onto his lips. Charlie smiled, and Bella relaxed a little. He had been giving her a strange, contemplative look all evening, and it was starting to freak her out. Only bad news and embarrassing conversations came about when Charlie looked at her like that. The last time she had seen that look, he had asked if she wanted him to pick up any tampons or sanitary napkins while he was at the store. It took all her willpower not to drop to the floor and curl up into a fetal position upon hearing that. It had been even more mortifying than her conversation with Alice about the subject, and she hadn't thought anything could be more embarrassing than that. "Ah, you're a little Tasmanian devil," Bella cooed, pinching Alice's cheeks. Alice playfully knocked her hand away and glared at her. Bella continued to look at her, noticing Alice's eyes lose focus for a second before they widened and then narrowed. "Oh no," Alice moaned pitifully. "I have enough nicknames." She shook her head back and forth. The last time she had seen Jacob, he had started referring to her as Shorty, and she got the distinct impression he wouldn't stop anytime soon. That meant she had to take a stand now. Tink, Al, Pipsqueak, Little Freak, Ally Oxen Free, Gap Kids, Alligator, Shorty, and Kiddo were more than enough nicknames for one person. She did not want any more. "I beg to differ," Bella said in a bad New York accent, giving Alice her best fierce look. "Oh, you don't need to beg. You know I'm open to alternative lifestyles," Alice replied saucily, smirking as Bella rolled her eyes. Bella parted her lips to respond, but before she could say anything, Charlie cleared his throat and coughed into his hand twice. He began shifting his eyes between the two of them. Bella's bad feeling returned with a vengeance, and she knew that something was coming. Charlie hesitated, knowing he was about to bring up something that might make Bella uncomfortable. "Well," he began slowly, his eyes lingering on Alice for a moment. Since Alice was just speaking of alternative lifestyles, he continued, "I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask you girls if there was anything you wanted to tell me." He shifted his gaze to Bella. Bella blinked, her heart pounding. Charlie couldn't be asking what she thought he was asking. There was no way he meant what she feared. It was impossible. He must have been talking about something else. It was best to play dumb and see where this was going. Yes, Bella decided, she would be safe and play dumb. "Huh?" Bella asked, her expression turning to one of confusion. Charlie sighed, hoping they would make it easy on him and just admit they were dating. But it didn't seem like it was going to work out that way. "I've just noticed certain things lately." "Different things, not bad," he added hastily, "not bad at all, just different. And I was wondering if you two wanted to talk about these things." "Is this because I cooked vegetarian lasagna last week?" Bella asked. Charlie sighed again and looked over at Alice, who met his gaze steadily. The look in her eyes was mature and knowing. Charlie realized Alice understood exactly what he was trying to address. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes still fixed on him, giving him permission to continue. She was aware of the change in her relationship with Bella and knew how this conversation would unfold. Things might be a little awkward at first, but Charlie loved Bella and would support her and their relationship. Despite Bella's anxiety, everything would work out wonderfully, so there was no reason to avoid the conversation. Charlie straightened his back, focusing on Alice as he asked, "Are you?" He began, but needed a moment to gather his courage. "Are you dating my daughter?" he finally asked. Bella quickly turned her head toward Alice. "Yes," Alice responded calmly, a soft smile on her lips as she held Charlie's gaze. "I adore her," she continued, her voice gentle and serene. Charlie stared at her for a moment, then blinked and slumped back in his chair. "How long has this been going on?" he asked, glancing between the two of them again. "Does this have anything to do with why Edward left?" When Bella told him that Edward had left for an exchange program in Europe, a wave of anxiety washed over Charlie. He was flooded with memories of how Bella had been the last time Edward had disappeared for an extended period. However, the depression he had feared didn't set in this time. Bella had been upset. He had heard her crying one night in her room. For a few days after she mentioned Edward, she refused to talk about him, but she remained herself. The zombie-like state he had seen months ago never returned. After a few days, he noticed her smile again, heard her laugh, and saw her eyes light up. He knew then that the depression would not come back. Some part of him realized that Bella's deep sadness the last time had been caused by Alice's departure, not Edward's. Edward's exit had made things worse, but it was Alice's leaving that had truly affected Bella. Even with this understanding, he couldn't grasp why Alice's absence had impacted Bella so profoundly until he had seen them together on the couch earlier. "This has been going on for a while, hasn't it?" he added before either of them could respond, suddenly glad he had banned Alice from sleeping over after their trip to Los Angeles. "Dad," Bella began, but then looked down at the tabletop, unsure of what to say. "It's a bit complicated, Charlie," Alice said, glancing at Bella. Charlie reached out to take Bella's hand. "I'm sure I'll be able to follow the narrative," he said, narrowing his eyes at Alice. "You're right and you're wrong about it going on for a while," Alice began calmly. She knew that being straightforward would be the best approach. "We had feelings for each other for a while, probably since we met, but there were complications." "Edward," Charlie said, and Alice nodded. "Yes, Edward for one," she continued. "And Jasper. Is he the big one?" Charlie asked. He knew Jasper was Alice's boyfriend, having heard the name mentioned a few times while she and Bella talked. However, he had only met the family a few times and still had trouble telling the boys apart. "No," Alice said, smiling a little. "He's the blonde one," she explained. Other than Carlisle, Jasper was the only blonde male in the house. "And then there was another issue," Alice sighed, her eyes dropping away from his momentarily as she recalled Bella's party and her taste for Bella's blood. "Because you're both girls," Charlie said, making sure to keep his voice level. Yeah," Alice said slowly, agreeing even though that had never really been a concern for her. She had been thinking about her vampirism and hunger for Bella's blood when she spoke earlier. Charlie's statement made much more sense for the human girl she was pretending to be, and she realized she should go with that before he began to wonder what she meant by another issue. Curiously, Alice glanced over at Bella, wondering if their being girls had ever bothered her. When she looked at Bella, she saw her focus on running the pad of her thumb over the edge of the table again and again. Alice realized that was a conversation they would have to have later. "That was a bit of a surprise," Alice added, focusing on Charlie once again. "Was it?" Charlie asked curiously. It somehow made him feel better to realize that their attraction had taken them by surprise as well. Charlie realized what was happening. He wondered how he could have missed something so significant about his daughter. As a police officer, he was trained to read people and piece together clues, yet he had overlooked the fact that his daughter had developed feelings for her female best friend. "Sure," Alice replied, eager to change the subject. She felt a surge of anxiety but wasn't sure how to mask it convincingly. Since she had no memories of being human, waking up as a vampire had left her with very few reservations. There were no lectures from her mother, the Reverend, or any teachers in her mind dictating what was right or wrong, what was normal or abnormal. While she learned about others' views on various subjects, she followed her heart and what made sense to her, rather than what others had told her to believe when she was young. She didn't have any deprogramming to do, which allowed her to navigate through the decades with ease. "Forks isn't exactly San Francisco," Alice mused sadly. "I think folks around here might surprise you a little," Charlie replied thoughtfully. He understood that some people would not approve, but he also believed that many in the town were firmly rooted in the 21st century and would be only mildly curious about the situation. The fact that people barely raised an eyebrow at the Cullen household was evidence of the town's evolving perspective. Alice smiled. "I hope so," she said dreamily. "I love it when people do that." Charlie smiled back at her and then glanced over at Bella. She was no longer fidgeting with the edge of the table, her eyes tentatively meeting his. Are you one of those people? Bella asked softly, watching him carefully. Charlie looked at her, surprised. He had mistaken her silence for embarrassment earlier. He understood that discussing her relationship with a girl was likely uncomfortable for her. But he now realized that she had been apprehensive, maybe even scared about it. Charlie wondered what his reaction would be. As if Bella being gay, or bisexual, or whatever she was, would ever stop him from loving her. Of course, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Tears began to burn his eyes. You're my daughter, Bella. I love you. Nothing in the world could ever change that, he swore, his voice cracking as he reached across the small table to take Bella's other hand. All I've ever wanted for you is to be happy. Bella sniffled, her own eyes watery with tears. She hadn't allowed herself to think about Charlie finding out about them too often, but when she did, she worried about his reaction. They didn't exactly have long conversations about important political and social issues, and Bella had no real idea of his stance on LGBTQ matters. She knew he wasn't a hate-monger, but people could be unpredictable when it came to their own kids, and she couldn't help but worry. He had been so hostile toward Edward, and Edward was a boy. She just feared he would take it much worse when he found out about Alice. Really? Bella asked softly, a small, hopeful smile touching her lips. Really, Charlie responded, squeezing her hand. You were so hostile with Edward, Bella began softly, her eyes drifting away from him as she spoke. Edward was. Charlie started, his eyes narrowing and his voice hardening. He glanced over at Alice and forced himself to calm down. He might not have liked Edward, but he was Alice's brother. Edward was not right for you, he continued, looking back at Bella. You weren't happy with him. You weren't, yourself. He looked down at the tabletop, gathering his thoughts. I don't care if Alice is a girl or a Cavaliers fan or whatever, as long as she makes you happy. And I think she does, he said, glancing over at Alice. I am happy, Bella said, smiling at Alice, unable to hide the content and delighted expression bubbling within her. Really happy, she added. Charlie smiled back at Bella, noticing her golden eyes dancing with joy. He looked between the two of them and then glanced away, feeling like an intruder in that moment. The affection they had for each other was palpable, and he couldn't help but be moved by it. Part of him wanted Bella to remain his little girl forever, but he understood that could not be the case. If he had to share her with someone else, he couldn't have asked for anyone better than Alice. So, Charlie said when they finally managed to tear their eyes away from each other. There were other topics to discuss, including one important conversation he needed to have alone with Bella, but those could wait until the next day. For now, Bella was happy, and so was Alice, and Charlie felt the same way. He wanted them to enjoy this moment. Have you told your mother yet? He asked. Bella groaned and dropped her head onto the table. Renee suspects, Alice whispered to Charlie in a conspiratorial tone. She does not, Bella muttered into the table. She just thinks I have a crush on you. Alice laughed lightly. It's okay, she understands, she said with a smile. I am quite an attractive girl, after all. She lifted her hands to air quote the last part of her statement. Sweet too, she added, quoting one of Renee's emails that Charlie was sure of. Oh shut up, Bella murmured, lifting her head to glare at Alice while still smiling. Alice looked over at Charlie and shrugged helplessly. Speaking of Renee, Alice began, her expression becoming more serious as she turned to Charlie. Did Bella ever tell you what my parents got her for her birthday last year? Alice, Bella hissed, narrowing her eyes at her girlfriend as Charlie raised a questioning eyebrow. No, she didn't, Charlie replied, leaning forward with curiosity. Normally, I would have waited for Bella to bring it up, Alice began. But she's been a bit distracted with school and work lately. Time is running out, so I thought I'd better mention it. She stroked the back of Bella's hand as she spoke. Bring what up? Charlie asked, noticing the gentle touch. Esme and Carlisle got Bella 2 plane tickets to Florida so she could visit her mother, Alice explained. Things were a little complicated for a while, but now there's not much of a problem. She directed the last part of her statement at Bella. They're going to expire soon, and I think Bella should go see Renee. Apparently, I'm not a very persuasive speaker, so I thought you might have more luck convincing her. Bella had mentioned missing Renee and wanting to see her a couple of times. However, when Alice had brought up the tickets weeks ago, Bella had refused, murmuring about timing. Alice knew the real reason Bella didn't want to use them was that she would have to choose who to take with her, herself or Edward. Bella didn't want to make that choice. That was very generous of them, Charlie said, glancing at Alice, who smiled. They love Bella, she said happily. I think they like her better than Rosalie. Bella smiled and playfully slapped Alice lightly on the arm. I'm gonna tell Rose you said that. Please don't, Alice replied in a mock-cowed voice, though her eyes sparkled. She scares me. Bella laughed, and Alice grinned back at her. Charlie looked up at the ceiling, wondering how it had taken him so long to see it. Well, I for one think it's a wonderful idea, Charlie said, looking over at Bella when she finished admiring Alice. Your mother would love to see you, and it would be a shame to let such a thoughtful and expensive present go to waste. He paused for a moment, his eyes shifting to Alice as he contemplated. I take it the second ticket would be for you? Charlie asked, holding Alice's gaze. Alice nodded, her expression serious, which reassured Bella. She had worried that Alice might tease Charlie, which could lead him to forbid them from being alone together, or from taking the trip. Bella should have known better. Alice was skilled at managing people, especially Charlie. Charlie furrowed his brows, taking a deep breath before relaxing back into his chair. I think it's a wonderful idea, he said, though it was clear to everyone that he was not entirely enthusiastic about Bella going away on a vacation with her girlfriend. Your mother would love to see you, he added, deciding he needed to talk with Bella before she left. The more he observed them together, the more he felt that their conversation would come too late. He considered how many times they had already spent away together and wondered if it was already too late. However, he reminded himself that as a father, it was his duty to have the conversation, regardless of its impact. Besides, if he was late, at least she wouldn't end up pregnant, and that thought eased his mind about the possibility of his little girl growing up. All right, Bella sighed, glancing between them before throwing her hands up in exasperation. Fine. We'll go. Fantastic, Alice exclaimed, leaning back in her chair with excitement, ignoring Bella's sulky tone. We can go swimsuit shopping tomorrow. Bella offered a forced smile at that, and Charlie couldn't help but grin. He knew that while Alice loved shopping, his daughter felt about it the same way he did. Yet, he had no doubt they would go swimsuit shopping the next day. Both seemed willing to endure activities they didn't particularly enjoy just to spend time together. Now that that's settled, Charlie began, turning his attention back to Alice. You don't like the Cavs, do you? He had previously said he wouldn't stop objecting to their relationship, and that was true. However, finding out she was a fan might have made her seem a little less wonderful to him. Alice smiled and shook her head happily. You don't even know who they are, do you? Charlie asked knowingly a few seconds later. Still smiling, Alice shook her head again. You know I'm going to teach you, right? Charlie said with a smile. Alice sighed and nodded before turning to look at Bella, her eyes wide. Dad, Bella whined on Alice's behalf. She's a girl. She likes shopping in headbands and Sephora, not sports franchises. And shoes, Alice interjected. I really, really like shoes, she added with a grin. You're dating my daughter, we need to bond, Charlie said, crossing his arms. That was what fathers did when their daughters were dating. Usually, it was easier because most boys like sports, but he was going to give it a try anyway. Heck, he'd even tried to bond with Edward, and he didn't even like him. You've already bonded, Bella replied, staring at Charlie. You guys talk all the time, she continued, frowning a little. You two have been talking on the phone every week for like 2 months, she said, shooting Alice a frustrated look because the vampire still refused to tell her what they talked about. Charlie uncrossed his arms. He couldn't disagree with Bella. He and Alice got along pretty well, and they had been working together on Bella's university applications for months. Not to mention that sometimes Alice just liked to call him to say, hi, sometimes literally just, hi. That amused and charmed him to no end. Charlie almost laughed at the thought. He often had no idea how Alice's brain worked, but strange and foreign as it was to him, he found her utterly enchanting. Charlie wanted to introduce Alice to sports. I like cars, Alice said, noticing Charlie's disappointment. You've got a 911 Turbo, don't you? He asked, excitement building in his voice. Bella could see how much he wanted to check out the car. He had hesitated to ask Alice about it, even though Bella had told him many times that Alice wouldn't mind. Alice nodded and smiled slowly at him. Do you want to drive it? She asked. The way his eyes lit up reminded Bella of a 5-year-old who had just received a double-scooped ice cream cone. Yes, Charlie said, nodding eagerly. Yes, I do. Do you want to drive it now? Alice asked, her grin widening. Yes, Charlie repeated, still nodding. Alice laughed happily and stood up, still holding Bella's hand as the brunette rose at a more leisurely pace. Road trip, Alice declared, raising her hand and grinning at Charlie, wiggling her fingers until he gave her a high five. Despite the high five, Charlie hesitated. I don't know about a road trip. We've got to leave the Fork city limits, Alice interjected. Why? Charlie asked. So that you can gun it, Alice replied, lifting her free hand and holding her thumb and index finger apart slightly. Just a little, she added, noticing his sense of duty kicking in. It's a turbo, Charlie said, scrunching his face in uncertainty as he looked around the kitchen. After a moment, a tentative smile broke through. Just a little, he said, pointing at Alice as if she would be the one driving. Alice nodded. Of course, she murmured. Charlie and Alice exchanged grins. Bella sighed and leaned into Alice, who wrapped her arm around her waist. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 26, Settling In. A month later, Alice kicked her feet in delight as she fidgeted in Charlie's armchair. Her perfect little feet pointed forward delicately like a ballerina's, while her legs fluttered in the air in front of the chair again and again. She pressed the receiver of the phone tightly against her ear. Bella watched her, part captivated and part unnerved. Her attention only turned from Alice when she heard the front door open. Hey, Dad, Bella said a minute later, tilting her head to the side as she watched Charlie make his way into the living room. Good evening, Bells, Charlie replied, looking at her thoughtfully for a moment before bending down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. Bella smiled happily but didn't say anything. Charlie was still getting used to fatherly gestures of affection, and she didn't want to make him self-conscious. That's perfect. That's perfect. Alice squealed into the phone. Charlie turned his head to the side to find the petite brunette curled up in his armchair, the phone held tightly against her ear as she jittered in the seat. I'm going to change, Charlie said, his eyes wide with alarm as he continued to stare at Alice's energetic display. She was in full teenage girl mode, and it scared him a little. Oh, no you don't. Bella exclaimed, hopping to her feet. She's been like this for half an hour, she whispered, shivering slightly. You can keep me company. She grabbed her father's hand and dragged him into the kitchen. It was time for her to check on the sauce anyway. Charlie plopped down in one of the kitchen's wooden chairs as Bella made her way over to the stove. Rose? Charlie asked, leaning back as he watched Bella move around the kitchen. He had never really sat down and watched her cook before, and he felt a smile spreading across his lips as he saw how steady and confident she was. Bella shook her head. Renee, she intoned darkly before shaking her head again. They're talking about shoes, she added, lightly tapping the contents of a pot on the stove. Bottle of spices into the pot on the stove. It's a good thing you came home. I don't think I could have taken much more of that, Charlie said with a laugh. Bella shot him a glare for his lack of sympathy. At least they're getting along, Charlie added when Bella turned back to the pot. Ha! Getting along, Bella replied. They're bosom buddies. Phil and I were worried we would have to start hitting up the singles bar one day into the vacation. I'm lucky I met her first. She made faces at the pot of sauce that Charlie couldn't see. Despite her grumbling, Bella was actually thrilled about how the trip to Florida had gone. Everything had worked out perfectly. The weather cooperated, and Alice had only needed to hide indoors for a few hours over the whole weekend. From the moment they met Renee at the airport, Alice had captivated her. Bella smiled at the memory. It was really the moment Renee had seen Alice's outfit that she had been enamored. Renee raced over as soon as she spotted them in the airport and wrapped Bella in a long, enthusiastic hug. It embarrassed Bella, but she wouldn't have traded that moment for anything. Once Renee finally let her go, her attention shifted to Alice. They exchanged a glance before Alice smiled, shrugged, and opened her arms for a hug as well. Renee found that charming and moved in to hug Alice too, though it was more polite than the lung-crushing embrace she had given Bella. Alice then took possession of the large suitcase they were sharing. Renee began to lead them out of the airport, initially concerned about such a small girl carrying that big suitcase. Bella informed her that Alice was stronger than she looked and insisted on carrying it anyway. Renee shot Bella a look as if to say she was being a lazy jerk, but before Bella could defend her, Alice had chimed in, saying she really had insisted. With a smirk, she looked at Renee and said, Bella has enough trouble staying on her feet as it is. I would never add anything else to the equation that could threaten her equilibrium. Renee found this hilarious, while Bella simply glared at them both and walked ahead. She thought this would teach them a lesson, but instead, it just gave them a chance to bond over bohemian fashion. When they caught up with Bella outside the main doors of the terminal, Renee was commenting on how wonderful Alice's moccasins were. Bella knew she would have plenty of time to daydream on the way to her mother's new place while the two of them talked about belts, tunics, big socks, and a bunch of other things Bella knew absolutely nothing about. Upon arriving at Renee and Phil's new home, Bella saw a welcome home banner in the foyer. The kitchen was decorated with cake and a variety of other treats that Renee, Bella, and later Phil barely made a dent in. Seeing the amazing preparations her mother had made Bella's self-deprecating side come out. She told Renee she really didn't need to go to all that trouble. Renee looked at her and said, "Nonsense. You're my daughter." Bella nodded obediently, though she still felt her mother hadn't needed to go to so much effort. Alice, knowing exactly what Bella was thinking, wrapped her arm around Renee and mentioned that Bella had been the same way when organizing a birthday party for her. Cake, streamers, confetti, the good silver, 5 different mashup CDs, and she didn't even want to come, Alice sighed, giving Bella a playful stink eye. Renee looked at Bella in sympathy, and they both exchanged glances with an implied shake of their heads until Bella picked up a party hat. Bella put on her hat and enjoyed a sausage roll, rolling her eyes at how delicious it was. She then gave them an "Are you happy now?" smile, and they were. After that, they toured the house, and Alice excitedly brought out the baby album, much to Bella's embarrassment. They then went for a walk around the neighborhood and stopped for ice cream, with Alice treating them. Renee tried to decline when Alice didn't order any, citing her lactose intolerance, but Bella and Alice convinced her to enjoy a scoop of pralines and cream on a sugar cone. Bella sighed as she stirred the sauce, wincing at the memory of food. That was the part of the weekend she felt worst about. Alice could easily avoid eating around Charlie by saying she had already eaten or would eat later, but staying at Renee's house meant she had to eat dinner with them on the first night. At first, Bella wondered why everyone made such a fuss about Alice eating when nothing seemed to happen. However, about half an hour after the meal, Bella noticed Alice was quieter than usual and fidgeting excessively. Soon after, Alice excused herself and disappeared down the hall. Realizing it probably had something to do with the food, Bella quickly followed her. For the next 15 minutes, she sat on the edge of the bathtub, rubbing Alice's back as she violently emptied her stomach into the toilet. Bella felt horrible. As Alice rested her head on the toilet, recovering from the intense fits, Bella swore she wouldn't let Alice put another piece of food into her mouth for the rest of the vacation. Alice had warned her that it would be difficult to explain why she wasn't eating. Alice felt she could handle a couple more trips to the bathroom, but Bella shook her head repeatedly. Exhausted, Alice nodded, leaving the decision to Bella. For the rest of the trip, Bella found ways to get them alone for about an hour. During those times, she always claimed they had eaten, giving Alice an excuse to avoid food. Renee seemed a bit annoyed with Bella, likely thinking it was a comment on her cooking, which Bella had never complained about before. However, Bella was willing to accept her mother's disapproving looks if it meant protecting Alice from the discomfort she had experienced after their first meal. As Charlie moved to the fridge and began rummaging for beer, Bella's thoughts drifted to more pleasant memories from their trip to Florida. After rejoining Renee and Phil that first night, Phil mentioned needing to go in for batting practice, which he had skipped to have dinner with them. Alice eagerly asked if she could watch. Given her family's baseball games, it was one sport she didn't mind too much. Bella suspected Alice hoped to throw a few pitches at Phil, although she would need to control her speed. This left Bella alone with her mother. Normally, she would worry about Renee pestering her with questions she preferred to avoid. However, Bella felt confident that her relationship with Alice would not be one of those topics. She should have given her mother more credit. Despite not having touched since arriving in Florida, Renee picked up on something. The moment they were alone, she started questioning Bella about Alice. "So?" Renee asked. "Yeah," Bella responded, bracing herself for a conversation that might be as uncomfortable as her previous one with Jacob a month ago. "She's even lovelier than I remembered," Renee said. Her tone was a bit breathless, and Bella couldn't help but smile. The Cullens had that effect on people, especially if you hadn't seen them in a while. Renee had been amazed by them when she'd met them in Phoenix, but Bella knew that memory faded, and Renee had probably forgotten just how incredible they looked. "Yeah," Bella said uncomfortably, avoiding Renee's gaze. "She's a looker," she continued, really not wanting to talk about how gorgeous Alice was. She knew that if she got on that subject, she'd become all moony-eyed and give herself away. "Excellent fashion sense," Renee commented, clearly impressed. "She does like to shop," Bella replied, turning to look at her mother again. "I love her haircut," Renee said, unconsciously running her fingers through her own hair as she spoke. "The short cut looks great on her. It really accentuates her features." "Yep," Bella agreed, even though she knew that Alice had very little say in the length of her hair. "She's a ball of energy, that one," Renee chuckled. Every single thing seemed to captivate Alice. The world was a beautiful, wonderful, mysterious place to her, and Renee related to that quite a bit. She liked to try to see the beauty in things too, to keep a sense of wonder about her. She felt Alice was a kindred spirit in that way. Bella often forgot to stop and smell the proverbial roses, and Renee was happy that her daughter now had someone in her life who would encourage her to stop every once in a while to smell them, and probably pick some and bring them to her. "She's spunky," Bella agreed, trying to keep it casual. "How long have you two been dating?" Renee asked breezily as she dipped a nacho chip into some cheese. Bella's hand froze halfway to the dip. What?" Bella choked out, turning to look at her mother. She hadn't even touched Alice since they got off the plane. She didn't understand how Renee had put that together. Bella realized that everything had come together so quickly, unless Charlie had called to warn Renee. The thought made her jaw clench. He probably called to tell her to ensure they didn't share a room. He had given her the talk, or at least stumbled through something that resembled it, before she left. Bella knew he was convinced that if she and Alice weren't already active, they would be soon. He understood her well, and if she had still been a virgin or planned to stay one, she would have waved that card in his face to end the embarrassing conversation. The fact that she hadn't brought it up likely sent him into a panic, causing him to call her mother. Now, Renee was probably on Florida watch for Operation No Sex for Bella, if I have anything to say about it, which Charlie didn't. "Did Charlie call you?" Bella asked, her voice exasperated and offended. "No," Renee replied with a smile, taking no note of Bella's tone. "I know you've been trying to be careful around each other, but you're not very good at it." Her smile grew for a moment. "It's very obvious how you two feel about each other," she continued, her tone softening. I wasn't sure how Alice felt about you at first. But now that we've spent some quality time together, I can see that she's just as fond of you as you are of her. Bella stared at her mother for a moment and then sighed. There was no point in denying it. For all her immaturity, Renee was incredibly intuitive and had moments of deep insight. She had clearly figured out what was happening and seemed to be handling it well, so there was no reason to fight a useless battle. We've barely even touched since we got off the plane, Bella muttered dourly. Just because she wasn't going to fight didn't mean she had to accept defeat cheerfully, especially since Renee was probably going to make Phil take the couch. Sleeping in her bed while Alice took the spare room. Which is quite telling, Renee said, smiling gently. Accidentally leaving a pillow between you on the couch was really very suspicious. Bella looked away, blushing. Alice had told her that wouldn't help. Besides, it's more about the way you look at each other and the tone of your voice when you speak to each other. It's very sweet. Bella sighed. She hadn't realized she sounded different when talking to Alice. However, she did know how her mother sounded around Phil, which was both embarrassing and adorable. Bella figured she must have been the same way around Alice. Well, Bella said, looking back up at her mother expectantly. Well, Renee began thoughtfully, I am a little surprised. Well, not anymore, but when I first started to suspect, she said, her expression turning contemplative. You had seemed so taken with Edward. She shook her head slightly. But I wasn't too surprised because before you moved, I had wondered a little about how you never seemed all that interested in boys. Bella groaned and turned her head away. She hadn't been uninterested in boys, just uninterested in the ones she had gone to school with in Phoenix. Not wanting to date those particular guys didn't mean she was gay, it just meant she had taste and standards. That said, it would have been unfair to dismiss her mother's instincts completely, since she hadn't exactly been uninterested in some of the girls at her school. However, boy or girl, she hadn't been particularly good at attracting anyone, so her interest in either sex had been a moot point. She really didn't feel like explaining that to Renee, so she let her mother's statement stand. She was certain that one day she'd be forced to have a conversation with her mother about the evolution of her sexuality, but they weren't having that conversation at the moment. Thankfully, Renee seemed to take her hint and sighed before. Switching tracks, if you're happy, I'm happy, Renee said with a smile. Love is love, and it's a beautiful thing. Her hippie roots were showing, but Bella couldn't help but smile back. And I like her, Renee added with a shrug, then smiled at Bella again. She's very charming and has a wonderful energy about her. And maybe she'll help you update this wardrobe a little, she continued, plucking at Bella's vintage Milk is Chillin' t-shirt. Bella looked down at her shirt. There was nothing wrong with it. Besides, Bella doubted Renee would think Alice was so charming if she knew the kind of clothes Alice would try to get her into. In Port Angeles, Alice had bought her a dress so skimpy that Bella was convinced it was lingerie. She had only worn it in her bedroom, and even then, only when Alice asked her to. I'm sure she'll try to tomorrow, Bella sighed, knowing she was in for an afternoon of her mother and Alice pushing her into changing rooms and throwing clothes at her like they were on fire. It's gonna be great. Bella thought to herself sarcastically, her shoulders slumping. Extra special super fun, she mentally sighed. There's my little sad Sam, Renee cooed as she stepped forward and hugged her pouting daughter. Bella wrapped her arms around her mother, accepting the hug even though she didn't appreciate being compared to a droopy-eyed, depressed stuffed animal. Despite the embarrassment of talking to her parents about her relationship with Alice, Bella realized how lucky she was to have such supportive parents. She truly appreciated how understanding they had been. Honestly, she hadn't been too worried about Renee's reaction. Renee had tons of gay friends, marched in the Phoenix Pride Parade, and had an "I'm not gay but my girlfriend is" t-shirt that she usually wore at the parades. She was very vocal about her dislike of discrimination in any form. Still, it felt nice to be wrapped up in her mother's warm embrace. Bella felt comforted in her mother's arms, knowing for certain that Renee loved and supported her. So, does this mean I'm sleeping with you tonight? Bella asked when they separated. She tried to keep any trace of petulance out of her voice, even though the thought of not being able to sleep next to Alice made her feel quite petulant. Renee looked at her steadily for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. "No. I think I can trust the two of you," she said slowly a few seconds later. Her eyes held Bella's knowingly for a moment before she reached out and placed her hand on Bella's shoulder. Bella barely contained the urge to sigh. Renee had to pull out the trust card. "Renee, you evil genius," Bella thought, feeling annoyed yet impressed by how her mother still knew how to handle her. "Of course you can," Bella said, forcing a smile onto her face. "We're good girls," she added. "Completely trustworthy," she continued, knowing that in this case it was true. She and Alice wouldn't be having wild, crazy vacation sex that night, even though she really wanted to. Snuggling and some making out were non-negotiable, but she would have felt too guilty to actually do anything more. Renee said, her eyebrow arching slightly as she turned a dubious gaze in Bella's direction. Hearing the doubt in her mother's voice, Bella immediately looked at her, lips parting to release some indignant response. However, she stopped herself before she could say anything. Renee might have lived in La La Land some of the time, but the things she spaced out on were different from what Charlie did. Bella knew her mother wasn't in denial about how close she and Alice were. Renee didn't suspect they were already sleeping together, she assumed they were. If Bella opened her mouth, she knew she wouldn't avoid a conversation with her mother about it. "You can trust me." "Us." "You can trust us," Bella said hastily. Bella relaxed her posture, not wanting to challenge her mother in any way. "Your father must be going crazy," Renee sighed, shaking her head. Bella's response had erased any doubt about the progression of her relationship with Alice. A part of Renee, the motherly side rather than the liberal Democrat ex-hippie organic food shopper, felt a bit overwhelmed by the realization that her baby was all grown up. However, she could see how much Bella and Alice cared for each other, which made it easier to accept. Bella had waited for love, and Renee thought she couldn't have asked for more than that. "What he doesn't know can't hurt him," Bella muttered before she could think better of it. Realizing what she had said, she quickly looked at her mother to gauge her reaction. Renee laughed and then covered her mouth, a chagrined expression crossing her face. "I think I said the same thing about my parents when I was your age," Renee murmured, sharing a look with Bella before shaking her head again. Bella scratched her neck uncomfortably, looking around the room awkwardly. She did not want to get drawn into a conversation about it. Even if she was sure Renee knew they were sleeping together, she was not going to discuss it. "Do we need to have a talk about?" Renee began. Bella clamped her hands over her ears and shook her head emphatically. "No." "Just, no," Bella said slowly, still shaking her head. "I'm 18. I can handle things that need to be handled." She finally lowered her hands from her ears. "Okay," Renee said, holding up her hands in a sign of peace. "Okay," Bella repeated, relaxing a little, hoping this conversation was finally coming to an end. "Do you like the dip?" Renee asked, realizing Bella had reached her limit for emotional conversation at the moment. "Huh?" Bella replied, her mind still reeling from their earlier discussion. "The nacho dip," Renee said, smiling as she gestured towards it. "Do you like it? I got the recipe from Sylvia, you know, the one who lives a few houses down, the house with the red door. Do you remember? We passed it on the way in. She and her husband had us over a few weeks ago, and she served this dip. I couldn't get over how amazing it was. It was like pop, pop, pop. My taste buds couldn't handle it. So, I just had to ask her." Renee continued, launching into the full story of how the dip came to be as she picked up the bowl of nachos and brought them over to the couch. Bella followed, a smile touching her lips as her mother went on. She had missed Renee's voice, and it was nice to hear one of her long, rambling narratives. Bella had never quite appreciated how easy conversations were with her mother until she moved to Forks. The first few weeks with Charlie had been very quiet, which had been jarring for her since Renee had always been bustling around the house, yelling out the window to someone across the road, or rambling at her, even if she wasn't really paying attention. "It's good," Bella said finally, in her concise, Charlie-like way. when Renee paused long enough for her to answer the original question. Renee turned her head and chuckled. Bella's economy of words had always alternately amused and confused her. "Well, have some more," Renee said, pushing the bowl towards Bella. "You're getting too skinny." "I am not," Bella complained as she accepted the bowl of nachos. "You are. Is your father feeding you? What did you have for breakfast before your flight?" "Mom," Bella said, rolling her eyes. "Are there fruits in the house?" "Yes. I do the shopping." "Vegetables?" "Yes. I do the shopping." "Are there?" "Mmm." Bella interjected, her tone softened because her mouth was full of chips and dip. "I'm just asking," Renee said, holding up her hands again. A few seconds later, she began talking about the garden she had started in the backyard. She shared her plans for it and how she still missed the one they had left behind in Phoenix. Bella leaned back contentedly and continued to eat her nachos, happily letting her mother's voice wash over her. The next day had been filled with a lot of shopping, but with her mother present, Alice managed to control her impulse to show off Bella's milkshakes. Instead, they picked out some slightly more stylish clothing that still fit Bella's general aesthetic. It was an update in fashion rather than a complete change, and even though Bella never wanted to step foot in another clothing store for at least a month, she was happy with Alice's purchases. After shopping, they took a pleasant stroll around the downtown area. They were the happiest group out on an overcast day and then spent some time in the park. Later, they visited Phil at the park and watched the team practice for a while. Then Bella and Alice sneaked away to a club at the beach, where they could indulge in some kissing and touching that they had to avoid during the daytime. They returned to Renee's in the early hours of the morning. Overall, it had been a fantastic visit, and Bella was pleased that Alice and Charlie had talked her into it. Charlie lowered himself back into the chair he had occupied before and popped open a can of beer, the sound drawing Bella out of her thoughts. "Think positive, Bells," Charlie said helpfully. "Now that Alice has your mother to talk to about shoes, she's bringing over those fashion magazines less." Bella stopped stirring and turned to look at Charlie thoughtfully. "You're right," she breathed out slowly. "Hey, that's not so bad," she said brightly, smiling before turning back to the sauce. Charlie smiled but remained silent. He understood that Bella felt a bit cranky because Alice was giving more attention to Renee than to her. Alice had been in Seattle for 4 days to see a symphony, and now that she was back, Bella likely wanted her full focus. "Charlie," Alice said cheerfully as she entered the kitchen, channeling her inner character from Cheers. "Kiddo," Charlie greeted her as Alice gracefully settled into one of the kitchen chairs. "Have you given any more thought to my proposal?" Alice asked, resting her elbows on the table and leaning forward to look at Charlie. "Oh, I don't know, kiddo," Charlie said, shifting uncomfortably. "I mean, I've been going to Tony forever, and I've sort of got my hair exactly the way I want it right now," he said, running his fingers through his hair as he spoke. "I'm really good, Charlie," Alice said earnestly. "I cut Jasper's hair all the time," she continued. "Even now," she added, remembering that Charlie believed she and Jasper had broken up around the same time as Bella and Edward. Charlie had taken the news of their dating quite well, but they knew revealing that Alice was still with Jasper would be too much for him to handle. Bella glanced at Alice and frowned slightly. Alice didn't cut Jasper's hair all the time. Like every vampire, Jasper's hair didn't grow. "It'll be fine," Alice continued soothingly. "I know it will. I'm 100% certain you'll love it," she added. Bella relaxed, realizing that Alice must have had a vision of Charlie agreeing, and that the haircut would turn out just fine. Charlie looked into Alice's golden eyes and sighed. He suspected she manipulated him often, but he couldn't help giving in to her. "Fine, all right," Charlie said, his shoulders slumping. "But just a trim," he warned. "It hasn't grown out too much, and I want to keep as much on top as I can while I've still got it." Alice laughed and clapped her hands together. "I promise, just a trim," she said as Charlie stood up. "I'm going to change," Charlie declared, heading for the stairs. He needed to get out of the room before Alice talked him into something else. The sound of Alice's delighted laughter followed him out of the kitchen, and he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. That kid was something else. Partway to the stairs, Charlie stopped. He intended to call something back to Alice, but when he turned to face the kitchen, the words died on his lips. He watched as Alice glided over to Bella, wrapping her arms around her waist from behind and pressing her lips against Bella's shoulder. Charlie closed his eyes and took a deep, calming breath. "She's an adult now, she's an adult now," he chanted in his head, hoping that one day he would actually feel that way. As much as he loved Bella, whenever he saw them touching like that, he wanted to kick Alice out of the house, shriek at her in a hysterical voice, and then barricade the doors. Most of the time, Alice was sweet as apple pie. But every once in a while, she'd touch Bella like that or look at her with a particular expression in her eyes. Charlie knew exactly what she was thinking about and had to use all his strength not to go get his shotgun in an attempt to protect Bella's chastity. "She's an adult now, she's an adult now," Charlie repeated as Bella turned around in the loose circle of Alice's arms and pressed her lips against Alice's. Bella's hands lifted to cup Alice's face as she kissed her slowly. Charlie ripped his gaze away from them. He didn't need to or want to see the two of them like that, ever. "She's an adult now, she's an adult now," he chanted once more, continuing on his way to the stairs, even though he still hoped that she was a virginal adult. A week later, Alice's eyes closed as the scent washed over her. Her chest began to rumble. A longing purr escaped from Alice as her lips pulled back, revealing glistening white fangs. "Blood. Blood. Blood." She moaned and stepped forward, craving the sweet smell of human blood. She imagined it flowing into her mouth, the smooth, heavy feel of it trickling down her throat. It would taste so delicious, so wonderful. Her body trembled, and a shiver of excitement tore through her. She envisioned her lips coated with blood, her chin smeared and stained red. A throbbing between her legs reminded her of her desire. The scent was amazing and overpowering. She knew she wasn't supposed to drink it, but it was right in front of her, and she wanted it so much. She had to have it. Suddenly, Alice's head snapped back, and she flew backwards into the wall of the study. The plaster cracked under the weight of her body, dust and flecks falling onto her as she sat on the floor, blinking. "Shit," Alice murmured, looking up at Carlyle. "Don't be discouraged," Carlyle said, moving towards her and offering his hand. "You resisted longer that time," he continued, helping Alice to her feet. He patted her on the shoulder. "Stop breathing for a moment," he requested. Alice nodded and complied. Carlyle then walked over to his desk, where a blood bag from the hospital lay cut open in a bowl. He took the bowl and opened the cooler beside his desk, carefully placing the bowl inside before sealing it again. The scent of blood lingered in the air, but it would be manageable if any of the others entered the room. "It's so overwhelming," Alice moaned sadly when Carlyle took a seat across from her. "And that's just a blood bag," Alice said, waving in the general direction of the cooler. The scent didn't even compare. It didn't come close to being as enchanting as Bella's, she continued despondently. "I know it seems like you're not making much progress," Carlyle began, resting his hand on Alice's knee comfortingly. "But you are," he told her confidently. "You know that Jasper or Emmett wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds in here before they slammed into me trying to get at it. And Rose and Esme wouldn't last much more than a minute or two." He continued, "You held off for 10 minutes that time. That's very good, Alice. Very good." "It was torturous," Alice said, shaking her head. Denying herself like that was actually physically painful. "Yes, it is," Carlyle said, knowing exactly what she was going through. "It will get easier," he promised. "Until it gets harder again," Alice mumbled, looking over at him. She gave him a weak smile to let him know she wasn't upset with him, just with the situation. Carlyle returned the smile before sighing. "Yes, you're right of course," he said, realizing that Alice would know exactly what he had planned for her next. Once she was able to resist the blood bag without the scent making her want to claw at her own skin, he would have to bring her into the hospital and get her used to being around blood and people at the same time. That part of her training would be even more taxing on her than what they were doing at the moment, and with her visions, she knew exactly what type of unpleasantness was in store for her. Alice looked away, the nail of her thumb digging into the flesh of her index finger as she stared at the wall. "What is it?" Carlyle asked. "I'm scared," Alice admitted, returning her gaze to him. "It's like every time I walk in here, I'm confident. I think I'll be able to do it. I tell myself I'm going to be able to withstand it. But then you cut the bag open, and the smell hits me, and it's like... What I want doesn't matter anymore," Alice said. "I can barely think. I'm just taken over by this animalistic lust." She hissed the last two words in disgust. "I'm scared that we'll go through all the training, and I'll think I have it down, but when I get to Bella, it'll be like walking into this room. I'm scared that I'll lose it when I bite her." Carlyle was silent for a moment, looking at her thoughtfully. "How are things between you and Bella, intimately?" he asked. Alice groaned and looked away from him. She thought about how she was going to kill Esme. "Fine," she said, still avoiding his gaze. "Esme said that when you and Bella first became intimate, you had to stop quite often to gather yourself," he continued, keeping his voice steady. He knew that Alice didn't want to talk about this, but it was necessary. "Not really often, more like every once in a while," Alice said defensively, glancing at him before looking away again. She was really going to kill Esme. "Is it still the same, or are you finding it easier to be with her now?" "It's easier," Alice said, sighing. She turned to look at him again, though she doubted she'd be able to keep it up for long. "As long as I feed regularly, I hardly have to stop anymore," she admitted. Carlyle nodded. He had suspected that would be the case, which was why he wasn't too worried when Esme shared what Alice had told her. Esme had been afraid that Alice might not be able to control herself for much longer and wanted him to bring up the idea of changing Bella to Alice. However, Carlyle was confident that Alice would be able to handle it and had put off bringing up the subject. "This works much the same way," Carlyle said reassuringly. "You have a strong will, Alice. Just as you have been able to gain more control over your appetite while you're with Bella, you will gain more control around blood. It's simply a matter of training." "Oh no," Alice moaned, shaking her head repeatedly as a vision of what Carlyle wanted to do flashed in her mind. "Carlyle, please," she said, still shaking her head. "Rose will never let me live that down. Emmett either. You're setting me up for an eternity of being mocked." While Esme chatted with Carlyle, Alice realized that she must have also told him about how difficult it was for her to be around Bella during her period. It hadn't gotten any easier for her. Alice could manage to be with Bella for a few minutes at a time, but soon she felt overwhelmed. Carlyle understood that the combination of fresh blood and Bella's scent would be one of the last challenges she needed to overcome before turning Bella. He planned to have Alice in the same room as Bella when she was menstruating to help her learn to control the urges that arose. Carlyle hummed thoughtfully, glancing over at her. "Perhaps we can arrange it so that the others are hunting when she comes over," he suggested, acknowledging that Alice was likely right about Rose and Emmett teasing her. Despite how many decades they lived, a teenager still lingered inside them, and they enjoyed bugging each other. "This is going to be so mortifying," Alice complained. Even if the others were out of the house, they would still know what was happening and would mock her, especially if she was still feeling anxious when they returned home. "Bella's not going to like the idea either," she mumbled. Just mentioning it to Bella would probably get her slapped. Bella had already expressed that she didn't want Alice discussing this with Carlyle, and suggesting that she come over during that time wouldn't sit well with her. "Bella wants to be turned," Carlyle replied. Alice sighed. He was right, Bella wouldn't like it, but she would agree. Despondently, Alice said, "I think I'm ready for round 2, as she straightened her back. She felt exhausted from talking. Carlyle nodded and moved over to the cooler. As he opened it, the scent of blood made Alice's head spin. She bit down on her lips and closed her eyes. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 27, Part of the Process. A week later, Bella looked up from the book she had been reading. She allowed her eyes to scan her small room, which was in a state of organized chaos. She had inherited her father's organizational skills instead of her mother's. Even though the move to Seattle for university wasn't for over a month, Bella had begun to stockpile items she would need, like soaps and shampoos, and box them up. She also started to pack some personal belongings she only used occasionally. This was her attempt to lessen the amount of preparation she would need to do when the actual moving date approached. However, she was beginning to wish she wasn't so organized. The sight of the boxes around her room was starting to depress her and make her anxious. The boxes and bare spots on her shelves made the move seem more imminent than it actually was. They made it feel real, and the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became about the whole situation. She liked her life. She liked how things were in that moment. She didn't want things to change because she couldn't fathom how they could possibly change for the better. She had a pretty good setup in Forks. She had Angela and Jacob, and occasionally even Mike to hang out with. Things between her and Charlie were better than ever. Her home away from home was just 15 minutes down the road. She got to see Alice every day and sleep in the same bed with her every other night. Now that Charlie knew about her relationship with Alice, she could even hold her girlfriend's hand in the house. At that moment, her life felt idyllic. Logically, Bella knew that her life didn't have to, and probably wouldn't, change too drastically. Even though she wouldn't see them as much in person, she could still talk to Jake and Angela, though probably not Mike, on the phone and through email. She knew that moving out wouldn't sever the connection she had built with Charlie over the past 2 years. The Cullens would be moving to Seattle, so she would still see them often as well. However, even knowing those things, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Bella felt anxious when she thought about going away to school. Alice had tried to reassure her, saying everything would be fine. Alice promised that Bella would love the less structured school system, enjoy not having to cook for herself, and meet many interesting people. Alice believed Bella would be introduced to new ideas and perspectives that would inspire her. Bella wanted to believe Alice, as she always trusted her girlfriend. However, Alice had admitted that her visions of Bella's university life were vague and hazy, more like a vignette than a detailed story. This uncertainty made it hard for Bella to stop worrying. Bella knew she would be in an apartment-style dorm, so space wouldn't be an issue. She would have her own room with a lock, allowing her to maintain her privacy. Still, she couldn't help but wonder about many things. Would she like her roommate? Would her roommate like her? Would her roommate have a problem with her relationship with Alice? Where would she and Alice spend their free time when Charlie's living room was no longer an option? Would Alice want to hang out in the apartment with her, or would she find it childish? Bella thought about the etiquette of having a sleepover guest. Would they have to spend more time at the Cullens' house for privacy? That seemed complicated, especially since Jasper would still be living there. They had a don't ask, don't tell policy about Alice when they interacted, but that would be asking for too much understanding. Could it even be considered privacy with Emmett and Rose around, probably listening? If the Cullens' house was out, and her room was out, would they have to start going to hotels for alone time together? Bella knew they would probably stay in nice ones, as Alice was a princess that way. Would Carlisle object to those bills? Did she even want Carlisle to know about that kind of expense? Would Charlie end up eating at the diner or ordering pizza every night instead of using the user-friendly cookbook she had prepared for him? "Lucy, I'm home." Bella turned her head as Alice's melodic voice reached her. A slow smile spread across her lips. She let the endless questions swirling in her mind fade away and placed the book she had been reading on the bed. Throwing her legs over the edge, she stood. "You're late," Bella said playfully as Alice entered the room and walked toward her. "I was hunting," Alice replied softly, her golden honey eyes warming as Bella moved closer and wrapped her arms around her. "Why?" Bella asked, inhaling deeply and taking in her lover's scent. The familiar aroma sent a shiver of contentment through her. "You just hunted a few days ago," she continued, slightly distracted as Alice caressed her back. Usually, the Cullens only needed to hunt every 2 weeks. Bella remembered that when they first became lovers, Alice had hunted more frequently, but recently, she seemed to have returned to a regular pattern of hunting once a week. "I did," Alice agreed, smiling as she brushed her lips against Bella's cheek. But... she trailed off. But what? Bella asked, pulling back to look at her with curiosity. Charlie's poker game is going to run pretty late, Alice said. Bella paused, waiting for more, but no additional explanation came. Okay, she finally replied, her tone curious and hesitant. If Alice said the poker game would run late, Bella believed it. She just didn't understand why that compelled Alice to go hunting. We have the house all to ourselves, Alice said softly, her voice dropping slightly, catching Bella's attention. They had always had to be cautious about their time together. Bella had always been careful not to make too much noise when they were together in the house. Since Charlie had found out about their relationship, she had become even more paranoid about him overhearing them. They had to be extra cautious. After discovering their secret, Charlie had significantly cut back on late shifts and was more hesitant to stay out late, likely thinking they would take advantage of those moments for some intimate touches in his absence. That meant it had been a while since they could express their love freely, especially vocally. Alice wanted to make the most of this rare opportunity. Oh, Bella breathed, knowing exactly what was on Alice's mind. Her gaze dropped to Alice's body. The raven-haired beauty wore a dark trench coat Bella had never seen before, revealing the lower part of her calves. The coat parted at the top, creating a tantalizing V that hinted at the pale cleavage below. Bella licked her lips. I went hunting, Alice said, drawing Bella's attention back to her eyes, which were now darker, almost copper-colored. Because I planned to make the most of this rare occasion, Alice purred. She moved her hands to the belt holding the coat together, and in that moment, Bella realized Alice wasn't wearing anything underneath. How? Bella asked, her voice breathy and weak as she looked back up at Alice. Showing is so much more fun than telling, Alice replied with a smile. With a flick of her wrist, she undid the belt and rolled her shoulders back, letting the coat slide from her body and pool at her feet. Bella's heart thundered in her chest as Alice's hand trailed roughly up her thigh. Although Alice was barely using her strength, the touch was much rougher than usual, making Bella quiver. She loved it when Alice was in a playful mood. Bella felt a mix of excitement and caution. She knew she should be careful, but when Alice looked at her with that wild glint in her eyes, she couldn't resist. I shouldn't be touching you in a mood like this, Alice breathed, her nails grazing Bella's hips. The pressure was firm but not painful, Alice always made sure of that. I don't care if you're already dead. I'll find a way to murder you if you stop, Bella replied, locking her gaze with Alice's. Alice often spoke this way when she felt more aggressive, but she never really pulled away. Bella understood that if Alice came into her room, she believed she could maintain control. If there had been any doubt in Alice's mind about losing that control, she would have kept her distance. Alice smiled, then laughed softly. Her eyes brightened for a moment before she leaned in to kiss Bella. The kiss began gently but quickly grew deeper, their bodies pressing together more urgently. Bella smiled as her hands started to explore Alice's body. She could feel Alice's excitement. It was clear that Alice had been thinking about this moment all day while Charlie was away at the poker game. Bella's hands traveled over Alice's back and down to her backside, squeezing gently. This elicited a soft moan from Alice, who nuzzled her cheek against Bella's. It was one of the ways Alice managed her urge to nip at her, filling Bella with affection and desire. Alice shifted, lowering her head to kiss Bella's shoulders and chest. The temptation of Bella's neck was strong, but Alice needed to feel her lips on Bella's skin. As Alice's kisses moved lower, Bella felt herself getting lost in the sensation. Alice licked and trailed her tongue haphazardly across Bella's shoulders and collarbone. Her hand moved up Bella's side, nails digging lightly into her skin as Alice's fingers reached her breast. Bella squeezed Alice's backside, feeling her body thrum as Alice moaned against her. The sound sent a rush of electricity straight to Bella's thighs, causing her to feel a delightful throb. Impulsively, Bella's fingers dipped between the cheeks of Alice's bum. Alice shivered at the touch. When Bella's fingers brushed over the puckered ring hidden there, Alice's hips jerked against her, pressing her head against Bella's shoulder with a groan. Bella's fingers stilled. Alice lifted her head to look down at her, eyes wide and dark. Her bottom lip was caught between her teeth as she gazed at Bella, deep in thought. Bella felt a wave of uncertainty in the silence. "Sorry," Bella murmured, sliding her hand from Alice's backside to her hip. "I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Alice blinked and released her lip, letting out a rough breath. "You don't have to be sorry," she said softly, her eyes warm despite their inky blackness. "You just surprised me." "Good surprised or bad surprised?" Bella asked, noticing the smile still on Alice's lips, which gave her a strong hint about the answer. "Good surprised," Alice replied gently. "I liked it," she said, leaning down to press a kiss against Bella's jaw. "I liked it a lot." Bella's thumb began to stroke Alice's hip as she considered her lover's words. At first, Bella had just been happy to be close. Bella had been thrilled to be invited to the party and to touch Alice in any way. She couldn't imagine their lovemaking becoming any more incredible. However, as Alice's confidence grew and Bella became more comfortable being naked and touching her, they began to explore more. One night, as they lay together, Bella was trying to catch her breath after Alice had shown how much she had been looking forward to seeing her. Alice leaned over the edge of the bed to dig through her purse. After a few moments of rummaging, she pulled out a small black vibrator, holding it in her hand. Bella stared at it for a moment before her gaze drifted back to Alice. Alice smiled playfully, wiggling her eyebrows, and rested her hand on Bella's hip, breathing out, "Just a thought." Bella liked the thought. She leaned in and kissed Alice softly as her hand stroked the one holding the vibrator. Still kissing Alice, she slowly guided their hands between her legs and whispered, "I like the way your mind works." From that night on, the vibrator became a frequent visitor in their adventures. Since then, an accident involving Bella eating ice cream in bed led to her playfully eating ice cream off Alice. Alice's scarf collection became useful as a blindfold for her and, on one adventurous night, as makeshift handcuffs for Bella. Until a few moments ago, Bella had never considered the idea of trying something new, but now the opportunity was there, and Alice seemed willing. Bella felt curious about it. The thought had always made her feel tingly. "Won't it hurt?" Bella asked, thinking out loud, her cheeks flushing pink after the question left her mouth. Alice noticed the blush and brushed her lips against Bella's. Alice kissed Bella softly, feeling her relax again. "No," she whispered against Bella's mouth, "not if it's done right." Her eyelashes fluttered against Bella's cheek. "Have you done this before?" Bella asked, knowing the answer was probably yes. Alice had lived a long time and had many nights to fill. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Alice replied, running her nose across Bella's cheek. Bella thought for a moment. They rarely discussed Alice's past sexual experiences, but Alice was 107 years old and had been in relationships for at least the last 60 years. Bella knew that meant Alice was extremely experienced. She didn't like to think about Jasper and Alice together. It brought up unpleasant images and stirred feelings of jealousy that were unhelpful. Still, she accepted that they had a history and likely still shared intimate moments. Knowing this, she felt there was no reason for Alice not to respond. "Yes," Bella said finally. Alice nodded and murmured, then, "Yes," with a slight purr in her voice. "And you liked it?" Bella asked, feeling excitement rather than jealousy at the answer. She was pleased that the thought of Alice's pleasure aroused her too. Bella's hand moved restlessly, caressing Alice's side as it slowly inched behind her. "Yes," Alice said again, her purr more pronounced as she bit her bottom lip. "Do you want me to?" Bella began, blushing as she looked up at Alice. "Only if you want to," Alice replied softly, her eyes serious as she held Bella's gaze. "You certainly don't have to," she added quietly, her gaze unwavering. "Bella," Alice said softly, her eyes fluttering open. Bella's fingers grazed the curve of Alice's body, causing her to tremble slightly. "I'll enjoy whatever you want to do," Alice reassured her, a playful smile spreading across her face. "Trust me." Bella looked up at Alice, a hint of a pout on her lips. You already know what I'm going to do, don't you? Alice shook her head. No, not really. But I know the options you're considering, she replied, her lips curving up again as she ran her hand along Bella's side. And all of them are very nice. Bella paused for a moment. She believed Alice would find pleasure in whatever she chose, but she recalled the excited moan Alice had given the first time she touched her intimately, and the way Alice's body responded. Alice would enjoy anything she did, but that would be the most enjoyable. They hadn't talked much about it, but Bella knew Alice had to exercise a lot of control when they were together. She suspected there were many things Alice would like to explore but held back from doing because they might be too intense for her. This was something Bella could give her, a desire of Alice's that she could fulfill before being turned. How do I do it, right? Bella asked. Alice bit her bottom lip, her gaze locked on Bella's. Then she smiled, guiding Bella's hand between her legs. Bella watched, captivated, as Alice moved beneath her. The vampire's beauty always left her in awe, but in moments like this, naked and shimmering in the moonlight, with her body glistening and her face reflecting pleasure, Bella felt as if her heart might stop from the sheer beauty of it all. The sheer exquisiteness of Alice's beauty captivated Bella. She reached out with her free arm, running her hand over Alice's cool, taut stomach, then over her small, pert breasts. Bella caressed, kneaded, and squeezed as her fingers explored inside of Alice. It felt different, but it was a very pleasant kind of different. Bella was excited beyond belief. She knew that when Alice came, she would too. The sensation of Alice's muscles clenching around her fingers and the soft, breathy pants Alice would release would take her over the edge. Bella leaned down, pressing her lips against Alice's. They kissed slowly and deeply, moving together as their bodies were bathed in the pale glow of the moon. Bella's tongue brushed against a sharp canine tooth, and her mind barely registered that Alice's fangs had dropped. Alice suddenly pulled away, angling her head to the side as her hands gripped the sheets bunched at her side. Bella chewed on her bottom lip, careful not to break the skin, as she watched Alice's eyes flutter shut. She knew that Alice was close to coming. Alice's fangs only showed when she was nearing orgasm, and the way she gripped the sheets indicated she was very close. Bella, Alice gasped, the word caught somewhere between a breathy exclamation and a growl. Her chest vibrated as a constant, keening purr radiated from deep within her. Bella pressed her lips against Alice's jaw, needing to kiss her even though she couldn't risk going near her mouth. The sound of Alice's purr sent an electric thrill straight to Bella. Bella moaned and bit at Alice's jaw before pressing her lips against the column of her throat, alternating between nipping and sucking at the cool skin there. Belle. Alice rasped, her eyes squeezing shut. However, before she could finish saying Bella's name, she began to. Alice's hips bucked, and her lips parted in a silent cry. Her back arched, and her body began to shake. Her inner muscles clenched around Bella's fingers as Bella pressed against her, shivering with a mix of emotions. An hour later, Alice wrapped her arm around Bella, pulling the younger brunette close. She sighed contentedly. The fire that had burned inside her all day had finally cooled. She could enjoy being close to Bella again without the overwhelming urge to rip her clothes off or dive between her legs. Are you sleepy? Alice asked. Bella replied, shaking her head as much as she could in her position. But keep your hands to yourself, she added a moment later when Alice rubbed against her. Alice smiled against Bella's bare back and nodded obediently. Bella may not have been sleepy, but she felt tired. Usually, she kept up with Alice so well that Alice had to remind herself Bella didn't have endless stamina like she did. How did it go this afternoon? Bella asked as Alice stroked her stomach lightly, the touch meant to soothe rather than arouse. It was short, Alice said, sighing a little. Were you having trouble? Bella asked curiously, trying to keep the anxiousness out of her voice. Alice had told her that Carlisle said the lessons were going well and that she would probably be ready sooner than they thought. The news had excited Bella, and she worried there might be a delay. No, Alice replied. We just got interrupted. She shifted a little uncomfortably. A call came after we started. From Edward, she added after a pause. Oh, Bella breathed softly, then shifted in Alice's arms to face her. How is he? She asked, feeling the familiar guilt rise within her whenever Edward's name was mentioned. She doubted she would ever forget how he had looked the last time she saw him. Bella's eyes fluttered open, and she felt icy fingers on her cheek. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she jerked back in surprise but forced herself to relax when she saw Edward's sad, perfect face. Edward, she breathed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Just a few hours earlier, Alice had been lying beside her. Where's? She's at home, Edward said, withdrawing his hand from Bella's face. She had a vision. Bella gasped, and Edward smiled a sad smile. Don't worry, he said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. It's nothing terrible. Bella sat up, clutching the covers tightly against her front as she propped herself against the headboard, watching him closely. Something was different about him, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. What was the vision? Bella asked, realizing that whatever caused Alice to leave and Edward to come was probably important. Me, Edward said, turning to look at her. Leaving. Leaving? Bella breathed, staring at him in confusion. Yes, Edward said, standing up again. He began to pace by the side of her bed. I just came by because I wanted to say goodbye, he continued a minute later, glancing over at her again. Edward. Why? Bella asked, shifting on the bed and making a move to stand up before she remembered that she was naked under the covers. Because, he sighed softly, his eyes closing tightly as he spoke. You love her. And you don't love me, he continued, opening his eyes again. He blinked, his eyes trembling with tears he hadn't been able to shed in over 100 years. At that moment, he sounded younger than ever to her. Don't, he said, shaking his head again. Bella hadn't realized she had begun to speak. I know it's true, he went on, looking away. I know you care about me, but your feelings have irrevocably changed. Mine haven't. However, he continued, his voice filled with pain, I can't stay here. I can't be around the two of you. Perhaps in some ways, Jasper is a better man than I. He sighed and shook his head. In any case, I need to leave. He turned to face Bella once more. He began, but stopped, bringing his hands up to his face and covering it for a moment. I wish I could have been the man I should have been. The man you needed me to be, he said shakily a few moments later, letting his hands fall to his sides. His back straightened, and he met her gaze directly. I love you. Be happy, he whispered. Then, before Bella could say a word, he was gone. Alice sighed and ran her tapered, elegant fingers through her hair. He sounded in better spirits than last time, she said, reaching for Bella's hand. He's beginning to enjoy traveling a bit, I think, she continued. He talked mostly about the places he had visited since he called last. Have you seen anything? Bella asked, enjoying the feel of Alice restlessly toying with her fingers. No, Alice said, shaking her head. Nothing solid anyway. His future is constantly in flux. He doesn't know what he wants, where he wants to go, or what he wants to do. He's living from day to day right now, sometimes moment to moment. It's impossible to say what is down the road for him. They were silent for a long time. Do you feel as terrible as I do? Bella finally asked, shifting closer to Alice so she could rest her head on her shoulder. It seemed strange, but whenever she thought of Edward, she felt an intense desire to get closer to Alice, to feel the bond between them. It was as if she needed to feel Alice's love for her, to remind herself of the connection they shared. She needed to feel Alice against her to know that the pain they had caused Edward was worth it. Yes, Alice said softly. She felt terribly guilty and ashamed. She loved Edward, and she never thought it was in her to hurt him so badly. But she hadn't meant to cause him pain. She had only felt, she had only lived. Once her feelings were known, there was nothing she could do to stop or tame them. She felt terrible about how things had turned out, but she loved Bella. She couldn't, and wouldn't, stop loving her because Bella loved her too, and that was special, even if the way it happened hadn't been ideal. What do we do? Bella asked, wrapping her arms more tightly around Alice. We love each other, Alice said softly, brushing her lips against Bella's forehead. And we love him. And we hope that one day that will be enough. Bella nodded and secured her arms around Alice's waist. She tilted her head up to place a soft kiss on the underside of the vampire's jaw. I don't want to talk about Edward anymore, Bella murmured softly. No? Alice asked, feigning surprise. Bella shook her head as much as she could while pressed against Alice's side. How bizarre, Alice mused sarcastically. Bella swatted her lightly, and Alice quieted down for a moment, but only for a moment. Alice hummed a few seconds later, her hand moving to stroke her chin, her expression a caricature of thoughtfulness. Can we talk about these boxes, then? Alice asked, looking over at Bella with a light and playful tone. I mean, you know that it's July, right? Shut up, Bella grumbled good-naturedly. I'd just like to be prepared, okay? She continued in a disgruntled tone, though she was smiling against Alice's shoulder as she spoke. You're nervous, Alice said knowingly, stroking Bella's back softly. You always get obsessive-compulsive when you're nervous. I do not get obsessive-compulsive, Bella said, pushing up on her arms slightly so she could glare down at Alice. Alice simply met her gaze with wide, innocent eyes and said nothing. Bella sighed and lay back down. Maybe a little obsessive-compulsive, she admitted. Bella acknowledged this by tightening her hold on Alice. A very minuscule amount, Alice agreed. It's going to be okay, Alice said a moment later, her fingers gently playing with Bella's. After the first week, you'll feel like you've been there forever. I know, Bella replied, intertwining her fingers with Alice's. I guess I won't really feel that way until I get there and experience it myself. She spoke as gently as she could, hoping Alice wouldn't interpret her comment as a lack of trust in her visions. She did believe Alice when she said things would be fine, but her mind wouldn't stop worrying until she was actually through the situation. Alice smiled and let out a light laugh before turning her head to kiss Bella's forehead. What? Bella asked, trying to sound annoyed but failing miserably. It was impossible for her to sound peevish while lying in bed with Alice's arms wrapped around her. I know you need to experience it, Alice said gently, stroking Bella's thumb softly. I saw that too. Her lips curved into a smile once more. I know telling you it'll be okay is a losing battle, but call me a fool if you must. It's just not within my power to see you sad without trying to do or say something to cheer you up. Bella's body trembled lightly at Alice's words, and her eyes began to tear up. She squeezed Alice's hand tightly and then shifted forward to brush her lips against Alice's, kissing her softly as tears wet both of their cheeks. You may be a fool, but you're my fool and I love you, Bella breathed against Alice's lips after a long moment, her lips curving into a smile as Alice stared up at her with an adorably goofy grin. Life is one fool thing after another, whereas love is two. Fool things after each other, Alice whispered, still smiling as she recited one of her favorite Oscar Wilde quotes. Bella leaned down and kissed Alice again, then again. And they said tomfoolery doesn't pay, Alice said, her voice breathy and content as she gazed up at Bella dreamily. I think that's a crime, dear, Bella replied, smirking at Alice for a moment before resting her head back on the pillow beside her lover. Oh, no, crime is very lucrative. There's lots of money to be made there. It's fairly easy to get away with too, Alice responded, her tone serious. Or at least it was before the invention of video surveillance and forensics. Bella remained silent for a moment, staring into Alice's honey-brown eyes. You're messing around with me, she declared a few moments later, though she wasn't completely convinced. Alice shook her head gravely, causing Bella's eyes to widen. Then, Alice smiled, and her body began to shake as she tried to contain her laughter. I was a producer for a speakeasy in the Big Easy starting in 1927. I dressed like a boy back then and went by the name of Rex Rothschild, Alice said, drawing out the name in a southern accent and punctuating it with a dramatic hand motion. Producers worked by night, by moonshine, as they used to say, Alice continued, smirking. That was perfect for me. Because of my height, I had to pretend to be just a runner, not the man himself. But that worked out well enough. People didn't mess with me because they didn't want my boss to come after them. I made sure Marco, the crank Marino, had a particular reputation, you see. The stuff I delivered was always on time and to the quantity ordered. I was able to make a pretty penny, enough to see me through the depression and longer. Seriously? Bella asked, her eyes wide and her tone hushed in awe. Alice nodded and grinned. It was a hell of a time, she sighed nostalgically. Great music, she continued wistfully. My control wasn't as good then as it is now, but every once in a while, I would make it into a club in Charleston the night away. I got to dress up for that, which you know I love. And the bob was in them, so this, Alice said, running her fingers through her hair, wasn't even a problem. What was your name when you hit the town? Bella asked curiously, settling herself more comfortably beside Alice. Alice Adams, Alice said thoughtfully before smirking. I'm a big fan of alliteration. I was absolutely crushed when Jazz and I caught up with the others and I learned what their last name was. She continued forlornly, I almost changed my name to Clara. I went by it for a while, in fact, but it didn't feel right, and I kept forgetting to answer when people called my name. Bella laughed at the last part, easily picturing Alice staring dreamily off into the distance as the teacher called out, Clara. Clara. Clara, over and over again with no response. Tell me more about being a producer, Bella requested softly when her laughter calmed down. I remember Mr. Gibson saying something about absinthe being popular in New Orleans during Prohibition. Did you make that as well as hooch? No, Alice said, laughing lightly. I stayed away from that. In New Orleans, the old absinthe house on Bourbon Street took care of that. They served it in the French style. What's that? Bella asked, absorbed in Alice's tale in a way she rarely was in history class. They had these marble fountains that would drip cold water onto lumps of sugar suspended on perforated spoons over glasses of absinthe. When the mixture reached the tippler's desired level of sweetness and dilution, it was then bottoms up, Alice responded. That's so crazy, Bella breathed out excitedly. Tell me more. Alice breathed in deeply and then exhaled, her eyes scanning the ceiling thoughtfully. Well, my game was White Lightning. I really was Alice the slack-jawed yokel back then, Alice said, chuckling softly. You really can't get more backwoods than White Lightning, but back then, when bathtub whiskey was your other main option, people didn't mind so much about keeping up appearances. Bella closed her eyes, allowing Alice's voice to wash over her. Her mind created visuals to go along with Alice's words, making the story come alive. She loved listening to Alice talk and knew that if she kept encouraging her, Alice would continue for hours. With her eyes still closed, Bella smiled and snuggled against Alice. She was so happy not to have school in the morning. Chapter 28, Ready. 5 months later, Alice walked forward slowly. Her chest rose and fell gently as her feet moved noiselessly across the floor. The room was cool, and Alice was acutely aware of Carlyle's fingers lightly resting against her neck. The woman in front of her looked peaceful. Alice knew it was due to the drugs being administered through the IV beside her bed, but the tranquil expression struck her in a profound way she couldn't explain. She stopped walking. Are you all right? Carlyle asked softly, his voice lower than a whisper. Human ears would never have detected the question, even if they had been pressed against his side. Yes, Alice breathed out, slightly louder. She continued toward the bed and stopped when she was in line with the sleeping woman's torso. She paused, taking a moment to stretch her neck, and Carlyle's fingers moved with her as she rotated it. She's bleeding through the bandages, Alice said softly, staring down at the figure in front of her. Yes, Carlyle agreed, reaching for the blanket covering the woman with his free hand and pulling it down. That's why I'm going to change it, he continued, keeping one hand steady on Alice's neck as he used the other to begin undoing the bandages. She didn't get out of surgery long ago. It'll take a while longer for the bleeding to stop completely. Alice's eyes focused on Carlisle's hand as it moved assuredly. She easily followed his rapid and precise movements. When the wound was unwrapped and lay open to her gaze, Alice's eyes fluttered, and she breathed in deeply. Carlisle's hand stilled over the new bandages, and Alice leaned forward, bending gracefully at her waist until her nose was mere millimeters from the bleeding incision. She breathed in deeply. Carlisle's thumb twitched against her neck. Alice breathed in again. Alice felt her mouth beginning to fill with venom. She wanted to part her lips and let her tongue run across the warm, slick flesh in front of her. The smell of blood spread throughout her, making her feel lightheaded, almost delirious. She closed her eyes and stopped breathing for a moment to regain her focus. Keeping her eyes closed, she breathed in and out deeply, allowing the scent to envelop her once again. It would be easier to control herself if she held her breath, but she knew that when she fed on Bella, she would constantly be taking in her scent. She had to keep breathing during practice as well. The surgery went well, Carlisle began, speaking in a conversational tone. Alice turned her head to look at him. She struggled to focus on his words, but she could tell he was talking to her, and the sound of his voice was comforting. She looked back down at the woman on the bed. She listened to the steady beating of the woman's heart, watching the sweet blood leak from her wound. Her vampire eyes perceived it in all its terrible glory as Carlisle continued to speak. He spread antiseptics over the incisions, his latex-covered fingers moving through the blood and disturbing it, intensifying its scent as he worked. "Not that you're bragging," Alice murmured, her lips curving into a small smile as she turned to look at her father again. It was becoming easier for her to focus on his words, and she could follow him as he described the complex procedure that had gone off without a hitch. "Of course not," Carlisle replied, smiling back. "I do admit that I have an unfair advantage." He continued to explain the surgery he had performed. Alice listened, occasionally asking questions or commenting on something he had said while he treated the woman on the bed and began to bandage her up again. "All done," Carlisle said finally, carefully removing the gloves he had been wearing. Alice carefully moved to a special receptacle to dispose of the used materials. She glanced up at the clock and blinked in surprise. Half an hour had gone by, and she had barely noticed. When she looked back at Carlisle, he was pulling the blanket back over the woman's sleeping body. A moment later, he turned and directed a dazzling smile at her. "I'm ready," Alice said softly, her voice slow. An audible breath escaped her as she began to blink quickly. "Yes, you are," Carlisle replied, taking a step toward her. His large hand moved to rest on her shoulder. "How about that?" Alice muttered dully, still blinking as her eyes scanned the area around the bed. She felt unsteady and made her way to a nearby chair, sitting down carefully. "Are you having second thoughts?" Carlisle asked, watching her closely. He had expected her to be a ball of excitement when she received the news. He thought he would have to hug her to keep her from bouncing off the walls. "No," Alice said, shaking her head as she spoke. "No," she repeated, looking over at him. Her tone was more assured this time. "It's just. I can't believe it's time. It always seems so far off, like a distant thing. And now it's here." She shook her head again. "I'm not used to being surprised, I guess." "No, I don't suppose you are," Carlisle said with a gentle smile. Alice was silent for a moment before smirking. "I knew you were going to say that," she said, and Carlisle's fatherly smile turned into an amused grin. Alice stared at Carlisle thoughtfully for a minute. "How did it only take 6 months?" she asked, sounding bewildered. "You've been living a very controlled life for a long time," Carlisle replied, moving to sit in the chair next to her. "You have a highly developed will," he continued, smiling gently. "The truth is, you were." Alice was 2/3 of the way done when she started. She stared at him for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, rubbing her fingers over her eyes before running a hand through her hair. "Bella's going to need a doctor's note to be excused from class," she finally said, her gaze returning to the woman on the bed. "Something that will cover an extended absence." She ran her hand through her hair again. Bella had just started at university, and now she would have to leave. She had just written her first semester exams and was still learning how to make the most of her meal plan. Alice wanted Bella to have more time to experience everything. She's had a bad fall. She slipped a disc, Carlyle said, meeting Alice's eyes as she looked at him. She'll be bedridden for weeks and confined to her home for months. How tragic, Alice murmured, a smile forming on her lips. It's extremely sad. Heartbreaking, really, Carlyle replied, smiling back. Well, Alice said as she stood, extending her hand to Carlyle. She laughed lightly as he pretended to struggle to get up. I guess it's time to go break the good news. 30 minutes later, Alice smiled as the door to Bella's apartment-style dorm was thrown open. Her hand lifted automatically to wave at the blonde standing in the doorway. Bella! Ainsley yelled, stepping back from the open doorway to let Alice in. Really ridiculously good-looking is here. I'm really going to have to look into changing my name, Alice said as she stepped into the apartment. It's a mouthful when introducing myself, and I'm beginning to think that the second "K" really sounds a little arrogant. She smirked at Ainsley, who rolled her eyes and shut the door. Bella! Ainsley called again, a small smile touching her lips. Really ridiculously good-looking, with a bright future ahead of her in the field of comedy, is here, she amended, and Alice smirked, playfully bowing. Alice liked Ainsley. When they first met, Ainsley had been a little wary, as most humans were, even if they weren't fully aware of their feelings. Humans, who weren't Bella, seemed to sense danger whenever they were around a vampire. Most people were cautious and reserved. However, Alice's size and friendly nature usually helped people relax after a while, and Ainsley was no exception. Once they got to know each other, Ainsley loosened up, and they had a lot of fun teasing each other. I'm in my room. Bella yelled from the back of the apartment. Oh, Ainsley said, grinning at Alice. It's going to be one of those visits, is it? Alice smiled back at her. It's always one of those visits, she replied, wiggling her eyebrows. Ainsley shook her head and let out a mockingly sad sigh. You almost make me wish I had an inner Ellen to get in touch with. Alice reached out and patted Ainsley's shoulder, knowing Ainsley wouldn't feel the coolness of her hand through the glove she wore. Sometimes wishing isn't enough, she said, her voice sincere. Sometimes you need to believe. In your heart, she whispered, poking her finger just above Ainsley's heart. Honestly, you should start a blog or something. Comedy genius like that shouldn't be wasted on me alone, Ainsley replied, rolling her eyes with sarcasm. Go have sex with your girlfriend, she said, waving her hand toward Bella's room. I'm bored of you and your comedy. I swear, we're just going to talk, Alice said, holding up her hands innocently as she walked toward Bella's room. Yeah, Ainsley muttered under her breath. Alice slowly moved away from Ainsley. I'm sure it'll be oral at least, she continued a few seconds later, her voice barely above a whisper. Alice heard the comment and smiled. According to Steve Woodhouse, that's a specialty of yours, Alice called out, stopping just in front of Bella's door. Ainsley turned around, her mouth forming an almost perfect circle as she gaped at Alice, amazed that she had caught her muttered words. That's exactly what his impression looked like, Alice said, smiling. She gracefully shifted to the side to avoid the pillow Ainsley quickly picked up and threw at her. Alice laughed, moving to the other side as another pillow flew past her. Then, she opened the door to Bella's room, quickly slipping inside and closing the door just as Ainsley reached for a plastic coaster to hurl in her direction. Bella trailed her fingers lightly across Alice's collarbone. Her eyes were serious and focused on Alice as her fingers moved. Finally, Bella sighed and asked, "What is it?" Alice had been in a strange mood since entering the room. At first, Bella thought it might be the disorientation that sometimes followed Alice's visions, but when she asked, Alice said she hadn't had a vision all day. Still, vision or no vision, Alice seemed distant, and Bella was beginning to drive herself crazy speculating about the cause of her lover's distraction. Nothing bad, Alice said, looking over at Bella and smiling softly. She could hear the worry in Bella's voice. In fact, it's good news, she continued, reaching out to stroke Bella's face. I was just trying to determine the best way to tell you, she sighed. But everything I think of isn't exciting enough, I guess. Exciting or not, now you have to tell me, Bella said, frowning a little as she gazed at Alice. You can't build something up like that and leave me hanging, she added, turning her head to the side into Alice's hand so she could kiss her palm. No? Alice asked, raising an eyebrow at Bella. Bella shook her head and leaned down, pressing her lips against Alice's. She murmured, no, against her lips. I had a session with Carlisle today, Alice said when Bella pulled back, her honey-colored eyes focused entirely on Alice. Bella nodded but remained silent. She knew when all of Alice's sessions with Carlisle were. To her embarrassment, she had even been forced to participate in some of them a month ago. She had refused at first. What Alice proposed was too embarrassing to consider. But after thinking it over and having a very awkward conversation with Carlisle, she realized it had to be done. Those sessions had been difficult for both of them. Alice had always managed to keep her vampire instincts under control. Although Bella had seen her struggle, she had never witnessed Alice like she was during those sessions. In their first session, on the second day of Bella's period, Carlisle had actually had to tackle Alice and wrestle her to the floor. His arms and legs wrapped around her like a spider to keep her trapped while she growled and struggled, her jet-black eyes focused on Bella with a longing that was both beautiful and terrifying. They continued with multiple sessions each day for the next 3 days, and slowly, Alice improved, just as Carlisle had said she would. His presence was crucial to their success. His ability to control Alice when she was overwhelmed was the only reason Bella could stay in the room long enough for Alice to get used to the scent. Finally, after 2 brutal days, Alice gained enough control that Carlisle holding her arm firmly was enough to stop her from advancing. On the last day, she managed to maintain her composure without Carlisle restraining her. She stood rigidly, her arms pressed tightly against her sides, her face contorted in a mask of agony for the entire half-hour Bella was in the room. It was the last one, Alice said softly, holding Bella's gaze as the words left her lips. The last, Bella breathed out, her brows furrowing before her eyes widened in realization. You mean? Alice nodded, her lips curving into a wide, beautiful smile as Bella stared down at her, blinking in disbelief. Bella's head began to spin, shivers of excitement coursing through her as she tried to process the information. Alice had mentioned that the sessions were going well, but her initial timetable suggested they would have to wait at least a year, maybe 2. Bella had thought she would have to wait much longer before she could finally be turned. But now, only 6 months after their first conversation, Alice was ready. Alice gasped as Bella's lips pressed against hers. Alice lifted her hand to support Bella's neck, allowing her to deepen the kiss. The touch was urgent and intoxicating, and Alice lay back, letting Bella take control of the moment. When? Bella breathed out, panting softly as she finally pulled away. After we get back from Florida, Alice said, reaching up to stroke Bella's cheek. Bella was due to head back to Forks the next day to spend Christmas with Charlie, and then they were set to go to Florida for New Year's. Alice spoke to Renee and Charlie almost as often as Bella did, and she knew they were both looking forward to the visits. Bella wouldn't be able to see them for quite some time after she was turned, and Alice wanted her to enjoy one last visit with her parents as a human. Bella opened her mouth to respond but then closed it and nodded. The impatient teenage part of her wanted to demand that Alice change her right then and there, but she had grown a lot over the past year. She understood why Alice wanted to wait until after Christmas. Her parents were excited about the visit, and it would be the last time she could see them as she was. Later, months down the road, she would see them again, but she would be different. Different and changed, not just a product of Renee and Charlie, but of Alice as well. In a way, Christmas was the last chance for her parents to see their daughter as she was. Bella wouldn't take that opportunity away from Charlie, or Renee, or herself. After Florida, Bella said softly. After Florida, Alice repeated, her thumb tenderly stroking Bella's cheek. Bella lifted her hand to cover Alice's, her gaze thoughtful as she looked at her lover. In a month. She began, her voice trailing off as her eyes shifted to the side. What? Alice prompted gently, leaning in to press her lips against the corner of Bella's mouth. We'll be equal, Bella said, her voice shaking slightly. In a month, we'll be equal. Alice stared at Bella for a long moment. She wanted to say they were equal already, that nothing would change between them after Bella was turned, but that would be a lie. She knew Bella was aware of it too. What they were informed every interaction. After Bella was turned, she wouldn't have to be careful not to hug Bella too tightly and break her ribs. Bella wouldn't have to worry that her nails would break if she scratched Alice's back too hard. Bella would be able to stand up for herself and defend her position. She would no longer need Alice as an advocate or guardian. When they ran through the woods, Bella would be beside her, their hands entwined, instead of Bella being cradled in her arms. Alice kissed Bella, and Bella sighed, collapsing into her embrace. Bella's hand trailed up Alice's side, brushing against the swell of her breast a moment later. This is going to be different once I'm turned, isn't it? She asked, watching as her hand cupped Alice's breast, her heart quickening as Alice breathed in sharply at the touch. Yes, Alice said, her eyes fluttering shut as Bella's thumb brushed over her nipple. How? Bella asked curiously, lowering her head to trace her lips along Alice's neck. It will be warmer for you, Alice said softly, stroking Bella's back. I mean, I will feel normal to you. I won't feel cold anymore. That will be strange, Bella whispered against Alice's cool skin. I'm so used to the temperature difference that I barely notice it anymore. I think you will like the change, Alice replied softly, meeting Bella's lips and savoring the kiss for a moment. You will shiver less at night. I would shiver forever if it meant you were lying next to me, Bella said, her eyes locked on Alice's. We will have forever, Alice said with a smile. And I will be able to keep you warm. Bella leaned down and kissed her again, her hands gripping Alice's shirt, needing to feel connected in that moment. We won't get to sleep together anymore, Bella said softly. I didn't mean it that way, she added a moment later, swatting at Alice as the vampire raised an eyebrow in question. Not sleep, per se, Alice admitted, snuggling against Bella. But we do actually rest on the beds. Well, I do at least. She smiled a little. Edward hadn't had a bed in his room, but he was far more minimalist than she was. Unlike Edward, she understood the benefits of a big bed and a firm mattress. You will learn a little trick once you're turned, a way of meditating that puts you into a semi-conscious state, she continued, kissing Bella's cheek. It's pleasant, requires us to lie down, and most importantly, it provides plenty of opportunity to snuggle. It's not quite what you do now, but it's as close as we can get. Why do you? Bella began to ask. Staying up all night gets boring after a while, Alice said, making a face. For the first year or so, it's great. You're productive and all smug that you don't need to sleep. But then you start collecting buttons, scrapbooking, and memorizing the scripts to tony little infomercials. You even start thinking about buying a Bowflex, even though you're a vampire, and you end up with a dozen sets of Ginsu knives that never get used, Alice said. Because you're a vampire, Bella interjected softly, smiling. Exactly, Alice confirmed, nodding. And when that happens, you realize that you'd kill to be able to shut your brain down for a couple of hours. Bella laughed softly and brushed her lips against Alice's. You'll teach me? Of course, Alice murmured, her lips curling up. It's going to be great teaching you the ropes. We're going to have tons of fun together, you know, when you're not battling your insatiable lust for blood. Bella groaned and glared at Alice. Way to keep it real, Tink, she moaned, still glaring at her lover. You need to remember that it's not all sparkling in the sunlight and running through woodland areas with the grace of a gazelle and the speed of a cheetah, Alice murmured. Her tone was light, but her expression was serious. It's going to be very difficult for you at first. I know, Bella sighed, resting her head on the pillow beside Alice. I've listened to the warnings, the friendly talks, and the concerned chats. I know what I'm getting into. I'm not afraid. This is what I want. She took Alice's hand into hers. "Good," Alice said, squeezing her hand and tilting her head toward Bella. "Because..." She paused, her eyes blinking rapidly. "I would have destroyed me to watch as you slowly faded." Alice stopped, her voice trailing off as her eyes squeezed shut. The thought alone was too terrible to bear. She couldn't force the words past her lips. Bella leaned forward, pressing her lips against Alice's as her arms wrapped around the vampire's body, holding her tightly. "I love you," Alice said softly, her lips brushing against Bella's. "I love you too," Bella replied, smiling against Alice's lips. Alice kissed Bella again and murmured, "I told Ainsley we were just going to talk." Her hands began to explore Bella's sides. Bella smirked and replied, "Well, I didn't make any promises. And I'm through talking." Alice smiled and lay back, allowing Bella to take charge. "You're so cool," Alice said, looking up at Bella with a bright smile. "The coolest," Bella responded, then found something much more productive to do with her lips. Chapter 29, Steady, Go After Florida. Bella looked at herself in the full-length mirror. Her hands ran over the smooth material of the white nightgown she wore. Her fingers drifted up to her hair, lightly brushing against the pale flowers braided into her chestnut strands. Esme had spent the last couple of hours fawning over her, styling her hair, and making sure she was comfortable. Bella felt a bit embarrassed by the attention, but she understood it came from Esme's fondness for her. So, she sat still and let Esme spoil her. Tearing her eyes away from the mirror, Bella turned to look behind her. The room was lit only by candlelight, casting flickering orange waves that filled the space with a gothic romance. In the middle of the room stood a single bed with white sheets, surrounded by blood-red rose petals strewn across the comforter and the floor. Bella closed her eyes and focused on her breathing, trying to calm her nerves. She felt like a bride on her wedding night. Her heart raced when the door to the bedroom opened. Turning around, she pressed her hand against her chest, attempting to steady the thumping. Bella watched as Alice and Carlisle entered the room. Alice had assured her that none of the others would be present. Esme had wanted desperately to be there, but once Alice bit her, the scent of blood would be too much for her to resist. Emmett and Rosalie would have been tempted by it as well, and Carlisle wouldn't have been able to restrain all three of them while also monitoring Alice's intake to ensure she didn't take too much blood. Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper were currently gathered in the living room, along with Esme, waiting for Carlisle to come down. Announced that the conversion had begun. Carlisle paused just inside the doorway, while Alice walked over to Bella and took her hands. "You look amazing," Alice said, her lips curving into a delighted smile as she took in Bella's appearance. "I told you, you'd clean up well," she added, her eyes sparkling playfully. "It doesn't look half bad," Bella replied, a small smile forming as she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. She was usually a low-maintenance girl, but it felt nice to be dressed up like a princess for one night. "Don't be modest," Alice said with a sly expression. "You look good enough to eat." Bella stared at her for a moment before laughing and stepping into Alice's embrace. She sighed gratefully as Alice wrapped her arms around her in a comforting hug. "It's going to be all right," Alice whispered, pressing her lips to Bella's cheek. "I know," Bella breathed, her hand finding Alice's. "I'll always bet on you." Alice smiled at her, then leaned in and kissed Bella, pouring all her love into the moment. "Come with me," Alice said softly, holding Bella's hand firmly, stroking the back of it with her thumb as she led her to the bed. Bella's gaze drifted to Carlisle as Alice settled down on the bed next to her. Carlisle met her eyes, and they held each other's gaze for a few seconds before Bella blushed and looked away. "This is strange," Bella whispered as she felt Alice's arm drape over her waist. She instinctively turned into Alice's touch, her blush deepening under Carlisle's steady gaze. "I know," Alice said softly, her eyes dropping away from Bella's for a moment. "But it's a necessary precaution," she continued, looking back at Bella. "You may need his help." Bella breathed out, her voice so soft that Alice had to strain to hear her. "I won't," Bella said gently, sensing the self-doubt in Alice's tone. She reached out, her warm hand cradling Alice's jaw. "Everything will be fine," Bella reassured her, her chocolate brown eyes holding Alice's increasingly darkening golden gaze. Alice smiled down at Bella, the expression sweet and slightly embarrassed. "Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" Alice asked. "Yeah," Bella replied, smiling. "But you were taking too long, and I don't have forever, yet." She finished, stroking Alice's cheek lightly. "You will soon," Alice whispered, her eyes darkening before Bella. "But first," Alice continued, her eyes hooding as she spoke, "a kiss goodnight." With that, she leaned down and pressed her mouth to Bella's, her arms tightening around Bella's waist, drawing her tightly against her. Alice closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation of kissing Bella. It was the last time she would kiss Bella as a human, and she wanted to remember it. Bella was slightly breathless when Alice pulled away. Alice could hear Bella's blood rushing beneath her skin and her heart pumping furiously as her soft, pale flesh flushed red. "And now," Alice said softly, her cool fingers brushing against Bella's gently pulsing neck, "I say," she continued, licking her lips, "goodbye." The word was barely audible. "And I love you." Bella's lips parted, a soft, overwhelmed whisper escaping from her throat. Candlelight danced over Alice's skin as her unimaginably dark eyes stared at Bella. The flickering light made the familiar planes of her face and curves of her body seem strange and mysterious. In that moment, Alice looked both graceful and predatory, and Bella thought she had never looked so beautiful. She parted her lips to say so, but before she could utter a sound, she felt something sharp and cool pierced Bella's neck, the pain of the puncture taking her breath away. She felt Alice's arm tighten around her, lifting her so that Alice cradled her in her arms. Alice's cool mouth pressed against Bella's warm skin, and the contrast in temperatures made Bella shiver. Her eyes fluttered closed as her body relaxed, and her blood began to flow. Alice moaned in delight as Bella's blood filled her mouth. Her eyes rolled back in ecstasy, and she pulled Bella closer, holding her tightly as her fangs sank deeper, drawing more of the thick, warm liquid. Alice had never tasted anything so delicious in her entire life. The small sample of Bella's blood she had at the birthday party was nothing compared to this. It was like judging the grandeur of the Mona Lisa by looking at its likeness on a postage stamp. Bella was magical, heavenly, and perfect. Alice's hand moved to the back of Bella's neck, cradling it gently as Bella's blood pumped into her mouth and her venom seeped into Bella's bloodstream. Alice drank, convinced that there would never be a more perfect moment in all of eternity. Carlyle stepped forward as Alice's hand moved to Bella's neck. Most people killed by vampires did not die from blood loss, they died from broken necks. It was a natural instinct, a primal act of self-preservation that caused a vampire's hand to go to their victim's neck, fingers pressing too hard as ecstasy built within them. The victim's death would stop the flow of venom and the risk of turning too many people, exposing themselves to the world. However, as Carlyle took another step forward, he noticed that Alice's hand was only cradling Bella's neck, not squeezing it. She was applying almost no pressure at all. Realized that as Alice continued to drink, Bella's head began to tilt back. Alice was only trying to help her. Carlyle stopped where he was, his eyes fixed on them. Even in the grip of bloodlust, Alice was caring for Bella. He relaxed, certain that Alice was fine for the moment. Alice's head spun, and for a few moments, she lost track of her surroundings. All she knew was that her mouth was warm and full, and she felt as if she were floating, wrapped in a dozen soft blankets. "You're feeding," Alice thought after a few seconds. Her mind was still spinning, but not as much. "It's Bella," she realized, as her lover's familiar scent began to break through the thick fog of bloodlust clouding her brain. "You need to stop," her mind urged her. She didn't know how long she had been drinking, but it felt like a long time. It felt as if she had always been there, with her mouth on Bella's neck. It was as if she had been born connected to Bella, with Bella's essence flowing into her while a part of her flowed into Bella. "You're killing her," Alice thought, as she began to register Bella's weakened heartbeat and the slow trickle of blood into her mouth. She felt Bella's fingers in her hair and couldn't remember when Bella had reached up to touch her. Bella's fingers massaged her scalp softly. Alice expected Bella's fingers to tangle in her dark hair any second, to tug anxiously as more blood escaped from her and Bella's strength faded. But the gentle motion continued, and Alice knew that Bella wasn't afraid. Bella trusted her. Bella believed in her. Bella always bet on her. Carlyle moved forward quickly, his hand reaching toward Alice, his fingertips almost brushing the fine hairs on the back of her neck. Alice pulled her lips away from Bella's neck. Her head fell back lazily, her lips parting as she. Crimson streaks trailed down Bella's chin and over her jaw, running down her neck. She swayed slightly, then bit down on her bottom lip, her own blood flowing into her mouth and mixing with Bella's. Bella moaned softly as her head hit the pillow, her body relaxing against the mattress. She barely had enough energy to blink. Alice looked down, blinking slowly as her mind began to clear. Bella looked paler than she had ever seen her, and the left side of her neck was stained red. It resembled an abstract painting, with red splatters on the canvas of Bella's pale skin and the colorless sheets. Alice bent down, her face moving closer to Bella. Suddenly, Carlyle's fingers tightened around Alice's neck, stopping her downward motion. He didn't want the scent of Bella's blood to lure Alice into drinking again. Bella had lost a lot of blood and likely wouldn't survive much more. "I'm okay," Alice said softly. Carlyle's hand lingered on her neck. "Really?" Alice breathed out, turning her head as much as she could in his grip. Carlyle studied her closely. Her eyes were still black, but there was a sense of awareness in them. Alice likely wasn't completely okay, but she was aware of her surroundings and in control of herself. Carlyle nodded and removed his hand from Alice. "She's still bleeding," Alice said softly, concern in her voice as her eyes focused on Bella's neck again. "Yes," Carlyle replied softly, his hand resting lightly on Alice's shoulder for comfort. "She will, as long as her heart still pumps," he continued, knowing that wouldn't be for much longer. The venom Alice had injected into Bella would soon reach her heart and shut it down. After that, the venom would begin to diffuse through Bella's body, leaving a painful trail of fire as it attacked her cells, changing and modifying them, in some cases destroying them until Bella became one of them. "How long will that be?" Alice asked softly. Bella was beginning to sweat, and her body trembled. "Soon," Carlyle responded, stroking Alice's back lightly. "It's not like when James bit her hand. The venom was very close to her heart this time. In another 10 minutes or so, the transformation will begin." Alice was silent for a moment, her eyes focused entirely on Bella. Then, she shifted on the bed, moving to sit with her head against the back of the bed. She carefully drew Bella back against her, cradling her in her arms. Bella made a weak, unintelligible sound as Alice settled her body against her. Alice kissed the top of Bella's head, her eyes squeezing shut as Bella settled limply in her arms. "I'd like to be alone with her," Alice said softly, looking up at Carlyle. "Are you sure?" Carlyle asked gently. He had witnessed many transformations, and they were difficult to endure. He had cared for his family members when he turned them, but it was after they transformed and became family that he truly loved them. Alice was already completely in love with Bella, making it even harder to watch her suffer through the transformation process. "Yes," Alice said softly, nodding as she spoke. "I am. I'm sure." She buried her nose in Bella's hair while keeping her eyes on Carlyle. "We're here if you need anything," Carlyle said, turning his head toward the door for a moment before looking back at her. "I know," Alice breathed out. "Thank you." Carlyle opened his mouth to say something, to try to talk her out of being alone with Bella during this time, but he promptly shut his mouth. Without saying a word. He knew he could never convince her to leave Bella. "Be strong," Carlyle said softly. He understood that Alice would need every ounce of inner strength and willpower to get through the next few days. "And remember, it will pass, and she will be fine." Alice smiled weakly at him. Carlyle stepped closer, bent down, and pressed his lips against the top of her head. He took a moment to stroke her cheek fondly before stepping back. His eyes held hers for a moment before he made his way toward the door. 2 days later, Rose lifted her head from where it had been resting on her knees. "It's quiet," she said softly, glancing at Emmett. He sat with his elbows resting on his thighs, his hands clamped over his ears. About an hour after Carlyle had joined them in the living room 2 days earlier, the screams had started from the upstairs bedroom where Alice and Bella lay. The loud, piercing screams cut through the air like a knife through room-temperature butter. They had lasted for only a few hours, but that had been more than enough to fray their nerves. Their senses were unnaturally heightened from the faint scent of blood lingering throughout the house. The cries of distress had intensified their awareness, leaving them sensitive to every sound. The screams were followed by pained groans and whispers, along with the sound of thrashing as Bella twisted on the bed sheets, struggling within the circle of Alice's arms. Sobs, yells, curses, moans, whimpers, howls, wails, and snivels alternated constantly, with only a few minutes of silence every hour interrupting the flow. "It's been over an hour," Rose observed, blinking as her eyes drifted to the grandfather clock in the hall. "She's right," Emmett said, lifting his head. Hope began to flare in his chest. He wasn't sure how. He couldn't stay in the house much longer. It was becoming overwhelming. He couldn't bear to hear someone he loved in so much pain and feel powerless to help. The feeling of uselessness was unbearable. If he stayed around those distressing sounds any longer, he was sure he would start throwing things just to have something to do. "Is it done?" Jasper asked. His voice was soft and strained. Carlyle could tell it took a lot for him to speak at all. The situation had been hard on everyone, but it was even worse for Jasper. He had to endure all their worry, anxiety, and heartbreak while knowing that the woman he loved was suffering upstairs, unable to ease her pain. Carlyle stood still and silent, his eyes closed as he listened. "Yes," he finally breathed out. "I think so. If it's not completed, she's in the final stage." Jasper sighed, gratefully dropping his head into his hands. Esme lifted a hand to her head and combed her fingers through her luxurious brown hair. She breathed out raggedly, her eyelids fluttering. Then she stood. "Thank God," she murmured. "Thank God," she repeated, her voice cracking. "Let's get Alice." Alice blinked slowly as the door to the bedroom opened. She didn't move as the others approached her. She couldn't. Physically, she was fine, but mentally she was exhausted. She felt like the girls in her gym class looked after a long run, raw and exposed. When Esme's soft fingers brushed against her cheek, she felt like she could cry, if only she had the energy. Instead, she released a deep, shuddering breath and turned her face into Esme's hand. Her eyes closed with relief as the older woman drew her head against her chest and lifted her hand to Alice's head. Alice gently stroked Esme's disheveled hair. Just as her mind began to drift, feeling relaxed for the first time in days, she sensed a presence approaching. She turned her head away from Esme and faced the intruder, baring her teeth and rumbling in her chest. It was only Carlyle, and Alice relaxed. Her nerves were frayed. "The hard part is over," Carlyle said after examining Bella for a few seconds. "She'll rest peacefully for another hour or so, and then it will be done." He glanced around the room. "You did well." "Everything is fine," he continued, his tone softening as he focused on Alice. Alice sighed, her body slumping as she nodded at him. Esme lightly ran her hand up and down Alice's arm, her eyebrows scrunching together in thought. "Jasper," Esme called softly a few moments later. Instantly, Jasper was at her side. "Take her," Esme said gently, her eyes lingering on Alice before shifting to Jasper. "Get her cleaned up." Alice tensed at her words, alarmed even in her exhausted state. She didn't want to leave Bella. "SSH," Esme cooed, still stroking Alice's arm. "I'll stay with her. I promise, I'll take good care of her." She smiled gently, her voice soothing like a softly lapping tide. Esme stepped back from the bed, allowing Jasper to take her place at Alice's side. Alice felt Jasper's hand slide behind her back and stiffened for a moment. But as she looked into his worried eyes, she relaxed and allowed him to lift her into his arms. Carlyle had said Bella was all right, and she had been sleeping for almost an hour. Esme wouldn't let anything happen to Bella. Alice was exhausted, frazzled, and dirty, caked in 2-day-old dried blood. A warm bath was probably just what she needed. Alice curled against Jasper, her arms lightly wrapping around his neck as her head rested on his shoulder. Jasper closed his eyes in relief and pressed his lips to the top of her head, savoring the comfort of having her in his arms again. He glanced around the room at the faces present and nodded briefly before heading out the door with Alice. The blood on the sheets around Bella had dried, meaning its intoxicating properties had almost completely faded. Carlyle stripped the blanket from the bed and replaced the spotted pillows with clean ones. There was some blood on the sheet, but it was minimal, and he didn't want to disturb Bella by changing them. Once he finished, Esme settled on the mattress beside Bella, her fingers softly stroking her hair. It felt just like touching any other member of her family. "I've got it," Esme said gently, glancing over at Carlyle. She knew that when Bella woke up, she would need to be cleaned up and changed. "I'll bring her down when it's done." "Okay," Carlyle replied, holding her gaze for a moment before nodding. He then turned and headed toward the door, with Rose and Emmett following him as he moved toward the stairs. Chapter 30, Adjustments. Bella blinked slowly, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She had always been pale, even during her time in Phoenix, but now she was Cullen pale. She was Cullen pale and Cullen flawless. Bella Swan was flawless. She angled her head down and continued to regard herself. Her hair, once a mouse's shade of brown, had darkened into a rich chestnut color that shone with reddish highlights when light danced over it. Her face was clean and smooth, not a single pore visible. It was as if she had walked off the cover of a fashion magazine, airbrushed to perfection and impeccably coiffed. She had always been slim, and she appeared to be the same size as before, but somehow her body seemed different. Bella couldn't be sure, but everything felt tighter and more toned. She tilted her head again, half expecting the image in the mirror to turn in the other direction or scratch its nose. She couldn't quite believe she was actually looking at herself. It reminded her of those Mirror Universe episodes of Star Trek, where the crew would encounter versions of themselves that were almost identical, yet somehow strange and foreign. "It's shocking, isn't it?" Esme said softly, coming up behind Bella. Bella met Esme's gaze in the mirror and nodded. She was naked, and she thought she should feel embarrassed, but Esme had helped her bathe after she woke up, so there was really no reason to be shy around her now. Besides, as shocked as she was by her new body, she felt a sense of pride and didn't mind showing it off. She understood better now why Alice would walk around naked without a care in the world, and why Rosalie would sigh sadly and muse about how she wished she could be a nudist. "Very," Bella replied, her voice breathy as she continued to look at herself in disbelief. How do you feel?" Esme asked gently. Bella appeared steadier now, and Esme was sure that the disorientation Bella had felt upon waking was over, but she wanted to confirm. "Fantastic," Bella replied, a large smile spreading across her face. "Amazing, wonderful, lovely, terrific, fantabulous," she continued, bouncing lightly on the balls of her feet. She felt like she could run a marathon, swim across the English Channel, spend 3 days with Alice, scale a mountain, and hunt a bear. She felt invincible. "Will it always feel like this?" Bella asked suddenly, turning to face Esme and smiling gratefully as Esme handed her a black silk robe. "Yes," Esme said as Bella put on the robe, although her expression was thoughtful. "However, it won't always be as overwhelming for you as it is now," she continued as Bella belted the robe. "You'll get used to the feeling as time goes on. It will become part of you, something normal, ordinary. It won't always amaze you." Bella nodded, that made sense. Decades from now, she probably wouldn't remember what it felt like to wake up with a crick in her neck or pain in her back. She wouldn't recall waking up with her shoulder aching from sleeping at an odd angle. The perfect fluidity of her muscles would no longer astound her. The feeling wouldn't last, but Bella decided to enjoy it fully for as long as it did. "My eyes," Bella began a few seconds later, turning towards the mirror once more. "Why aren't they like yours?" Her eyes were the one feature that remained almost unchanged after her transformation. Unlike the Cullens' honey-colored eyes, hers were still brown. They were a more spectacular shade, a beguiling hazel, but not like the Cullens. The color of our eyes is a reflection of our choice of food, Esme explained. Since you haven't fed yet, your eyes haven't changed. Soon, they'll be identical to the rest of ours, Esme continued, laying a reassuring hand on Bella's shoulder. Bella smiled at her, and Esme returned the expression. There's time for this talk later, Esme said, squeezing Bella's shoulder lightly, a soft smile on her lips. The others are anxious to see you, so let's get you dressed. Bella smiled and nodded, allowing Esme to lead her by the elbow. She was eager to be revealed as well. The living room. 15 minutes later. Bella felt the others' eyes upon her as she entered the room. However, the moment her gaze found Alice's, the rest of the Cullens began to fade from her consciousness. As she descended the stairs, a whirlwind of scents hit her, overwhelming her senses. But seeing the familiar faces of her friends, now family, began to clear her mind, making her feel a little steadier. That changed when her eyes locked onto Alice's. In that moment, Bella felt her mind start to swim again. Her vision shifted, narrowing until all she was aware of was Alice. Then, Alice's scent enveloped her. It had been impossible to distinguish the various aromas around the house when she first emerged from the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, she had been unable to differentiate the scents of the occupants. But looking at Alice seemed to sharpen her sense of smell. She could clearly identify Alice's scent then. It was just as she remembered, only much more potent. The fragrance made her head swim, and Bella finally understood what being around her all that time must have been like for Alice and the others. Alice stood, her eyes locked onto Bella's the entire time. Bella felt her chest tighten, and when Alice smiled at her, she was certain she was going to swoon. Bella breathed in deeply, taking in Alice's presence. She smelled so good, almost heavenly. Bella couldn't believe a more alluring scent could exist. As she blinked, she heard a distant growling sound. It took a moment for her to realize she was the one making it. Bella, Alice said, still smiling, her eyes shining with happiness and a hint of amusement. Bella stared at her for a moment, convinced that no creature could be more perfect than Alice Cullen. She growled softly again, a sound filled with longing and need. Before she knew it, Bella found herself standing in front of Alice. Her hands cupped Alice's face, and she kissed her desperately. Alice gasped, feeling the force of Bella's kiss pushing her backward. The more Bella kissed her, the foggier her mind became, but she still knew they were in the living room with her family around. She realized she should try to stop Bella. Alice lifted her hand and placed it on Bella's shoulder, attempting to gently nudge her away. But Bella knocked her hand aside and continued kissing her, her hands moving to the front of Alice's pants, popping the button open a moment later. Alice's hands hung limply at her sides for a second, repeating, "Oh my God," in her mind before she could force herself to move. She lifted her hands again, trying to push Bella away, but it was no use. Bella was now as strong as she was, and the frenzy of desire seemed to give her an edge. As Alice felt the back of her knees connect with something, they began to buckle. She realized it was the coffee table as she started to tumble to the floor. Before she could think further about the situation, Bella flowed down beside her, using their combined momentum. Bella reclined, eager to explore Alice's body. "Dude," Emmett said, smiling widely as Bella straddled Alice's waist. He leaned forward, trying to get a better look. "Dude," he repeated, his voice lowering in wonder as Bella slipped a hand under Alice's shirt and kissed her again. "Awesome," he sighed, resting his elbows on his thighs as he settled in to watch. Rosalie reached out and slapped the back of Emmett's head, though her eyes were on Alice and Bella too. She was a little impressed. She didn't think Bella had it in her, even with all the new vampire hormones. She tilted her head, watching as Bella's hand crept further up Alice's shirt. A moment later, she sighed, realizing she probably shouldn't have smacked Emmett. He was a guy, and Alice and Bella looked good together. It would have definitely been sexier if she had been with another girl, but she couldn't deny that Alice and Bella looked good together. Jasper closed his eyes and angled his head away from the scene. He had occasionally felt the physical desire Alice had for Bella when they were together, and he knew they were physically intimate. But knowing that, and having felt some measure of Alice's desire, did not compare to the overwhelming sensations he felt at that moment. Bella was consumed by desire for Alice, and Alice herself was quickly losing control to the tidal wave of arousal that Bella's touch and presence ignited in her. She fought to calm herself, but she was losing the battle. Bella's hands, lips, and scent were too much, and her body responded instinctively. Jasper lowered his head, tucking his chin into his chest. Alice had so little control around Bella. He had never seen her so vulnerable. Carlyle sighed. Even as a human, Bella had been very attuned to Alice. He had thought she might be overwhelmed when they were reunited after the transformation. However, he hadn't anticipated this level of surrender to her desires. "We should separate them," Carlyle said, looking over at Emmett and then Jasper. "Alice seems a bit overwhelmed," he added, watching as Bella knocked Alice's hand away and pinned it down to the ground. "You want to stop them?" Emmett asked incredulously. He was torn between wanting to keep watching Alice and Bella and staring at Carlyle like he was insane. "She doesn't mind," Jasper said softly, glancing at Carlyle. The others turned their attention back to the two girls on the floor, observing them for a few moments. Bella's hand was clearly covering Alice's breast, and Alice's back arched as she pressed into the caress while they continued to kiss. Then, under their inquisitive gazes, Bella's hand moved from Alice's breast, trailing down her torso until it disappeared from sight. A moment later, a strangled cry escaped Alice's throat as her hips bucked. "We should leave them alone," Esme finally said, a faint smile touching her lips. It was clear to her and the others that Alice really didn't mind what Bella was doing at all. "You're certain Alice isn't being hurt?" Carlyle asked, turning to face Jasper. "Yes," Jasper replied, clearing his throat as a surge of emotion from Alice washed over him. "Yes," he repeated, blinking rapidly as he stared at the floor. "Well then," Carlyle began, "I suggest we follow your mother's suggestion and leave. Newborns are terribly ID-based. We're not going to be able to talk to Bella until she gets this out of her system." He shook his head. "If Alice is not being hurt, I think we should leave them to it." Carlyle then took Esme's hand and headed toward the door with her. Rosalie and Emmett followed. The blonde was pulling her reluctant husband behind her when Jasper appeared. Instead of heading to the stairs, he turned towards the front door of the house. He had come to terms with Alice and Bella being together, but seeing them together had unsettled him. He knew he couldn't stay in the house any longer. He decided to take the opportunity to hunt. He felt like pursuing some big game and sensed from Bella and Alice's emotions that they would be occupied for a while. This would give him ample time for an extensive hunt. Alice arched into Bella's hands as Bella's fingers slipped between her legs. She felt immensely relieved that they were finally alone. Alice had wanted to stop Bella when others were present, but her body hadn't listened. Bella's intoxicating scent had fogged her mind, and the warmth from Bella's hands roaming over her body had sent tingles through her. She realized that whatever had taken hold of Bella was quickly overwhelming her as well, and soon she wouldn't want to stop, even if others were still around. Alice moaned, clutching Bella as her fingers pressed into Bella's skin, trying to ground herself. Bella sighed contentedly, her tongue slipping between her lips to lick at Alice's neck. Alice's fingers squeezed and scratched at Bella, their rough touches exciting them both. Alice had never been able to touch Bella so freely before. Now that she experienced the raven-haired beauty clinging to her as if she were the only thing keeping her together, she never wanted it to end. Alice gasped, her eyes widening as Bella pushed 3 fingers into her. Alice's hands moved to Bella's hips, gripping tightly as she began to buck, meeting Bella's fingers with powerful thrusts of her own. Bella's head spun. She felt delirious, as if she were floating in a dinghy in the middle of the ocean. All she knew for certain was that she was with Alice, and that Alice felt warm. And smelled good, and tasted delicious. Bella could feel Alice's slick, velvety walls clenching at her fingers. She heard every soft moan and intake of breath from her lover. All around her was Alice, Alice's scent, Alice's wetness, Alice's breath, Alice's warmth. Everywhere there was Alice. Alice cried out as Bella's teeth pierced the skin of her neck. Her eyes rolled in ecstasy as Bella began to suck. Alice's nails raked down Bella's back. She tipped her head back, giving Bella easier access to her neck, her hips rising to meet Bella's fingers in time with Bella's motions. Bella bit her again, and Alice grinned, her eyes squeezing shut as she climaxed. Her orgasm thundered through her body as Bella gently lapped at her neck. The next day, Alice staggered into the living room. After looking around briefly, she collapsed onto the couch next to Jasper, moaning softly. "Damn girl," Emmett declared, looking over at Alice's limp figure. "You look busted," he continued, his tone sending Rosalie into a fit of laughter. "Shut up," Alice murmured softly, her voice hoarse. She and Bella had stayed in the living room for a while longer the night before. After 3 orgasms, she had finally convinced Bella to go up to Bella's bedroom, which was much more private and had better soundproofing than the living room. Their time in the living room and the journey up the stairs hadn't lessened Bella's arousal, however. Once they reached the bedroom, they settled down for hours more of lovemaking. Alice wasn't certain how long they spent pleasuring each other. She only knew that it had been long enough to exhaust her to the point where her limbs had stopped responding to her brain's commands. When she had gone limp, her mind tingly and slow in a post-coital fog of bliss, Bella had, mercifully, slowed down as well. It seemed she had tired herself. They lay together for a while before moving to the bathroom for a leisurely bath. Afterward, they returned to the bedroom to enjoy some rest. Rose laughed at Alice, her golden eyes shining with mirth. "I'd say I could take you," Rose began, still laughing, "but I think you've been taken enough." That comment sent Emmett into another fit of laughter, and Alice sighed deeply, knowing she was in for a lot of teasing. "Where's Bella now?" Emmett asked once he regained his composure. Rose smirked. "She's probably working up her 86th wind." She and Emmett giggled, and Alice gave them the finger. "Carlisle and Esme are talking to her," Alice finally said when Emmett and Rose settled down. "Now you're a vampire, so be the best vampire you can be" speech?" Emmett asked, rolling his eyes. Alice nodded. She had heard Carlisle start up as she slowly made her way toward the stairs. "What are you watching?" Alice asked, turning her head toward the television for the first time. "We wanted something with a holiday theme," Jasper began. But because Emmett got to pick, Rose interjected, glaring at her husband. "We ended up with Die Hard," Jasper finished. Despite his phrasing and neutral tone, Alice knew Jasper wasn't actually disappointed by the movie choice. Rose had probably wanted to watch The Sound of Music for the 20th time that vacation, and both Jasper and Emmett were glad to watch a movie where something blew up every 5 minutes instead of a musical number. "How terrible," Alice responded, snuggling against Jasper's chest. "Tragic," he murmured, wrapping his arms around her. "All of you," Emmett began, his voice slow and low, "can go to hell," he finished, folding his arms across his chest and glaring at the screen. "Don't pout," Rose said, pressing herself against Emmett's side. "I was just teasing," she continued softly, kissing his cheek. Alice turned her attention away from them as Rose continued to charm Emmett and focused on Jasper instead. "I'm sorry," she said gently, knowing the past few days, especially the last 24 hours, had been tough on him. Jasper nodded, his eyes distracted, but he still kissed her forehead. "Carlisle will be taking her away for a few days this weekend," Alice continued, reaching up to stroke Jasper's cheek. Just like the conversation he was having with Bella at that moment, it was a tradition. He always took them hunting alone for the first time, teaching them how to focus their senses, how to bring down animals quickly and mercifully, where to bite to maximize the blood they could ingest, and how to mask the evidence of their attack, making it seem like an animal was responsible. "We should go away while they're gone," Alice suggested softly, resting her head on his chest again. Part of her wanted to stay to ensure Bella's orientation went well, but she knew she needed time alone with Jasper. She felt the tension in his body and saw it in his face and eyes. Even though he appeared calm on the surface, she sensed he was anything but. The three of them had settled into a nice rhythm over the previous 6 months, but the last 3 days had disrupted that balance. She needed to restore some equilibrium to their situation. It felt like he was drifting, and she wanted to focus completely on him. "Okay," Jasper said, his breath warm as his lips brushed against her temple. Alice shifted, turning in his arms until she could see his face. She searched his eyes and held his gaze, but she couldn't tell what he was feeling. He was deep in thought. Alice couldn't read his eyes, and she hadn't been able to for quite a while. She began to blink rapidly and then looked away. It was too difficult to look at him and see nothing reflected back. She reached out, her fingers tracing the contours of his chiseled features. Her eyes lovingly followed the lines of his face. Then, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his, kissing him slowly. She tried to pour all of her affection into that caress. Jasper stroked Alice's back gently as she pulled back from the kiss. Their eyes met and held for a moment. Alice then shifted, settling her head against his chest, and turned her attention to the television. Her eyes were worried as she stared at the screen. She wasn't actually registering anything that was happening on it, even though she seemed focused. As the minutes stretched on, her body never completely relaxed. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. For the first time in a long while, she had no visions to guide her or show her how to make things right again. Chapter 31, The Heartbreak Kid. 3 days later, Alice wrapped her arms around her body as her dark eyes scanned the sights outside the window. The day was overcast, perfect for strolling through the city, shopping, people watching, and talking. But despite the ideal weather, she knew they would not go outdoors, not for a while. They would not stroll around the city, shop, or watch people, but they would talk. Jasper was in the shower, but he would soon be out. When he was dressed, he would walk over to her, put his hand on her shoulder, and ask her to sit. They would talk then, and Alice dreaded it because she already knew what he was going to say. Even though she had lived through this conversation in her mind, he hadn't, and he deserved to speak the words while she listened. Alice had sensed that something was amiss for a while. She knew something was bothering him, but she had no visions about where those feelings would lead them. Jasper had not decided to act on those feelings until half an hour ago, when he stepped under the shower spray. An hour before that, they had been making love. The gentle weight of his body had been on top of her, and he had been inside her. Her hands gripped him as his hips moved in a way that had become second nature to her. But despite the familiarity of his body, his scent, the brush of his hair against her fingers, and the feel of his lips against her skin, something had felt different. Something had been wrong. They had been as close as two people could be, embracing each other just as they had millions of times before. Yet, at that moment, she had never felt farther away from him. Her fingers had squeezed his arms as they often did, her hips had arched, and his head had fallen against her shoulder as his hips strained forward. Alice experienced wave after wave of pleasure. However, when it ended, a deep sense of loss washed over her, instead of the usual feelings of contentment and warmth she felt after being with Jasper. She realized that things were about to change. Jasper wrapped his arms around her, and she rolled into him, holding him close as his embrace tightened. She buried her face in his neck, and he buried his face in her hair. They held each other like that for a long time, perhaps close to half an hour. Then, Jasper kissed her forehead, her cheeks, and finally her lips before he shifted and slipped off the bed. He moved toward the bathroom, and Alice pulled a robe from her suitcase and put it on before walking to the window. As she settled in front of the window, her fingers loosened the sash around her waist. Images and sounds flooded her mind, and it took all her strength to remain standing. Alice stayed still as she heard Jasper exit the washroom. When she felt his arms wrap around her waist and his chin rest on her shoulder, she could not help but shiver. "Let's sit," Jasper said softly. He lifted his hand to her shoulder, resting it there for a moment before moving it down her arm, rubbing it tenderly before he pulled away. Alice nodded, allowing him to take her hand. It was time to talk. "Do you hate me?" Alice asked, her voice cracking as the words slipped out. No, Jasper replied softly, looking over at her with an impossibly fond expression. I love you, he continued in the same gentle tone. I always have. I always will. He looked down at the ground as he spoke. I thought it was working, Alice said, wringing her hands together in her lap and focusing on her fidgeting fingers. Jasper ran his fingers through his hair for a few seconds before he sighed. So did I, he breathed out softly. Especially after the summer, when he and Bella had gone to university, and Alice had been dividing her time between them, it had seemed to work like a charm. He missed having her around constantly. He had grown used to having her by his side over the years they had been together. But at least they were still together. It was easier for him to compartmentalize his feelings without having to be around Alice and Bella at the same time at school. Away from Bella, Alice was calmer and more focused. She was more the Alice he knew. While her emotions would sometimes flare up when talking about training with Carlisle or if Bella came up in conversation, for the most part, she had been his Alice over the past few months. Because of that, he felt calmer and more secure than he had in Forks, where Alice's emotions seemed to be constantly in flux. He thought they might really be able to make things work. He desperately wanted them to succeed. What changed? Alice asked, glancing at him. Her gaze was hesitant, as if she expected him to be upset with her for not understanding on her own. Nothing but my perception, Jasper responded, meeting her eyes briefly before looking away. We always had a very comfortable relationship, warm, loving, and not without passion. He smiled as he recalled some of the pleasant nights, afternoons, mornings, and evenings they had spent wrapped up together. But he paused and sighed deeply, closing his eyes for a moment. You're very different with Bella, he said softly a few moments later. The depth of your longing for her, your need for her, the irrationality and chaos she creates within you, is like nothing I've ever felt from you before. Jasper sighed again and brought his hand to his face, pinching the bridge of his nose as his eyes closed. I thought at first, I suppose I tried to convince myself that it was just the newness of her, the humanness of her, he said, shifting restlessly on the edge of the bed. I think I convinced myself that as time went on, your emotions would calm, would steady, would become what I had been used to. He had believed this over the past few months, but now, being around both of them again, he realized he had been wrong. Alice's emotions hadn't settled or calmed. Around Bella, she remained as excited, anxious, hopeful, wanting, longing, and deeply smitten as ever. He just hadn't been present to feel the shifting emotions over the past few months. But they haven't. They've only gotten stronger, Jasper continued, shaking his head slowly, his voice trailing off. It had only been a few days since Bella had been turned, yet he could already sense a difference between them. In the past, there had been a certain hesitance, care, and caution on both their parts. Alice was a vampire, and Bella was human, which required certain allowances. Alice had to keep tight control of her desires around Bella, and Bella had to be careful too. She needed to avoid bumping into things or cutting herself, anything that might provoke Alice's vampire instincts. They understood they were tempting fate and nature every time they were together. However, this knowledge didn't stop them from being with each other. Their desire was too strong. Yet, it created a small distance between them. That distance had almost completely faded in the past few days, and Jasper knew that as Bella adjusted to her new life as a vampire, the last remnants of that distance would vanish as well. They were equals now. There was no reason for Alice to fear hurting Bella, or for Bella to worry about hurting her. They could touch each other freely. They followed their desires completely. As time went on, aspects of Alice's nature that Bella had known but not fully understood began to become clear. They grew closer with each passing moment, and their joy was overwhelming. Even when they were not seated next to each other, when Alice was tucked away with him, Jasper could feel the bliss pulsing through her, knowing he wasn't the cause of it. Alice loved him. He was certain of that. She had always loved him, even before they met. She had been a wonderful partner, a good wife, a caring girlfriend, and a fine mentor and companion. Throughout the years they had been together, her attention never strayed from him. She had always been supportive and patient with his struggles. They fit well together, seamlessly falling into each other's lives. From the day they met, it felt as if they had been married for years. Alice and Bella, however, had not fallen together so easily. They had danced around each other, longed for one another, and struggled against their mutual desires. They fought, yelled, ran away, and then ran back to each other. Their relationship was filled with heat, flaring emotions, uncertainty, excitement, desperation, and fear. They surprised one another, quarreled, and then reconciled, becoming closer and happier each time. Bella challenged Alice in ways Jasper never could. She energized Alice and ignited a fire within her that he had not been able to spark. "You." Jasper started, but he paused, struggling to find the words. After a moment, he managed to say, "You should be with her." He stared straight ahead, unable to look at Alice as he spoke. "I am," Alice replied softly, her voice thick with emotion. "And with you," she added, placing her hand on his thigh. "I need you," Alice breathed, her voice carrying the weight of unshed tears. "You needed me," Jasper responded, allowing his hand to cover hers. Could not meet her eyes. They had been what each other needed when they met, and that bond had endured through the decades. But now, Alice needed something different. She needed something he couldn't provide, something he couldn't even fully understand, but that she found in Bella. "Now you need her," he whispered, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before finally turning to look at Alice's face. Her hand clutched his thigh desperately. She stared at him with wide, open, disbelieving, hesitant, fearful eyes. She didn't want him to leave. She loved him, even if it wasn't with the same burning passion she felt for Bella. He had been a constant in her life for decades, her first and only love until a year ago. Alice dropped her head, squeezing her eyes shut, shaking her head in tiny, rapid movements. "Jazz," she said, her voice cracking as the name fell from her lips. But she didn't say anything more, and Jasper was thankful for that. He knew she was sorry. He could feel her sorrow, regret, and shame radiating from her. He understood how desperately she wanted him to stay, how much she didn't want to lose him. She was overwhelmed, almost unable to imagine a world where she couldn't run to him at a moment's notice if she needed him, or he needed her. He knew these things because of his talent, but also because he felt many of them too. He loved Alice with all that he was and would love her until someone or something ripped eternity from him. He wanted to be with her. He wanted her by his side always. The thought of not holding her in his arms, of not breathing in her scent, ached in his chest. But their time had passed, and he had to let her go. It would be hard at first for both of them, but he had to let her be with Bella. She needed to truly be with Bella, without worrying about him, and see what they could build together. Alice knew she would have to leave the state, possibly even the country. She couldn't just sit back and watch Jasper and Bella grow closer. However, she hoped that in time, once her heart had healed, she could rejoin her family. Alice's fingers brushed against Jasper's back as he rested his forehead against hers. They sat silently for a moment before Alice wrapped her arms around his waist, clinging tightly. He returned the embrace. It was done. 24 hours later, Alice sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her nose buried in the old sweater of Jasper's that she was wearing. She stayed perfectly still as she sensed Rosalie's scent approaching. After their conversation at the hotel, she and Jasper had returned to their new home in Seattle. Upon entering the house, one look at them had been enough to keep Esme, Emmett, and Rosalie silent. They stood around, anxiously staring at each other for a few moments. Then, Jasper informed them that he would be leaving indefinitely. He turned and headed toward the stairs to pack, and Alice followed him, silently helping. She knew better than he did where most of his things were since she had unpacked them. After packing, they returned downstairs. Jasper shook hands with Emmett, hugged Rosalie, and held Esme a bit longer. He whispered something to her that the others couldn't hear. They helped him carry his bags to the Mercedes that Esme insisted he take. He didn't have many bags, just clothes and a few cherished possessions. He left the rest of his belongings with Alice for safekeeping until he needed them or returned. After another brief round of goodbyes, during which he asked Esme to convey his appreciation to Carlisle for his love, care, and guidance over the years, he got into the car and drove away. Alice went inside briefly to tidy up the room and secure the remainder of Jasper's things. Then she left. The situation, Alice felt monstrous. She had retreated into the woods surrounding the house, spending what felt like hours alone. "Come inside," Rose said, stopping in front of her. Alice remained still and silent. Esme had come out a half hour earlier, trying to coax her back inside. But Alice had hidden her face against her knees and ignored Esme's attempts to reach her. Eventually, Esme wrapped an arm around her shoulder and hugged her, pressing her lips against the top of Alice's head before returning to the house. Alice thought she would be left alone, but now Rose had taken up the task of bringing her back inside. When Alice didn't respond, Rosalie sighed and lowered herself onto the ground beside her. In that moment, Rosalie wished desperately that Bella were there. She had never seen Alice so upset, and no one could make Alice smile like Bella could. "Please, come inside," Rose said softly, her eyes pleading. "Alice, please," she added a few seconds later, her worry evident in her tone. Still, Alice ignored her. She didn't want comfort. She felt she didn't deserve it. She had broken up her family. Because of her actions and her inability to control herself, both Edward and Jasper were gone. She had taken 2 of Esme's children away, 2 of Carlisle's sons, and had removed Emmett and Rosalie's brothers from their lives. Not to mention the pain she had caused to the 2 people she was closest to in the world. Unlike the others, being a vampire had never made her feel particularly monstrous. She felt some remorse when she hunted and preferred not to be seen, but her vampire nature had never hurt her self-esteem or self-image. In fact, she enjoyed being what she was. But at that moment, sitting on the damp earth under the glow of the moon, thinking about everything, she felt like a monster. For the first time in her long life, Alice felt monstrous. "There was nothing you could do," Rose said softly, placing a hand on Alice's shoulder. "We love you," she added a few seconds later when silence met her words. Rose sighed and let her arm fall from Alice's shoulder when Alice still did not respond. "Okay, so you don't want to talk," Rose said, shifting slightly on the dirt so her back rested more comfortably against the tree they were sitting by. "That's fine. We won't talk. But," she continued, turning her head to face Alice, "I'm not leaving either." She didn't think Alice would do anything reckless, but none of them had expected Edward to act so foolishly when he thought he had lost Bella. Rose wasn't going to take any chances with Alice. They had already lost too much, and they couldn't lose Alice too. She couldn't lose Alice too. Because as much as they teased each other and fought, Alice was the person she was closest to outside of Emmett, and she needed her. They all needed each other more than ever now. Alice turned to look at her, their eyes locking for a moment before the raven-haired beauty nodded. Rose nodded back, and then Alice buried her face in her knees once more. Rose watched her for a few seconds, then shifted to wrap her arm around Alice's shoulders. Alice remained still for minutes, not responding to the touch, but eventually, Rose's persistence was rewarded when Alice leaned into her a little. Rose wrapped her arms around Alice as best as she could, feeling the blonde's body relax a bit now that Alice was accepting some comfort. She rested her head against the trunk of the tree and settled in for some quality stargazing. She had a feeling they would be out there for a while. The next day, Bella stepped hesitantly into the living room, her eyes scanning the somber faces around her anxiously. The house was entirely too quiet, and its inhabitants were. Bella felt an overwhelming seriousness in the atmosphere. Something had happened while she and Carlisle were away, something troubling. "Where's Alice?" Bella asked, blinking rapidly as she scanned the room. She knew her lover was not there. Alice was always the first person she noticed when entering a room, and she had sensed from the moment she stepped into the hallway that the raven-haired beauty was not in the living room with the rest of the family. Emmett turned to look at Rose after Bella's question, and Rose glanced at Esme. Esme met Rose's gaze for a moment, then stood up slowly and deliberately. She's upstairs, Esme said softly. Bella took a deep breath and exhaled. Esme looked as if she were about to rush across the room to comfort Bella. What happened? Bella asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Alice is upset, Esme began, her words slow and measured, as if she were carefully choosing them. Jasper left, she continued, her hand fluttering to her chest, resting over her heart. He's gone. He's left us. Bella blinked slowly. Why? I don't. Why? She choked out, struggling to process Esme's words. Where did he go? Esme trembled slightly, shaking her head. We don't know where he's gone, she replied quietly. He didn't say, and if Alice knows, she hasn't told us. She tucked a luxurious strand of brown hair behind her ear. As for why, she hasn't told us that either, Esme finished, her eyes lingering on Bella for a moment before she looked past her at Carlisle, holding his gaze briefly before sitting down. Bella remained silent for a long moment before murmuring, "Oh." Alice may not have shared anything about it, and Bella had no confirmation, but she was certain that everyone else in the room was thinking the same thing. Jasper's departure weighed heavily on Bella. She sensed that the family thought it was her fault, that Jasper had left because of her, or perhaps more accurately, because of her and Alice. How? Bella began a minute later, blinking against tears that would never flow from her eyes again. Not well, Rose said for the first time, her intense amber gaze focused on Bella. Bella's head dropped, her eyes scanning the floor. Rose's concern was clear in her voice, and Bella realized that Alice must have been acting very strangely for Rose's defenses to be so low. Why are you still standing there? Rose asked, drawing Bella's eyes back to her. What? Why are you still standing there? Rose repeated. Brooding isn't going to do any good. What's done is done. Go talk to her. She waved her hand toward the stairs. Make it better. Bella nodded, dazed. Rose made it sound so simple, but Bella had no idea how to make it better. Alice was obviously extremely upset, and she had every reason to be. Bella felt she had just cost Alice her marriage, the man she had spent the last 60 years with. Of course Alice was devastated. How could she be anything else? How was Bella supposed to make that better? How could she, the person responsible for wrecking Alice's home, offer comfort? Bella had no answers to these questions, but she started for the stairs nonetheless. She had no idea what she would say to Alice when she reached her room. She didn't know if Alice would even want to talk to her. But she had to try. She couldn't do anything but go and see her. She loved Alice, and Alice was in pain. It was not within her power to run away from that. She would go to the woman she loved and try to make it better. That was all she could do. Alice tilted her head lazily in the direction of the door as it creaked open. She knew without looking that it was Bella, and she had determined not to look at her when the brunette entered the room. But, as always, curiosity got the better of her. Bella was drawn to Alice's scent, and when it enveloped her, she felt powerless. It was impossible for her not to turn toward Alice. The room was dark, and less than a week ago, Bella would have needed to turn on the light to see her. Now, she could clearly make out Alice's figure in the shadows. The raven-haired beauty sat on the floor with her back against the wall, her limbs limp and her shoulders hunched wearily. Bella approached slowly, as if nearing a wounded animal. The thought almost made Alice smile, as that was essentially how she felt. Alice, Bella said softly. Yes, Alice replied, her voice rough and hoarse. Some version of her, she added as Bella got closer. Some low, dark, terrible form of her, she muttered under her breath when Bella sat beside her. Bella took Alice's hand, but Alice shivered and instinctively pulled away. Jasper's gone, Alice said listlessly, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling. I know, Bella said gently, reaching for Alice's hand again. She clasped it with both of hers, holding it firmly even as Alice tried to withdraw again. I hurt him very badly, Alice said, her eyes still on the ceiling. Bella could hear the pain in her voice. I didn't know. I thought everything was fine, but maybe I just wanted it to be like that. I did. I just told myself that because I didn't want to face the truth. Because I was being selfish. Because I wanted to keep you both, she continued, her voice trailing off as her eyes squeezed shut. She turned her head away from Bella. She had been so selfish, so willfully blind. She should have known better. In a way, she had known better. Before she and Bella had made love for the first time, before she left Forks for months in an attempt to get over her feelings for Bella, on a chilly afternoon, Alice had once told Bella that vampires were no better at sharing than humans. Then, she had proposed they try it, wanting to have her blood and drink it too. Alice had convinced herself that things could work, too weak to face the truth. But in the end, everything had turned out the same way it would have if she had confronted reality after Italy. Bella interjected before Alice could continue. She said again, emphasizing the word. You weren't in this relationship alone. Bella squeezed Alice's hand. I wanted this just as badly as you did. Bella sighed. I ignored things. I turned a blind eye just as much as you did. Yes, but... Alice began, shaking her head emphatically from side to side. This isn't about... She trailed off, still shaking her head, struggling to find the words. I just messed everything up so badly. I'm supposed to get us out of trouble, to protect us from bad decisions, to protect us from ourselves. And I messed up so spectacularly, Bella. I should have known. I should have done things differently. How? Bella asked firmly. You're not a god, Alice. Despite your gift, you can't know everything that's going to happen. You told me yourself that life is still largely a mystery for you. Bella reached out and turned Alice's face towards her. What would you have done differently? What could you have done differently? You were honest with him, Alice. You didn't try to keep anything from him. You only wanted to find a solution that would make everyone happy. Bella stroked Alice's cheek gently. Things just didn't work. I hurt him, Alice repeated, squeezing her eyes shut. Despite that, she kept her head in Bella's hands. The look in his eyes, the pain. And maybe worse still, the love. All of that love that was still there, and I... She trailed off, her body shaking slightly against Bella's side. Bella sighed. Her hand. Alice closed her eyes for a moment, reflecting on their journey together. At the beginning, they had such dreams and hope. They wanted things to work out so badly. The plan had seemed simple and perfect. But people were not perfect. They were unpredictable, unlike numbers. The formula they had created felt sound, yet it was impossible to treat people like calculations. The heart felt what it felt, despite what reason and intellect might suggest. The equation had seemed straightforward, but there was no foolproof formula for love. They had hoped for the best, but there were no guarantees. I love you, Bella said, unsure of what else to express, even though it was that love that had left Alice in her current broken state. I love you too, Alice replied, and Bella felt relieved to hear no doubt in her voice. Alice was filled with guilt and shame, yet it did not diminish her love for Bella. Bella gently ran her hand up Alice's arm and pressed her lips against her lover's warm cheek. Alice sighed softly, squeezing Bella's hand before pulling away. I have to hunt, she said, avoiding Bella's gaze as she spoke. Bella paused for a moment, wanting to offer her company and support. She wished to stay with Alice and keep an eye on her. However, she held her tongue, knowing Alice had hunted just 3 days before. The thirst could not be driving her now. Grief did not increase a vampire's appetite like arousal and anger did. Instead, it suppressed hunger, weighing down the spirit, much like it did for humans. As much as she wanted to be there for Alice, Bella understood that Alice did not need to hunt. She just wanted to be alone, to be away from her. Okay, Bella said softly after a few seconds, reluctantly releasing Alice's hand. Alice took Bella's hand and said, We'll talk more when you get back. Alice nodded silently, and Bella could almost feel the relief washing over her. She tried not to take offense at it. Bella understood that Alice was facing a lot and needed time to think. Still, it hurt. "I won't be long," Alice said softly as she paused in the doorway. "Take your time," Bella replied. She wanted Alice to feel free to stay away for a while without guilt. Bella didn't want her to feel pressured to return early. Alice nodded, holding Bella's gaze for a moment before stepping out the door. Bella sighed and closed her eyes, tilting her head back. She knew it would be a few hours before she saw Alice again. Chapter 32, Queen of the Castle. A week later, Bella paused in her reading as Alice shifted against her. The raven-haired beauty's thigh moved to cover Bella's own, and Alice's head settled on her shoulder. Bella felt Alice's warm breath against her skin as she breathed in and out slowly. Bella allowed her hand, resting on Alice's hip, to stroke it softly for a moment, enjoying the closeness. In the days following Jasper's departure, Alice had been distant with her and with everyone. After their first conversation upon Bella's return home, Alice had rejected any physical comfort Bella tried to offer, no matter how benign. In the early hours of the morning, when the house was usually quiet, Alice sat on the floor, as far from the bed as possible, brooding, while Bella lay on the bed, watching her with concern. On the fourth day of this behavior, Bella sat on the bed with her back against the headboard, her knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped tightly around her legs. She stared at Alice and spoke, her voice cracking as she begged her not to shut her out. Bella pleaded for Alice to let her help, whispering her love as she squeezed her eyes shut, fighting back tears. Alice stared at her silently for a long time. Finally, she uncrossed her legs and stood, moving over to the bed and snuggling against Bella's back a few moments later. Since then, Alice had maintained some physical contact while they were alone. She held Bella tenderly, stroking her hands, back, and hip gently. Occasionally, she would murmur, "I love you," without any prompt. They had not made love, but Bella didn't worry about that. She was simply grateful to have Alice in her arms again, to have her accept the comforting gestures Bella could offer. She knew that Alice needed time, and she would be there for her. Bella gave Alice all the time she needed now that they were waiting it out together. "Love is no hothouse flower," Bella continued softly, reading from the Forsyth saga as Alice settled against her. "But a wild plant, born of a wet night, born of an hour of sunshine, sprung from wild seed, blown along the road by a wild wind." Alice's thumb began to stroke Bella's hip. She nuzzled Bella with her cheek, softly caressing her stomach. Bella's eyes fluttered shut for a moment, enjoying the sweet contact. Then she continued to read. "A wild plant that, when it blooms by chance within the hedge of our gardens, we call a flower, and when it blooms outside we call a weed, but, flower or weed, whose scent and color are always wild." The last word came out as a shivering sigh as Alice's hand slipped underneath Bella's shirt, moving up her stomach until her small hand cupped Bella's breast. "Alice?" Bella asked softly, her voice uncertain as she lowered the book and turned her questioning honey eyes towards her lover. Alice murmured, nestling her face against Bella's neck for a moment before pulling back to meet the younger woman's gaze. "Is this okay?" Alice asked, her eyes serious, as her hand gently massaged Bella's breast from under her shirt. She knew that Bella was uncertain about the touch. Over the past week, she had refused all of Alice's sexual advances, grasping Bella's hand when it tried to sneak under her shirt and lifting it to her lips, kissing it softly before wrapping Bella's arms safely around her waist. Alice couldn't resist being close to Bella. She needed to touch her, to feel her warmth, to smell her scent, but she hadn't been able to give herself permission to touch Bella more intimately. "It's fine," Bella breathed out, her breath hitching as Alice's thumb rubbed her nipple, teasing it into firmness. She felt a pleasant rush in her mind and body. Bella began to hum in response to Alice's touch. She had longed for Alice so much that even the slightest contact ignited a fire within her. Alice pressed her lips against Bella's neck and slipped her hand behind her lover's back, skillfully undoing Bella's bra. Bringing her hand back around, she slipped her fingers underneath the fabric and gently cupped Bella's warm skin. "Are you sure?" Bella asked as Alice's touch became more focused and arousing. She desperately wanted Alice to continue, but only if Alice was truly ready. She didn't want Alice to feel pressured to do something just because she thought that was what Bella wanted. "You don't have to," Bella added a moment later, but Alice leaned up and pressed her lips against Bella's, silencing her words. "I want to," Alice said softly, her lips brushing against Bella's as she spoke. It was true. She needed to touch Bella, and she realized she should. They loved each other, and they desired to be together. "I love you," Alice said, pulling back slightly to look into Bella's eyes. "I know I've been distant this past week," she continued, her voice trembling. "It's been hard for me." Bella nodded encouragingly and reached out to cup Alice's cheek. "I don't know," Alice sighed, tilting her head into Bella's hand, seeking warmth. "I suppose I felt guilty for having you here with me. For wanting you, for wanting this." She nuzzled Bella's hand again. "But I do want you here. I need you. I want you," and he left so that I could, she continued, her voice quivering. "He left so we could be together. So we should be together." She breathed out, her hand moving under Bella's shirt. Bella took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. "What?" she asked, sensing that something was still troubling Alice. "It just seems so strange to think about it that way," Alice whispered, blinking. Bella kissed her softly. "If you need more time," she began, unsure of what else to offer. "I don't need more time," Alice replied, her tone growing firmer with each word. "I need you," she continued, her voice trembling with passion. It felt strange to think about it that way, but the best way to honor Jasper's sacrifice was to be happy with Bella, to make his surrender worthwhile. Despite the guilt and sadness she felt about how things turned out, he wanted her to be happy. He wanted her to experience this love and explore it fully. So she would love Bella and let Bella love her. "May I?" Alice asked, her fingers grasping the edges of Bella's shirt, seeking permission to take it off. Bella nodded, her body trembling with anticipation and affection. "Kiss me?" Alice asked, her voice soft and hopeful as Bella's shirt slipped from her fingers and fluttered to the floor. "Always," Bella whispered, the word falling from her lips just before she leaned up and pressed her lips against Alice's, finally kissing her the way she had longed to all week. A month later, Alice gasped as her back connected with the wall. Her lips curled into a smile as Bella pressed her body against hers, their hips grinding together before Bella leaned forward, pressing their mouths together in a demanding kiss. Alice ran her hands up Bella's sides, cupping her neck firmly as she deepened the kiss. Bella's hips jerked against her, and Alice brought her other hand up to Bella's neck, kissing her even more forcefully as she flicked them around, pressing Bella against the wall while she held her close. Bella moaned into the kiss. Alice growled softly, her teeth gently nipping at Bella's lip as Bella's hands moved to Alice's waist, tugging at her pants. "Not tonight," Alice whispered, nipping Bella's lip again before kissing her once more. Bella reached for Alice's pants again, but Alice grasped her wrist, drawing it up and pinning it against the wall with her left hand. With her right hand, she gave Bella a playful swat on the side, hard enough to be felt but not uncomfortable. Bella moaned and relaxed against the wall, surrendering to Alice's touch. Alice purred approvingly and kissed Bella again, her right hand slipping under Bella's shirt. Once, Bella had asked if their lovemaking would change after she was turned, and Alice had told her it would. At that time, she hadn't known exactly how things would differ, other than not needing to be as careful with Bella. After Bella's transformation, Alice was pleasantly surprised by how dominant Bella had become. It thrilled her to give in to her body's desires completely, to let her hips struggle against Bella's firm hold, to grip Bella's arms as her fingers moved rapidly within her, and to squeeze Bella as the other girl's tongue explored her, knowing Bella could handle the pressure. The urgency of those actions excited her. They hadn't had much time to explore this new dynamic before Jasper left. When they became intimate again after his departure, they were tentative, careful not to push each other too hard. Alice sensed Bella's hesitation about moving too fast and the pressure it could create. Alice was still grappling with guilt. Even though she couldn't resist being with Bella, she struggled to embrace her with the same passion and abandon as before. They had been gentle and slow with each other, almost as if they had just become lovers. However, this night, their passion and arousal for each other burned bright, and Alice didn't want to stop it. She didn't want to temper or control it. Despite what had happened with Jasper, her connection with Bella was powerful and beautiful. She no longer wanted to contain it. Bella deserved better. She deserved to have Alice completely, to make love without guilt lying between them. Bella deserved to feel how much Alice loved her. Alice had been Jasper's girl, and then she had been both of theirs. But now, she was Bella's girl, and she would love Bella as she deserved to be loved. Bella laughed lightly, exhilarated by Alice's enthusiasm, as she stumbled backward. Her legs got caught up in her jeans, which were pushed most of the way down but still tangled around her ankles. Alice wrapped her arms around Bella, catching her as she began to fall. Alice's tongue flicked at Bella's neck before she pressed her lips gently against her warm skin. Then, she scooped Bella into her arms and carried her over to the bed. Bella propped herself up on her hands, watching with a gentle smile as Alice situated herself at the bottom of the mattress and impatiently yanked her jeans off. Alice then stood back from the bed, her dark eyes focused intensely on Bella, staring at her for a long moment before reaching for her own clothes and quickly removing them. Bella watched as Alice's alabaster skin was slowly revealed, her bottom lip caught between her teeth as she gazed at her lover longingly. Then, Alice was gloriously naked. Bella released her lip, a small, whining sound escaping her as she took in the sight of Alice's nude body. Alice's lips slowly curved up, the expression both speculative and inviting. Bella shifted on the bed, feeling her excitement grow. Just as she was about to ask Alice to join her, Alice darted forward, flinging herself onto the bed and onto Bella. Bella trembled slightly as Alice's hands ran up and down her legs. The warmth of Alice's hands and her speculative gaze made Bella shiver with anticipation. After several moments of gentle caresses, Alice encouraged Bella to spread her legs and lift them slightly. Bella complied, and Alice slipped between her legs. At first, Alice simply leaned over, her breasts pressing against Bella's as her lips brushed against hers. The kisses began softly and then grew more passionate. For long moments, they kissed, Alice's hard nipples pressing against Bella's as her hands moved restlessly along Bella's thighs and over her hips, their tongues dancing together. Finally, Alice pulled back, sitting up. Her left hand braced on the mattress beside Bella, while her right hand ran up and down Bella's stomach. They watched each other, anticipation building between them. Bella wondered what Alice had in mind, while Alice waited for the perfect moment to act. After a minute, Bella could no longer stand the suspense. She parted her lips, softly calling Alice's name as she reached out for her. Alice's eyelids fluttered as she took Bella's hand. Her intense dark gaze lingered on Bella for a moment before she pushed Bella's hand back down to the bed, pinning it against the mattress as her hips pressed forward. Bella's eyes rolled back, and she gasped as she felt Alice's body against hers. Alice thrust against her again, their bodies connecting, and Bella moaned, her eyes opening to take in the moment. Alice's face lit up as her lover moved against her. She tilted her head back, briefly closing her eyes as the soft sounds Bella made enveloped her. Alice adored the sounds Bella produced during their intimate moments. She was certain that even with eternity ahead of them, she would never tire of Bella's gasps, moans, whimpers, and breathy half-formed words. Alice knew her body would always respond, shaking and shivering, doing everything possible to ensure Bella continued to make those beautiful, wondrous sounds. Leaning forward, Alice pressed her chest against Bella's and buried her face in Bella's neck. She kissed the warm skin there as Bella's strong fingers gripped her backside, silently urging Alice to press down harder. Alice complied, her teeth grazing Bella's skin as she moved her hips against Bella with a force she never could have summoned a month ago. Bella moaned, her nails digging into Alice, prompting her to bite the flesh beneath her lips. Their bodies collided repeatedly, little droplets of blood staining Alice's lips. "Fuck," Bella moaned, her head pressed back against the pillows. She cupped Alice's firm backside, moving in rhythm with her as they drove each other to new heights of passion. Blood-red lips smiled against Bella's neck before Alice kissed her way to Bella's lips, murmuring, yes, against them before kissing her again. They remained like that for what felt like minutes, kissing and pressing against each other, Bella's hands exploring Alice's body as they lost themselves in the sound, taste, and feel of one another. Eventually, Alice pulled away from Bella's lips, resting her head on the pillow beside Bella's as her arms slid around her. Upwards, grasping the edge of the mattress. She held it tightly, feeling her nails tear into the fabric as she rocked against Bella more quickly. Bella breathed in, taking in Alice's scent. Her fingers raked over Alice's back. She could tell Alice was close to coming, and she felt glad because she was teetering on the edge as well. She wanted them both to crash over together. Alice, Bella gasped as Alice moaned and nuzzled her neck. Baby, she managed to add. Then, Bella's eyes slammed shut, and her hips bucked upwards. Her hands grasped Alice's waist, holding her tightly as Bella's movements became quick jerks, pressing against Alice again and again. Her back arched, and colors exploded behind her eyes. A full minute later, Bella collapsed back against the mattress, distantly aware of Alice's hips still rocking against her as the raven-haired beauty rode out the end of her own orgasm. That was new, Bella said softly, her voice raspy as she turned to face Alice. Alice was now resting comfortably beside her, their legs still tangled together, a deliriously happy smile on her face. Bella hadn't felt that much passion or desire from Alice in a long time. She hadn't realized how much she needed to see that fire in her lover's eyes, how much she needed to feel Alice's passion and need, along with having her hands on her. Alice smiled in a way Bella would have once described as sleepily, but now she saw it as fuzzily content. Yeah, Alice breathed out dreamily, pleasant endorphins dancing throughout her body. That was pretty good, she declared happily. Bella smiled at that and laughed before rolling on top of Alice and kissing her. She always found Alice adorable after an orgasm, but she was especially adorable after a really good one. It took her brain a while to start working properly, and the cutest things would fall out of her mouth. It had been far too long since Bella had felt this way. Bella smiled, seeing her lover looking so fuzzy and content. Pretty good, she asked, arching an eyebrow at Alice as she pulled away. Okay. Really good, Alice replied, grinning again and channeling her inner Emmett. It was so adorable that Bella couldn't resist kissing her again. You want to do it again? Bella asked hopefully, pulling back from Alice's lips once more. Alice stared up at her thoughtfully. Yeah, she said slowly, watching Bella for a moment longer before grinning again. Suddenly, Bella found herself flipped as Alice's hands began to roam over her sides once more. Hours later, Bella's eyes scanned the ceiling while Alice's fingers drew lazy, indistinct shapes on her stomach. I miss being able to sleep, Bella sighed softly. Alice was quiet for a moment, her fingers still playing idly against Bella's skin. I miss watching you sleep, she responded. It was soothing. Really? Bella asked, lowering her gaze to meet Alice's eyes. Alice nodded. It was very zen, she said, smiling up at Bella before tilting her head to kiss her lips. Your stomach moving up and down steadily, the soft, even sound of your breathing, it used to lull me into a kind of blank, peaceful state. I can get like that meditating, but it takes a while. Lying next to you, it was really quick. Morning always seemed to arrive in seconds, not hours. Time went by so quickly, even for me, she finished, her fingers beginning to move again. Alice had told Bella before that time moved differently for vampires. Things seemed sped up for them, almost as if the world was in fast forward. Days felt like hours, and hours felt like minutes. Since being turned, however, Bella hadn't felt any shift in how time moved. She imagined it was something that happened over time, related to how eternity affected their perception of the world, rather than a change caused by the venom in their bloodstreams. Oh, Bella started. Good, Bella said softly, her hand moving to cover Alice's, holding it against her stomach. She sighed contentedly. Alice's warm body beside her and the long sentences Alice was stringing together lulled Bella into a pleasant daze. She had missed talking with Alice like this, softly sharing things that meant nothing and everything while lounging in each other's arms. Good? Alice asked, sounding a little confused and amused by Bella's response. Yeah, good, Bella repeated, looking down at Alice and sticking out her tongue playfully. I thought you might have been really bored, lying around night after night, watching me sleep while you couldn't. I couldn't imagine how you managed to keep yourself entertained, she explained, smiling as Alice's thumb stroked her hand. I always felt kind of guilty, but I didn't want to tell you to go ahead and read the Odyssey in the original Greek because I liked having you beside me. Alice laughed softly. In the original Greek, she repeated, still laughing. I'm not that old, Bella. I know, Bella said, drinking in the sound of Alice's laughter. It's just you've all been around for so long, and you never sleep. I figured you probably had these really obscure hobbies that humans don't have the lifespan to acquire. Alice laughed again and kissed Bella's collarbone. I suppose you're right. We do manage to store up quite a bit of knowledge, and we have the time to pursue many more interests than most humans do. She paused briefly and smiled at Bella. I spent more time in the past perfecting my arabesque and petit allegro than learning ancient Greek, however. Bella's eyes widened as she stared down at Alice. You're actually a ballerina, she asked, her voice rising in shock. Well, never professionally, obviously, Alice responded hesitantly, a little surprised by the force of Bella's question. I did train for a long time. A lot of it was self-taught, which made it take a while longer. Bella stared at her for a moment, then released a puff of air, a frown crossing her face. What? Alice asked softly, stroking Bella's cheek. It's just, how did I not know that? Bella replied, looking at Alice. I always thought you moved like a ballerina, but how did I not know you actually were? She sounded bewildered. In some ways, I feel like I know you better than anyone, and at other times, I feel like I barely know anything about you. She sighed. Alice leaned in and pressed her lips against Bella's. You'll learn, she said gently. We'll learn about each other. She understood how frustrating it must be for Bella, knowing there were roughly 88 years of her life to catch up on. One thing we have is time, Alice added, smiling softly. Bella nodded and smiled back, leaning forward to kiss Alice gently. Speaking of learning, Alice began, transitioning smoothly. How? Bella sighed deeply, cutting off the rest of Alice's question. Slowly, Bella said, sounding utterly perplexed. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this hard. I used to be around people all the time. I didn't think I would be tempted to, eat them. But I am. Bella shook her head. The urge is so strong. I've only felt anything like it once before. You have? Alice asked, sounding surprised. Bella looked over at her. Yes, she said softly. With you. She smiled a little as Alice's eyes brightened with happiness. Fighting the bloodlust is the only thing harder than trying to keep my hands off you. Alice stared at Bella, blinking for a few seconds, then wrapped her arms around Bella, holding her tightly. I really. Bella began softly as Alice nuzzled her neck. Before I was turned, I tried, but I wasn't capable of understanding. It's only now, she breathed softly, now that I know what bloodlust feels like, that I can fully comprehend how difficult what you did was. She continued, her voice filled with awe as she lightly stroked Alice's back. For you, Alice said softly, her voice barely a whisper, would have done so much more. A second later, she captured Bella's lips with her own. It's ridiculous how much I love you. Ridiculous? Bella asked, smiling even as her now still heart seemed to flush with warmth. Alice nodded. Stupid, completely stupid, she added, smiling. Insane? Bella asked, grinning. Ridiculously, insanely stupid, Alice agreed, laughing lightly before Bella's lips took possession of hers, silencing her. What does Carlyle think? Alice asked, settling beside Bella once more a few minutes later. He thinks I should be fit for limited human contact in another couple of weeks, Bella said, sighing heavily. He says I'm actually doing well, but I don't know. I miss Charlie. She looked away. When I was at school and knew I could see him anytime, a month didn't seem like anything. But now, knowing that I can't see him, it makes me really miss him. You'll be able to see him soon, Alice said, hugging Bella comfortingly. Do you want to call him? She actually missed Charlie quite a bit herself. He thinks I'm in Japan, Bella said, shaking her head. Getting a call from Seattle might make him a little suspicious. While the university thought she was on bed rest, Charlie believed she had taken a semester off to go to Japan with Alice to study the influence of Chinese literature on classical Japanese literary works. Alice frowned slightly and then brightened. There's probably a way to make Seattle seem like Japan with computers or something, she said. Then she frowned again. I'm not really good with computers though. That's going to be my new project, she added to herself under her breath. We could probably pay someone to figure out a solution. Way to do it. Despite her moment of sadness, Bella smiled down at Alice and kissed her forehead. She was just as happy to see Alice bubbly and distracted as she was touched by her lover's sweet offer. I'll wait, she said softly. A few weeks isn't that long, she continued, knowing it was true no matter how long it felt. Thank you for the offer, though, she added tenderly, her voice full of love. Alice had already done so much to support her transition. Bella had to stay hidden for the good of the town, but Alice had control over her appetite and could have roamed freely. Still, Alice chose to remain by Bella's side, keeping her company, and Bella appreciated it immensely, even if Alice hadn't been very talkative. Just being near Alice, reading together or lying wrapped up in her arms while watching television, had been enough. Well, you know. I kind of like you, Alice murmured playfully, her smile making Bella smile in return. I kind of like you too, Bella responded softly. I kind of like you more, Alice shot back, grinning. I kind of like you more times infinity plus one, Bella replied smugly. Alice sighed. 107 years old, and I still don't have a comeback for that one, she said, shaking her head. Ah, Bella cooed, falling back effortlessly into the playful banter that had been so common between them before Jasper's departure. I still love you, even if you're dumb. Shut up, Alice murmured, rolling over so that she was on top of Bella. Make me, Bella sassed back, smiling challengingly up at Alice. If you insist, Alice replied, leaning down to capture Bella's lips, thinking it was fortunate that they were already naked. The next morning, Rose glanced over the top of the magazine she was reading, her eyes widening delightedly. She nudged Emmett with her foot. What? He began to say irritably. However, his eyes then caught sight of what had surprised her. Rose's attention was drawn, and she looked over at Emmett, grinning. Rose winked at him and stood up. Emmett grinned wider, knowing that whatever his wife had planned would be good. Rose moved toward the door of the living room, intercepting Bella and Alice halfway to the couches. Alice looked at her and rolled her eyes. Rose ignored her and focused on Bella. She stared at Bella for a moment, tilting her head to the left and then to the right. Then, she reached out and touched Bella's right arm, then her left arm, her stomach, and her thigh. However, when Rose reached up to touch Bella's cheek, Bella caught her hand and leveled a suspicious glare at her. What are you doing? Bella asked, suspecting she wouldn't like Rose's response. Oh, just checking to make sure you're still in one piece, Rose replied, smiling widely. We were all very worried about you last night. I was more worried about the structural integrity of the left wing of the house, Emmett chimed in, looking at Alice and giving her two enthusiastic thumbs up. Esme laughed heartily, and Bella turned to look at her in surprise, relieved not to be human at that moment because she knew she would have been beat red. Esme lifted her hand in apology and muttered, sorry, then hid her face behind her hand. However, before she could completely cover her mouth, Bella noticed a smile on her lips and sighed. What the hell were you doing to her, anyway? Rose asked, turning to Alice. Wouldn't you like to know? Alice replied, completely unconcerned. She had long since gotten used to being teased and teasing others herself. "Yes, I would. That's why I asked," Rose responded, a smile playing on her lips. "If you tell her, you're never going to get to do it again," Bella murmured as she took a seat beside Carlisle, who seemed to be just barely controlling the urge to laugh. Alice smiled and shrugged at Rose. She moved over to Esme to grab a section of the morning paper. "Dude, you are so pee-whipped," Emmett declared, smirking at Alice as she settled beside Esme. "Takes one to know one, Emmett," Alice replied, returning his smirk. "I walked into that one," Emmett muttered, acknowledging his own role in Alice's teasing before turning his attention back to the game in his hands. Bella leaned back, grabbing the art section of the paper. She watched as Emmett focused on his game and Rose stood up, moving toward Esme and Alice. Rose forced herself between them, much to Alice's amusement. "We have to go shopping," Rose declared, wiggling a little before settling comfortably between Esme and Alice. "Look," she continued, shoving the magazine she was holding into Alice's lap. "These legs were made to be ogled." She pointed at a cute Meow Meow mini dress. "Yeah," Alice said, nodding thoughtfully. Her eyes scanned the page for a few seconds before she glanced back at Rose. "I've been feeling like I need more belts." "Wider ones," Rose responded, clearly impressed with Alice's foresight. "And some more tunics," Alice decided, causing Rose to smile widely. Rose's delight at being able to talk to Alice again was palpable. Bella watched the two of them converse for a while, a gentle smile playing across her lips. She knew the others had missed Alice's energy around the house. Looking around the room at their happy faces, she realized they were just as pleased as she was to have Alice back. Chapter 33, No Place Like Home. A month later, Charlie blinked slowly, his mouth slightly open as he observed his daughter. She looked so different from the last time he had seen her. It wasn't just that she had dyed her hair and started wearing colored contacts, like Alice. Her whole demeanor had changed. There was a confidence about her and a certainty in her movements that he had never seen before. She moved with fluidity and poise. The awkward teenager he had seen at Christmas was gone. His little girl was gone. Before him now stood a woman, a stunning, controlled, confident, radiant woman. Bella had grown so much and changed so much, and he felt like he had missed all of it. "Did you learn any deadly, ancient forms of hand-to-hand combat?" Charlie asked, forcing the words past his lips. He still couldn't quite wrap his mind around all the changes he had seen in Bella, but he knew he needed to do something besides stare at her in disbelief. She had been gracious enough not to comment on it so far, and he didn't want to push his luck. Bella smiled at her father, then turned her head slightly, her eyes meeting Alice's. They held each other's gaze for a few seconds. "Unfortunately not," Alice responded easily, drawing Charlie's attention to her. "Bugs only learned about ancient terracotta depictions of deadly, ancient forms of hand-to-hand combat, I'm afraid," she continued, making a mock-sad face that brought a smile to Charlie's lips. Alice declared grandly, on the other hand, learned some pretty sweet moves." She moved her hands in the air in a silly fashion to keep Charlie's eyes on her. As Alice distracted her father, Bella tried to manage her rapidly increasing hunger. A few minutes ago, Charlie had shifted, releasing a new wave of his scent into the room. She knew Alice had detected it too because she glanced over at Bella when the smell reached them. Bella was not as accustomed to such things as Charlie was. She needed a moment to regain control over her bloodlust. "Oh really?" Charlie asked, sounding doubtful. You doubt my prowess as a warrior," Alice said slowly, shaking her head at Charlie in disappointment. "You leave me no choice. I must demonstrate my awesome and deadly martial powers for you." She stood up and moved to the center of the room. Bella watched Alice, only half aware of what she was doing. Most of her focus was inward, trying to control her thoughts. She pictured sand dunes and long grass swaying in the wind. She imagined soft, fluffy clouds and sunlight sparkling on the gently rippling surface of a lake. She repeated these calming thoughts, picturing beautiful, serene images over and over again. She knew that if she didn't, she might leap across the room and harm her father. "Do you have any planks of wood around?" Alice was saying as Bella brought her attention back to the scene. The venom in her mouth drained down her throat as her mind cleared and her hunger eased. Charlie blinked at Alice in a daze, then shook his head slowly. "Geez," he whispered, giving his head a good shake. Alice beamed at him. He hadn't taken her seriously when she said she had learned to fight. He had expected a silly little display like the way she had waved her hands before, but her demonstration had been impressive. Alice was tiny, but she was certainly a force to be reckoned with. The thought made Charlie smile. He wouldn't worry about the two of them wandering around, probably at night together now. "Oh, stop showing off and sit down," Bella said, grinning at Alice as Charlie watched her, looking slightly dazed. "Jealous," Alice mouthed in Charlie's direction. Alice playfully stuck her thumb behind her at Bella. Charlie smiled and shook his head as Alice turned and walked back to the couch, taking a seat beside Bella. When Alice sat down, Charlie noticed her looking at Bella with a searching gaze. Although he couldn't hear their conversation, it seemed they were communicating in some way. The look lasted only a few seconds, but when Alice turned away, she appeared more relaxed. "You look good, Dad," Bella said, shifting her attention to Charlie. She casually slipped her fingers between Alice's, leaving them holding hands. "I take it the recipe book I left hasn't just been gathering dust," she continued, gently stroking the back of Alice's hand with her thumb. Despite their quiet conversation, Bella sensed that Alice was still a little worried about her. Physical contact always helped soothe Alice. "I had become a modern man," Charlie declared. He noticed Bella holding Alice's hand but tried not to stare. It took him some time to get used to seeing them touch. Before revealing their true relationship to him, he thought their closeness was just girls being girls. Now, he understood how significant and intimate those touches were, and it took him a while to adjust to that realization. It felt strange at first to see his little girl so deeply in love. However, it was not a bad strange, it just took time for him to accept it. He had reconciled those feelings and now looked away, tempted to smile at them, knowing it would embarrass Bella. "I can hunt my own food, sew my own clothes, shop smart at the grocery store, and I know what saffron, cilantro, lemongrass, cumin," Charlie continued. "And turmeric are," Charlie continued, sounding very pleased with himself. It was his turn to show off now, and Alice nodded at him, looking suitably impressed, while Bella smiled proudly at him. "I wish we hadn't already eaten," Bella said sadly. "You could have prepared us a feast." She caught Alice's sideways glance, though she knew Charlie wouldn't have detected the motion. It wasn't until she had become a vampire that she realized how much of the Cullens' interactions she had been unaware of. As a human, she had probably missed thousands of words, looks, and gestures between them. "Oh," Charlie said, his face falling a little at the news. He had actually been hoping to cook for them. He'd even gotten a recipe for a gluten-free dish that Alice would have been able to eat. "Well, next time," he said, brightening again. They couldn't have known that he was prepared to feed Alice this time, and he was sure that Bella wouldn't have wanted Alice to eat alone before they arrived. "Definitely," Bella agreed, smiling. Her response was followed by Alice's hand giving a little spasm in her own. Since being turned, she hadn't tried to consume any human food, but she knew it wouldn't be pleasant. She had been informed that it would be like eating chalk or ash, utterly tasteless and dry. From her time in Florida with Alice, she knew that ingesting food was the most pleasant part of the process. As vampires, their bodies assimilated 100% of the blood they drank. There was absolutely no waste, and so their digestive systems were not needed. Once food went into them, they had to purge it later, which was deeply unpleasant. She had seen the effects firsthand in Florida and wasn't looking forward to experiencing it herself, feeling terrible about forcing Alice to go through it again. "I'm sorry," Bella murmured to Alice in a tone and at a speed that Charlie couldn't detect. "It's okay," Alice sighed, squeezing Bella's hand. "He's family." Bella grinned widely at Alice, feeling an overwhelming urge to fling herself into her arms and shower her with kisses. "I feel like I missed something, again," Charlie muttered, noticing the dazzling smile on Bella's face. "No," Bella said soothingly, even though he had. "I'm just glad to be home," she continued, standing up and moving to his armchair. "I missed you," she said, throwing her arm around him while being careful to only touch the thick fabric of his sweater. When they first arrived, she had kissed him on the cheek, and he had commented on how cool her skin felt. But they had just come in from outside, and it was a chilly afternoon, so she managed to play it off as just being a bit cold. After being inside for a while, though, her cold touch would have alarmed him. Alice's hands were always cool when she touched Charlie, but he had come to accept that as one of those Alice things, and barely paid attention anymore. If Bella's cool hands, along with her other changes, had come into play, it would have deeply unsettled him. "I missed you too, Bells," Charlie said, blushing a little as Bella affectionately rubbed his shoulder before standing up and moving back to the couch. "Both of you," he added, looking over at Alice, who smiled warmly at him. "Speaking of which," he began. "Speaking of missing me?" Bella asked as she sat down again, leaning into Alice a little. Charlie nodded. "Your mother's been calling," he informed Bella as Alice draped her arm lazily across her shoulder, making it easier for Bella to lean against her. "I think she'd appreciate a call now that you're back in the country." Bella nodded. She had received a slew of emails from Renee asking when they would get to see each other. "I talked to her this morning," Bella replied, trying to resist the urge to collapse fully into Alice's embrace like she wanted to. Bella felt more comfortable touching Alice in front of Charlie now, but she wasn't quite ready to snuggle with her in front of him. It was strange since she had done it all the time before he knew they were dating. "We're going to stay with them for a while at the end of the week," Bella continued. "I deferred all my classes for the semester, and Alice is a professional layabout, so—" "Hey," Alice exclaimed, though she didn't sound too indignant. "I'm an artist," she added a moment later. "Besides, I have to enjoy this freedom while I can." "Why's that?" Charlie asked, curious. He tried not to sound too hopeful, but he did hope her comment meant she was going back to school. He would feel relieved if she had plans for something beyond being an artist. He had seen some of Alice's work and thought she was quite good, but the arts weren't the most financially stable field. It would be good for her to have something to fall back on. Alice wasn't lazy. He knew she would work hard at whatever she did. Still, the idea of her having a stable profession that could help pay the bills was one he liked. "Parents," Alice grumbled, looking down at her lap. Bella bit her lip, barely controlling the urge to smile. Esme and Carlisle hadn't said anything to Alice about going to school. She had attended university many times in the past, and when she told them she wanted to take a break, they fully supported her. Alice was only acting this way because she liked to play the role of a teenager around Charlie. The grumpiness she displayed was all for his benefit. "They say I've gallivanted around enough," Alice continued with a sigh. "Now it's time to buckle down." "I'm sure you'll still have plenty of time to work on your art," Charlie said, trying to keep his voice sympathetic, even though he clearly thought Esme and Carlisle's imaginary decision to send Alice to school was the right one. Alice smiled. "That's more than true. It's fine, really. I need structure in my life. It'll be good for me to be back on a timetable," Alice said honestly. Before Bella had come around, Alice had been quite bored trying to figure out how to fill her days. Bella nodded. Alice didn't function well with idle hands. "She made an action figure of Eliza Doolittle out of toothpicks," Bella said, glancing at her father. "She definitely needs a timetable." "You said that was very creative," Alice replied, looking at Bella with a slight frown. "And it was," Bella responded, reaching out to smooth Alice's raven hair away from her forehead. "It just also showed that maybe you had too much free time." "It was really complicated," Alice pouted a little. "Not just anyone could have made that," she said, her voice rising slightly. "The arms moved, Bella. And you painted it really well," Bella added, trying to ease the tension. She knew she hadn't truly hurt Alice's feelings, but showering her with praise was always a good idea. "I did," Alice agreed. The outfit was completely historically accurate. Bella nodded and rested her head against Alice's shoulder, wanting to make peace. Making the bonnet wasn't easy either, Alice continued as Bella's eyes drifted to her father. Toothpicks don't really bend, you know, and bonnets are curved, she explained, while Bella bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched Charlie struggle to hold back laughter. Anne. I can feel your body shaking. I know you're laughing, Alice declared, a little annoyed. That sent Bella and Charlie into fits of laughter, while Alice sighed deeply. Bella was laughing now, but Alice knew that soon Bella would realize the desperation that an eternity of sleepless nights could bring. When Bella discovered it and spent hours online looking up recipes to make jam, Alice would be there to point and laugh, and then make love to her, because she was considerate like that. As Bella and Charlie began to calm down, Alice looked at them seriously. Each of them with serious expressions. You are both horrible people, she said somberly. This had the effect she expected, and both Bella and Charlie burst into laughter again. Alice smiled serenely. Bella was right, it was nice to be home. 2 months later, Charlie leaned against the doorway, watching as Bella moved effortlessly around the kitchen. His mustache hid a frown as he observed his daughter. A few days earlier, he had visited Billy and, as usual, ran into Jacob. During that visit, Jacob mentioned that he had gone to see Bella in Seattle and talked a bit about his time with the girls. It sounded like he had a nice visit, but seeing Jacob reminded Charlie of a scene he had witnessed when Jacob and Bella reunited for the first time after her return from Japan. He couldn't stop thinking about it, even though things seemed to have improved between Bella and Jacob. When they first saw each other after Japan, Charlie had let Jacob into the house. After opening the door, he and Jacob chatted briefly in the foyer before heading into the living room. Everything felt normal, and Charlie was relaxed. Jacob had made a comment about planning to tease Alice for taking their girl away for so long, which confused Charlie since Alice wasn't home at that moment. He assumed Jacob had come to associate Bella with Alice and thought that where one was, the other would be too. However, when Jacob entered the living room and saw Bella for the first time, he froze, his eyes narrowing as he looked at her. He began to breathe rapidly, as if he was barely managing to control a violent reaction. Charlie was startled by Jacob's response, but Bella seemed perfectly at ease. She turned to him and calmly asked if she and Jacob could have a moment alone. Charlie hesitated to agree, concerned about Jacob's demeanor. Bella had told him it would be fine, and she walked over to Jacob, signaling for him to follow her out into the yard. Charlie was not a natural eavesdropper, but despite Bella's confidence and her attempts to reassure him, he felt uneasy. After pacing around the living room for about 5 minutes, he went to the back door to keep an eye on things. He had known Jacob since he was a child and doubted the boy would ever hurt Bella. Still, Bella was his daughter, and he wasn't going to take any risks with her well-being. When he reached the door, he didn't have to strain to hear what was being said outside. Jacob wasn't just talking loudly, he was yelling. His voice rang out clear as a bell. Jacob shouted, "What have you done to yourself? Look at you. What have you let her do to you? My God, Bella. Look at you." Charlie couldn't explain it at the time, but he had a visceral reaction to Jacob's words. He shuddered and felt lightheaded for a moment. Jacob's words struck him deeply, and he realized the concern in Jacob's voice echoed something he had felt since he first saw Bella after her return. Bella had seemed more confident, almost radiant, and she had been steady as a rock. But she was also pale, cold, and distracted, looking as if she hadn't slept in days. She was aloof, and despite her efforts to hide it, she had no appetite. When Bella got back, Angela, Mike, and even Jessica had called, having heard through the grapevine that she was back in town. Instead of being happy, Bella had avoided them until it was time for her to return to Seattle. Everything he observed about Bella was also true for Alice, except Alice appeared less agitated. After overhearing the argument, he began to pay closer attention to the two young women. He noticed that whenever Bella became particularly agitated or distant, Alice would purposefully try to catch his attention. Bella was shifting, blinking rapidly, and exhibiting general jitteriness. She was trying to distract him from her behavior. These observations disturbed him, but despite everything, Bella remained sharp, steady on her feet, and lovely. He pushed his concerns down. He told himself she was just getting used to being back. He believed he was being paranoid. If something was truly wrong with Bella, he would have seen more concrete signs. He thought that if anything serious was troubling her, Alice would have talked to him about it or would have taken care of Bella herself. However, seeing Jacob again recently reminded him of his concerns from weeks before, and this time he couldn't shake them. All the signs he had noticed about Bella were still there. She was somewhat less jumpy, and she began spending longer stretches of time with him without Alice around. Yet, she was still cold, pale, and had dark circles under her eyes. There were long moments where she struggled to control some emotion or impulse he couldn't understand. "Bella," Charlie said, blinking as the words slipped out. He hadn't consciously decided to speak. "Just a second," Bella replied, her hand moving quickly and accurately as she chopped up some carrots. "What's up?" she asked after dicing the carrot, wiping her hands on her apron as she turned to face him. "No matter how I ask this, you're going to get mad at me, so I'm just going to say it," Charlie said, pushing away from the doorframe to stand upright. "When Jacob came over after you got back from Japan, I overheard part of the fight you were having, and—" Charlie paused, sighing as he lifted his hand to stroke his mustache for a moment before continuing. "He seemed quite worried about you, and I have to admit that I have been too." Bella remained still, her expression revealing uncertainty. Bella regarded him steadily. "It was a misunderstanding," she said finally. "Jake and I are getting along fine now. He was in Seattle visiting last week." "Yes, I know," Charlie admitted, his eyes darting away from Bella's for a moment. "However, I'm still concerned." "About what?" Bella asked, crossing her arms. Her tone was wary as she looked at him. "About the influence Alice may be having on you," Charlie said, speaking slowly and carefully. Bella raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me," she replied, caught between amusement and offense. "Don't pretend that you haven't changed since the two of you went away," Charlie said, straightening his back as he looked at her. "The way you look, the way you act," he continued, gesturing toward her. "The pale skin that's cold to the touch, the dark circles under your eyes, the loss of appetite." He stepped closer. "Alice had always been like that, and I thought it was just Alice. But seeing the physical changes in you as well." Charlie paused and shook his head, closing his eyes momentarily as he ran his fingers through his hair. "Are you taking drugs, Bella?" he asked, forcing the words out. "Has Alice introduced you to—" He stopped when Bella dropped her head and covered her face with her hands. Her body shook slightly, and he instinctively stepped toward her, thinking she was crying. A moment later, a high-pitched yip escaped her, and Charlie realized she wasn't crying. She was struggling not to laugh. "This is funny to you?" Charlie asked, his voice lowering. He was not amused. Bella shook her head and, after a few more seconds of hiding her face, looked up at him. "No," she said, shaking her head again. "No," she repeated, taking in a look on his face. "Dad, I'm not taking drugs." "And neither is Alice," Bella said seriously, her eyes locked onto his. "I swear that neither of us is on anything." "I want to believe you," Charlie began, but all the thoughts he had been mulling over for weeks flooded his mind, making it hard for him to let go. "But your skin, Bella. The change in body temperature, the loss of appetite, the jitteriness, and the dark circles," he said, shaking his head as he looked at her. "I'm not making that up. You weren't like this before. I need more than words, Bella. I need you to make this all make sense." Bella stared at him, her expression now serious. She turned away, her eyes scanning the side of the fridge. "I don't know what to say," Bella finally admitted, her head still angled away. "I'm really not on drugs," she added a moment later, turning to look at her father again. "I promise. But, I mean, I don't know what to say about the other things." "That's not good enough, Bella," Charlie said, chewing on his bottom lip. Bella fell silent for a long moment, then sighed deeply, her gaze turning regretful. "It's going to have to be," Bella said gently. "It's all I can say." "Can say, or will say?" Charlie asked, crossing his arms in displeasure. Bella remained quiet, simply dropping her head to look at the floor. Charlie watched her silently for nearly a minute, then resignedly muttered, "Fine," and turned to head out of the kitchen and into the foyer. "Where are you going?" Bella demanded, careful to control her pace as she followed him out of the kitchen. "To see Alice," Charlie replied without turning around. The Cullens spent most of their days in Seattle now, but whenever Alice and Bella were in town, the whole family usually made the trip with them. Charlie knew for a fact that they were in Forks. When Alice wasn't with Bella, she was with one of her family members. If he wanted to speak with her, all he had to do was go over to their house and wait. "Alice?" "Why?" Bella asked, watching as Charlie picked up his keys. She wondered if she needed to move quickly to reach the door before him. "We need to talk," Charlie said, turning to look at Bella. He held her gaze for a moment before starting for the door. "Charlie," Bella called, deciding she couldn't worry about appearing suspicious. "This is stupid." She darted in front of him, positioning herself between him and the door. Charlie blinked, momentarily dazed by how fast Bella had moved. However, her words soon registered, and his eyes narrowed as he focused on her. "Stupid?" Charlie repeated. "I don't care how old you are, where you're living, or where you're sleeping. You're my daughter." He emphasized the last word. "You are my child. Worrying about you, caring about you is not stupid." Bella looked down at the floor, humbled by her father's words. She knew he loved her and was genuinely concerned. His trust in her was likely the only reason it had taken him so long to bring up the subject. She shouldn't have been dismissive. "Dad, I'm really not on drugs. There's nothing wrong with me." "Really, there isn't," Bella said, keeping her voice soft and calm. "I don't believe you," Charlie replied. It sounded as if it pained him to say the words. "I'm going to see Al." Bella blinked, her head snapping around as the doorbell rang. Luckily, Charlie was distracted by the sound and hadn't been paying attention to her. Bella breathed in deeply, controlling the urge to sigh with relief when the scent behind the door hit her. With one last glance at her father, she turned and made her way to the door. "Hello, sweetness," Alice said, smiling as Bella flung the door open. "Hey," Bella replied, her tone somewhat subdued. A calm manner. Bella smiled as she watched the exchange, feeling a mix of relief and confusion. "Alice," Charlie said cautiously, surprised to see her standing before him. He had hoped for some time to gather himself before speaking to her. "Charles in charge," Alice said, her tone serious despite the playful greeting she used every time she saw him. "It's terribly rude of me to invite myself over like this. I would apologize, but I'm afraid that's not the end of my boorishness. I must confess all my sins before begging for forgiveness. In addition to barging in on you, I've brought guests." Charlie blinked, unsure how to process her rapid-fire words. Seeking some kind of support, he looked at Bella, but her gaze was fixed on him, showing no curiosity about who was outside. This left him feeling even more bewildered. He turned his attention to the door. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light outside, he noticed a figure approaching the house. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about grabbing his gun, wondering if Alice had brought her dealer with her. But then Alice Cullen stepped into the doorway, followed by Esme, and then Emmett and Rosalie. "What?" Charlie started, startled and utterly confused to see a group of Cullens in his foyer. "What is going on here?" he asked, his voice rising as frustration bubbled up. "Alice told us you have some concerns," Carlyle began. "Alice told you, what?" Charlie replied, glancing between Carlyle and Alice, his frown deepening as he sighed. "How would?" He paused, shaking his head. This evening made no sense. "I just said that a minute ago. How could Alice possibly know?" "Alice is a very special girl," Carlyle answered calmly. Yes, she's a beautiful snowflake, Charlie muttered, not in the mood for pleasantries. I don't understand why you're all here. Carlyle looked at Esme, holding her gaze before turning back to Charlie. Perhaps we should sit down. Chapter 34, The Cuckoo's Nest. Normally, we would have never revealed this to you. But we know how much stress it has been putting on Bella. Alice informs us that you're cool, which, as far as I can determine, is a strong endorsement of your character, Carlyle finished, folding his hands neatly in his lap. Charlie breathed out slowly, blinking as he looked between the various occupants of the room. You're all on drugs then, he decided. It was the only logical explanation for what he had just heard. Looking at them all now, he could see they were as pale as Alice and Bella. They all had dark circles under their eyes. When he made room for Esme to enter the living room, his hand brushed hers, and he noted that she too had an unusually low body temperature. Dad, Bella began. You're a doctor, Charlie said, looking at Carlyle distastefully. People's lives are in your hands. Dad, Bella tried again. But Charlie wasn't listening to her. And to get your children involved, Charlie continued, shaking his head, his abhorrence clear in his voice. I'm going to search your car. Dad. Bella said loudly, her voice reverberating off the walls. The Cullens are not on drugs, and you are not going to search anyone's car. Now please, sit down. Charlie fell back into his armchair, more from the shock of hearing Bella speak to him that way than from any real change of mind. He stared at her, blinking. Everything that Carlyle said is true, Bella began, walking over to her father. Her tone was soft and gentle, completely understanding as she looked at his shell-shocked face. I know it seems unbelievable. I couldn't force myself to really believe it at first either. I thought up all sorts of crazy explanations about radioactive spiders, nanotechnology, mutant genes, all sorts of crazy things. But it's true, Dad, it really is. The Cullens are vampires, and now, so am I. Crazy, Charlie muttered, lifting his hand to cover his face. He pushed his head to the side so he wouldn't have to look at any of them. Vampires didn't exist. Taxes existed. Bears existed. Evaporation existed. The fear of beds existed. Leprechauns, however, did not exist. Yetis did not exist. Pixies and elves did not exist. And vampires? Vampires certainly did not exist. I'm not crazy. None of us are, Bella said gently. Oh, yes you are, Charlie declared, lifting his hand from his face just long enough to point a finger at her. All of you, he said, pointing at the others in the room. Crazy. Bugs, Alice said softly, aware of Charlie's fragile state. You're going to have to show him. He won't believe us until he sees it. You know that humans have an amazing capacity for denial. Humans? Charlie choked out, glancing over at Alice. It's humans now, is it? He asked incredulously, half moaning the question. Unbelievable. Dad, Bella said, trying to draw Charlie's attention back to her. Dad, she repeated, breathing in deeply when he finally looked at her again. Watch, she said, her eyes holding his. And then she disappeared. Charlie blinked, his head turning left and then right, his heart racing as he looked for any sign of his daughter. She had just been standing right in front of him. Dad, Bella said from behind him. Charlie turned around in his armchair, his eyes widening as he looked at her. There was no way she could have gotten back there without him seeing. She hadn't even moved. She had just vanished. It didn't make any sense. He should have seen her move. He didn't understand how she had gotten behind him. How? Charlie began, but he couldn't force any more words out. I'm a vampire, Bella said softly, wanting to approach him. Charlie hugged Bella, but she knew she needed to make him truly believe her before she could comfort him. We're impossibly fast and impossibly strong, she explained, unconsciously echoing the phrases she had used when she first confronted Edward about his nature. Charlie stared at her blankly for a moment and then shook his head. Vampires didn't exist. Bella sighed and approached the couch at a normal pace. She stopped by the side of the couch and bent over, grasping the bottom of it with her fingers. "What are you?" Charlie began. Before he could finish, Bella tensed her muscles and lifted the couch into the air, holding it and her father effortlessly, her eyes fixed on him. She could have been holding out a flower or balancing a butterfly on her finger. Charlie stared at her, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Put me down," Charlie rasped, blinking rapidly. Bella hesitated. She could hear his heart pounding and knew he was in shock. She wasn't sure what he would do if she put him down, and she didn't want him to hurt himself. "Put me down," Charlie said again, his voice more commanding yet strangely desperate. Bella set him down. Charlie brought his hand up to his face, rubbing his eyes. He then slumped back in his seat, his gaze shifting from one pale figure to the next. After a few seconds, he tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling, breathing deeply. "I need a drink," he said softly. Bella nodded and moved toward the cabinet in the room to get one of the bottles stored there. Charlie wouldn't deny what they were telling him anymore, she was certain of that. And knowing that, she realized he would need something stronger than a beer. Charlie sat slumped back in his chair, his thumb rhythmically moving up and down the side of the glass Bella had handed him. Charlie stared at the glass filled with amber liquid, whiskey, the same color as his guest's eyes. He had spent the first 5 minutes after Bella placed it in his hand staring at the glass. Now, he was focused on Alice while the others sat around them in silence. He was surprised by how still they all were, how quiet. They weren't shifting or fidgeting in their chairs, they were just sitting there, as still as statues, watching and waiting to see what he would do or say. It was unnerving. People weren't like that. People couldn't sit so still. But they weren't people, and he was glad for the peace. "Yes." Charlie blinked, straightening his back as he gazed at Alice. "Yes, what?" he asked irritably. "It was me," Alice said softly. "You were going to ask," she continued, her gaze dropping so she was staring at her thighs. Charlie's eyes narrowed as he looked at her. He felt his breathing quicken with confusion, frustration, and fear. "How do you know that?" he asked, lifting his hand to run his fingers through his hair. "First, he says," Charlie pointed at Carlyle, "that you told him I wanted to talk to you when I had only decided to do it about 10 minutes before. And now you're sitting there telling me what I was going to ask when I had just thought about it. I mean," Charlie paused, his voice rising with bewilderment, "what the hell are you? What is going on here?" Alice sighed deeply and looked up at him again. "I'm a vampire, like the others," she said, holding his gaze. "But I have a talent that they don't. I have visions of the future." "For the love of God," Charlie moaned, leaning back in his chair again. "Visions of the future. Great. That was just great." He tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling, and after a few moments, he lifted the glass. Charlie raised the glass to his lips and drained it. He couldn't handle discussing visions of the future right now. "You did this?" he asked, looking back at Alice once he had calmed down a bit. He tried to keep his tone steady, but it carried an unmistakable hint of accusation and anger. "I turned her." "Yes," Alice confirmed, meeting his gaze. She knew this was where things were likely to get really difficult. In essence, she was admitting to having killed his daughter, and while she couldn't see his reaction, she doubted it would be pleasant. "Why?" Charlie asked, the question escaping as a pained hiss. He stared at Alice with watery eyes. He had loved this girl. He had welcomed her into his home and trusted her completely with his daughter's friendship and heart. In return, Alice had taken his child and turned her into a monster. Bella began, her voice cracking as she looked at her father. "I was dying," she whispered, the words slipping out before she consciously decided to say them. Alice inhaled sharply as Bella's words filled the room. The exhalation was too soft for Charlie to hear, but Bella caught it and knew her lover was surprised by the lie. Bella took a deep breath, trying to calm herself and gather her thoughts. She hadn't planned on lying to her father, but in the face of his distress, she couldn't add more pain and confusion. He had already faced enough that evening. After everything that had been revealed to him, she couldn't bear to tell him that she had chosen to die, that she had begged Alice to bite her. Charlie had always taught her that honesty was the best policy, but telling the truth this time would be too honest. It would be cruel. "I wasn't in Japan, Dad," Bella said, the words flowing more easily as she spoke. "After Florida, we went away for the weekend. On the road, there was an accident. These kids." Bella had been drinking when Alice swerved. If it hadn't been for her reflexes, it could have been really bad. But even with that, Bella got hit, and she was bleeding badly. She continued blinking and shivering a little as she spoke. "We were in the middle of nowhere, too far for even Alice to run me somewhere in time. I was dying. She saved me. She saved my life," Bella finished, her voice low and intense with sincerity. She may not have been dying on the side of a road, but Bella believed what she said. She was dying, slowly, like almost everyone else in the world. That was true. But she was dying. And Alice saved her from that. Alice lit up her heart and made it sing. Alice took her from simply existing to really and truly being alive. Alice had saved her, just not in the way she was telling her father. Charlie breathed in deeply, squeezing his eyes shut before finally forcing them open 30 seconds later. "Thank you," he said, his voice barely audible as he looked over at Alice. "Really, thank you," he added, his voice a little firmer, before he lifted his hand to cover his face and took a few deep breaths. "I need you all to leave," Charlie said a few seconds later, pulling his hand away from his face. "Now." "Charlie," Alice began softly, standing up slowly. "No," Charlie said, shaking his head from side to side. "I've reached my limit for one night. I need to talk to my daughter alone. Come by tomorrow, come by later. I don't care, but we need to be alone now. I need you all to leave." "It's okay," Bella said quietly so only the Cullens could hear her. "I do need to talk to him. Thank you for not saying anything." Carlisle stood and was then followed by Esme, Emmett, and Rosalie. Alice lingered behind in the living room as the rest of her family moved toward the front of the house. Bella moved over to where Alice was standing and drew her into a hug. "Do you want me to stay?" Alice asked, wrapping her arms tightly around Bella. "Yes," Bella breathed out, inhaling Alice's scent. "But you should go. Everything will be fine." Alice kissed her cheek gently. "I'll come to your window later. I'm not going the whole night without you." Bella smiled and pressed her lips against Alice's. "I'll be waiting." "I love you," Alice said, squeezing Bella's hand before stepping back. "I love you too," Bella replied, reluctantly letting go of Alice's hand. Bella stood in the middle of the living room, watching as Alice walked to the door to join the rest of the family. She listened as they left into the night, got into their cars, and drove away. Turning around, Bella faced her father, who was hunched over in his chair, his chin resting in his hands. He looked more tired than she had ever seen him. "Another whiskey?" Bella asked softly, moving toward him. Charlie shook his head. "No," he said with a sigh. "Sit," he continued, gesturing toward the couch. "Tell me about being a vampire." Chapter 35, 'Tis the Season. 8 months later, Bella closed her eyes as a blast of cold wind rushed past her face. They walked through the swinging doors of the department store and onto the city street. She used to hate that sensation, but now that there was no danger of catching a cold or having her nose run from the cold air, she actually enjoyed the cool, crisp feeling. "It's snowing," Alice declared happily, bounding onto the sidewalk and twirling in an adorably cheesy way that made Bella grin. Alice looked like she had just stepped out of a made-for-TV movie about the magic of Christmas. Bella thought about giving her a floppy green hat and some pointy shoes with bells on the toes. She smiled at the thought. Maybe she would give Alice an outfit like that, but she would save it for when they were alone in their room with nothing to do for a good 10 hours or so. "What are you smiling about?" Alice asked curiously, her words somewhat muddled because she had her tongue sticking out to catch snowflakes. Bella laughed and barely resisted the urge to sweep Alice into her arms and kiss her into oblivion. She was in love with the most adorable person in the world, and she couldn't have been happier. "You tell me," Bella said, wiggling her eyebrows as she slipped her hand into Alice's and continued walking to their next destination. Alice frowned for a moment, then closed her eyes and began to concentrate, knowing that Bella would stop her from bumping into anyone while she tried to force a vision. A few seconds later, Alice began to laugh, her head tilting back as the wind gently ruffled her hair. "Hey," Bella said, a bit indignantly, frowning at her lover. "I didn't laugh when you wanted me to dress up like." Alice shook her head, cutting off Bella's words. Then, she quickly turned to the side and angled her head up to press her lips against Bella's cheek. "It's not that," she said softly, still laughing a little as she. Alice squeezed Bella's hand. "It's just, I kind of already have an outfit like that, minus the hat and bells." Bella looked over at her, curiosity lighting up her eyes. "Really?" she asked, arching a questioning eyebrow. "You know I love it when your mind is in the gutter, but it wasn't like that," Alice said with a smile. She reached out to drop some bills into a Salvation Army box as they walked. "I played Peter Pan in a school production in." Her voice trailed off as she thought. 56, she continued, smiling fondly at the memory. "All of the boys were too heavy for the pulley, and I was the only girl at the school with short hair, so the part naturally fell to me. After the play, I wasn't supposed to keep the costume, but—" Alice paused, her eyes sparkling as she held Bella's gaze. "Peter Pan," Bella breathed, slowing her pace as she stared at Alice. "Uh-huh," Alice replied, nodding. "I bet you looked adorable," Bella sighed softly, a fond smile spreading across her lips as she continued to gaze at her lover. "I wish I could have seen you." "You can," Alice said, stroking the back of Bella's hand with her thumb. "I told you I still have the costume," she added, winking at the chestnut-haired beauty. "It's not exactly the same," Bella responded, finally looking away from Alice's eyes. "I know," Alice said, understanding that Bella wished she could have seen her on stage, singing, dancing, sword fighting, and flying through the air. "You'll have plenty of opportunities to see me being adorable in the future, though," she continued, smiling sweetly to lift Bella's spirits. "It's kind of my thing." Bella looked back at Alice, staring for a moment before breaking into a grin. "You're so conceited," she teased, clearly charmed. "It's not being conceited if it's true," Alice replied in the haughtiest tone she could manage. Bella shook her head at Alice, but the smile on her face softened the effect of her disapproval. "Nothing to say to that?" Alice asked, surprised. "Nope," Bella replied happily. "I happen to agree with you. I think you're wonderful." Alice stopped walking, making Bella stop as well. "You shouldn't say things like that while we're on a crowded city street surrounded by innocent bystanders," Alice said in a low purr that was barely audible to the people passing by. "It makes me want to do things to you. Children would be scarred for life, parents would be scandalized, police officers would be called, and I'm still tempted." Bella shivered, and it had nothing to do with the chill of the afternoon. Her eyes drifted to the side. They were just 1 block away from the next store on their list. All they needed to do was visit that last store, and they would accomplish everything they set out to do that day. It would take 20 minutes, maybe 30 at most. "Let's go home," Bella said softly. They could go shopping again the next day. Crowded, Alice breathed out. Everyone was at home, and if they rushed back only to disappear into their room for hours, not only would Rose and Emmett likely listen in, but they would be teased endlessly for the rest of the Christmas break about it. Dorms? Bella speculated, realizing Alice was right. At night, everyone minded their own business, but racing home for a quick moment would make them fair game. She could picture Rose and Emmett taking turns knocking on the door, asking if they wanted to come down for a game of Jenga, or teasing her by saying that Charlie had arrived a day early. Closed, Alice responded regretfully, searching her mind for a place where they could have some privacy. A Cheshire smile spread across Alice's lips a few moments later, and Bella shivered again, knowing that nudity and very pleasurable sensations always accompanied that expression. "Well," Bella prompted. "There's Prakar," Alice purred, "and a lot of wooded clearings on the way home." Bella was silent for a moment. Alice's Porsche didn't have much room, but they were both small. It would be cramped, but it was doable. She knew that from experience. "Let's go," Bella said with a grin, turning to head back to the parking lot. "Yes, ma'am," Alice replied with a giggle, playfully allowing Bella to pull her along by their joined hands. The Cullen home, the next day. Bella walked up the stairs slowly, her fingers gliding along the railing. A small smile played at the corner of her lips, and she felt content, deeply content, in a way she hadn't in a long time. She had carried a lot of guilt since Edward left, a terrible ache that gnawed at her gut when she focused on it too much. After he had gone, that feeling had become part of her, no different from her legs or fingers or hair. It was just one of the many elements that made her who she was. Now, for the first time in over a year, the gnawing guilt was gone. Bella smiled more widely and quickened her step, hurrying toward her bedroom and Alice. She had been apprehensive when Edward suddenly showed up the night before. None of them had seen him since he left, though they wrote and received letters from him regularly and talked on the phone occasionally. They were all completely stunned by his arrival. For a moment, everyone stood in silence, staring at him, before Esme squealed in delight and rushed over to hug him. That seemed to break the spell, and the next 10 minutes were filled with chatter, hugs, laughter, and more hugs as everyone greeted him and expressed their happiness at his return. "He asked me not to tell," Alice said softly, looking over at Bella as the rest of the family greeted Edward. "In the vision, he knew I'd see a decision like this and asked me to keep it a secret." "I had to," Alice said, her eyes fixed on Bella's, silently seeking her understanding. Bella nodded and took Alice's hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. She would have preferred some warning about Edward's arrival to gather her mental and emotional strength. Still, she understood why Alice agreed to his request and kept quiet. Alice carried the same guilt Bella felt, and in some ways, Bella thought it weighed even heavier on Alice. It was painful for her to see. Alice would do anything to mend her relationship with Edward, and Bella would not stand in the way of what little Alice could do to show him she still cared. After a moment, Alice released Bella's hand and, under the watchful eyes of the entire room, approached Edward. They stood in front of each other for a few seconds, silently staring, which confused Bella for a moment before she realized they were communicating telepathically. It had been so long since she had seen them do that she almost forgot what it looked like. Then, after what felt like a long time, Alice stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Edward, hugging him tightly. His arms encircled her, and they stood pressed together, Edward's head resting against the top of Alice's for a long time before they finally pulled away. Next, it was Bella's turn to greet her ex-boyfriend. As she expected, it was the most awkward of all the reunion scenes. She walked over to him, smiling shyly, and he returned the smile. Bella extended her hand as if to shake his but quickly realized that was too formal and withdrew it. Edward, in response, quickly pulled back his hand as well. They stared at each other for a moment, and they should not dwell on the past. He assured her that he understood and appreciated her honesty. Bella felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she listened to him. They continued to talk, sharing stories and memories, and the tension that had once filled the air began to fade. Edward smiled more easily now, and Bella found herself smiling back, feeling a connection rekindle between them. As they spoke, Bella realized how much she had missed this side of him. There was a warmth in his eyes that made her heart flutter. They shared laughs and even some playful teasing, which felt so natural. It was as if the years of misunderstanding were slowly being washed away. Eventually, their conversation turned to lighter topics, and they found themselves reminiscing about the time they had spent together. Bella couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they could rebuild their friendship, stronger than before. When the evening came to a close, Bella felt grateful for the chance to reconnect. She knew they still had a long way to go, but for the first time in a while, she felt optimistic about the future. He did forgive her. He mentioned that it took him a long time to see past his own pain and to consider what had happened with some degree of objectivity. Finally, he reached that place. He said all he ever wanted was for Bella to be safe and happy. He recognized that she was happy with Alice, and he resolved to be happy for them as well. A few months after making that decision, he actually found himself feeling happy for them. Alice tilted her head lazily as she watched Bella enter the room, a smile lighting up her face. Without thinking, Alice returned the smile and extended her hand toward Bella, inviting her to join her. She lay stretched out on the window seat. Although it wasn't particularly wide, they had plenty of practice snuggling together and were now experts at arranging themselves comfortably. "You look happy," Alice commented lightly as Bella took her hand and climbed onto the seat, gently pushing Alice's legs apart to settle herself between them. "I'm always happy when I'm with you," Bella sighed, resting her head against Alice's chest and enjoying the steady rise and fall of it. Alice smiled down at her and kissed her forehead. "I'm glad," Alice said softly, her fingers releasing the piece of paper they had been holding for the past hour to rest on Bella's stomach. "But I don't think I'm the cause of this particular bout of giddiness." Bella tilted her head back to look up at Alice's face and lifted her hand to stroke her lover's cheek. She guided Alice's head down to meet her lips, sighing contentedly into the kiss. When they separated, Bella snuggled against Alice's front once more and said, "I talked to Edward. I think everything is going to be all right." "I think so too," Alice murmured, her tone indicating that she believed it wholeheartedly. "What's this?" Bella asked, her fingers running across the surface. Alice held a piece of paper as she spoke. "A letter," she said, looking down at it. "From Jazz. It was in the mail this morning." Bella realized that Alice had volunteered to pick up the mail, something she rarely did. Now it made sense. Alice must have known the letter was coming and wanted time to read it and process her feelings before telling the rest of the family. "How is he?" Bella asked, curious. Alice seemed relaxed, which was unusual. Usually, when Jasper was mentioned, Alice became fidgety and tense. "Oh, he's fine," Alice replied, tightening her arms around Bella and pressing her nose into Bella's chestnut hair. "He's in Denali now. He was on his way there when he wrote the letter, but he must have arrived a few days ago. He says he may stop by for New Year's." Bella waited for Alice to say more, but after that last sentence, Alice stopped talking and busied herself playing with Bella's fingers. "It looks like a pretty long letter," Bella commented, feeling nosy and insecure but unable to help it. She knew Alice loved her and had chosen to be with her. Still, emotions weren't logical. Whenever Jasper's name came up, Bella's old insecurities about her place in Alice's heart resurfaced. Alice laughed softly at Bella's curiosity about the rest of the letter. "Not really," she said lightly, stroking Bella's arm. "Only the first page was for me. The other 3 are for the whole family." She continued, her thumb brushing over the first page, which Bella assumed was meant for her. "It was meant for me alone. It just talks about a few places he visited, places from his past, from our past together." Alice's voice was soft and thoughtful. Bella squeezed her hand, encouraging her to continue. "He was at the diner where we met for the first time a few weeks ago. He's been visiting these places because he said that while we must constantly move forward in life, to understand who we are and where we're headed, sometimes we have to look back at our pasts. We have to relive our lives in reverse before we can continue forward." She finished, her eyebrows scrunched together in an adorable expression. After a moment, Alice sighed and shook her head. "Philosophy majors," she murmured, sounding perplexed and a little exasperated, which made Bella giggle. "Oh," Alice added, brightening up now that she wasn't trying to recall Jasper's thoughts on the trajectory of a human life. "He also thanked me for the letters." Over the months, she had visions of where he would be at certain times, allowing her to write to him. At first, she updated him on how the family was doing, leaving out details about her personal life. Eventually, he had asked her about Bella, so she began to share those details too. "You can read it if you want," Alice offered, handing the letter to Bella. "No, that's okay," Bella replied, shaking her head lightly. She appreciated the offer but knew the letter was personal, and reading it would be a breach of privacy. "There's something else, though," Bella said softly, sensing there was more on Alice's mind. "Nothing that's happened yet," Alice responded a bit cautiously. Bella shifted in Alice's arms to see her face, curiosity evident in her expression. "What is it?" she asked softly, stroking Alice's cheek lightly. "Kate's a lot like Jasper," Alice said cryptically, her voice soft. "Not as gentlemanly. But she struggles, just like he does. They've always talked over the years when things got difficult for one of them." She paused for a moment and then smiled. "They'll be good for each other." Bella was silent for a second. "You mean?" she began. Alice looked down at her, holding her gaze and smiling widely. Eventually, she breathed out. "The odds look very good that he's going to bring her to New Year's," she continued, still smiling. Bella smiled back, and then Alice leaned forward, kissing her lightly before hugging Bella tightly. "Do you think anyone will notice if we're gone for another half hour?" Alice asked, sniffing Bella's hair. "Why?" Bella asked slowly, though she had a feeling she knew what Alice was going to say. "You smell really good," Alice purred, nuzzling Bella's neck as she spoke. "Oh, yeah?" Bella replied, laughing as she shifted, giving Alice better access to her lips. "Yeah," Alice responded with a smirk before leaning forward and capturing Bella's lips. The kiss made Bella's head spin. She knew a large part of Alice's sudden ardor came from a place of relief. Although Alice hadn't been brooding over what happened between her and Jasper over the past year, Bella knew she still felt awful about being so happy while he was alone. Knowing that Jasper was on the cusp of discovering a new love lifted some of the guilt Alice had been carrying, and that rush of relief made her more affectionate. Bella didn't mind, though. She liked Alice when she was touch-happy. "I feel like you're planning to do terrible and naughty things to me," Bella said breathlessly, excitement trickling through her and making her shiver. "I am," Alice replied with a smile, her eyes full of promise. "In that case, no, I don't think anyone will notice," Bella purred, biting her bottom lip. Alice smirked at Bella. Then, she pressed her lips against Bella's cheek and kissed her softly. After that, their lips met in a slow, languorous kiss that left both of them thrumming with anticipation. Alice looked down at Bella, her lips slightly parted as her coal black eyes regarded Bella with heat. Bella growled softly and pushed up onto her hands. She raised her body to capture Alice's lips, her right hand moving behind Alice's head, tangling in her short dark hair. Bella's teeth nipped at Alice's lips until the coppery taste of fresh blood filled both of their mouths. Alice moaned deeply, and then they were in motion. They fell onto the mattress a few seconds later, Alice pulling away from Bella as they did. Alice's hands immediately moved to Bella's shoulders, pressing down and forcing Bella back onto the mattress. "So it's going to be like that, is it?" Alice asked, licking her lips. Her voice was a low rasp as she stared down at Bella, her body shaking faintly with effort to stay still. "If you're woman enough to handle it," Bella sassed, jerking her hips up into Alice's body challengingly. "Ooh, those are fighting words," Alice drawled, smiling slowly at Bella, her nostrils flaring slightly in excitement. "I was hoping you'd use another F word," Bella teased, running her hands up Alice's thighs. Alice groaned, leaning down to press her lips against Bella's anxiously. "They're definitely going to miss us," she moaned, knowing instinctively that she and Bella would be in their room for much longer than half an hour. "Let them," Bella said dismissively, tossing Alice's shirt carelessly to the side. Alice smiled and leaned back, allowing Bella to begin working at her belt. She couldn't have said it better herself. Chapter 36, Making Up is Easy to Do. 2 days later, Bella closed the car door gently and walked around the front of the Porsche to join Charlie, who was waiting for her. He was supposed to have arrived in Seattle the day before, but police business had delayed his departure. The weather was starting to get really bad. The smart thing would have been to wait out the storm, but Bella knew Charlie wouldn't do that if it meant missing her on Christmas Eve. So, she drove up to Forks to take him to Seattle. There wasn't enough snow to make her lose control of the car. Although Charlie grumbled a bit about not being a baby just because he was human, Bella knew he appreciated her gesture. Bella wrapped her arm around Charlie's waist, allowing him to drape his arm over her shoulders and pull her close. He wasn't showing any outward signs of nervousness. Poker and police work had given him a strong game face, but Bella could sense his unease. She and Alice still visited him often, but the rest of the family was almost exclusively in Seattle. He hadn't spent much time around the other Cullens since they had revealed their true nature to him. "It'll be all right," Bella said softly, squeezing her father gently as they walked to the front door. "They don't bite anymore," she added, looking up at him with a smirk. "Oh, haha," Charlie replied, glaring down at her. Despite his gruff tone, Bella continued to smile. He managed to hold his surly expression for only a few more seconds before breaking into a grin. Seeing him give in made Bella smile even wider. She stood on her toes and pressed her cool lips against his cheek. "I'm still not used to that," Charlie said, shaking his head as he accepted her frosty kiss. He sometimes missed Bella's old warmth in moments like these. They had never been particularly touchy-feely with each other. He wasn't built that way, and Bella used to touch Charlie's shoulder as she walked by his chair on the way to the kitchen, or she would give him a little hug just because. It was always nice to feel her warmth. "I know," Bella sighed softly as they entered the house. It had been nearly a year since Charlie learned she was a vampire, but he was still adjusting to the news. He had taken the revelation about her relationship with Alice surprisingly well, and Bella had half convinced herself that he would barely react if he ever learned the full truth about her. So, when Alice and the others had shown up at her front door that night months ago, she had felt relieved. Lying to him had taken a toll, and she was happy the truth would finally be revealed. However, Charlie had reacted more than she expected. He had blinked a lot when he discovered the truth. The weeks after Charlie learned the truth were tough for both of them. On that first night, he asked her more about what it meant to be a vampire, what was different about her, and what Hollywood got right and wrong. After she explained everything, emphasizing that she and the rest of the Cullens only fed on animal blood, he seemed a little more at ease. But despite that slight decrease in tension, things between them felt strained. Charlie was awkward around her, uncertain what to say or do now that his child had become something he couldn't fully understand, no matter how much Bella tried to explain it. In those first few weeks, Bella caught him watching her with a mix of awe and fear on his face. She was a newborn vampire and needed to hunt more frequently than the rest of the Cullens. She tried to go at night while he was asleep, but there were times when she couldn't. There were times when Bella had to leave immediately to avoid disaster. She knew that during those moments, when she looked at Charlie with her inky black eyes and felt a constant rumbling in her chest as she stared at him hungrily, she scared him. He would say that it was fine and that he understood, but she could see the fear in his eyes. He looked at her like she was a rabid beast, and she knew he was terrified. Even the way she moved sometimes made him uneasy, especially in those first months. She never displayed her superhuman abilities around him, knowing it would agitate him to see her zip around. Yet, even without those displays, Charlie was still sometimes unnerved. The fact that she was coordinated, graceful, and able to perform complex tasks precisely was disconcerting to him, as it was so different from how she had been before. However, the more time they spent together, the more he began to see that she was still Bella. She looked a little different, moved differently, and her dietary habits had changed, but inside, where it mattered, she was still his little girl. Occasionally, something would remind him of her transformation, like an icy kiss, a quickly chopped carrot, or a muddy footprint on the kitchen floor in the morning. But within a couple of months of him learning about her new existence, things between them had settled down. It hadn't been the same between Charlie and Alice, though. If things were strained between Bella and Charlie, they were downright cold between Charlie and Alice. Charlie had told Alice he was grateful she had saved Bella's life the night the truth had been revealed. Bella believed part of him was thankful to her. But another part of him, a significant part, blamed Alice for changing Bella so dramatically. He resented her for making him afraid of his own child. He never tried to ban Alice from the house, he knew better than to do that. If he Bella had forced Alice to stay away. She knew that meant she wouldn't get to see her, so she never tried to keep Alice from the house. However, she had been formal and distant with Alice when she was around. Although things between them had improved a little, they were still not on friendly terms like they had been before the truth was revealed. "Oh no," Bella said as they moved further through the house. She had been leading Charlie toward the living room, where she thought the rest of the family would be. But she detected scents coming from the kitchen and realized that while she had gone to meet her father, the others had decided to try cooking. "What?" Charlie asked, sounding apprehensive. Hearing, "Oh no," in a house full of vampires was not something he wanted to hear. "It's nothing bad," Bella said, smiling at him reassuringly. "I just hope you're hungry. They're cooking, and if you don't want to eat, Rose is likely to break some china." Bella continued leading Charlie down another hallway. "Cooking? Food?" Charlie asked, sounding confused, his eyebrows knitting together in the most adorable way. Bella giggled. "Yes, food," she responded. "Pasta ai quattro formaggi, from the smell of it. I don't know why, but Emmett is convinced we're Italian." "It's probably because your name's Bella," Charlie mused thoughtfully. Bella paused, considering her father's statement for a moment, and then smiled. "You're right, that's probably it," Bella said, beaming up at Charlie. It didn't make much sense, but it sounded like Emmett logic, which usually didn't resemble actual logic at all. After all, she might have gone by Bella, but her last name was Swan, which wasn't Italian in the least. Despite the sometimes befuddling way Emmett's mind worked, Bella was pleased that Charlie had figured it out. She was certain now that Charlie and Emmett would get along great. She was sure that if she managed to steer the conversation to sports at some point during the evening, she and Rose would have to drag Emmett and Charlie away from each other at the end of the night. "Like pasta ai quattro formaggi," Charlie commented a few seconds later. They were close to the kitchen now, and Bella knew he was starting to pick up the scent of the food. "That's why they're making it," Bella said, shaking her head a little. "Alice had probably informed the others about it." "Alice?" Charlie asked, realizing that if Bella didn't arrange it, Alice was the only one who knew him well enough to do so. "Yeah," Bella said, smiling fondly. "She does like surprises." Bella stopped, drawing Charlie to a halt outside the kitchen. "And speaking of surprises," she began, realizing she couldn't put it off any longer. "No sentence that starts that way ever leads to anything good," Charlie sighed, wondering what Bella could possibly have to reveal now. After finding out she was a vampire, he didn't think they would ever need to have a special sit-down again. But apparently, his girl was full of surprises. "Edward's here," Bella said, scrunching up her nose a little. Charlie sighed. "And I thought it was going to be bad news," he murmured, his voice dripping with sarcasm as his head dropped down despondently, which made Bella grin. "Be nice," Bella whispered, squeezing his arm. "He's not my boyfriend anymore, which means you don't have an obligation to mistrust and dislike him. You might actually get along if you go into it with an open mind." Charlie snorted unkindly and rolled his eyes. "Right. On that note, are you ready?" Bella asked. Charlie took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, here we go," Bella said, stepping forward again and leading Charlie down the short hallway to the kitchen. Later that night, Charlie bit down on his bottom lip to control the urge to laugh. After dinner, which was quite good considering none of the cooks dared taste what they were preparing, they all retired to the living room for a surprisingly wholesome game of charades. At first, Charlie thought it was a joke. With Carlyle in his. Bella and Charlie entered the room, where they saw Emmett on his knees, awkwardly moving across the floor and bumping into things. He seemed to be staring off into the distance, and Charlie found it hard not to laugh. He realized Emmett was impersonating Alice. Alice waved her hands around playfully, then launched herself at Emmett, wrapping her arms and legs around him and bringing him down to the floor. Emmett laughed at the sight, and Charlie had to admit that watching such a tiny girl tackle someone as big as Emmett was amusing. However, after a few moments, Emmett's smile faded. Charlie noticed that he couldn't escape from Alice's grip. Despite her small size, She had a strong hold on him, and he couldn't free his arms to pry her off. "Come on," Emmett complained, wiggling his torso with no success. "Say it," Alice demanded, leaning down to brush her hair across Emmett's face, tickling him. "No," Emmett declared defiantly, choosing to lie back and think of Tennessee instead of giving in to Alice's demands. "You're gonna say it," Alice taunted with a smirk. "I know you are." Emmett paused, his expression thoughtful as he considered her words. "You're a dirty liar," he finally said, lying flat on the ground and determined to stay that way until Alice let him go. Charlie to see if anyone was going to intervene. As he glanced at the rest of the family, he noticed they were turning their heads away from Emmett and Alice. Their attention shifted back to the small slips of paper in front of them, which contained the next set of scenarios for the upcoming round. "You want to play this time, Dad?" Bella called out. She looked over at Charlie, who was caught between watching Alice and Emmett and the others. Charlie shook his head distractedly, caught somewhere between amusement and disgust. Alice had sucked in her cheeks, gathering moisture and threatening to spit on Emmett if he didn't say whatever it was she wanted him to say. "I think she's going to spit on him," Charlie said finally, turning back to Bella. Rose giggled at that, Bella smirked, and Edward rolled his eyes. Carlyle simply turned to look at Esme, who sighed softly before glancing back at Emmett and Alice. "Alice, that's disgusting," Esme said tiredly. "He was making fun of me," Alice complained. She stopped preparing to spit on Emmett but didn't get off him either. "In Emmett's defense, you did put your name in the pot, despite my protests, I might add," Esme responded. "It was perhaps a little insensitive of him to walk on his knees like that, but it's not my fault I'm short, okay?" Alice declared peevishly. Charlie wasn't sure who she was addressing. "I was trying to be accurate," Emmett said, defending his acting choice. "You were trying to be a jerk. And you succeeded," Alice declared, causing Bella and Rose to burst into giggles. "Sometimes the truth hurts, pipsqueak," Emmett said, shrugging as best he could in Alice's hold. Alice paused for a moment before exclaiming, "I'm going to bite your nose off." This sent Bella and Rose into another round of laughter. Esme stared at them for a moment longer before turning back to the game. Charlie looked at Carlyle and shrugged. "They'll get bored eventually," she sighed. "Dad," Bella called, drawing Charlie's attention away from the bickering siblings. He ripped his gaze away from Alice and Emmett, shaking his head slightly. He moved over to where Bella was sitting and lowered himself onto the ground beside her, feeling a bit dazed. He began to wonder if it was possible to be around the Cullens in a large group without feeling like he had stumbled into some bizarre world where up was down and coats wore you. "Aren't they hundreds of years old?" Charlie asked, bewildered. 200 going on 12, Bella replied, grinning at her father. Combined, Alice and Emmett's ages did add up to that, though one would not have guessed it at the moment. "Scary, isn't it?" "Oh, sucks to your ass, Mar," Alice called out in Bella's direction, a smile on her face as she turned to look at Bella. Love you too," Bella responded, pressing her fingers to her lips to blow Alice a kiss. "Charlie." He turned at the sound of his name, surprised to find Alice standing in front of him. She had gotten bored of her little game with Emmett, as Esme had surmised. After punching each other in the arm a couple of times, they had rejoined the other's game. Not much of an actor himself, Charlie had politely declined their efforts to include him, insisting he would have far more fun watching, which was what he had been doing when Alice's voice distracted him. "Hey, kiddo," Charlie said, making a conscious effort to keep his voice light. "Kiddo," Alice breathed in a surprised and delighted tone. "Hey," she added a moment later, trying not to sound too excited as she looked down at Charlie, a small, tentative smile on her lips. "Are you okay? Do you need anything to eat or drink?" she asked, bouncing on her feet a little, restless and eager. Alice was energetic as usual. "I used to be able to tell, but since Bella was changed, it's harder for me to remember now." "I'm fine, Alice," Charlie said, watching her carefully. He had caught her slip, but he wasn't going to comment on it. "Okay," Alice responded. Her feet were now firmly planted on the ground. The nervous and, Charlie was now sure, hopeful energy that had been coursing through her was tempered by his response. "Well, if you need anything," she continued, trailing off as she gestured behind her and began to twirl around to join the others. "Actually," Charlie said, catching her before she could move away. Her foot was caught midair. "Would you? I mean, why don't you?" he sighed. "Sit for a minute," he continued, gesturing to the open space beside him on the couch. Alice watched him thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled softly before gracefully lowering herself onto the couch. Charlie looked at her for a moment, then sighed, lifting his hand to ruffle his short hair as he tried to gather his thoughts. "I'm no good at this stuff," Charlie began uncomfortably, his hand drifting down to stroke his mustache thoughtfully. Things had been strained between him and Alice for a long time. While he didn't like the way things were, he hadn't been able to stop himself from being mad at her. Things had changed too dramatically and too quickly for him to handle. As much as he was trying to be a modern man, he had his limits. Finding out that his daughter had become a vampire had pushed him to the brink. It wasn't possible for him to just accept that Bella was a vampire. He couldn't shrug it away. He was upset, confused, afraid, and angry. He wanted someone to blame. He needed someone to be angry with, and it couldn't be Bella. So he transferred all the negative, ugly emotions he had been feeling onto Alice. She had taken everything he had to dish out, bearing it without complaint. For the past 8 months, every time they had seen each other, Alice had always been relentlessly pleasant. Even when Charlie met his hostile, stony silences, she greeted him warmly. Despite his unfriendliness, she never took the easy way out. She consistently came with Bella during her visits, enduring his unkindness to support Bella as she learned to control her new abilities and instincts. No matter how much he tried to discourage her, Alice continued to reach out to him, facing his constant rejection with grace and maturity. Charlie found himself somewhat impressed by how she handled herself during those difficult months. Eventually, she wore him down, and things between them warmed slightly. In recent months, he had begun to speak to her in full sentences instead of grunts. Although their interactions were mostly silent, they spent time together watching baseball while Bella was busy with her coursework. Still, even with this slight thaw in their relationship, he had not been overly friendly or forgiving toward Alice. Watching her that night, Charlie realized how unfair he had been. Bella was different now, but she was still here, in the world, where he could see her, talk to her, and hug her. That was thanks to Alice. While everything had changed, it didn't mean it was bad. This was real life, not a movie or a horror novel. Being a vampire didn't mean a person lost their soul. The Cullens were good people, he could see that. They were respectable, upstanding members of the community. They had game nights, did crossword puzzles, and loved and supported each other. They were a family. In Forks, he had focused on what Bella had lost, the life she would never lead. He had never truly considered what Bella had gained. Her relationship with Alice had grown stronger. He saw that for himself, even with the strain they experienced around him. Bella had gained trustworthy, loyal friends who would put their lives on the line for her without hesitation. She had gained a second family, one that would always be there for her. Charlie knew they would look out for her and protect her long after he was gone. He felt scared, and it made him mean. He was ashamed of himself. "It's okay," Alice said softly, reaching out to touch Charlie's arm gently. "I know it hasn't been easy for you." The way he had treated her had hurt her, but she understood why he was acting that way. Bella had changed into someone he didn't completely understand, and that scared him. Alice was the one who had done it, the one who had taken his baby away and changed her. He was mad and needed to channel that anger somewhere, and Alice preferred it be directed at her. "It hasn't been. But I shouldn't have taken my frustration out on you," Charlie said, shaking his head regretfully. "You deserved better than that." That night, it struck him how much his behavior had affected Alice. Before watching her with her family, he hadn't realized how long it had been since he had seen her smile genuinely. He hadn't noticed how slow and heavy her movements had become around his house until he saw her flitting around the kitchen, dancing from room to room. He hadn't realized how long it had been since he had seen her act silly and girlish until he watched her laughing, her eyes bright as Edward playfully tucked her head under his arm and rubbed her hair with his knuckles. He hadn't understood how long it had been since he had seen her playful until he witnessed her wrestling with Emmett, laughing, teasing, playing, happy and free. "Really?" Alice said, rubbing Charlie's arm. "It's okay. I understand. And I know it doesn't seem like it at the moment, but you've actually handled the situation very well." Charlie snorted. "I mean it," Alice pressed on. "I knew that things would be rough after telling you. I knew this distance was coming. But I also knew that you wouldn't expose us. Most people can't handle information like this, and that can often be unreliable. Normally, newborns have to cut all ties with their families. Bella loves you. She needs you. It was worth enduring a few months of silence so you two could remain in each other's lives." Charlie sighed and shook his head, running his fingers through his hair again. "You're quite a girl," Charlie muttered finally, looking at Alice fondly. He couldn't believe how smoothly his apology had gone. If Alice was willing to forgive him, he wasn't going to question his luck. "Yeah," Alice sighed contentedly, holding his gaze. "I rule." Charlie stared at her for a moment before laughing. He reached out and pulled her into a half-hug. Alice smiled and laughed as well, wrapping her arms tightly around him and pressing against his side. "That's quite a grip you have there, kid," Charlie said, still surprised by Alice's strength. "I know. Now you're never going to get rid of me," Alice said, flexing her arms around him for emphasis, careful not to squeeze too hard. "I think Bella might have something to say about that," Charlie murmured, smiling down at the top of Alice's head. "We'll burn that bridge when we get to it," Alice declared solemnly. "Until then, you're stuck with me. That might not be so bad. There's a double-header starting in half an hour, and Emmett's called Shotgun on the big TV. It'll be nice to have some company," Charlie said, trying to keep a straight face. "Double-header," Alice repeated softly. "That's a sports thing, right?" she asked, her arms loosening from around Charlie's torso. "Yep, basketball," Charlie replied. 4 hours straight of it." Alice pulled her arms away and stood in front of him, slim and curious. Pale fingers stroked her chin thoughtfully. "We're cool now, right?" Alice finally asked, her eyes searching Charlie's. "We're cool," he confirmed. "Awesome," Alice said, nodding and shifting her eyes from side to side. "I'm gonna go then, 'cause I've gotta return some DVDs, late charges are the worst." Charlie smiled and nodded, patting her reassuringly on the shoulder. "I understand," he said gravely. "A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do." "Number one, Dad," Alice exclaimed, grinning at Charlie as she lightly slapped him on the arm. Charlie was about to respond, but Alice became distracted and turned her head to focus on something across the room. "Number one human dad, Carlisle," she said, and Charlie noticed her gaze was on her father. The human part was implied, he joked. Turning his head, Charlie followed Alice's gaze to Carlisle, who looked at her with a hangdog expression. From the smiles on the faces of the rest of the family, Charlie was certain that Carlisle was just playing and wasn't really offended. He smiled at the display of goofiness from the usually stoic patriarch of the Cullen family. Charlie shifted his attention back to Alice as she moved in front of him. His eyes crinkled with delight when Alice sighed and muttered, "You men are so sensitive," before patting Charlie's shoulder one last time and making her way over to her father. It didn't take long for Alice to reach Carlisle. When she did, she bent down and pressed a kiss to his forehead. After a brief moment of hesitation, a devious smile spread across Alice's lips. She ruffled his usually impeccably styled hair until it stuck out in every direction. Once she finished giving Carlisle the wild hair of a teen idol, Alice rested her hand on his shoulder and looked down at her father. Alice said somberly, "You'll always be top nacho with me, Poppy." She spoke with utmost seriousness. Bella smirked and asked, "You were watching Univision the whole time I was gone, weren't you?" Rose and Emmett exchanged looks, trying not to smile. "Por supuesto que no, mi hermoso ángel del cielo." Alice declared, gesturing passionately as she stared deeply into Bella's eyes. Charlie's Spanish was a bit rusty, but he was pretty sure Alice had just said, "Of course not, my beautiful angel from heaven." He had to bite down on his bottom lip to keep from laughing. Alice's dramatic display made Esme giggle, and once she lost it, the rest of the family started to laugh as well. Alice turned her head to Charlie and winked at him conspiratorially. Then she took a seat on the floor next to Bella, holding her daughter's hand before focusing on the colored slips of paper on the floor once again. Charlie leaned back on the couch, settling comfortably. A small, content smile spread over his face as Edward and Emmett began to argue. Edward gestured wildly to an empty spot on the floor while Rose quietly passed the object Edward was looking for to Alice behind Bella's back. Charlie reached for his beer and took a sip, allowing his eyes to close as the cool liquid slipped down his throat. In the Cullens' living room, surrounded by soft music, the warmth of a fire, and the sound of soft laughter, he felt better than he had in months. He was finally beginning to believe, for the first time since finding out that Bella was a vampire, that things would really be okay. Chapter 37, A Good Life. January 2nd. Bella leaned against the side of Alice's Porsche and tipped her head back, closing her eyes as she enjoyed the warmth of the sunlight on her face. She rarely had the chance to bask in the sun anymore, but here, in the driveway of the Cullen house, surrounded by the forest, she felt free from prying eyes. "I always did like shiny things," Alice said, breaking the moment. Bella smiled at the sound of her voice and opened her eyes to find Alice grinning at her. "You must have been so easy to please as a child," Bella remarked, reaching out her hand to Alice. A wave of warmth surged through her when Alice took her hand and stepped closer. Bella marveled at the effect Alice had on her. "Probably," Alice replied playfully, shrugging. "I'm pretty easy to please now, too." She leaned in to brush her lips softly against Bella's. "Oh, I don't know," Bella breathed, her lips curving into a teasing smile as Alice continued to lightly kiss her. "You made me work pretty hard last night." Alice purred softly at the memory, and the next kiss was more focused and heated. As Alice's hands began to wander, Bella pulled back and swatted her gently on the arm. "Stop it," Bella murmured, rubbing Alice's arm as the tiny woman pouted adorably. "Dad's coming." "Ugh, fine," Alice grumbled, stepping back as she heard Charlie's loud footsteps approaching. She and Charlie had just become friends again. As much as she wanted to continue being close to Bella, she wanted to stay on Charlie's good side more. It felt nice to joke around with him again, to hold Bella's hand and kiss her cheek without worrying about Charlie's disapproving glare. Hitler. Despite her usual excitement, Bella was a patient person. The tension between her and Charlie had been wearing on her nerves, so she was relieved that things had returned to normal between them. "Don't be such a cranky pants," Bella said affectionately, trying to pinch Alice's cheek but missing as Alice dodged away. "I'm not even wearing pants," Alice replied with a hint of annoyance. Then her expression shifted to one of intense concentration. She sighed and added, "I don't think that came out quite right." Bella couldn't help but smile widely at that. Actually, that sounded just about right. For later, Bella promised, letting Alice off without teasing her this time. "Promises, promises," Alice sighed, meeting Bella's gaze. "I'm so happy you always keep yours," she continued with a grin, leaning forward to press her lips lightly against Bella's neck. Bella rolled her eyes at Alice, though her lips curved into a smile. She shifted to wrap her arm around Alice's waist, drawing her closer. Even though Bella was taller, she had always found comfort in curling into Alice's embrace. Before becoming a vampire, she often felt safe being held by Alice, who, despite being smaller, was stronger. Now, as a vampire, Bella enjoyed wrapping her arms around Alice, feeling protective and strong for her. Alice breathed in deeply, relaxing against Bella, knowing she would be supported. "This was a good Christmas," Alice said softly, her eyes drifting back to the house, tracing its angles and planes with a soft smile. "And a very good beginning to the new year." Bella murmured, tightening her arms around Alice. It truly had been a wonderful Christmas. Wonderful and amazing things had happened the previous year, but many painful and difficult experiences had occurred as well. Bella wouldn't have changed anything that had happened, and she knew Alice wouldn't have wished for anything to change either. The road they had walked had not always been easy, but she was happy that things were beginning to settle down and that past wounds were starting to heal. "We could stay a few days longer," Bella said softly, burying her nose in Alice's hair. "I could take Dad to Forks and be back today." As Alice had predicted, Jasper and Kate had shown up for the family's New Year celebrations. Alice hadn't mentioned his arrival in the days leading up to it, but Bella knew she had been nervous, even though her visions indicated that everything would go well. When Jasper and Alice finally found themselves face to face after the rest of the family had greeted him, Bella felt relieved and incredibly happy to see him smile warmly at Alice before quickly walking over to her and wrapping her in a big hug that actually lifted her off the floor. The hours that followed their reunion were hectic, filled with music, games, and excited conversation as the entire household caught up and enjoyed each other's company. After the countdown and the popping of a bottle of champagne that only Charlie could enjoy, Alice and Jasper slipped away for a walk and a talk. When they returned, Alice was happy and tranquil in a way that would have brought tears to Bella's eyes if she were still able to cry. Later that night, when they retired to their room, they welcomed the new year together with a peacefulness that had eluded them for a long time. "It's fine," Alice said, lifting her head slightly to look at Bella as she spoke. "Really," she added, noticing Bella was about to protest. "It's been nice seeing everyone, but I'm looking forward to some time alone with you too," she continued, her voice dropping a little. Bella felt a shiver at the raspy quality of Alice's voice. "Edward's staying, and Jasper will be around much more in the future," Alice said with certainty, making Bella realize she had seen it happen. "And Jake will pout for ages if you don't go see him before we leave, like you promised. We don't need to change our plans. But you've only just seen each other again and—" "Bella," Alice said, taking a breath. "I just don't want to rush you. I mean—" "Bella," Alice interjected again, this time with a smirk. "It's better if we go. Things are better now, but there's no reason to pretend it's not a little awkward. Jasper would like everyone to get a chance to know Kate better without everyone glancing at me, or you, or Edward every few seconds." "Oh," Bella murmured, nodding her head. "Right," she muttered. "Wait. I want to get to know Kate too." "We're immortal," Alice said with a serene smile. Bella still reacted like a human, always concerned with time as if it were finite, which for her, it no longer was. It would take years, even decades, before she truly understood that they had all the time in the world. They could take their time and let things unfold as they were meant to. "You'll have time to get to know her better, and so will I. But for now, it's better if the four of us aren't living together. With Jasper's talent and mine, it's a bit much at the moment." Bella furrowed her eyebrows, trying to understand Alice's meaning. Then her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh. My. God. Alice." Bella exclaimed, her tone completely scandalized. "Last night, could he, EW. Oh my God. Alice." Bella shuddered. "That is not all right." Alice sighed and looked down at the ground. "It was only for a moment," she replied, shuffling her feet. "Normally, I mean with Rose and Emmett and Esme and Carlisle, they're usually enough space between them so he wouldn't pick up on anything. However, he was more attuned to her. He strengthened his blocks as soon as he realized, but it was probably better to keep a lot of distance between them at night for a while. Like, states, and even continents of space, until you're less attuned to each other," Bella finished, shifting uncomfortably. Alice nodded, looking a bit uneasy herself. A moment later, Bella stiffened behind Alice, and Alice sighed, knowing Bella had remembered the other part of what she had said earlier. "Have you seen them? In your visions?" Bella asked, recalling that Alice had mentioned her talent made things a little uncomfortable too. She felt torn between being scandalized by the idea that Alice could have explicit images sent straight into her mind, and finding it amusing. Alice shuffled her feet and sighed deeply. "Nothing like what you're thinking," she muttered, staring at Bella for a moment. She recognized the expression on Bella's face and understood exactly what she was thinking. But more than I need to, want to, or should know, she continued, crinkling her nose. Ugh, that's so awkward, Bella declared. I know, Alice sighed. Distance is our friend right now. Oh my God, Bella breathed out, shaking her head as some of the tension from their conversation began to fade. I'm so glad we're leaving in a few minutes. I don't think I could make eye contact with Jasper without dying of mortification after this. Oh, you wouldn't die. Trust me, Alice said dryly. If that were possible, I would have died this morning. Bella bit down on her bottom lip, gathering her willpower to stop herself from giggling. That must have been an interesting conversation, she commented, unable to suppress her laughter. That's one way of putting it, Alice muttered, beginning to suspect Bella was starting to find the situation amusing instead of awkward. The situation a break, Bella said, feeling the weight of the awkwardness. Alice replied, and I can feel you shaking. Sorry, Bella murmured. Yeah, all right, Alice said, a bit irritated, but she decided to let it go. It was kind of funny, she thought, as long as you weren't her or Jasper. Unfortunately, she was her, which meant she could only appreciate the humor academically. Poor baby, Bella whispered, pressing a kiss against Alice's temple, then her cheek, before finally letting her lips meet Alice's. I promise, when we get to Esme Island, I'll kiss everything better, Bella added. Alice smiled as Bella nuzzled her, relaxing into the brunette's embrace. If you keep teasing me so mercilessly, there's going to need to be an Alice Island before you get to kiss anything again, Alice said playfully, not even a little offended when Bella laughed at the thought of Alice keeping her hands off her. Really? Bella drawled, once her laughter subsided. I thought you liked it when I teased you. She moved her fingers from resting on Alice's jacket to slipping beneath it and then under her shirt. There's good teasing, and there's bad teasing, Alice replied, her voice catching as Bella's cool fingers touched her slightly warmer stomach. I thought this was good teasing, Bella breathed, her tongue just brushing against the shell of Alice's ear. Good on Esme Island, Alice rasped. Very bad when Charlie is at the front door. Bella groaned and withdrew her hand from Alice's shirt, blinking rapidly to regain her focus. Charlie always had the worst timing. She was beginning to think he had some sort of supernatural father sense that made him appear just when she was about to get intimate. Charlie Swan, Bella sighed. Father, police chief, sports enthusiast, recreational fisherman, and a total cockblocker. Let's give this situation a break. The car. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Alice laughed as she grabbed Bella's hand, holding it firmly as she leaned against the car beside her. A soft smile lingered on Alice's face a few minutes later when Charlie finally joined them at the car. You girls ready to go? Charlie asked, smiling at the sight of them resting against the side of the car, hand in hand. Sure thing, Charles in charge, Alice replied with a grin. I'll drive, she declared happily, releasing Bella's hand and reaching around her to yank the car keys from Bella's other hand. Bella smiled and shook her head, while Charlie paled and clutched the frame of the car for support. Charlie began uncertainly. He hated it when Alice drove. She always went way too fast and laughed uproariously, like they were watching an episode of 30 Rock, when he begged her to slow down. Bella drove too fast as well, but she tried to stay as close to the speed limit as possible without feeling like a tortoise was outpacing her. Don't worry, Charlie Brown, Alice said, opening her door and slipping into the driver's seat. I'll stay within 50 miles per hour of the speed limit, Scout's honor. Charlie blinked and looked beside him at Bella, who had the passenger side door open and was about to climb into the small back seat of the car. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Charlie asked, not feeling better at all. Yeah, I think so, Bella responded with a smile. Don't worry, she said, placing her hand on her father's shoulder once she had gotten her smile under control. I promise you, I won't let her do the look, no hands, trick. Charlie stared at Bella for a second, then knitted his hands together in consternation. Was that supposed to make me feel better? He asked, his voice rising. Bella smiled brightly and patted Charlie's shoulder before slipping into the back of the car. Charlie sighed as he settled into the car. He knew he was being expertly teased. If he complained again, Alice and Bella would team up to mock him instead of the kind-hearted jabs they had just made. Resigned, Charlie prepared himself to endure Alice's driving. He sighed softly once more and slipped into the seat. Bella stretched out in the back, a soft smile on her lips as Alice playfully told Charlie to buckle up like he was a 3-year-old. This prompted Charlie to glare at her until Alice held up her hands and muttered, "All right, all right." Charlie then buckled himself in. Bella strapped herself in as well, knowing that even a crash wouldn't do much more than bruise her, even at the speeds Alice drove. Charlie began poking at Alice's radio, trying to find a classic rock station. Unfortunately, the stereo system in the Porsche was brand new and state-of-the-art. He kept skipping forward on the CD instead of scanning for radio stations. Bella leaned back against her seat, lacing her hands behind her head. She watched as Alice patiently talked Charlie through how to operate the stereo system, a content smile tugging at her lips as Charlie nodded along to Alice's gentle instructions. A few minutes later, Charlie seemed to have mastered the system, and the Porsche filled with the sound of "Stairway to Heaven." He looked over at Alice and smiled, his head bobbing in time with the guitar. Alice grinned back and joined in. As Alice began to back the car out of the driveway, she excitedly started telling Charlie about seeing Led Zeppelin in concert in Detroit in the 70s. Bella smiled and turned her head toward the window, letting the sun warm her face as Alice's voice lulled her into a peaceful haze. She wasn't paying full attention to the story, but she didn't need to. She had heard it before and remembered all the details. Bella wanted to bask in the gentle and soothing rhythm of Alice's voice. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes closed. She shifted slightly in her seat until she felt completely comfortable, then settled back down, utterly relaxed and blissfully happy. It hadn't always been an easy journey, and her situation was certainly unconventional. However, Bella knew she had a good life, and she wouldn't have changed anything for the world.